The young man, clearly the most elite military commander of the Time Federation, was unexpectedly assigned to an auxiliary all-female field battalion of about 108 members on the prestigious Elite Day. Du Fei was fast asleep when he felt fingers poking at his rear, accompanied by a crisp voice calling out, "Brother, wake up! Hurry and wake up!" Annoyed, Du Fei mumbled groggily, "Some kind of cyclical diet again? Careful, I might just start over." When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a blossoming teenage girl, around 15 or 16, standing by his bed. Her cheeks were flushed red, clearly startled by his muttered response. She raised a pin and jabbed him twice more on his backside. "Your results are out. First place. Dad has them. Lazy brother, still sleeping on such an important day? Turns out you're not worried at all." Rubbing his eyes, Du Fei stared at the girl and surveyed the unfamiliar room, its bunk bed layout puzzling him. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his head, and a flood of memories poured into his mind. He realized he had transmigrated. The girl before him was his sister, Du Xiaoye, and their father was Du Lei, an intern doctor. What shocked him even more was the ticking number on his wrist, a countdown showing a lifespan of just 176 hours, 23 minutes, and 36 seconds, 35, 34 seconds. As his memories settled, Du Fei gradually understood the rules of this world. It was a world governed by time. Everyone was born with a timer on their wrist, which served as the sole currency, used to trade for everything. Fuxing City was a base city within the Time Federation, sprawling over a vast area and home to millions of people. Beyond the city walls roamed mutant beasts and time creatures. Upon turning 18, every citizen was required to join hunting corps outside the city to kill time creatures. Only by handing over 30 years of time could they earn the right to live in the base city. Of course, the wealthy could directly purchase time from others. Du Fei had grown up without a mother, but his father had ensured he attended the best advanced military academy. Du Fei lived up to his father's expectations, graduating as the top student. Urged by his sister, Du Fei headed to his father's clinic. As soon as he entered, four armed soldiers pointed their guns at him, but the clinic's assistant, Uncle Chun, quickly intervened to defuse the situation. An hour later, a sophisticated and elegant woman walked out of the emergency room, casually adjusting her collar to hide the marks on her neck. Du Fei recognized her as Wang Shuzhen, a prominent figure in Fuxing City and the wife of the Federation's military district commander. As father and son exchanged lighthearted banter, a sudden announcement rang out over the public broadcast system, declaring Du Fei's intelligence ranking. Outside the clinic, two battered armored vehicles awaited. A striking female officer stood nearby, coldly appraising him. She introduced herself as Lu Ruobing, deputy commander of the auxiliary all-female field battalion, representing all 108 members of the unit to welcome their new commander. This announcement left both father and son stunned. An auxiliary unit with just over 100 members? That was practically a death sentence. Neighbors gathered around, whispering among themselves. Other students with lower rankings were picked up in luxurious aircraft, yet Du Fei, the top student, was greeted with two rundown armored vehicles. As Du Lei attempted to contact Wang Shuzhen, a system notification sounded in Du Fei's mind. Ding! Strongest commander system successfully bound. Beginner's gift pack unlocked. Universal toolbox and 500 milliliters rare material refining agent. The intelligence document bore the official seal of the Time Federation, but did not specify any military district. What had initially seemed like a promising start turned out to be far from it. As for why this happened, Du Fei had a hunch. Though he couldn't be certain, he wanted to confirm his suspicions. The appointment was issued by the 48th Hunting Division of the Federal Revival Military District. Lu Ruobing answered without hesitation when questioned. "I thought as much." Du Fei shook his head with a bitter smile and helplessly spread his hands toward his father. Du Lei's face was filled with guilt as a veteran. He knew all too well that the 48th Hunting Division was Wu Dagui's main force. And Wu Dagui just happened to be Wang Shuzhen's husband. This was no coincidence. "Commander Du Fei, we're only following orders. Please don't make this difficult for us," Lu Ruobing said coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. Seeing the father and son's disdainful expressions, a wave of humiliation surged within her. But she didn't care in the slightest. Every soldier in the women's field battalion had crawled out of death's grasp. They were only struggling financially now. If not for the 48th Division's promise of 20,000 hours pay, she would never have accepted an inexperienced rookie as their commander. Du Lei felt as though his heart was being torn apart. Wu Dagui was clearly sending his son to his death. Yet Du Fei remained remarkably calm. He was well aware of the federal regulations. Refusing an appointment would label him as an anti-humanity dissident, leading directly to exile in the labor camps. Beep warning. Warning. Suddenly, two drones emitted a piercing alarm. The Women's Field Battalion has failed to pay the safety zone parking fee. You have 10 minutes to leave Revival City. The cold gleam of weapon barrels on the drones flashed ominously. Lu Ruobing gave a bitter wave of her hand. Several female soldiers, without hesitation, grabbed Du Fei and forced him toward the armored command vehicle. Stop! This is kidnapping my son, Du Lei cried, his eyes brimming with tears, but he could only watch helplessly as his son was taken away. Don't worry, Dad. Take care of yourself and my sister. Du Fei's words were cut off as he was shoved into the armored vehicle. Neighbors nearby shook their heads and sighed. This was clearly forced conscription. Under the threat of the drones, the two armored vehicles quickly departed, soon passing through the heavy steel walls of the city base and heading onto the rugged mountain roads. Dense forests surrounded them, with distant mountain peaks faintly visible through the foliage. Inside the vehicle, Lu Ruobing and 4 communications officers focused intently on the command room's display screens, maintaining close contact with the transport armored vehicle ahead. They all knew the dangers outside the city-time beasts could appear at any moment, and even the weakest of them could easily overturn an armored vehicle. Risking their lives to pick up Du Fei for his new post was nothing short of a gamble for them. Du Fei leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and opened the system interface. A simple and clear information panel appeared before him. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Unit, Auxiliary Women's Field Battalion. Reputation points, 0. Affinity points, 0. Physical condition, unenhanced, 30 radiation exposure. Items, Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Material Smelting Agent 500 milliliters. The system had automatically bound him to this unit, designating him as its commander by default. The interface indicated that gaining the approval of his soldiers would allow him to accumulate reputation and affinity points, which could be used to exchange for items and blueprints in the technology repository. However, as a newcomer, both values were currently at 0, and the tech repository remained locked. In this radiation-ravaged world, Du Fei's 30 radiation exposure made him relatively healthy, especially compared to the female soldiers who often carried out missions beyond the city. Driven by curiosity, Du Fei opened the universal toolbox in his inventory. The contents were astonishing, seemingly endless tools and equipment, ranging from precision instruments, screwdrivers, and welding guns to large-scale machinery like lathes and hydraulic robotic arms. Even more impressive was the metallic bottle of rare material smelting agent, capable of refining any rare material. Combining these tools with the professional knowledge he had acquired at the Officer Academy, Du Fei realized he had everything he needed to craft advanced weaponry and lay the foundation for building a powerful battalion. After nearly 2 hours of bumpy travel, the convoy safely arrived at its destination, a camp surrounded by massive stone walls. The armored vehicles rolled into a dimly lit air raid shelter and came to a halt. Following Lu Ruobing, Du Fei stepped out of the vehicle and was led to a room carved out of the mountain. This is the best room in the battalion. From now on, it'll be your bedroom, Lu Ruobing said as she glanced at Du Fei's student uniform. She retrieved a set of camouflage women's clothing from the wardrobe and placed it on the bed. There are no men in the women's field battalion, so you'll have to make do with my clothes for now. Change into these within 10 minutes, then meet me outside. They'll show you around the base and introduce you to the other soldiers. One more thing, don't touch anything in the wardrobe. With that, she walked out and closed the door behind her. The room was lit by glowing stones and equipped with a wooden bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a small bathroom. Though simple, it was functional. Unable to resist his curiosity, Du Fei opened the wardrobe and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted out. Inside hung several pieces of delicate black undergarments. His breath caught as a slight heat rose to his face. These were clearly Lu Ruobing's personal belongings. It seemed this room had originally been her private quarters. Closing the wardrobe, Du Fei gazed at the camouflage uniform and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Meeting for the first time, and already having to wear women's clothing, what a unique way to make an impression. Knock, knock, knock. Captain, are you done changing? A crisp female voice called from outside the door. One moment, I'm almost done, Du Fei replied. In a spacious area within the air raid shelter, the female soldiers had already lined up in neat formation. Standing at the front of the group, Lu Ruobing lightly rubbed her forehead, her brows furrowed. Ruobing, has the new male captain arrived? How capable is he? A female soldier with a cigarette dangling from her lips stepped forward. She had charming dimples and a pretty face tinged with a hint of skepticism. A fresh graduate with no combat experience, Lu Ruobing replied curtly. The dimpled soldier exhaled a puff of smoke and shook her head repeatedly. I thought we'd be getting a seasoned veteran, but it turns out he's just a kid? What can this pretty boy even do? Can he handle field battles? Drive a vehicle? Shoot a gun? Enough, don't say any more, Lu Ruobing sighed. Without him, we'd be completely out of options. But tomorrow's mission is too dangerous. We can't take him along after all. He's still just an inexperienced student. Suddenly, a sharp exclamation interrupted their conversation. Wow, look over there. All the female soldiers turned their attention in unison toward the source of the voice. A buzz of chatter quickly followed. Is that our new captain? So young. But he's really handsome. Being handsome won't feed us, nor will it fend off mutated beasts or the chronobeasts. Exactly. If he sees a chronobeast, he'll probably be the first to run. Scare the life out of him. Lu Ruobing's voice rang out sternly. Attention. Salute the captain. The female soldiers, who had been whispering moments earlier, immediately straightened their backs and shouted in unison. Hello, Captain. Du Fei, now dressed in a form-fitting women's camouflage uniform, appeared slightly awkward but managed to highlight his well-proportioned, athletic build. Paired with his chiseled, handsome face, he exuded an air of youthful energy. Hello everyone. Thank you for your hard work, truly, thank you, Du Fei said as he returned the salute. His gaze swept over the female soldiers in front of him, his heart quietly surging with excitement. Though there were only about 100 of them, the team was undeniably striking, each soldier tall, long-legged, and strikingly beautiful. After a brief introduction, Lu Ruobing began to give a detailed overview of the field battalion. Standing in the command area of the bunker, she pointed around and said, Commander, this bunker is our base camp. The battalion consists of 108 members, including 3 commanders, 60 armored infantry, 10 artillery operators, 10 machine gunners, 8 communication officers, and 17 medical and logistics personnel. When she started talking about their equipment, her voice dropped noticeably. We have 2 armored vehicles, and each person is equipped with either a submachine gun or a pistol. Ammunition. She paused for a moment. We have about 3,000 rounds left. I'll take you to the ammunition depot to verify later. In short, no drones? Du Fei interrupted. Lu Ruobing gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Drones? That's pure fantasy. It was then that Du Fei realized the most valuable assets of the entire field battalion were the 2 armored vehicles that had come to pick him up. At that moment, a female communication officer hurried over. Report. The 48th Division has sent a message. They've ordered us to reach Blackwater River at coordinates 269-71 by 10 a.m. tomorrow to join the battle. What? Xiang jumped up angrily. Blackwater River? Didn't they say Red Valley Dam? This is outrageous. Lu Ruobing frowned deeply. How much farther is it? An additional 30 kilometers, Deputy Commander. It's not just about the detour, Lu Ruobing interrupted. The real problem is our equipment. She took a deep breath. Reply to the 48th Division. We'll depart at 6 a.m. and arrive at Blackwater River by 10 sharp tomorrow. Du Fei noticed a fleeting look of helplessness and sorrow on the faces of all the female soldiers. He turned to Lu Ruobing. May I ask about the specific combat mission? I know I just arrived, but I'm part of the team now too. As I mentioned earlier, we have 3 commanders. Xiang is one of them. Lu Ruobing rubbed her temples. She can give you a detailed briefing. I need to check on the progress with the detection equipment. Xiang kicked a nearby rock and handed Du Fei a hand-rolled cigarette. Commander, have a seat. I rolled this myself. Care for one? Du Fei accepted the cigarette and sat down. Xiang pulled out a skull-patterned lighter and lit it for him. His first puff sent him into a coughing fit. Wow, this is strong. The surrounding female soldiers chuckled. Du Fei forced himself to take another puff, his eyes fixed on Xia Ying's delicate features. Thinking about saying him pretty? Xiang asked. No, I was going to say your lungs must be pitch black. Ha. Xia Ying exhaled a smoke ring, her eyes carrying a deep sadness, as though she had long come to terms with life and death. Let me be honest with you, she said. Our all-female field battalion is a patchwork unit. We're not officially recognized, nor do we receive federal funding. Years ago, we were discarded by the Federation like garbage, left to fend for ourselves, covering all expenses on our own. Xia Ying's tone was indifferent, but there was a trace of bitterness in her eyes. Du Fei nodded slightly. He was well aware of the harsh reality of this world's rigid class distinctions and scant regard for human rights. A ragtag group like the Women's Field Battalion was nothing more than an expendable entity in the eyes of the Federation. Our Women's Field Battalion is on the verge of collapse, Xiang said, her gaze shifting to Du Fei. Thanks to you, the 48th Division has given us a task. Accept you as our commander and assist in tomorrow's beast hunting operation. If successful, we'll receive a 20,000-hour grant. She took a drag from her cigarette and continued. The 48th Division plans to conduct a sweep at both Red Valley Dam and Blackwater River tomorrow. Originally, we were assigned to assist with the Level 1 beasts at Red Valley Dam, but they've just reassigned us to Blackwater River instead. What's the difference? Du Fei interrupted. Xia Ying cast him a glance tinged with pity. The beasts at Red Valley Dam are Level 1, while those at Blackwater River are Level 2. Even with Level 1 beasts, our current equipment is barely sufficient. Level 2 beasts are far more terrifying when enraged. They're impervious to gunfire and can tear an armored vehicle to shreds with a single swipe. That's a suicide mission. Du Fei frowned. Though he had never seen a beast in person, everything he'd learned at the academy confirmed that Xia Ying's description was no exaggeration. At that moment, Lu Ruobing, who had just finished her work, walked over. No matter what, we have to fight. If we go, there's a chance. If we don't, we're just waiting to die. Fight with what? With the 108 lives of the Women's Field Battalion? Who gave you the right to gamble with them? Du Fei shouted, his voice echoing through the bunker. Instantly, all the female soldiers fell silent. Lu Ruobing bit her lip and replied coldly, "You don't understand what 20,000 hours means to us. You're from a privileged family and have never experienced our struggles." Her voice trembled with suppressed pain. At 18, we left the base city full of hope, just like you, believing that if we saved up 30 years worth of time and handed it over to the Federation, we could return to the city and live in peace. She let out a bitter laugh. But reality? Exploitation at every turn. 20 of the earnings from hunting beasts are taken, a 10 fee for transferring time, and resource prices 3 times higher than in the base city. We've watched our loved ones die, our comrades fall, endured radiation, viruses, and ferocious beasts. Lu Ruobing stared directly at Du Fei. We've earned so much time, yet we have nothing to show for it. Tell me, where is all the time gone? Du Fei was silent. These were truths he had never encountered at the academy. All their time had been extracted by the Federation, leaving the children of the poor destined to become tools for the Federation's exploitation once they left the base city. The bunker was steeped in sorrow. Every female soldier hung her head, silently weeping. Even the resolute Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying couldn't hold back their tears. After a while, the female soldiers gradually calmed down and regained their usual composure. Du Fei glanced around and said in a low voice, "I still have some time left that I can use in emergencies. I'm not going to risk my life for 20,000 hours." A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Ruobing's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. She shook her head helplessly. "It would have been great if you'd said that 3 days ago. Now that the mission has been accepted, you know the consequences of defying orders at the last minute." Damn it! Du Fei slapped his forehead in frustration. He had been so preoccupied with worrying about his team's safety that he had forgotten about the Federation's strict rules. Night fell, and it was time for dinner. Lu Ruobing motioned for the female soldiers to disperse, and then pointed to a sweet and fresh-faced soldier. "Gan Ting, you're responsible for accompanying the commander during the meal." With that, she pulled Xia Ying aside to discuss the battle plan. "Good evening, Commander." Gan Ting stood at attention and saluted Du Fei, her voice soft as she introduced herself. "I'm Gan Ting, the communications officer. Please follow me to the dining area." In the logistics zone's natural cave, rough wooden planks served as tables, and stones were used as seats. The female soldiers were lining up in an orderly fashion to get their meals. Gan Ting had Du Fei sit on a stone, and then went to fetch food for him. Before long, Gan Ting returned with a large bowl of scallion and shredded pork noodles and a sausage. In contrast, her own meal, like that of the other female soldiers, consisted of a bowl of grayish-brown porridge and some side dishes. "Why is the food different?" Du Fei frowned and asked. Gan Ting explained that the deputy commander had arranged it this way. To improve Du Fei's meals, the deputy commander had gone to the city base to purchase flour, vegetables, and meat, which had reduced everyone's remaining time to just over 50 hours. How is time usually distributed in the field regiment? All time is equally shared, and expenses are collectively borne, Gan Ting said softly. We live and die together. If we live as one. If we die as one. Du Fei fell silent, realizing the situation was worse than he had thought. All the female soldiers had less than 3 days left to live. "Here, switch with me." Without waiting for her response, Du Fei pushed his bowl of noodles toward Gan Ting and took her bowl of porridge. He took a sip of the porridge and tried a bite of the dark-colored side dish, nearly gagging on the spot. "What is this?" Du Fei frowned deeply as he stared at the grayish mush and the dark brown side dish in front of him. The mush was sticky and tasteless, resembling glue, while the side dish was even harder to swallow, gritty and emitting a strange odor. "The mush is made from cassava we grind into powder after digging it up from the mountains, and the dark stuff is wild vegetables," Gan Ting explained. "Because of the radiation, these ingredients have to be soaked in disinfectant water for a while and then dried before we can eat them. We can't afford the food from the Federation's outposts, so we have to rely on these to survive. Captain, I've already gotten used to eating cassava porridge." "This isn't right," Gan Ting whispered in protest. "Are you defying orders? What's wrong with switching meals with your captain?" "Eat it now," Du Fei barked, then forced himself to swallow the bowl of mush. However, the dark brown wild vegetables were nearly impossible to stomach. It was only then that he realized all the female soldiers, including Lu Ruobing, had been eating this kind of food all along. A system notification sounded. Ding! Reputation 10 points. Seeing Gan Ting's grateful expression and how she ate with relish, Du Fei pulled out a sausage. "Eat this too." "No, Captain." Gan Ting waved her hands repeatedly. "I already feel bad enough eating the noodle soup with meat." "That's an order. Open your mouth." Before she could finish, Du Fei had already stuffed the sausage into her mouth. Ding. Reputation 10 points. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying walked in and sat down among the female soldiers. Lu Ruobing silently ate her cassava porridge, while Xiaoying lit a cigarette. Her sensual lips exhaled smoke rings, revealing her charming dimples. Captain, Sister Xiaoying can't go without smoking, Ganting explained when she noticed Du Fei frowning. Her lungs have been severely affected by radiation, and only tobacco can ease the pain. Besides, she gathered the dishes, her tone calm. The radiation is fatal. She could pass away at any time. Seeing the shock on Du Fei's face, Ganting gave a bitter smile. We've gotten used to it. The radiation here is several times worse than in base cities. Everyone has suffered varying degrees of harm. Sister Rubing's liver is affected. Others have issues with their shoulders, necks, or abdomens. And what about you? Du Fei couldn't help but ask. Ganting's face turned red as she stammered. Captain, I can't say it. Du Fei didn't press further. From her expression, he could already guess it was a part too embarrassing to mention. He fell into deep thought. Although this unofficial troop did resemble bandits in some ways, these female soldiers weren't inherently bad, they were just dealt a cruel hand by fate. Since the system had already bound him to this unit, the most pressing matter now was to address the impending crisis at the Blackwater River tomorrow. Can someone take me to the armory? I want to check it out, Du Fei said as he stood up, his gaze sweeping across the group. The female soldiers at the dining table immediately paused what they were doing and turned their attention toward Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. Lu Ruobing rubbed her temples, looking exhausted, while Xiaoying silently extinguished her cigarette and said nothing, her lips pursed. Commander, this is the living quarters. The armory is in the adjacent air raid shelter, Lu Ruobing said as she stood up, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. It's dark outside, and it's not safe to go out now. Let's wait until tomorrow. I need to understand the weaponry and equipment of the field regiment immediately. Don't forget, I am the commander, Du Fei said firmly, his eyes locking onto Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing looked at the inexperienced yet resolute student commander and had no choice but to relent. She turned to Sun Shaoqian, who was in charge of the armory. Since the commander insists, accompany him there. Just let him take a look, though those munitions are our lifeline. Understood, Sun Shaoqian said, standing up straight. Deputy Commander, rest assured. I'll ensure the commander's safety. She turned and saluted Du Fei. Commander, I'm Sun Shaoqian. Please follow me. At the entrance to the air raid shelter, a heavy, coated metal gate stood firmly shut. Sun Shaoqian gripped the metallic wheel and began inputting the code. 3, 5, 9, 7. Du Fei silently memorized the sequence. With a crisp click, the gate slowly opened. In the darkness of the night, the distant howls of ferocious beasts echoed. Due to the danger of the night, the field regiment had only set up surveillance devices outside the air raid shelter, with no personnel on watch. Commander, we need to move quickly, Sun Shaoqian said cautiously, holding a detection device as she led the way. As they passed a pile of rubble, Du Fei's attention was drawn to some unusual stones covered in silver specks. They glimmered faintly in the dark. Ding. Mithril or detected. Rare material can be refined. Mithril. A system notification suddenly sounded. Du Fei's heart leaped with excitement. He vividly recalled the description of Mithril, a wondrous metal capable of crafting lethal weapons and flawless armor, one of the most precious resources in existence. Commander, can we hurry up? Sun Shaoqian urged, her tone anxious as she noticed him stop. When they arrived at the armory, Sun Shaoqian entered the code, and the gate opened. She flicked on the backup power switch, and several wall-mounted lamps illuminated the vast cavern. With Sun Shaoqian staying close by, Du Fei carefully inspected the weapons and equipment stored inside, only to find outdated and cumbersome gear with clearly inferior technology. This is it? Du Fei asked, unable to hide his disappointment. In the corner, 2 battered mountain motorcycles were parked. Du Fei quickly scanned the weapons and equipment in the warehouse. A few shoulder-fired grenade launchers and several barely functional machine guns leaned against the wall in isolation, while the rest were rusted beyond use, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. As he took stock of the remaining ammunition, he couldn't help but frown. Over 500 rounds of 20mm cannon shells, more than 1,000 rounds of 7.62mm machine gun ammo, about 1,500 regular bullets, and 150 kilograms of gunpowder. This amount of ammunition wouldn't last more than 5 minutes in a battle. But soon, his gaze became resolute. Although the ammunition was scarce, the 150 kilograms of gunpowder could still be put to use. More importantly, the stones outside contained mithril. If he could extract the mithril, he could modify the regular bullets into mithril bullets, giving them a fighting chance for tomorrow's Blackwater River mission. However, judging from Sun Shaoqian's wary eyes and defensive posture, it was clear that these female soldiers still didn't trust this youngster. In a world where even the Federation's top military corps possessed only a minuscule amount of naturally formed mithril particles due to the lack of mithril refining technology, claiming he could manufacture mithril bullets would likely make him sound insane. Without enough reputation to access the technology archives, he had to rely on his own skills for now. Dufay silently noted down the materials he needed and pretended to act nonchalant as he followed Sun Shaoqian out. The air raid shelter soon fell into silence. After the other female soldiers had drifted off to sleep, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying finalized the battle plan for the next day in their room. Ingbao, considering your condition, you should stay back at the camp tomorrow. Lu Ruobing hesitated before speaking. What kind of joke is that? Xiaoying rolled her eyes and exhaled a puff of smoke. My physical fitness isn't any worse than yours, and I've developed better than you. Don't believe me? Let's compare. She reached over to unbutton Lu Ruobing's shirt. Stop messing around. You brat. The two playfully wrestled for a while, their laughter tinged with a hint of bitterness. Ingbao, tomorrow might be a battle with no hope of survival, Lu Ruobing said softly. I know. If we die together. Xiaoying patted Lu Ruobing's shoulder and turned to her room to rest. Before going to bed, Lu Ruobing asked through the communicator, Shaoqian, what's the situation with that student? Don't worry, I personally escorted him back to his room. He should be asleep by now. Good. Get some rest. Tomorrow, he's your responsibility. Understood. In the stillness of the night, Dufay appeared outside the air raid shelter. Standing before a pile of mithril ore, he first opened the ammunition depot's gate as a precaution, ensuring he could quickly retreat in case of a beast attack. Retrieving a rare material smelting agent from his system space, he decided to conduct a small experiment. Unscrewing the cap, he used the built-in dropper to draw a small amount of the agent and carefully let a single drop fall onto a small piece of ore. The surface of the ore immediately underwent a strange transformation, rippling like water. The silver specks on its surface began to converge and then vanished. A drop of silvery liquid seeped out from inside the ore, quickly solidifying into a silver metallic fragment about the size of a fingernail. Picking up the fragment, Dufay was astonished to find it was as light as plastic yet remarkably hard. It truly is as light as a feather and as tough as dragon scales, he exclaimed, overjoyed, and began refining the ore on a larger scale. After a few attempts, he quickly mastered the process. The appearance of ripples indicated the agent was working. A small piece of ore required a single drop, while larger ones needed 2 or 3. Half an hour later, all the ore had been processed, consuming roughly 30 milliliters of the smelting agent and yielding over 40 pieces of mithril of varying sizes. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, Dufay entered the ammunition depot and shut the door behind him. Facing over 3,000 rounds of bullets and shells, he began the modification process. For regular bullets, he simply applied a thin layer of mithril to the tips, while for shells, he disassembled them to coat the internal projectiles with mithril. Using discarded steel plates, he crafted a makeshift smelting device, placing all the mithril pieces inside and adding a small amount of smelting agent. To his surprise, the liquefied mithril was completely cool to the touch, making the coating process much safer. In just over an hour, he had completed the modification of all the standard and machine gun bullets. Then, he turned his focus to dismantling the shells. With his skilled hands, he deftly handled the intricate components such as fuses, casings, and bands. Once the shells were modified, he began crafting new bullets. Though seemingly straightforward, the task required painstaking precision to produce casings, primers, gunpowder, and bullet tips. Utilizing the depot's existing supply of gunpowder and scrap copper, along with tools like presses and lathes, he immersed himself in the meticulous work. By the time dawn was near, the ammunition depot was stocked with over 2,000 newly crafted mithril bullets. At that moment, a female soldier conducting a routine inspection noticed something unusual on the surveillance monitor and immediately reported it to Lu Ruobing. Emergency assembly. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying led the entire squad of female soldiers, rushing out of the air raid shelter. The ammunition depot's gate suddenly opened, revealing Dufay, his face covered in dust. It's you? What were you doing in the ammunition depot? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying froze in surprise. Dufay gave a calm smile. Nothing much, just made a few modifications to the ammunition. What the? Xiaoying stomped her feet in disbelief, her voice cracking. Lu Ruobing's face turned pale, and she almost fainted from anger. Oh my god, you actually touched our ammunition. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were furious, their eyes blazing as they glared at Dufay. Seeing the armored vehicles drive out, Dufay ignored their anger and quickly stepped out of the ammunition depot. Picking up a brush, he began applying the last of the liquefied mithril to key parts of the 2 armored vehicles. Xiaoying followed closely, gritting her teeth. You little brat, have you lost your mind? Those munitions are our lifeline. What exactly are you doing? Lu Ruobing demanded sharply. I can't explain it now. Once we reach the Blackwater River, Follow my instructions. Du Fei didn't even look back as he continued brushing the armored vehicles, thinking to himself, these people don't even know what Mithril is. Just wait, I'll be eating their words soon enough. Follow your instructions? You, a little brat? Xia Ying was so angry her chest heaved with frustration. Sun Shaoqian. Lu Ruobing called out firmly. Present. Sun Shaoqian responded, pulling out her gun and pressing the cold barrel against Du Fei's forehead. Don't move. Du Fei froze, his body trembling. What are you trying to do? Take him back and keep an eye on him, Lu Ruobing ordered coldly. With a swift move, Sun Shaoqian grabbed Du Fei in a lock, her knee pressing into his lower back. Commander, please return to your quarters and cooperate. You're insane. How dare you imprison the highest-ranking officer? Du Fei struggled in vain and could only shout, I've turned those bullets into Mithril bullets, use them sparingly. Before he could finish, Sun Shaoqian dragged him into the shelter. This lunatic is infuriating. Mithril bullets? What nonsense. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged a glance, then quickly entered the ammunition depot to each retrieve a handful of bullets and load them. Bang, bang, bang. Two distant trees were struck, with splinters flying everywhere. At least the bullets work, Lu Ruobing sighed in relief. Locked in his room, Du Fei heard the gunshots and shook his head helplessly. I already told Thimthir Mithril bullets. These reckless women? Should we test the shells? Xia Ying asked. No need. The shells weren't tampered with, and there's no time now, Lu Ruobing replied, immediately issuing an order. Everyone, prepare your gear. Yes, ma'am. Reporting. There's an extra stash of bullets in the ammunition depot. Bring them all, Lu Ruobing responded curtly. She then turned to Xia Ying. Don't worry. If we don't make it back before dark, Sun Shaoqian will take him and find another way. Xia Ying looked up at the overcast sky and nodded silently. Destination, Blackwater River. Move out. Yes, ma'am. The two armored vehicles roared to life as the female soldiers followed closely behind, heading toward the Blackwater River. Just seconds after the convoy left, a gust of mountain wind swept through, and the two trees struck earlier disintegrated into ash, scattering into the breeze. At the 48th Division of the Revival Army, an adjutant reported to the division commander, Dao Dekue, who was dressed in a black uniform. Commander, the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment has sent word. They've departed and are heading toward the Blackwater River. Good. Very good. Dao Dekue nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He turned to his adjutant and gave a firm order, pass this down. The Heishui River Mobile Brigade is to withdraw immediately and move to the Honggu Dam hunting zone. Also, deploy drones to lure all the time beasts and mutant beasts from Heishui River to coordinates 269, 71. Commander, are we abandoning the Heishui River hunting zone? That task was specifically assigned to the 48th Division by the higher-ups, the adjutant asked, his face filled with doubt. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Dao Dekue's lips. That insane woman formed the Women's Field Regiment, which has always been a thorn in the side of the higher-ups. The remaining nuisances must be eradicated, and we'll take care of that 18-year-old doomed brat in the process. The higher-ups demand absolute discretion, and we must also account for the surveillance of the Sky Eye. If they die at the hands of the time beasts, it won't violate the Federation's Neutrarmy conflict policy. Understood. Brilliant strategy, Commander. The adjutant immediately turned to relay the orders. 9:30 a.m. Inside the armored command vehicle. Deputy Commander, well reach coordinates 269, 71 in 10 minutes. Order full speed ahead. Arrive at the destination early, Lu Ruobing commanded decisively. Suddenly, Communications Officer Gan Ting fixed her gaze on the scanner, her expression changing drastically. Report. Emergency situation. The scanner was filled with dense clusters of green and red dots. The green dots represented mutant beasts, while the red dots signified time beasts. What's going on? Where is the 48th Division? Why are there so many beasts? Lu Ruobing frowned deeply. Almost simultaneously, Xia Ying and others in the transport armored vehicle also noticed the anomaly. Report. Large numbers of beasts detected at coordinates 269, 71. Beast packs are approaching from both flanks. Everyone, prepare for battle. Lu Ruobing ordered sharply. Confirm their numbers. Gan Ting quickly reported, both flanks have a total of 8 level 2 time beasts driving 2 mutant beast packs. They're less than 3 kilometers away. Before she could finish, the ground trembled, and the roars of the beasts surged like a tidal wave. 8 level 2 time beasts, moving at a speed of 150 miles per hour. It's too late to retreat now, Gan Ting analyzed. Our ammunition can last no more than 10 minutes, and there are 6 more level 2 time beasts approaching from behind. Orders. Focus the firepower of the command vehicle and transport vehicles on the time beasts. All soldiers fall back to the right rear trench, use the rocks as cover, and intercept the mutant beast packs. Don't let them get within 300 meters. Lu Ruobing issued her combat orders and then turned to Gonting. Have you made contact with the 48th Division? Their channel has been shut down. Ruobing, this is very likely a trap. Damn Wudogwai. Lu Ruobing cursed for the first time, then grabbed a submachine gun and pushed open the armored vehicle door. Ruobing, you're... Gonting, the field regiment once had over 2,000 fighters, and now only 108 remain. My mother once said you would become an excellent commander, and it's my fault for not giving you the chance. Accepting the 48th Division's mission was my mistake, and I'm sorry. With her back to Gonting, Lu Ruobing looked out at the surging beast wave in the distance. They'll stay outside with the others to cover the command vehicle. You lead them to safety. Sister Ruobing, no. You can't leave the command vehicle. Gonting's anxious voice echoed inside the vehicle. This is an order, Lu Ruobing said sternly. Among us, only a few of you have suffered relatively light radiation. You are the hope for the continuation of our women's field battalion. Once we break through, you must retreat immediately. Don't worry about us. Before she finished speaking, Lu Ruobing had already jumped briskly out of the command vehicle. The 5 or 6 female communication soldiers inside could no longer hold back their emotions and covered their faces, sobbing. Fighting back her own tears, Gonting immediately issued a command. Machine gunners, all positions. Open fire with everything you've got as soon as the chrono beasts are within range. Outside, the infantry commander shouted hoarsely, everyone, prepare. Unload all the ammunition from the transport vehicles. Report. We found 2,600 rounds of ammunition without federal serial numbers. The discovery stunned the infantry commander for a moment, but this was not the time to question it. Doesn't matter. Distribute them all. Lu Ruobing looked at everyone and said, you're all amazing. Her simple words left the commander momentarily speechless. Sister Ruobing. The commander handed her a machine gun. Here is another one. But there aren't many bullets left. Give it to me. They'll use them wisely, Lu Ruobing said as she took the machine gun and immediately joined in fortifying their defenses. The female soldiers around her looked at her with tearful admiration. From a transport armored vehicle, Xiang spotted Lu Ruobing and roared in fury, Lu Ruobing, what the hell is this? We agreed to live or die together. I'm not letting this go. She tried to rush out, but it was already too late. In the distance, the ground began to shake violently. Trees swayed, and dust filled the air. 2 monstrous LV-2 chrono beasts, leading a dense horde of creatures, advanced from both sides. These massive beasts either crawled or stood upright, towering over 3 meters tall. Their heads were flat, with deep, glowing red eye sockets, and they bore tentacles and fangs, emitting ear-piercing screeches. Their bodies were covered in armor-like scales, and their razor-sharp claws made them look like something out of a nightmare. Every female soldier stood ready, their faces etched with unyielding determination. They knew that facing LV-2 chrono beasts, their chances of survival were almost non-existent, yet they chose to fight to the death. The beasts are within range. Fire grenades. At Gonting's command, several grenades whistled through the air and exploded amidst the beast horde. It was then that Gonting noticed something unusual on the scanner. Huh, what's going on? Signals of mutated beasts densely packed on the detector suddenly showed several blank areas, the exact spots targeted by the grenade strikes. This discovery made Gonting furrow her brows. Since when did ordinary grenades possess such devastating power? Keep firing grenades. Gonting commanded immediately, her eyes fixed on the detector screen. As explosions roared one after another, the beast horde suffered heavy casualties once more. A thought crossed her mind: could the regiment commander have modified the ammunition? She recalled what Defy had said when he was brought into the bunker. Target the chronobeasts with the autocannons. Sweep the horde with machine guns. Infantry, intercept the charging mutated beasts. Gonting ordered excitedly, her voice filled with determination. Conserve ammunition. Victory will be ours. The orders coming through the communicator left Lu Ruobing pale. This went completely against the plan to cover the command vehicle's retreat. But there was no time to hesitate now, as 2 LV-2 chronobeasts were already leading the horde closer. Open fire. The female soldiers immediately unleashed a barrage of firepower, with submachine guns, pistols, and grenades firing simultaneously. Inside the armored vehicle, Xiaoring gave the command, target the chronobeasts with the autocannon. Fire. Dozens of 20mm autocannon rounds screamed through the air, and what should have been insufficient to harm a LV-2 chronobeast tore through the horde, leaving a bloody trail of destruction. The massive body of one chronobeast was blasted into pieces, and a large number of mutated beasts nearby fell as well. The system notification sounded. LV-2 chronobeast killed, 3,626 hours gained. After the Federation's 20 deduction, 2,901 hours credited to the team storage card. Cheers of disbelief erupted from the female soldiers inside the armored vehicle. But the battlefield presented an even more shocking sight. Every bullet seemed to effortlessly claim the life of a mutated beast, as if they had suddenly turned as fragile as paper. Lu Ruobing raised her gun, aiming at the second chronobeast, and pulled the trigger. Bullets riddled the enormous creature with dozens of bloody holes, dark green blood gushing out. With a deafening crash, the second LV2 chronobeast collapsed to the ground. Another 2,000 plus hours credited to the storage card. Cheers rang out again through the communicator. Lu Ruobing stared in disbelief at the gun in her hands, then at the silver-white coating on the bullet casings. This unprecedented power, she doubted even the Chrono Federation had managed to develop such mystical mithril bullets. As the two leading LV2 time beasts collapsed with a resounding thud, the entire mutated beast horde fell into chaos. Over the communicator came Gonting's excited voice. "Ladies, confirmed. It's the modified ammunition from Captain Du Fei that did the trick. These enhanced bullets are incredibly powerful, and each shot is precious. Aim carefully. One shot, one kill. Victory is within reach, ladies." Her words instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the entire women's field battalion. At the rear, 6 LV2 time beasts were driving the beast horde forward in a frenzy. Lu Ruobing made a decisive call. Launch grenades at the densest clusters. Handgun squad. Aim and fire. Inside the transport armored vehicle, Xia Ying's sharp eyes scanned the battlefield as she issued her orders. Machine guns and cannons, lock onto the time beasts. Remember, short bursts conserve ammunition. She couldn't help but recall the dozens of shells wasted on a single time beast earlier, a memory that still made her uneasy. Targets are within range. Open fire. Amid the rapid gunfire, reports of success came in quick succession. Women's Field Battalion storage card credited with 3,016 hours. Another 2,852 hours added. 2 more LV2 time beasts had been successfully taken down. Just then, without warning, 2 massive figures appeared in the sky. 2 winged LV2 time beasts were diving at terrifying speed toward the command vehicle and transport vehicle. Invisible winged beasts. Lu Ruobing and her comrades cried out in alarm. Gonting, Xiaoying, watch out. These time beasts, capable of high-speed flight and invisibility, were among the most fearsome foes. They only became visible when launching an attack, at which point detection systems could finally pick up their presence. The 2 armored vehicles had no time to mount an effective defense. Sisters, this is goodbye. Gonting and Xia Ying's desperate farewell echoed through the communicator. Ruobing, you must survive. Boom, boom. 2 deafening crashes rang out. Everyone thought this was the end, but to their astonishment, the command vehicle and transport vehicle were merely knocked aside, coming to rest against some large rocks. The vehicles' bodies were dented but not shattered. As for the 2 winged time beasts, one lay on the ground, its wing broken, struggling feebly, while the other had been thrown back by the impact, its own claws piercing into its body, leaving it on the brink of death. Inside the vehicles, the female soldiers were dazed, their ears ringing as they clutched their heads, trying to stay conscious. The next moment, we're all alive. We're okay. The armored vehicle's hatch was abruptly flung open as Gonting and Xiaoying, still suffering from lingering tinnitus, nearly shouted. During the earlier attack, a mysterious silver shimmer had flashed over the surface of the 2 armored vehicles, a protective layer that saved them from the deadly collision of 2 LV2 chronoing beasts. Everyone's mind simultaneously recalled the scene of Du Fei applying some unknown substance to the vehicles before departure. Keep fighting. Lu Ruobing quickly snapped out of her shock, raised her machine gun, and unleashed a fierce barrage at the struggling chronoing beasts. The Sky Eye system immediately transmitted the battle report. 2 LV2 chronoing beasts were eliminated, earning them 3,954 and 3,628 hours respectively. After the Federation's 20 deduction, the storage card of the Auxiliary Women's Field Battalion received a total of 6,066 hours. The battle intensified. The machine cannons on the 2 armored vehicles were already damaged. Gonting and Xiaoying decisively led the communication soldiers to abandon the vehicles and join the infantry formation. Machine guns, open fire. Grenades, launch. Amidst a series of deafening explosions, the bodies of chronobeasts and mutated beasts fell one after another. The remaining 4 LV2 chronoing beasts were taken down in succession, and the balance on the battalion's storage card steadily climbed. In just 10 minutes, the mutated beasts, now leaderless, fell into disarray and retreated deep into the forest. Ceasefire. We've won. The 3 commanders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mix of complexity and exhilaration. Report. The casualty report was soon compiled. Aside from 13 soldiers experiencing mild tinnitus, there were no casualties in the battalion. Ammunition remaining, 1,263 rounds. Both vehicles' machine cannons and guns sustained deformation, and the vehicle bodies and communications equipment were partially damaged but remain operational. A total of 10 LV-2 chronoing beasts were eliminated, earning 27,875 hours. Amidst the cheers, Lu Ruobing and the other two commanders took a deep breath. This glorious, zero-casualty victory was entirely thanks to the one they had nicknamed the Little Rascal, Du Fei. Contact Sun Shaoqian immediately. Lu Ruobing climbed into the command vehicle to issue the order. The communicator crackled with a fragmented reply. Reporting, Deputy Commander, I was worried the little rascal might misbehave, so I temporarily tied him up. What? Release Commander Du Fei immediately. No mistreatment is allowed. But the communication had already cut off. Regroup. Full speed back to the camp. We must arrive by 2 p.m. Without time to dwell on the matter, the three commanders promptly issued the return order. Revival Military District, 48th Division. By now, they should be done for. The remnants of the Women's Field Battalion and that prodigy from the Command Academy must have all been devoured by the beasts. Commander Jiao Dekue leaned back on a leather sofa, crossing his legs with a smug grin. To him, this was a flawless plan, killing two birds with one stone. Even if the Federation's Sky Eye system detected the 48th Division's malicious actions, the worst-case scenario would be a minor fine. After all, a ragtag group like the Women's Field Battalion contributed little to the Federation, and Sky Eye would likely turn a blind eye. Commander, we miscalculated, the adjutant burst in, his face full of anxiety. What do you mean, miscalculated? Jiao Dekue frowned. The adjutant quickly activated the Sky Eye network's holographic screen. The display revealed real-time data and rankings from various military districts. One rapidly trending headline stood out. Revival Military District, Auxiliary Women's Field Battalion achieves stunning victory at Heishui River. 10 level 2 chrono beasts eliminated, including 2 stealth-winged beasts. Ranking jumps from 318,895th to 97,566th. Sky Eye Contribution Star awarded. Jiao Dekue sucked in a sharp breath, his expression darkening. How is this possible? It's truly hard to believe, the adjutant replied, shaking his head. With their force of fewer than 100 and their limited equipment, they should have struggled even against mutated beasts. Yet they accomplished in less than an hour what even our 7,000 strong mobile brigade couldn't manage. I'm starting to wonder if there's a glitch in the Sky Eye system. Investigate this thoroughly. Jiao Dekue slammed the table. Find out their casualty numbers and the source of all their weapons and equipment. Understood. By the way, Commander, the evaluation report for the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground has been released. I'm aware. Meanwhile, 2 battered armored vehicles sped along the road, trailing black smoke, followed by a formation of jogging female soldiers. On their return journey, they had taken down several level 1 chrono beasts, adding thousands of hours to their storage carts. All of this was thanks to the Mithril bullets provided by Du Fei. 3 hours later, the team finally arrived back at the camp. Lu Ruobing was the first to leap out of the armored vehicle, heading straight for Du Fei's quarters, with Xia Ying, Ganting, and others close behind. Bang! The door was forcefully flung open by Lu Ruobing, startling Sun Shaoqian, who was inside the room. She froze in place when she realized it was Lu Ruobing. Xia Ying and Ganting burst into the room, panting heavily, followed closely by a swarm of female soldiers who crowded the doorway, leaving no space to squeeze through. Thank goodness, everyone's back. This is amazing. Sun Shaoqian exclaimed excitedly. Before she could fully process what was happening, Lu Ruobing shoved her aside, her gaze locking directly onto Du Fei, who was tied up on the bed. Hurry up and untie the commander. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Ganting shouted in unison. Sun Shaoqian snapped out of her daze and joined the three in untying the ropes. Out of the corner of her eye, Lu Ruobing noticed the half-open wardrobe. She spun around and delivered a swift kick to Sun Shaoqian's backside. You little troublemaker. Who told you to touch my stuff? She scolded, quickly retrieving a piece of black silk fabric from Du Fei's mouth and hiding it behind her back. Commander, I'm so sorry, Lu Ruobing stammered, her cheeks turning crimson. I washed it thorough. Hearing this, Xia Ying and Ganting couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Even the female soldiers outside the door covered their mouths, stifling their giggles. Everyone's back? Du Fei sat up, rubbing his sword jaw. He stood up, stretching his limbs, and glanced at the crowd of female soldiers gathered outside. To everyone's surprise, there was no trace of anger on his face. Lu Ruobing, who had been bracing herself for a reprimand, was momentarily stunned. Commander, Lu Ruobing began to explain, but Du Fei raised a hand to stop her. Tell me about the battle at the Blackwater River first, he said, his eagerness to learn about the Mithril bullet's performance evident. Seeing the concern in Du Fei's eyes, Lu Ruobing felt a pang of guilt. This man had tirelessly worked to develop the Mithril bullets for the Women's Field Battalion, yet not only had he missed witnessing their power firsthand, He had also been subjected to mockery and restraint. Taking a deep breath, she began her report. Commander, regarding the mission at Blackwater River, we suspect it was a conspiracy by the 48th Division targeting the Women's Field Battalion. When we arrived at the location, the 48th Division had already withdrawn and deliberately cut off communications. Du Fei nodded thoughtfully. He had anticipated world.I playing dirty tricks, though he hadn't expected such elaborate scheming. However, there was more to the situation than even he realized. Shortly after, our detectors picked up a large number of hostile beasts. We were ambushed by 2 mutated beast packs, including 8 level 2 chrono beasts. The situation was so dire that retreat was impossible. How did you manage to escape? Sun Shaoqian interrupted, her eyes wide with curiosity. Lu Ruobing shot her a glance before continuing. Thanks to the commander's Mithril bullets, which were extraordinarily powerful, we easily eliminated 10 level 2 chrono beasts, crushed the 2 mutated packs, and suffered no casualties whatsoever. Sun Shaoqian stood there, stunned, as if she had just heard an unbelievable fairy tale. She furrowed her brows slightly, carefully recalling the numbers from earlier, and suddenly noticed something was off. Why are there 10 level 2 chrono beasts? Weren't there supposed to be 8? Ganting stepped forward with a serious expression and explained. There were also 2 level 2 stealth wing beasts. They attempted to ambush our command vehicle and transport truck. If it weren't for... What? Stealth wing beasts? Sun Shaoqian exclaimed in shock. Even Du Fei couldn't help but feel a jolt of unease. Among all the chrono beasts, stealth wing beasts were undoubtedly the most troublesome. They were elusive and nearly impossible to defend against. You, girl, can you stop freaking out over every little thing? Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at Sun Shaoqian before continuing. Thanks to the commander painting that mysterious substance on the vehicles, Ganting and Xiaoying managed to avoid disaster. Du Fei pressed on. And then? What happened next? He was particularly curious about the effectiveness of the mysterious coating on the vehicles. Those 2 wing beasts crashed into the vehicle, but our truck remained almost unscathed. They, on the other hand, suffered greatly, Lu Ruobing reported. One's wing was completely torn off, while the other was even worse. It impaled itself with its own claws. I finished them off with 2 rounds of ammo. She paused and added, on our way back, we encountered and eliminated another 5 or 6 level 1 chrono beasts. This mission yielded a total of 33,569 hours, but we're down to just over 900 rounds of ammunition. Good. No casualties. That's the greatest victory, Du Fei said with a satisfied nod, his gaze sweeping over every female soldier present. The purpose of ammunition is to protect your lives. Hesitating to save ammo could put your comrades in danger. His tone grew particularly solemn. There are 108 of you, and I don't want to see a single one of you get hurt. The scene fell into a heavy silence. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, Sun Shaoqian, and all the other female soldiers lowered their heads. In that moment, the way they looked at Du Fei carried more than just guilt. It was something far deeper. After a brief silence, Sun Shaoqian lowered her head, her face full of guilt. Captain, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated you that way. Please punish me. Lu Ruobing took a deep breath and turned her gaze to Du Fei. Captain, I was wrong. I'm sure everyone regrets how we treated you before. Everything Sun Shaoqian did to you was under my orders. If there's punishment to be handed out, let it fall on me. Hearing this, the female soldiers outside the door shouted in unison, Captain, we're sorry. Even the rebellious Xiaoying dropped her cigarette and lowered her head. I misunderstood you. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Her voice grew softer. You can whip me as hard as you want until you forgive me. For such words to come from Xiaoying was truly shocking. This wild and untamed woman, who wouldn't yield even after 3 days and nights of brutal beatings from her stepfather, was now humbly admitting her fault. The battle at Heishui River, where Du Fei's miraculous bullets saved all her sisters' lives, left her overwhelmed with gratitude and shame. She deeply regretted the moment she had publicly called him a brat. The only one who remained silent was Ganting. She closely observed Du Fei's dark expression, growing increasingly uneasy. Captain, please forgive them. Ganting finally spoke. Sister Ruobing confined you only because she didn't want you to take unnecessary risks. If punishment is necessary, include me as well. Ganting, no. It's our fault. The others quickly chimed in, trying to stop her. Enough, Du Fei said, knowing this wasn't the time to be overly harsh. After all, there were more pressing matters at hand. If there had been casualties in this battle, I wouldn't have let it slide. But since everyone returned safely, there will be no punishment this time. I just hope such incidents don't happen again. Then why did you look so angry earlier? Ganting asked softly. I was just wondering if that piece of clothing got cleaned properly. Du Fei replied, glancing at Lu Ruobing, whose face instantly turned red. That's great. The captain isn't mad. The captain is so awesome. The female soldiers cried tears of joy, hugging each other as they cheered and celebrated. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding. Reputation 10 points. Ding. Reputation 10 points. Ding. Tech library unlocked. Relevant items can now be exchanged. As the continuous system notifications echoed, Dufay secretly felt relieved. The tech library was finally unlocked. Earning those reputation points had been a grind. Luckily, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, they might have mocked him for trying too hard to please. Gather up, everyone, be present in 20 minutes. I have an important announcement. Dufay's voice rang out, firm and commanding as he scanned the female soldiers standing before him. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, and the others immediately straightened their postures, saluting Dufay in unison. Yes, Commander. They responded crisply before quickly dispersing. Once the door was shut, Dufay immediately accessed the system interface. Host, Dufay. Position, Commander. Unit, Auxiliary Women's Field Battalion. Reputation points, 1370. Intimacy points, 0. Physical condition, unenhanced, 30 radiation exposure. Inventory, Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Material Smelting Agent 450 milliliters. Note, Tech Library unlocked, items available for exchange. Eagerly, Dufay opened the tech library. The list of items displayed before him was nothing short of astounding. Rare Material Smelting Agent 500 milliliters, 200 reputation points. Light Armor Design Blueprint, 200 reputation points. Land King Tracked Vehicle Design Blueprint, 500 reputation points. Energy Crystal 1-year Power Supply, 100 reputation points. Rehabilitation Pool Design Blueprint, 500 reputation points. Water Purifier Design Blueprint, 200 reputation points. Predator Stealth Drone Design Blueprint, 1500 reputation points. Vibranium Synthesis Technology, 100 intimacy points. URU Metal Synthesis Technology, 500 intimacy points. Intelligent Laser Defense System Design Blueprint, 1000 intimacy points. Dufay took a deep breath, his excitement palpable. These advanced technological items filled him with anticipation, especially Vibranium and URU metal metals surpassing even Mithril. If forged into armor, they could become truly invincible protective gear. Unfortunately, his current intimacy points stood at 0, rendering those items unattainable for now. Now officially the commander of the Women's Field Battalion, Dufay's responsibilities extended beyond building a powerful unit and ensuring the safety and well-being of his female soldiers. He also had to consider the precarious situation of his father and sister. As a mid-level figure in the Guanyin Federation, Wu Dagui could expel them from Fuxing City at any time. Fuxing City and its surrounding areas were divided into 2 worlds by the Federation's surveillance system, with communication completely cut off. Strengthening himself quickly was imperative. After careful deliberation, Dufay made his decision. With the system's chime, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging 500 reputation points for a Land King Tracked Vehicle Design Blueprint. Instantly, a wealth of schematics, specifications, and performance data regarding the vehicle flooded his mind. The detailed specifications of the Land King Tracked Combat Vehicle made Dufay's eyes light up with excitement. This vehicle was equipped with a large-caliber machine cannon capable of striking an area exceeding 5,000 square meters in a single attack, with an explosion radius of 36 meters. Furthermore, it featured an array of weapon systems, including fully automated defensive cannons, machine guns, and lightweight Gatling guns, along with advanced equipment such as long-range detectors, early warning devices, and night vision systems. What was even more astonishing was that the vehicle was powered by energy crystals, offering anti-interception communication and autonomous driving capabilities, with a top speed of 150 kilometers per hour. With such powerful performance, this exchange is absolutely worth it, Dufay thought excitedly. He immediately got to work, meticulously drafting a schematic diagram of the vehicle structure, carefully annotating every performance parameter, and compiling a comprehensive list of raw materials. Thinking about the radiation threats faced by himself and the female soldiers, Dufay did not hesitate to continue using his reputation points for exchanges. The system promptly responded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using 200 reputation points to exchange for a water purifier design blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using 500 reputation points to exchange for a rehabilitation pool design blueprint. The detailed structure and parameters of these 2 devices instantly appeared in Dufay's mind. The water purifier could automatically filter out radiation, viruses, bacteria, and various impurities, producing drinkable water far superior to the slightly radioactive water sold at Federation outposts for 3,000 credits per ton. The rehabilitation pool was even more remarkable, offering the ability to heal injuries, detoxify, eliminate radiation from the body, and enhance physical fitness. Du Fei quickly recorded the design parameters and required parts list for these two devices, already envisioning the joyful scene of the female soldiers regaining their health. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, a gentle and respectful voice of a female soldier came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Commander, all regiment officers and soldiers are assembled and awaiting your instructions. All right, I'll be there shortly, Du Fei replied. On the open ground near the air raid shelter, all the female soldiers stood in neat formation. Du Fei had yet to appear, but the air was filled with an undeniable sense of excitement. Have you checked the Tianyan website? Our field regiment actually climbed from over 300,000 rankings to the top 100,000, and we've even been marked with a star by Tianyan. The chatter buzzed with pride, a feeling many hadn't experienced in years. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and others listened to the discussions, their eyes gleaming with hope. The battle at the Blackwater River not only brought this abandoned women's field regiment back into the spotlight, but also rekindled everyone's belief in the possibility of survival. Attention! Salute! Lu Ruobing shouted the command loudly as Du Fei's figure came into view. Greetings, Commander. The unified salutes echoed across the ground, and the female soldiers' gazes reflected both respect and a hint of nervousness. No need to be so tense. Honestly, it makes me feel a bit out of place, Du Fei said with a smile, gesturing for them to stand at ease. Time is short, so I'll get straight to the point. Today marks my first official day as your commander. Let me ask you all one question. Do you want to live better lives? Yes. The resounding response reverberated through the open space. Good. I believe that as long as we work together, we can achieve that goal. Du Fei scanned the group. Now, I need to understand the talent pool within our regiment. Lu Ruobing quickly began introducing them. Ganting was skilled with communication and electronic equipment. Sun Shaoqian excelled in weapons and ammunition. Xiaoying was an expert in combat and tactics. Su Ninger was a biologist. Zhao Feifeng specialized in agricultural cultivation, and Song Jia focused on civil engineering. After listening to the introductions, Du Fei nodded repeatedly. I didn't expect our regiment to have such a wealth of talent. This will be invaluable for our upcoming plans. Who is currently in charge of the storage card? Reporting to the commander, I am. The current balance is 33,569 hours. Gan Ting promptly replied. Race, my first order. Distribute 100 hours to each person, except for me. This was Du Fei's first directive since taking command. He himself had over 150 hours remaining, plus an additional 5,000 hours from the storage card his father had given him, so he didn't need extra allocation for now. Considering that most of the female soldiers had only about 40 hours left, this 100-hour distribution would at least sustain them for a week. Commander, distributing 100 hours per person will require 10,800 hours. Adding a 10 transaction fee, the total comes to 11,880 hours. Gan Ting calculated swiftly. The storage card fees imposed by the Time Federation were indeed steep. But everyone has to use the federal storage card for transactions. It's unavoidable, Du Fei said firmly, then added with determination, all right, let's distribute the 11,880 hours. Gan Ting immediately began transferring the time to each female soldier by connecting with their storage cards one by one. Just then, Xiaoying suddenly spoke up. She held an unlit cigarette in her hand, her face pale as she looked at Du Fei. Commander, I don't need it. Du Fei noticed her struggle to suppress her physical pain. He stepped forward, gently pried her hand open, and took the lighter and cigarette from her. With a soft click, he personally lit the cigarette for Xia Ying and brought it to her lips. Go ahead. The distributed time is mandatory for everyone, and you're no exception. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, you'll get better. Xia Ying's eyes glistened with tears as she shook her head gently. Commander, don't waste time on me. I know my situation. How about we make a bet? Du Fei locked eyes with her. If you recover in 3 days, you'll kiss me in front of the entire team. Amen. Xiaoying wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and unexpectedly smiled. After taking a deep drag on the cigarette, she regained her usual carefree demeanor. If you're trying to take advantage of me, just say so. I wouldn't mind kissing you right now. The surrounding women Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and the other soldiers laughed, though their laughter carried a hint of sorrow. They all understood that Xia Ying's life was ticking away, and even the expensive anti-radiation injections from the Federation couldn't save her. Du Fei shifted the topic and turned his attention to a female soldier named Song Jia. You're skilled in civil engineering? Yes, Commander. Song Jia stood at attention and saluted. Du Fei handed her a simple diagram he had drawn of a rehabilitation pool. After studying it carefully, Song Jia asked, if this pool is to be built in the residential area as per the blueprint, can it be completed by tomorrow? It's straightforward. I guarantee the task will be done. Song Jia responded confidently. Curious, Lu Ruobing and the others gathered around the blueprint and asked, Commander, what's such a large pool for? It's a secret. You'll find out soon, Dufay replied with a mysterious smile before abruptly changing the subject. By the way, where did that pile of rocks next to the ammunition depot come from? From a mudslide 2 years ago, Lu Ruobing answered. A spark of excitement lit in Dufay's eyes. If his instincts were correct, this mountain might hold a rich deposit of mithril. Dufay's speculation had yet to be confirmed, but he was already contemplating a more ambitious plan. He raised his eyes and scanned everyone present before slowly voicing his thoughts. If there really is a mithril mine on the mountain, we would only need to purchase gunpowder and brass to produce mithril bullets. However, we're facing a much bigger issue right now. He gestured toward the two dilapidated armored vehicles outside and continued, these outdated command and transport vehicles need to be retired. Their weapon systems and communication equipment are already broken. I suggest we replace them with the latest model of tracked combat vehicles. The room fell silent as everyone exchanged stunned glances. It was Ganting who finally broke the silence, a wry smile on her face. Commander, you know our financial situation. Even the cheapest old model tracked vehicles cost 100,000 hours, let alone the latest ones, which are priced at 500,000 hours. Exactly, Lu Ruobing added with a helpless shrug. Where are we supposed to find that much time? Xiaoying quickly chimed in. Commander, the armored vehicles we have can still be repaired and used. To them, Dufay's proposal seemed utterly unrealistic. For a women's field unit that had to risk their lives to complete even a 20,000-hour mission, how could they possibly afford a cutting-edge tracked combat vehicle costing 500,000 hours each? Let me finish, Dufay said seriously. We can't afford to buy them, but we can build them ourselves. His words plunged the room into another spell of stunned silence, followed by bursts of incredulous laughter. It was as if he had just told the most absurd joke. Commander, tracked combat vehicles are a proprietary technology of the Federation's top military-industrial corporation. Even the wealthiest time magnates can't replicate them, Lu Ruobing explained. The design schematics, manufacturing techniques, and precise specifications are all top-secret information, but Dufay remained confident in the face of their skepticism. I have all the technical specifications and schematics. I just need your assistance. This revelation struck Lu Ruobing and the others like a bolt of lightning. Tracked combat vehicles were cutting-edge weapons that had taken the Federation massive investments and over 2 centuries, with contributions from hundreds of top-tier experts, to develop. How could a young man fresh out of school possibly have access to such classified information? Seeing their incredulous expressions, Dufay smiled mysteriously. Aren't you curious about how I got the mithril in the first place? Does the Federation even have mithril refining technology? His rhetorical question left everyone momentarily stunned. Ganting immediately pulled out the unit's only smart tablet to search for answers, while the others crowded around her, eager to uncover the secrets of mithril. Mithril cannot be refined. Only the Federation possesses a small amount of natural mithril particles. Dufay's words made everyone present hold their breath. He continued to explain, moreover, even dissolving natural mithril is currently a major challenge for the Federation. Their mithril weapons merely use natural mithril particles as filler for shells. They can't coat the surface of bullets with it at all. Lu Ruobing and the others widened their eyes, staring in shock at the man before them. It was only then that they realized Dufay had not only managed to create silver-coated bullets, but had also applied mithril onto the body of an armored vehicle. This meant that he had at least mastered the technology to dissolve natural mithril. Oh my God! Someone whispered in astonishment. Previously, they had known little about mithril and thought it was just an ordinary technical task. Now they understood that merely possessing the technology to dissolve mithril could ensure a lifetime of wealth if sold to the Federation. Seeing their stunned expressions, Dufay spoke calmly. If I can refine mithril and create mithril bullets, then I also have the capability to build tracked combat vehicles. In a moment, they'll show you the blueprints for the Land King tracked vehicle. At these words, the attitudes of the women immediately shifted. Although they still harbored some doubts, their bright eyes now sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Lu Ruobing quickly composed herself, her gaze stern as she swept over every female soldier present. Listen up, everyone. From this moment on, no information about my women's field regiment is to be disclosed to anyone outside. Though they were sisters who had faced life and death together, such a reminder was essential for security. Understood. We will not leak a single word. The unified response echoed through the air. Just then, a communications officer raised her hand to report. She brought the latest news from the 48th Division. Not only did they congratulate them on their victory in the Blackwater River battle, but they also explained that a communication fault had delayed the transfer of the previously promised 20,000 hours of funding. To make matters worse, they proposed a new mission establishing a hunting zone at the Qingchuan ruins within 15 days, promising a reward of 100,000 hours upon completion, plus the previously owed 20,000 hours, totaling 120,000 hours. Ridiculous! The news immediately ignited a surge of anger among the group. What the hell? The 48th Division is full of scoundrels. Shameless. Furious curses erupted from all directions. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, Xia Ying, Sun Shaoqian, and the others were trembling with rage, their eyes practically spitting fire. Ridiculous. A bunch of bastards. Xia Ying slammed the table hard, her voice seething with anger. What communication equipment malfunction? Do they think I know nothing about communication systems? Gong Ting, usually calm and composed, now wore a twisted expression. They clearly cut off the communication channel on purpose. Shameless, utterly shameless. Lu Ruobing bit her lip tightly. We risked everything, with the entire unit on the line, to earn those 20,000 hours. And now they just say no? Quiet, everyone. Du Fei raised his hand, signaling the agitated female soldiers to calm down. His gaze was sharp. This is aimed at me. As soon as he spoke, the meeting room fell silent. Everyone exchanged confused glances, turning to look at Du Fei. No, Commander. Lu Ruobing shook her head, her expression serious. This is Wu Dague's doing. He's been trying to dismantle the women's field battalion for a long time. Wu Dague? Du Fei frowned deeply. Seeing the confusion in his expression, Lu Ruobing began to recount the past. It turned out that her father had once worked alongside Wu Dague as a mid-level official in the Federation. Standing up for the welfare of the common people, he had crossed paths with Wu Dague's interests and was ultimately framed and killed. Her mother, in defiance of Wu Dague, formed the Women's Field Battalion, which was officially recognized at the time and boasted over 2,000 members. However, as Wu Dague's power grew, the battalion was suppressed, stripped of its official status and funding, and dwindled to its current size of only 108 soldiers. After hearing her story, a cold glint flashed across Du Fei's eyes. Commander, are we just going to let this go? Xia Ying asked angrily. Let it go? Du Fei let out a cold laugh. I'm going to make Wu Dague regret assigning me as the commander. We're taking the mission at the Qingchuan ruins. The room erupted. Commander, don't be reckless. Xia Ying immediately regretted her question. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all wore anxious expressions. This is clearly a trap. There are not only level 3 chrono beasts there, but even level 4 ones. It's 100 times more dangerous than Blackwater River. We barely made it back alive from Blackwater River as it is. The female soldiers spoke over one another, trying to dissuade him. They weren't afraid of dying, but they didn't want to risk their sisters' lives again. I'm not being reckless. Du Fei's voice was steady and firm. Trust me, I would never gamble with the lives of the entire unit. Gong Ting frowned deeply, her voice filled with evident concern. Commander, you must think this through. Lu Ruobing raised her hand, cutting her off. Gong Ting, listen to the commander. Her gaze fell on Du Fei. For some reason, the confident expression on his face gave her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. After all, she had already promised to follow his decisions. Gong Ting sighed and spread her hands helplessly. During the last mission at Heishui River, she hadn't been able to dissuade him, and it seemed this time would be no different. The Qingchuan Ruins mission is in 15 days, Du Fei said firmly, scanning Lu Ruobing and the others. That's plenty of time for us to prepare. Trust me, they'll personally lead us to a turnaround victory. He turned to the communications officer and issued an order. Reply to the 48th Division. We accept the Qingchuan Ruins mission and will fully cooperate. However, there's one condition: half of the 120,000 hours must be allocated to the Women's Field Battalion in advance, or there's no deal. Yes, Commander. The communications officer responded promptly. The air in the bunker grew heavy with silence. A few minutes later, Gong Ting's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, Commander, the storage card has been credited with 60,000 hours. It's the mission funds transferred by the 48th Division. Good, Du Fei said with a cold smirk. They're willing to bait us heavily. Clearly, they think we're easy prey. Despite the sizable funds, the female soldiers couldn't bring themselves to celebrate. Even Lu Ruobing and the others looked serious, as though the money was not a resource but a ticking time bomb. All right, cheer up, everyone. Dismissed, Du Fei said with a faint smile, noticing the gloom on their faces. He then turned to Songjia. Make sure you prioritize your tasks. Don't worry, Commander. They'll get it done. Songjia replied with unwavering determination. You four, come to my room. They'll show you the blueprints, Du Fei said to Lu Ruobing and the others before turning to leave. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged puzzled glances before silently following him. Their hearts were a mix of confusion and curiosity. How could building a tracked combat vehicle possibly counter the attacks of a level 4 chronobeast? What exactly gave this man the confidence to take on the Qingchuan Ruins mission? In the office of the 48th Division of the Revival Military District, Commander Jiao Dekue lounged lazily on a luxurious animal skin sofa, a pricey cigar held between his fingers. Sir, about the decision not to allocate funds to them earlier, why the sudden change of heart? And why allocate 60,000 hours all at once? The adjutant bent over to offer him an ashtray, cautiously asking the question. Diao Dekue impatiently flicked the ash off his cigar, his expression dark. You need bait to catch fish, don't you? Otherwise, how can you get them to bite? The corpses of those fierce beasts in the Heishui River were all eaten by the packs, leaving us unable to uncover the truth. The Women's Field Regiment's victory has already caught the attention of the higher-ups, and the old chief gave me a thorough dressing down for it. If I botch things again this time, my position is as good as gone. A sinister smile spread across his face. That's 60,000 hours? It's their ransom money. The operation in the Qingchuan Ruins hunting zone is no small matter, and it will definitely be under Skynet surveillance, Diao Dekue continued. Send a few irregular troops as cannon fodder. The deployment must be seamless. I want that remnant group of the Women's Field Regiment to become cannon fodder right under Skynet's watchful eye. Yes, sir. Brilliant strategy, sir. The adjutant fawned. This time, the Women's Field Regiment won't have a grave to rest in. Meanwhile, in Du Fei's room inside the air raid shelter, several detailed design blueprints were neatly laid out on the table. Every aspect of the land-based crawler combat vehicle, from its exterior to its internal structure, was clearly illustrated. My God, is this really your design? Lu Ruobing stared in shock at the blueprints of the vehicle, which featured a large caliber cannon, an all-encompassing defense system, a Gatling gun, and other advanced equipment. Du Fei smiled and pointed to one of the blueprints. This combat vehicle is entirely original. There's nothing like it on the market right now. He then began explaining the vehicle's performance details. A large caliber cannon with a 36-meter lethal radius, a defense system with a 0.01 second emergency response time, a lightweight Gatling gun with automatic and manual modes, as well as various detection and early warning devices. Most impressively, the vehicle was powered by crystal energy, allowing it to reach a maximum speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Absolutely perfect. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian, both experts in the field, jumped with excitement. This performance completely outclasses the latest models from the Federal Military District, especially that all-around defensive cannon. It's practically a specialized weapon against stealth-winged beasts. Commander, can this really be built? Xiaoying asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course it can, Du Fei replied calmly. However, Lu Ruobing soberly pointed out the practical challenges. Commander, we only have a few tens of thousands of hours in our account. Just the parts and raw materials alone will cost a fortune, not to mention the need for a workshop and machinery. Building such an advanced combat vehicle will undoubtedly be expensive. With just these tens of thousands of hours, it's not even enough to build a workshop, let alone all the precision instruments and mechanical tools. This remark instantly dampened the enthusiasm of Gonting, Xia Ying, and Sun Xiaoqian, leaving a look of worry on their faces. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei's eyes lit up. We can repurpose the ammunition depot into a workshop. I'll figure out the tools. As for components and raw materials, we can produce them ourselves. We have all the blueprints here, from engines to screws. For raw materials, we can buy discarded circuit boards, integrated modules, and scrap steel. They shouldn't be too expensive. The women stared at him in disbelief, as if he were out of his mind. Lu Ruobing asked incredulously, is that really possible? Are you sure you can do it? Of course, Du Fei replied confidently. He turned to Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian, adding, I plan to modify 2 armored vehicles into this combat vehicle within 15 days. Communications equipment and weapons will depend on you too. 2 vehicles in 15 days? The 4 women exclaimed in unison. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian immediately pledged, don't worry, Commander. We'll do everything we can to assist. I'd be satisfied if we could just finish one. Lu Ruobing's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Xia Ying's expression turned bitter as she murmured to herself, too bad. I won't make it to see the test run. She knew her physical condition would only allow her to hold on for another 3 days at most. You'll get better. Don't forget our bet, Du Fei said gently, trying to comfort her. Sensing the somber mood, Lu Ruobing quickly shifted the topic. Can we still produce more mithril bullets? It should be possible, but we need to check the mountain first, Du Fei replied, then asked about the nearest Federation outpost. Upon learning that there was a scrap materials trading market 20 kilometers away, Du Fei suggested they set out immediately. It was already 3 p.m., but they should be able to make the round trip before nightfall. Since both the command vehicle and the transport truck were out of commission, they had to rely on 2 mountain motorcycles. Considering Xia Ying's health, Du Fei arranged for her to stay behind and organize a team to clean out the ammunition depot. Before leaving, Du Fei insisted on heading up the mountain to inspect something. As they passed through the living quarters, they heard the sounds of Song Jia leading the female soldiers in their tasks. Du Fei smiled with satisfaction, thinking that by tomorrow, the water purifier and rehabilitation pool would be completed, allowing everyone to experience the benefits of the treatment. Exiting the bunker, they followed the mountain trail upward, surrounded by deformed vegetation shaped by radiation. Thick tree canopies blocked out the sunlight, and vines twisted and tangled everywhere. Midway up the mountain, they stopped at a ravine. Dufay carefully examined the cliff face, which was speckled with silver glimmers, and felt a surge of excitement. Commander, are those silver specks on the rocks mithril? Lu Ruabing asked in a hushed voice. That's right. This is an exceptionally rich mithril deposit. Dufay took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. The three women immediately lit up with joy. Really? That's amazing. We're going to be rich. After lingering for a short while, the group began their descent from the mountain. Dufay gazed at the newly discovered mithril mine, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. With this resource at their disposal, the rise of the Women's Field Battalion was now an inevitability. Although the Guanyin Federation had previously discovered similar mines, the major corporations were unable to exploit them effectively, rendering them practically useless. However, for the Women's Field Battalion, this mine was nothing short of an inexhaustible treasure trove. Suddenly, a low humming sound of air currents reverberated from above. Dufay frowned and looked up, spotting two silver-gray drones, each about 10 meters long, circling overhead. Those are reconnaissance drones from the Federal Military District, Lu Ruabing said with a slight furrow of her brows. They must have been sent by the 48th Division to monitor us. Just as Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian were about to voice their outrage, two sudden explosions echoed in the sky. Boom, boom. The two drones instantly turned into smoking wreckage, plummeting straight into the forest below. Moments later, an eerie screech pierced the air as a massive level 1 stealth-winged beast swooped past, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Lu Ruabing and the other two immediately raised their weapons, forming a protective circle around Dufay. They were well aware of the habits of the stealth-winged beast. This creature typically only attacked formidable threats, as each use of its stealth ability consumed a significant amount of energy, making it unlikely to target weaker prey. Only after confirming the beast had flown far away did they lower their guard. Interesting, Dufay remarked with a grin, glancing in the direction of the fallen drones. Gan Ting, send word to retrieve those two drones. Gan Ting's eyes lit up, and she quickly relayed the order through her communicator. Before long, a team of infantry and logistics personnel set out to search the mountain. In front of the bunker, two old mountain motorcycles were brought out. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian shared one, while the other was left for Dufay and Lu Ruabing. Are you sure you can handle this? Lu Ruabing asked, eyeing the bulky vintage motorcycle with some concern. Relax, I'm a seasoned driver, Dufay said confidently as he mounted the bike and started it with ease. When Lu Ruabing climbed onto the back seat, her body inadvertently brushed against his back, sending a shiver through him. She immediately shifted back slightly, trying to put some distance between them. However, Dufay, momentarily distracted, caused the motorcycle to wobble. Alarmed, Lu Ruabing instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Seeing that Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian had already taken off, Dufay quickly twisted the throttle to follow, the motorcycle jerking clumsily as it sped off. Ugh. Lu Ruabing muttered under her breath amidst the bumpy ride, thinking to herself, seasoned driver? More like a complete amateur. The journey from the Women's Field Battalion's camp to the nearest federal outpost was a grueling 20 kilometers, with nothing but rugged mountain roads stretching ahead. Lu Ruabing, worried about falling off, tightly wrapped her arms around Dufay's waist, disregarding any sense of propriety. Through the thin military uniform, Dufay could clearly feel the waves of warmth emanating from her body and the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat. This made his muscles tense and his blood surge, but fortunately, his exceptional composure allowed him to drive steadily on the uneven road. Half an hour later, a steel wall stretching several kilometers appeared ahead. It was the federal base number 83. Two hummingbird drones hovered at the entrance, and a mechanical voice sounded, please pay the stay fee. 100 hours per person allows a 3-hour stay, 500 hours for an overnight stay, and 30,000 hours for a 30-day residence with free meals. The weapons mounted on the wall uniformly aimed at the approaching group. We'll choose a 3-hour stay for the 4 of us, Gan Ting said to the drone. Please pay 400 hours and present your storage card. Gan Ting pulled out her storage card, and the drone quickly scanned it with a beep. Payment successful. You may move freely within the next 3 hours. Any disturbances will not be tolerated. Overstaying will be considered hostile intrusion. Amid the drone's warning, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian led the way on their motorcycles, while Dufay, with Lu Ruabing riding behind him, followed closely into the base. Spanning 5 to 6 square kilometers, the base consisted of a dozen districts filled with wooden shacks and tents packed closely together. Vendors were busy selling vegetables, meat, drinking water, and other essentials. Permanent structures were primarily inns and restaurants. The streets buzzed with life, filled with the sounds of bargaining. How much for white flour? 150 hours per pound. What about vegetables? 80 hours per pound. Can you go any lower? Dust-covered members of armed groups weaved through the crowd, stocking up on necessities. Dufay couldn't help but reflect on how the prices here far exceeded those in Fushing City. It was practically a money-making machine. The upper class enjoyed immortality, while the lower class struggled endlessly under exploitation. At the scrap materials trading market, Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian parked their bikes and waited. Lu Ruobing gracefully dismounted, while Du Fei remained seated. "Captain, why aren't you getting off?" Gonting asked. You two go ahead and check out the materials, ask about the prices," Du Fei said, bending down a hand over a list. "I'm feeling a bit carsick, need a moment to rest." Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged puzzled glance. Carsick from riding a motorcycle? The captain's expression seemed odd as well, but they didn't think much of it and walked off hand in hand. Once they were out of sight, Lu Ruobing couldn't hold back her laughter. Du Fei, thoroughly embarrassed, realized she had seen right through his excuse. "Well, you take your time to recover," Lu Ruobing murmured softly, her cheeks flushed, before turning to walk away. Du Fei tilted his head back to look at the sky, trying to divert his thoughts by recalling tragic memories from the past. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Intimacy level 1. Watching Lu Ruobing's retreating figure, Du Fei couldn't help but wonder what was going on. After a moment, Du Fei finally regained his composure and said, somewhat awkwardly, "All right, I'm not dizzy anymore." He got off the motorcycle and parked it, though his movements were still a bit unsteady. Lu Ruobing noticed but chose not to call him out, a slight smile tugging at the corners of her lips. The two quickly made their way toward the scrap materials trading market. From a distance, they could see Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian gesturing animatedly while talking to a uniformed administrator. When Gonting saw them approaching, she hesitated, then quietly explained, "Commander, to buy scrap materials, we have to deal with the market administrator first. Otherwise, there's no way to make a transaction. Don't underestimate these small-time administrators in the outposts," Gonting continued. "They hold real power in their hands. Except for the officially sanctioned military corps, any external groups or armed organizations have to play by their rules. Whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you have to lie low here. It's easier to meet the king of the underworld than to deal with his minions." Du Fei nodded in understanding, his gaze settling on the uniformed administrator. Gonting turned and introduced him. "This is Commander Du of our all-female field corps." The administrator glanced at Du Fei's feminine military uniform with a neutral expression. He had seen plenty of such sites. Resources were scarce, and many ragtag militias had male commanders wearing whatever uniforms they could scavenge, even mini-skirts. A hint of disappointment flickered across his face, clearly assuming Du Fei wasn't someone of means. Still, he maintained a professional demeanor and said, "I'm Hussein, the trading market administrator. What do you need?" "We're looking for a batch of scrap materials, mainly copper and iron, to build defensive structures for our camp," Du Fei replied straightforwardly. These discarded metals were typically melted down to create steel walls for protection against the Guanyin beasts. Hussein's interest was piqued. "How much do you need?" "As much as possible," Du Fei answered with a smile. "All right, let me check." Hussein pulled out a smart tablet and pretended to operate it for a moment. Afterward, he put it away and, with a noticeably friendlier tone, said, "Commander Du, would you like to take a look?" Gonting quickly responded, "Thank you, we'd appreciate it if you could show us the way." But Hussein ignored her, instead smiling expectantly at Du Fei. Du Fei understood the implication. Turning away slightly, he transferred 4,000 hours from the storage card his father had given him. After the 10 transaction fee, he handed over the remaining 600-hour storage card to Hussein. "Thank you for your help, Brother Hu. Please lead the way." Seeing the number on the storage card, Hussein's face lit up with delight. Most armed groups he dealt with usually gave him a mere 300-hour bribe at most. He hadn't expected such generosity from this commander in a women's uniform. "It's all for the sake of humanity. No trouble at all. Commander Du, this way please." He gestured warmly and led the way with enthusiasm. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Xiaoqian followed behind. The three women all pouted in unison, clearly displeased with the unspoken rules of such transactions. Before even seeing the goods, they felt it was a loss to pay this guy such a hefty commission. But Du Fei wore a confident smile, calculating in his mind. This commission was worth it. Money can make the impossible possible, and as long as he secured Hussein's help, the 600 hours of management fees he would save in the future would be a significant amount. Soon, Hussein led them to a scrapyard filled with discarded materials. He gestured at the towering piles of junk in front of them and said, "Commander Du, how about this lot?" Du Fei scanned the scene. Rusted engines, scrap robots, armor, circuit boards, integrated modules, old computers, and various kinds of scrap metal. A rough estimate suggested there were several hundred tons of materials. He was secretly delighted this was exactly what he needed. Even with the rust, he could turn this junk into something valuable. However, he intentionally frowned and said, "Brother Hu, we need these for building a wall. This pile is a bit light on scrap metal and has too many impurities." By impurities, he was referring to the circuit boards, integrated modules, and old computers, which were precisely the items he wanted most. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian immediately caught on to his plan and played along, showing dissatisfaction on their faces. Hussein quickly explained, Commander Du, to be honest, this pile has been sitting here for over a year. The merchant who owns it is struggling to pay the management fees. I know him fairly well, and he's eager to sell it off quickly. The price is negotiable. Du Fei picked up on the hint, but remained composed, pretending to be in a difficult position and staying silent. Commander Du, please reconsider. Hussein continued to persuade. Brother Hu, I'm here because I trust you. But this pile of stuff really… Du Fei acted hesitant. I understand. No matter how much of this scrap you need, consider it my way of doing you a favor. Sensing the timing was right, Du Fei finally relented with a reluctant tone. Since Brother Hu is so generous, I'll help you out. Let the merchant come over to discuss the price. With a friend like you, he's truly fortunate. Hussein was overjoyed to hear this. He quickly pulled out his communicator and made a call. Nyo Debeo, where are you? The communicator crackled with some rather vulgar language, causing the three women to blush. Get over to your junkyard immediately. I've got a big deal lined up for you. What? A big deal? I'm on my way. You're still messing around at the social camp when you can't even afford to eat? Hussein cursed as he put away the communicator, then turned back with a beaming smile. What the others didn't know was that if this deal went through, Hussein would earn a 30 commission from Nyo Debeo. No wonder he was so invested. A few minutes later, a shifty-looking man hurried over in a fluster. I Debeo, this is Commander Du, Hussein introduced, pointing to Du Fei. Commander Du, good day. I Debeo said respectfully, bowing low. Du Fei merely gave a slight nod, his gaze shifting directly to the pile of supplies. Name your price for this pile of scrap, Du Fei said bluntly. How much do you need? I Debeo asked cautiously. Here's the deal. Out of respect for Brother Hu, if the price is fair, I'll take it all, Du Fei replied. Take it all? I Debeo was momentarily stunned, thinking he must have misheard. Hussein's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly shot I Debeo a glare. Did you hear that? Commander Du said he'll buy the whole lot? This is all thanks to me, so don't you dare overcharge. I Debeo snapped back to his senses, stammering in excitement, Tu won't overcharge. The price will definitely be reasonable. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he said seriously, Commander Du, this batch of supplies weighs over 300 tons. At market value, it's worth at least 50,000 hours. But since it's for Brother Hu's sake, I'll offer you a fair price 30,000 hours. How does that sound? Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged pleased glances and looked expectantly at Du Fei. However, Du Fei remained expressionless and turned to Hussein. Brother Hu, your friend here certainly knows business. But let's be honest, the prices for supplies in the outposts are 3 times higher than outside. This pile of scrap probably didn't cost even 10,000 hours. Should we look elsewhere? Hussein panicked, worried about losing his commission, and quickly urged I Debeo, lower the price. 30,000 is already very reasonable, I Debeo stammered. Commander Du, how much are you willing to offer? 15,000 hours, Du Fei said decisively. I Debeo shook his head repeatedly. No, that price doesn't even cover the cost. Our camp is only 20 kilometers away, Du Fei said calmly. Out of respect for Brother Hu, I'll add 5,000 more, making it 20,000 hours, including transportation to our camp. That's my final offer. Think it over. With that, he prepared to leave with Lu Ruobing and the others. Hussein became even more anxious. Commander Du's offer is already very generous. If these things sit around too long, the storage fees alone will eat into your profits. 20,000 hours is a fair deal, I Debeo still wanted to negotiate. But we'll have to make several trips and the road isn't safe. It's less than 20 kilometers. The time beasts in the area have long been cleared out. What danger? Hussein interrupted impatiently. Just take the deal. You won't lose much. Not much of a loss? Nyo Debeo frowned in pain. Selling it for 20,000 hours is a massive loss. He struggled internally for a moment, but had to admit that finding a buyer willing to take the entire batch at once was a rare opportunity. With funds running tight, holding onto this pile of scrap would only make things worse. All right then, he said through gritted teeth. Commander Du, can you pay half as a deposit up front? Payment on delivery. I'll pay the full amount once everything is delivered at once, Du Fei replied firmly. He knew all too well that many vendors in the base took deposits without guaranteeing delivery. He wasn't one to take risks without certainty. Don't you trust Commander Du? It's settled then. Get the vehicles ready for loading. Hussein waved at Nyo Debeo with a smug look, clearly pleased to have facilitated such a big deal. Nyo Debeo's face was full of reluctance, but after receiving the coordinates for the women's field battalion camp from Du Fei, he hurried off to arrange the transport. Commander, you're amazing. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with admiration. They knew very well that if it were up to them, they could never have secured this batch of supplies at such a low price. Of course, Hussein's mediation played a crucial role. His 600-hour commission was well earned. Commander Du, is there anything else I can assist you with? Hussein asked eagerly. Du Fei took out a list and handed it to him. We need to purchase some living supplies, like flour, vegetables, meat, and so on. There are also a few other items. Please recommend a few vendors with reasonable prices. Hussein glanced at the list, his eyes lighting up immediately. Aside from a small number of parts and water filter cartridges, most of the list consisted of food supplies like fine rice, flour, vegetables, and eggs. The quantities were enough to cost tens of thousands of hours. Though he remarked, that's quite a lot. Inwardly, he was thrilled. After all, official battalions rarely shopped at the base, and earning a 2 commission on this deal could mean nearly 1,000 hours in profit. The 3 female team members were stunned when they saw the list. After deducting the 20,000 hours for scrap materials, over 50,000 of the remaining 60,000 hours would be spent on food. Lu Ruobing couldn't help but whisper to Du Fei, maybe we should buy less. We still have plenty of cassava and wild vegetables. From now on, we're not eating that stuff anymore, Du Fei said firmly. The entire battalion is malnourished. We need better food. Good nutrition means stronger bodies, which leads to better combat readiness. As the commander, I must start by improving the quality of our meals. But this is such high-quality food. Spending so much on these expensive supplies will only last a few days, Lu Ruobing said worriedly. Du Fei's gaze was resolute as he looked at the pile of scrap. Don't worry. I'm confident that our battalion will be eating fine rice and flour every day. Hearing this, the 3 women felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness. Although they too wished for better meals, even one good meal every few days would be a luxury. The current financial situation of the Women's Field Battalion made this promise seem far too unrealistic. Nyo Debeo was known for his efficiency. He quickly arranged for a heavy-duty truck capable of carrying over 100 tons to transport supplies in 3 trips. While he oversaw the loading process, Du Fei and his group, under Hussein's guidance, went out to purchase daily necessities, water purifiers, and rehabilitation pool components. At the corner of a street near the base, 2 vehicles loaded with equipment and supplies were parked by the world.I heavy-duty truck and a mining vehicle, both covered in mud. Beside a simple wooden shed, 2 dust-covered men squatted. One of them, a man in his 40s, sighed deeply and said, "We have no food, no water, and no place to stay. The only thing we can do is sell off these belongings to buy ourselves some time. Once we split the time we've bought, everyone will have to fend for themselves." He stood up and gently patted the hood of the mining vehicle, his voice filled with reluctance. "Old buddy, the brothers have hit rock bottom." "I'm sorry." Du Fei, who was shopping in the wooden shed, overheard the conversation and walked over. "Hey there, brother. Are you in some kind of trouble?" he asked. The man, noticing Du Fei in military uniform, immediately became wary. It was understandable, given that armed groups often rob traders outside the base. "Don't worry. I'm Du Fei, commander of the Women's Field Battalion of the Revival Military District," Du Fei said with a reassuring smile as she introduced herself. The man relaxed slightly. "Good day, Commander. My name is Chun Yuanshan." "Chun Yuanshan?" Du Fei studied him closely. "Do you know Qinghe?" "Qinghe is my brother," Chun Yuanshan replied in surprise. "How do you know him, Commander?" It turned out that Qinghe had been an assistant at Du Fei's father's clinic. Du Fei briefly explained her connection to Qinghe, and Chun Yuanshan's eyes turned red with emotion. To him, his brother was the only family he had left in the world. Reflecting on the past, Chun Yuanshan recalled leaving Revival City at the age of 18, after which he had lost all contact with his brother. He also learned that his brother had once saved the future wife of Wu Daguay, a high-ranking federal official, alongside Du Lei on the battlefield, which later allowed him to open a clinic in Revival City. "How is my brother now?" Chun Yuanshan asked with a trembling voice. "He's doing well," Du Fei assured him, before gesturing toward the mining vehicle. "Uncle Chun, I heard you're selling the vehicle and equipment. What's going on?" Chun Yuanshan sighed and explained the situation. He had been leading a team of 30 miners working at the border between Revival City and Guangming City for a private mining boss. They had long endured exploitation. 2 days ago, the mining site was attacked by a height-year time beast, resulting in heavy casualties, including the death of the mining boss. After barely escaping with their lives, they were left unpaid and had no choice but to sell their equipment to buy time. Hearing this, an idea sparked in Du Fei's mind. Weren't these exactly the kind of workers they needed for mining Mithril at their camp? "Uncle Chin, our camp is preparing to develop a mine, and we're looking to recruit miners. Would you be interested?" Chen Yuanshan's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the news, and an uncontrollable look of joy spread across his face. For someone leading a group of displaced miners, on the verge of disbanding, this was nothing short of a miracle. The man beside him also looked at him with eager anticipation. There's nothing to consider. As long as we have food to eat and a place to stay, that's good enough for us, Qin Yuanshan said firmly. Du Fei nodded but made sure to clarify, the conditions might be a bit tough for now. Once you arrive at the camp, you'll have to build temporary shelters near the mining area and live up in the mountains. Also, our regiment is currently tight on funds, so the pay won't be very high, 30 hours per person per day, with 3 meals provided and your personal safety guaranteed. All mining operations will be under your charge, Uncle Chen. Additionally, they'll allocate an extra 100 hours daily as a bonus for your group, which you can manage as you see fit. Does that work for you? Absolutely. Chun Yuanshan agreed without hesitation. The terms were more than fair. 30 hours a day per person meant they could still save 6 hours after meeting their basic needs of 24 hours. Plus, with the 100-hour bonus and meals provided, not to mention the safety assurance, this was a lifeline for people in their dire situation. Then it's settled, Du Fei said with a satisfied smile. What about the other miners? They're all waiting outside the outpost. Good. Once we've finished procuring supplies here, you'll come back to the camp with us, Du Fei said, his gaze shifting to the 2 trucks nearby. What's loaded on those trucks? One is filled with mining equipment and machinery, and the other is loaded with unopened explosives. Explosives? Du Fei perked up and quickly walked over to inspect the truck. Pulling back the tarp, he saw it was packed with unopened explosives. His face lit up with delight. Uncle Chen, we could really use these explosives. I'll buy them from you at market price, though the payment might be delayed. No payment is necessary, Chen Yuanshan said, waving his hand. We're already extremely grateful for your help. If you can use them, take them all. Consider it a small token of our gratitude. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and the others approached. Du Fei briefly introduced Chen Yuanshan and his group situation. Upon hearing the news, the 3 women broke into smiles. Getting a truckload of explosives for free was an unexpected windfall. Commander, Gonting said in a low voice, holding a communicator. Xiaoying just sent word that they've cleared out the ammunition depot. But while we now have a manufacturing workshop, where are we going to find all the tools and precision instruments we need? Both Lu Ruobing and Sun Xiaoqian turned toward Du Fei with concerned expressions, clearly troubled by the issue. Don't worry about that. They'll take care of it, Du Fei said confidently, a knowing smile on his face. He thought to himself, what tool couldn't be found in the universal toolbox? A little over an hour later, once all the supplies were nearly procured, Hussein specifically arranged for 2 trucks filled with food and goods and even promised free delivery. Watching the wide grin on Hussein's face, Du Fei could easily guess that this guy had made quite a profit from the deal. Before departure, Du Fei asked Lu Ruobing and the others to wait aside while he pulled Hussein aside for a private conversation. Brother Hu, there's something else I'd like to ask. Sure, brother. Go ahead. Hussein replied with a warm smile, his tone now noticeably more cordial. Is it possible to communicate between the outpost and Fuxing City? Du Fei inquired. Due to his merged memories, he had been constantly worried about the safety of his cheap father and younger sister in the city, unsure of their current situation. There's no way to communicate, Hussein said, shaking his head with a furrowed brow. Are you trying to contact someone in the city? Du Fei nodded in acknowledgement. I want to find out about my family's situation. After a moment of contemplation, Hussein responded, here's what will deliver me the information about the people you're looking for, and I'll see what I can do to investigate. It might take some time, but I'll notify you as soon as I have any news. Sensing that Hussein was being sincere and not just brushing him off, Du Fei wrote down the clinic's address, his family members' names, and the communication channel for the Women's Field Battalion on a slip of paper. Thanks for the trouble, Brother Hu. I'll owe you a big favor if this works out. Hussein pocketed the note and waved dismissively, signaling there was no need for formalities. From a distance, Lu Ruobing and the others watched the exchange, marveling at their captain's knack for building connections. Once preparations were complete, the convoy set out in grand fashion. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian led the way on motorcycles, followed by the supply trucks, the scrap truck, and the mining truck. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing rode at the rear on a motorcycle, ensuring the safety of the convoy. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruobing clung tightly to Du Fei's back, leaving him slightly unsettled. To his surprise, the system occasionally chimed in with notifications, showing that their intimacy level had inexplicably increased to 5 points. In less than an hour, the convoy arrived at the camp. Xiaoying and her female soldiers were already waiting outside. Seeing the impressive sight of 5 trucks returning with supplies, they all looked astonished. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian quickly hopped off their motorcycles to organize the unloading, with the female soldiers and Chen Yuanshan's miners joining in to help. Du Fei drove his motorcycle directly into the air raid shelter. After parking, he noticed Lu Ruobing's flushed face as she dismounted slowly, her movements appearing somewhat sluggish. Are you alright? Do you feel unwell? No, it's nothing. I'm just going to your room to change clothes, Lu Ruobing stammered before hastily walking away. Recalling the black lingerie and skimpy outfits in his wardrobe, Du Fei froze for a moment before realization struck. Could it be that she was carsick? As dusk fell, the defense work at the Women's Field Battalion camp in the mountain mining area unfolded in an orderly manner. In the camp, armed female soldiers took turns standing guard. Since the area was close to a Federation stronghold, all LV-2 and higher shadow beasts had long been eradicated. With Mithril bullets now equipped, even the night guards could easily take down mutated beasts or LV-1 shadow beasts. On the mountain, several campfires lit up the night sky, casting a warm glow on the bustling figures moving back and forth. Chen Yuanshan and his group of miners had already carved out a gently sloping path, and the machinery and equipment were in place. At this moment, they were busy clearing surrounding weeds and shrubs, preparing to construct temporary shelters overnight. After inspecting the mining area, Du Fei expressed his satisfaction with the miners' efficiency. He called Chen Yuanshan over. "Uncle Chen, let everyone take a short break." Then he walked ahead with Gan Ting and 2 female soldiers. "They'll pay each of you 5 days' wages in advance. From now on, payments will be made every 5 days. How does that sound?" Chen Yuanshan nodded repeatedly. "Good. Thank you so much." He turned and shouted to the miners, "Everyone, come over and line up to get your wages." The miners immediately put down their tools and lined up behind Chen Yuanshan. Gan Ting took out a storage card and transferred 650 hours to Chen Yuanshan first, which included a 5-day allowance, and then transferred 150 hours to each miner one by one. As the new time digits appeared on their wrist devices, the miners' faces lit up with disbelief. At that moment, a few female soldiers carried over 2 large wooden barrels. As the lids were lifted, the aroma of food spread through the air. One barrel contained steamed white rice, while the other had stir-fried shredded meat and vegetables, the fragrance mouth-watering. Chen Yuanshan stared in astonishment. This food. "The food standard is the same as ours," Du Fei said with a smile. "From now on, the mining work will depend on all of you." An older miner was the first to shout. "Don't worry, Commander Du. We'll give it our all." The other miners quickly chimed in, their voices echoing loudly. "All right, let's eat first." Du Fei nodded in satisfaction. The miners lined up for food, devouring the meal with enthusiasm. Some were so moved that they ate while shedding tears. "This is so delicious. I never dreamed of having such good food. With a boss like this, I'd work for a lifetime." Ding. The system notification of 10 reputation points echoed in Du Fei's mind, bringing him quiet joy. "Captain, it's time to head back for dinner. The vice captain is still looking for you," Gan Ting reminded. Du Fei nodded in agreement. When he returned to his room and pushed the door open, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Lu Ruobing was sitting by the table, her long black hair still dripping with water. The room was filled with the fresh scent of soap, mixed with the sharp smell of disinfectant. I used your bathroom. I hope you don't mind," Lu Ruobing said softly, her tone slightly apologetic. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, but Gan Ting quickly explained, "Captain, your room is the only one in the camp with a shower." It suddenly dawned on Du Fei. Ever since he moved in, he had unknowingly taken over the only bathroom available to the female soldiers. Frowning, he asked, "No communal bathroom? And why does the water smell like this?" Lu Ruobing gave a wry smile and shook her head. "We couldn't afford to build a communal bathroom due to budget constraints. The water comes from the mountain, stored in tanks with disinfectant added to reduce radiation." "Got it." Du Fei turned to Gan Ting. "Inform Songjia that once the reservoir is completed, we'll build a communal bathroom. Bear with it for a few more days. Soon, we'll have clean water for bathing." This statement left both Lu Ruobing and Gan Ting stunned. "Captain, are you out of your mind?" Lu Ruobing stared at Du Fei. "Do you know how expensive purified water is here? It's 3,000 hours per ton." "Exactly. We can barely justify using it for cooking," Gan Ting chimed in. "Using it for bathing is way too extravagant." "Who said we're buying water from the settlement?" Du Fei replied with a relaxed smile. "We'll make our own." The 2 women suddenly recalled the water purification equipment listed in the procurement plan and became intrigued. "Can it remove radiation? Can it match the purity of the settlement's water?" they asked eagerly. "That so-called purified water from the settlement?" Du Fei scoffed. "Just wait. Soon, you'll be able to drink the water while you bathe." The 2 women burst out laughing. "You're kidding. It would have to be unbelievably pure." Du Fei just smiled mysteriously and then shifted the topic. "So, what did you need me for?" "Oh right." Lu Ruobing pointed to a brand new military uniform on the bed. "We got you a set of men's clothing. Try it on. After you change, don't forget to go eat. We'll head out first." With that, she pulled Gan Ting out of the room. Du Fei looked at the new uniform, a faint smile forming on his lips. His vice captain really was thoughtful. Wearing women's clothing all the time wasn't ideal. It was indeed time for a change. The large cave was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of food. A long line of female soldiers wound its way through the space as they queued for their meals. Those at the back tiptoed and craned their necks, swallowing hungrily at the sight ahead. Today's meal was an unexpected treat: steamed white rice paired with stir-fried shredded meat and vegetables, a stark contrast to the usual bland cassava porridge and wild greens. The usual gloom during mealtime had completely vanished, replaced by a festive cheer that filled the entire cave. The women ate heartily, their voices brimming with genuine delight. White rice and stir-fried meat, it smells divine. I love this so much. I only got to eat this twice when I enlisted 5 years ago. I joined later, so this is my first time. It's a luxury, but I can't get enough of it. Xia Ying licked the last grain of rice from the bottom of her bowl with her tongue and sighed contentedly. She habitually propped her long legs on the wooden dining table, lit a cigarette, and leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. But soon, the charming dimples on her face faded, and a trace of sadness appeared in her bright eyes. She knew her health all too well. Good days like this might not last much longer for her. This meal is truly delicious, but we're running out of funds again, Ganting remarked, licking her lips. I think having this once every 3 days is already a luxury. If we ate like this every day, we wouldn't last long. The commander is spoiling us too much. Sun Shaoqian chimed in. After this, when we go back to eating cassava soaked in disinfectant and wild greens, even I won't be able to stomach it. But honestly, even eating rice every 3 days is more than enough to make me happy. Lu Ruobing sat quietly among them, shaking her head with a faint, resigned smile. Just then, someone asked, "Hey, where's the commander?" "The commander is changing clothes. Shall be here soon." "Then I'd better eat slower." I heard Ruobing bought the commander a dashing set of men's military attire. The commander is already so handsome, don't you think? Exactly. Even wearing women's clothes can't hide her masculinity. Imagine her in a men's uniform. The female soldiers chattered animatedly, sneaking glances at Lu Ruobing to gauge her reaction. Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged mischievous smiles. Blushing, Lu Ruobing feigned anger and snapped, "Can't you eat without running your mouths? Say one more word, and it'll tear your lips off." Just as her words fell, a tall, striking figure appeared at the entrance. Du Fei walked in, clad in a brand new, impeccably tailored men's military uniform. Her commanding presence was breathtaking. For a moment, the entire cave fell into dead silence, broken only by the sound of quickened breaths and pounding hearts. So handsome. Xia Ying's eyes widened as she hurriedly lowered her propped-up legs, extinguished her cigarette, and sat upright like a model soldier. Wow, incredible! Ganting and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed in unison. The other soldiers were utterly transfixed, some even forgetting to swallow their food. Lu Ruobing, too, stared at Du Fei in a daze, momentarily lost in thought. In Du Fei's mind, a series of system prompts echoed. Ding, prestige 10-inch ding, intimacy 1-inch. Smiling, Du Fei approached Lu Ruobing. "This uniform fits perfectly. Thank you." Oh, you're welcome," Lu Ruobing stammered, finally snapping out of her daze. Ganting, go get the commander some food. Noticing Lu Ruobing's flustered demeanor, Xia Ying's lips curled into a playful smirk. After dinner, the camp gradually grew quiet. Following the intense battle at Blackwater River in the morning and a busy afternoon, the exhaustion of the female soldiers was evident. Du Fei ordered the entire regiment to rest for the night and conserve their energy for the critical operation tomorrow. As night fell, Niu Debao arrived with the last truckload of scrap materials. After settling the accounts, he departed. Standing before the towering pile of scrap, Du Fei's gaze was resolute. These seemingly ordinary scraps would become the cornerstone of the Women's Field Regiment's rise. The mission at the Qingchuan ruins would be their defining battle to prove themselves. Despite the numerous traps set by the 48th Division, he was fully prepared for a heated confrontation. Entering the ammunition depot, Du Fei immediately began setting up the manufacturing tools. The space was divided into 3 sections: Area 1 for weapons and ammunition production, Area 2 for communication and intelligent control core equipment, and Area 3 for molds, casings, and various components. As equipment from the multifunctional toolbox was put into place piece by piece, each area lit up brightly, illuminating the bunker as if it were daytime. In just half an hour, the abandoned ammunition depot had been transformed into a fully equipped manufacturing workshop. Du Fei surveyed the clearly defined sections with satisfaction, a slight smile on his lips as he imagined the astonishment on Lu Ruobing and the others' faces when they saw this tomorrow. Soon, the designs for a water purifier and a rehabilitation pool unfolded in his mind. Considering the high-intensity work awaiting them in the next 2 weeks, these devices would help the entire regiment maintain peak condition. Fortunately, some parts were readily available, and the rest could be easily manufactured according to the blueprints. With the machines roaring, Du Fei focused intently on his work. Meanwhile, the mountain mining site was brightly lit. Amid the hum of generators, Qin Yuanshan and his team of miners worked tirelessly, constructing rows of makeshift wooden shelters. Despite their fatigue, every face was lit with determination and energy. By dawn, Du Fei had completed the production of the water purifier and rehabilitation pool and was preparing for their installation. Suddenly, a visibly distressed female soldier burst in, saluting and reporting, "Commander, Comrade Xia Ying's condition is critical." What? Du Fei was taken aback. Just last night, Xia Ying had seemed to be in relatively good spirits. The deputy commanders are all in the medical room. They asked if you'd like to see Xia Ying one last time. The soldier choked out, her voice trembling. Immediately assign people to transport these devices to the pool area in the living quarters. Du Fei ordered, his expression grave, before hurrying toward the living quarters. Outside the medical room, Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian were sobbing uncontrollably. "Sister Ruobing, we never thought Sister Xia Ying would. So soon," they cried, tears streaming down their faces. "The radiation she was exposed to is lethal. What will come, will come." In the infirmary, Lu Ruobing stared at the ceiling, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Lying on the hospital bed was Xia Ying, an outstanding commander in their women's field battalion and Lu Ruobing's closest comrade and sister. At this moment, Xia Ying was fighting for her life against death itself. Just last night, Xia Ying was full of energy and vitality, but now, she was teetering on the brink due to radiation exposure. Lu Ruobing's mind replayed Xia Ying's final words over and over. "You must hold on until the commander finishes building the tracked combat vehicle. I want to be the first to drive the new tank." Outside the infirmary, the female soldiers huddled together, quietly sobbing. Though they had witnessed the loss of many sisters before, the thought of losing such an exceptional commander and cherished friend was something none of them could accept calmly. At that moment, Du Fei arrived in hurried strides and asked in a deep voice, "Where's Xia Ying? What's her condition now?" "She's inside. The medics are trying to save her." Lu Ruobing wiped away her tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Stop crying, all of you." Du Fei commanded the female soldiers firmly, then turned to Lu Ruobing. "Take me inside." Inside the infirmary, biology expert Su Ninger and several medics were working urgently to save Xia Ying. The outdated medical equipment, an old ventilator, a defibrillator, and a monitoring device emitted monotonous, mechanical noises. Xia Ying lay on the bed, her face pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Harsh, racking coughs brought up dark red blood that stained her lips. Though she could no longer speak, Xia Ying's eyes remained fixed on Du Fei. He gently brushed her forehead and said, "Xia Ying, hold on." Then he turned to Su Ninger. "What's her condition now?" "Commander, she's already gone into shock twice. The situation is extremely critical." Su Ninger hesitated, her voice heavy with despair. "How long can she hold on?" "Even with all available anti-radiation drugs, at most 2 hours." "Good. 2 hours is enough. I have a way to save her," Du Fei declared resolutely. "She must hang on. I'm counting on you." With that, he turned and left with determined strides. Su Ninger stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Du Fei's retreating figure. Everyone present knew that late-stage radiation poisoning was incurable. What could the commander possibly mean by those words? Outside, Du Fei immediately called out, "Songjia, stop crying and come with me." Songjia wiped her tears away. Though confused, she quickly followed Du Fei. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged puzzled glances before hurrying after them, heading toward the living quarters. In the living quarters, a brand new rehabilitation pool was being rapidly assembled. Songjia, place the distillation device into the slot on the right and connect it to the main unit. Du Fei, holding the assembly blueprint in his hand, issued the urgent command. "Got it." Songjia responded immediately, leading the engineers to swiftly begin the installation. The outlet valves on the pool walls and bottom were being thoroughly inspected. Every single pipe had to be flawless. Lu Ruobing and the others joined in as well. Even though they didn't fully understand the pool's purpose, they knew it was critical to Xia Ying's survival, so they threw themselves into the race against time without hesitation. Meanwhile, the situation in the medical room was growing more dire. Su Ninger and the medics were administering the last dose of anti-radiation injections to Xia Ying. Sweat soaked through their clothes, but no one stopped to wipe it away. With the medical supplies nearly depleted, Xia Ying's condition was rapidly deteriorating. "Commander, respond immediately," Su Ninger shouted anxiously into the communicator. "Xia Ying can only hold on for another 10 minutes at most." "Understood. Move her here now." Du Fei's voice came through the communicator. The rehabilitation pool was finally complete. Du Fei retrieved a walnut-sized energy crystal from the tech repository and quickly inserted it into the main unit's energy slot. With a soft hum, the crystal emitted a radiant blue glow, and the machine powered on. White mist began to emit from the outlet valves on the pool walls and bottom, followed by a steady flow of vibrant blue liquid. Within moments, The entire pool was filled with the mysterious fluid. Lu Ruobing and the others watched in astonishment, but before they could ask any questions, Su Ninger arrived with Xia Ying on a stretcher. Du Fei rushed forward, scooping Xia Ying into his arms, and leapt into the pool. Carefully, he submerged her into the rehabilitation liquid, ensuring only her nostrils remained above the surface. Time ticked by, and Du Fei grew increasingly anxious. Just as doubt crept in, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding. Radiation reduced by 5. Ding. Radiation reduced by 5. The continuous notifications confirmed not only the complete elimination of radiation, but also an unexpected enhancement to his physical condition. It's working, Du Fei realized with excitement. In just a few minutes, not only had all traces of radiation been eradicated from his body, but he also felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. The radiation in Xia Ying's body was gradually fading. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Physical enhancement has reached the limit. Further enhancement requires consumption. Du Fei marveled at the miraculous effects of the recovery pool. Despite its limitations, it was already astonishing. A few minutes later, an unexpected change occurred. Xia Ying's body stopped convulsing, her pale cheeks began to flush with color, and her rapid breathing became calm. She lay quietly in Du Fei's arms, like a sleeping beauty. When Xia Ying opened her eyes and realized she was in Du Fei's embrace, her beautiful eyes widened. Captain? I am not dead. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, Song Jia, and the others were all stunned by the scene. Su Ninger, accompanied by medics, rushed forward and carefully examined Xia Ying's condition using a functional diagnostic device. Incredible! Xia Ying's radiation has completely disappeared. Su Ninger exclaimed excitedly. Captain, is it the pool water that did this? Lu Ruobing quickly grabbed her. Ninger, are you sure she's fully recovered? Absolutely. Su Ninger pointed to the diagnostic device. All her indicators exceed normal levels. Her health rate is at 100. She's healthier than any of us now. Everyone was so shocked by the news that they were momentarily speechless. Ingbao, how are you feeling? Someone asked. Xia Ying gave a playful smile, revealing her charming dimples. I feel amazing, especially being held by the captain. She looked up at Du Fei, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. News of Xia Ying's recovery quickly spread throughout the unit. Female soldiers swarmed to the recovery pool, crying and laughing in excitement. Suddenly, someone remembered. Didn't the captain and Sister Xia Ying make a bet? That's right. Kiss. Kiss. The female soldiers jeered. Under their teasing, Xia Ying reluctantly gave Du Fei a quick peck on the cheek. The system notification immediately chimed in. Ding. Intimacy level 1. That doesn't count. A cheek kiss doesn't count. It has to be on the lips. The female soldiers continued to tease. And it has to involve tongues. You little troublemakers are so bad, Xia Ying said, her face turning red. Leave some room for decency, don't push your luck. She gave Du Fei a playful shove forward. If you're so eager, why don't you do it yourselves? Her words sent everyone into fits of laughter, and Du Fei could only shake his head helplessly. After the commotion died down, Su Ninger curiously asked, Captain, what exactly is the effect of this pool water? Everyone present, including Xia Ying, looked at Du Fei with anticipation. This is the rehabilitation pool I developed. It can eliminate radiation, heal various injuries and illnesses, and if used regularly, it can even strengthen the body. Du Fei stood by the softly glowing rehabilitation pool, explaining its effects to the crowd. Su Ninger, being a biologist, instinctively questioned the astonishing claims in her mind. But when she recalled the miraculous recovery of Xia Ying, she immediately realized her professional knowledge had been completely overturned. Looking at the world as a whole, even the Guanyin Federation, with its enormous resources, could only produce anti-radiation injections, which were far from solving the core issue of radiation. Yet, this seemingly simple rehabilitation pool before her could completely eliminate radiation and offered so many other extraordinary benefits. I think with this rehabilitation pool, if we have enough time, we could achieve immortality, Su Ninger said excitedly. No, it should be eternal youth, Du Fei corrected her with a smile. And there's one more effect I forgot to mention, it can maintain everlasting youth. At these words, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers exchanged stunned glances, too shocked to speak. After all, even the rulers of the radiation-free lands in the Guanyin Federation could only achieve immortality but not eternal youth. Commander, will this rehabilitation liquid ever run out? Gong Ting suddenly asked, her voice tinged with concern. No, Du Fei explained. Once the liquid eliminates radiation, it evaporates, and new liquid is automatically replenished. Gong Ting's eyes lit up. So, does that mean we could sell the rehabilitation liquid and make a fortune? You need to understand the principle of a treasure invites trouble, Du Fei said, looking at her. Well, consider that option when we're strong enough. The commander is right, Lu Ruobing said solemnly, casting a serious glance at everyone. Let me emphasize again, nothing about the women's field battalion is to be leaked to anyone outside. Not a single word. We are not strong enough right now. If the Federation or other factions find out, the consequences will be disastrous. From now on, everything revolves around the commander. All we need to do is follow his orders. Understood. The coordinated voices of the female soldiers echoed throughout the air raid shelter. From that moment on, Lu Ruobing and the others not only saw hope for survival, but also felt a renewed sense of optimism for the future. With the commander and this miraculous rehabilitation pool, the dream of eternal youth was no longer out of reach. This is just a small recovery pool for now, but it'll do temporarily. Later, we'll build a larger one, Dufay said, turning to Lu Ruobing. For now, you can arrange for everyone to take turns going in, preferably in shifts. It's best to remove all clothing for optimal results. In 1 hour, gather the entire camp. Will be assigning tasks. Yes, sir. Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers saluted in unison. After Dufay left, the women eagerly began unbuttoning their uniforms and jumped into the pool one by one. Hey, why are you still soaking? Lu Ruobing asked Xiaoying, noticing her lingering in the pool. Xiaoying reclined lazily, a playful smile on her lips. Well, I didn't take my clothes off earlier, so I thought I'd try the full experience now. Cries of surprise and delight echoed from the pool. This feels amazing. The radiation marks on my skin are starting to fade. My neck and shoulders don't hurt anymore. I feel so full of energy. Ganting, Su Ninger reminded, your radiation condition is a bit unique. Spread your legs a little, it'll work better that way. Ganting, who had been resting with her eyes closed, immediately blushed. Mind your own business. I already did. Back in his room, Dufay noticed that his once-soaked clothes were now completely dry. He quickly realized that the recovery liquid reacted with airborne radiation, neutralizing and evaporating rapidly. This meant the liquid couldn't be preserved outside the pool, and in the future, promoting it would require selling fully equipped recovery pools. His gaze fell on the blueprint for the Land King tracked combat vehicle lying on the table. Opening the system interface, he noticed some new updates. Host, Dufay. Role, Commander. Unit, Auxiliary Female Field Regiment. Reputation, 1967. Affinity, 16. Physique, Primary Enhancement 5. Items, Universal Toolbox 1. Rare Material Smelter 450 milliliters. Reputation and affinity could be earned continuously, as long as he inspired gratitude or admiration from those around him. This was one of the reasons he focused so much on improving the lives of the female soldiers and miners. What caught his attention most was the change in the physique section. With primary, advanced, and super levels of enhancement, he was curious about the extent of his current primary enhancement. Reaching for a protruding stone on the wall, he gave it a light squeeze. Crack. The solid rock shattered under his grip. Dufay was stunned. If just a 5 primary enhancement was this powerful, what kind of abilities would super enhancement bring? Wouldn't his female soldiers become true steel warriors? Dufay calmed his excitement and opened the technology repository to check his reputation points 1967. His gaze fell on the wreckage of 2 drones in the storage area, which had been shot down by stealth-winged beasts. He made up his mind to exchange for another set of drone blueprints. After deducting 1,500 reputation points, the design blueprint for the Predator stealth drone was successfully redeemed. Detailed construction parameters and functional information immediately flooded Dufay's mind. Anti-gravity devices, an all-directional detection system, advanced AI programs, and the capability to carry multiple offensive weapons. This drone could not only disrupt or intercept enemy communications while in stealth mode, but also deliver precise strikes on aerial, ground, and sea targets. Taking out an enemy from miles away, this is the ultimate assassination tool, Dufay silently marveled. While Vibranium was the ideal material for the drone's body, the synthesis technology requiring 100 intimacy points was currently unavailable. For now, he had to settle for Mithril as a substitute. Even so, the Predator crafted from Mithril remained an exceptionally advanced weapon in this world. Back at the camp, the female field battalion was already lined up in an orderly formation. Dufay scanned the eager and energetic faces before him and began assigning tasks. Ganting, handle the sorting of communication equipment materials in Workshop Area 2. Sun Xiaoqian, take charge of materials for weapons and ammunition manufacturing in Workshop Area 1. Songjia, oversee the group's infrastructure, including the water purification system, public bathrooms, and perimeter wall construction. Xiaoying, form a special operations team to hunt time beasts and secure logistics supplies. As the orders were issued, the female soldiers quickly grabbed their blueprints and got to work. At that moment, Lu Ruobing approached Dufay. She was dressed in a lightweight camouflage outfit, and after recovery treatments from the rehabilitation pool, Her presence exuded a refined and captivating charm that momentarily unsettled Du Fei. "Commander, what's my assignment?" Lu Ruobing asked. "Come with me to the mining area to refine Mithril," Du Fei said, looking directly at her. "This task requires a capable assistant." Hearing this important mission, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Ruobing's eyes. She had always been curious about the Mithril refining process and hadn't expected Du Fei to choose her to share in this critical technology. Deeply moved, Lu Ruobing felt a profound stir in her heart, which clearly showed how much Du Fei trusted her. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! Intimacy 5. This brought a surge of joy to Du Fei. As compared to the previous increments of just 1 point, a 5-point increase was a significant leap. It was evident that their relationship had grown much closer. At one corner of the mountain mining area, a row of simple wooden sheds stood neatly aligned. These served as the dormitories for Chen Yuanshan and the miners. Not far away, 2 adjoining wooden cabins stood out conspicuously. These were specially commissioned by Du Fei, and their unexpectedly refined appearance was striking. Elevated over a meter above the ground, the cabins were accessible by a short flight of steps leading to the entrance. Wooden walkways connected the structures, with a few rattan chairs scattered along the paths, creating a cozy ambience. The interior of the cabins was designed with simplicity and practicality in mind, featuring a bedroom, a basic washing area, and essential furnishings. The entire structure was built using locally sourced materials, showcasing Chen Yuanshan's craftsmanship. "Wow, such beautiful cabins!" Lu Ruobing exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. Her gaze swept over the cabins repeatedly before she turned to Du Fei and asked, "Did you have these built?" Before she finished speaking, she was already eagerly climbing the steps and rushing inside. Watching her graceful figure, Du Fei smiled and explained, "Since we'll be spending more time working on the mountain, one of these cabins is yours." "Really? That's wonderful." Lu Ruobing spun around, her face lighting up with joy. Having lived in an underground shelter for years, such a cabin was an unexpected luxury for her. Looking out at the endless mountain range surrounding them, she sighed. "If only we could all move out of the shelters and live in cabins like this." "That's not impossible," Du Fei replied with a smile, gesturing toward the dense forest around them. "Once the Qingchuan Ruins mission is completed, we can build as many cabins as we want. The trees here are so massive that just 2 of them are enough to construct a cabin. Now that we have mithril bullets and the recovery pool, neither the time beasts nor radiation pose a threat anymore. By that logic, we wouldn't even need to return to the base city for the next 30 years. We could just settle here, using the camp as our center." Lu Ruobing's eyes sparkled with hope. "I think that's a great idea." Du Fei nodded in agreement. "Aside from the Federation's base cities and outposts, we can claim any land in the wild if we have the capability." In his mind, he was already considering building a base comparable in scale to a Federation outpost, though he knew it would take time and effort. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. Then I'm holding you to it." Lu Ruobing looked at him intently, her eyes playful yet earnest. "In the future, everything within a 100-mile radius of the camp will be ours," Du Fei declared, sweeping his gaze across the surrounding landscape. "Yeah, right? 100 miles? That would include Federation Outpost 83. Lu Ruobing pouted, playfully teasing him. "Haha, you've got to dream big," Du Fei laughed. "Come on, let's check out the mining area." By the rocky riverbank, the roar of drilling equipment echoed continuously. Chen Yuanshan and his team of miners were hard at work, enthusiastically extracting resources. Mithril, or wasn't pure mithril but rather rock containing trace amounts of the precious material, making the mining process relatively straightforward. Currently, Chen Yuanshan and the miners are working with extremely basic equipment, with only 1 rock drill available. From breaking down the, or to transporting it, everything relies entirely on manual labor. Although a crusher and a rail mining cart are essential, due to financial constraints, they have to rely on the most primitive methods for now. Despite the harsh conditions, Chen Yuanshan and the miners remain highly motivated, managing to extract over 100 tons of ore each day. By now, 5 or 6 piles of freshly mined mithril ore have been neatly stacked in the designated area. According to Du Fei's instructions, these ores have been cut into similarly sized pieces to minimize the amount of refining agent needed, ensuring that a single drop of the agent can fully extract the mithril from each piece of ore. Du Fei carefully inspected the piles of ore in front of him, holding 2 bottles of rare refining agent, one left over from before and the other newly exchanged from the tech repository using 100 reputation points. "What's in here?" Lu Ruobing asked curiously as she took one of the bottles of refining agent. "This is a specialized solvent for extracting mithril," Du Fei explained while unscrewing the cap. Using a dropper, he prepared to demonstrate by extracting a small amount of the agent. With a soft plop, a single drop of the refining agent fell onto the surface of the ore. The ore immediately began to undergo a fascinating transformation. Ripples spread across its surface, scattered silver specks gathered toward the center, and then gradually disappeared. Moments later, a stream of silvery white liquid seeped out from within the ore, quickly solidifying on the ground into a small piece of mithril. The original ore, now dull and lackluster, had lost its sheen. Is this mithril? Did you really develop this solvent yourself? It's incredible. Lou Rubing's eyes widened in amazement as she marveled at the sight. Why don't you give it a try? Du Fei said with a smile. Lou Ruobing nodded and, imitating Du Fei's actions, dropped a single drop of the refining agent onto another piece of ore. Soon, the same miraculous process unfolded or rippled, released silvery white liquid, and solidified. It's amazing how easy it is to extract it, she exclaimed joyfully, picking up the newly refined piece of mithril. Unable to resist, she glanced at Du Fei, thinking to herself, how could an 18-year-old boy be so brilliant? He's undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. 2 days had passed, and everything at the camp was progressing smoothly. Du Fei and Lou Ruobing focused on refining mithril at the mining site. Though the metal was lightweight, the two had managed to produce over a dozen kilograms, a significant achievement. In the weapons manufacturing area, Du Fei personally guided Sun Shaoqian and Gong Ting. These two female officers had solid theoretical knowledge of weaponry and communication systems, but lacked practical experience. With patience, Du Fei taught them the entire process, from making mithril bullets and shells to assembling integrated modules and intricate components. After repeated practice, their skills improved steadily, and their admiration for Du Fei grew day by day. With the deployment of a new batch of ammunition, Xia Ying's special operations team achieved remarkable success, increasing the stored time on their memory cards to over 30,000 hours in just 2 days. Meanwhile, Du Fei shuttled between the mining site and the workshop, occasionally taking breaks in the recovery pool. He supervised the production of Predator stealth drones while closely monitoring the assembly progress of the Land King tracked vehicle, correcting any deviations as needed. By the 5th day, 2-wheeled armored vehicles had been equipped with new tracks and some weaponry, hinting at the prototype of the Land King tracked vehicle. Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and the engineering soldiers gathered around the vehicle, cheering excitedly. Look how thrilled you all are. It's still too early to celebrate, Du Fei reminded them with a smile. This is just the exterior. The core systems aren't fully installed yet. It'll take more time before it's operational. Despite his calm demeanor, he couldn't hide his inner excitement. Watching these intelligent female soldiers gradually master the manufacturing processes, Du Fei felt a sense of pride. Everyone has performed well recently. The next few days are critical, so keep up the good work, he encouraged. Yes, Commander, they responded energetically. As night fell, Du Fei had a quick dinner before heading to the wooden cabin near the mining site to focus on researching key components for the drone. In addition to Lu Ruobing, Su Ninger had joined the mithril refining efforts. Since the task required minimal technical expertise, the two completed it on schedule every day, leaving Du Fei to simply collect the finished materials. While he was engrossed in his work, Lu Ruobing's voice suddenly startled him from behind. Turning around, he saw her standing barefoot. Because the two adjacent wooden cabins were connected, Lu Ruobing had often come by after work to report progress, and their interactions had become increasingly natural. I like the feeling of walking barefoot on wooden boards, it's so comfortable, Lu Ruobing explained with a smile, lifting her delicate foot. She then approached the desk and leaned over to examine the blueprints. Wearing a light camouflage outfit, her posture as she bent forward caused Du Fei to swallow involuntarily. These are the blueprints for the drone's core and anti-gravity systems. They might be a bit complex, Du Fei explained. What? A drone? Lu Ruobing exclaimed in surprise, standing upright. We're going to have our own drones? Just as Du Fei was about to explain further, a female soldier's voice called from outside, Deputy Commander, the water purifier is installed, and your shower now has purified water. Great. They'll be right there, Lu Ruobing replied. They'll come back after my shower to hear more. With that, she quickly headed to her cabin. Watching her retreating figure, Du Fei shook his head with a wry smile. At that moment, he realized he had lost the focus to continue his research. The night was tranquil. The miners slept soundly under the protection of the female soldiers. Outside the cabin, Du Fei leaned back in a wicker chair, gazing at the silhouettes of the surrounding mountains. Lu Ruobing had just finished her shower and stepped out wearing a thin, low-neck t-shirt. Her damp hair was still dripping with water. Is this kind of drone really as powerful as you say? She asked while toweling her hair. After learning the detailed performance of the Predator stealth drone, she couldn't hide her astonishment. You'll see when the time comes, Du Fei replied with a faint smile. The Federation has strict rules. No conflicts are allowed between legions. If anyone starts trouble, they'll be deemed anti-humanity. Ha! Lu Ruobing let out a cold laugh. To the Federation, humanity only includes the elites, nobles, and the wealthy. If the lower class dares to resist or threatens their interests even slightly, they're branded as anti-humanity. Du Fei continued, there's one more thing I haven't told you, this kind of drone can evade the Federation's Skynet surveillance. What? Lu Ruobing whipped her head around, her eyes wide. The Predator stealth drone can bypass Skynet monitoring? Realizing the implications, she stared at Du Fei with intense eyes. You're not planning to. The humiliation and bullying we've endured so far, fine. We endured it. But if it keeps happening, isn't it fair for us to fight back just a little? Du Fei said calmly. Lu Ruobing clenched her fists, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Over the years, the women's guerrilla regiment had suffered relentless oppression and humiliation, and they had reached the breaking point. However, with only 2 drones currently available, she worried about their chances against the formidable 48th Division. So, you already have a plan to deal with the 48th Division? She asked excitedly, suppressing her worries. The 48th Division is just the beginning. The ultimate target is Wu Daguay. Really? At the mention of her archenemy Wu Daguay, Lu Ruobing's entire body tensed. Memories of her parents' deaths at Wu Daguay's hands flooded her mind, and tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. I thank you. No need to thank me. Du Fei looked up at the starry sky, lost in thought. Lu Ruobing stood quietly beside him. Wu Daguay, a mid-level figure in the Federation, was at the height of his power. Not only did he command 3 divisions, but he also came from a prominent family and had a vast, intricate network of connections. She glanced at the man beside her, who was willing to challenge such authority for her sake, and her heartbeat quickened. After a moment, she asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" "My dad and my sister," Du Fei replied. "You're still better off. At least you have family to care about," Lu Ruobing said softly, sighing as she dried her damp, black hair with a towel. Her hands worked restlessly, betraying a hint of irritation. They're living in Fuxing City now. They should be happy there. The situation doesn't look good. Wu Daguay probably won't let them off easily. What? Lu Ruobing paused, looking up in confusion. Wu Daguay? Your family got involved with him? Du Fei let out a faint smirk. Yeah, my dad got tangled up with Wu Daguay's wife. He then gave a brief account of Du Lei rescuing Wang Shuzhen on the battlefield and the subsequent romantic entanglement. Lu Ruobing finally understood, though her tone carried a trace of disappointment. I see. My only concern now is their safety. There's no need to worry too much. Fuxing City has a resident protection mechanism. Plus, your dad has made contributions, they'll be fine. Lu Ruobing tried to reassure him. Du Fei sighed. We'll take it one step at a time. Affairs like this have always led to trouble, just ask Ximenqing. Even though the city's residents are protected, Wu Daguay is a man with far-reaching influence. It wouldn't take much for him to have my dad and sister expelled from Fuxing City. Now, we can only wait for Hu San's update. Ugh, it's so annoying. Lu Ruobing muttered, frowning as she continued to wrestle with her long hair. There's too much of it, it itches if I don't wash it, but once I do, it's so hard to dry. My arms are so sore. Back when she served in the Women's Field Battalion, they couldn't even afford basic necessities like a hairdryer. So all the female soldiers had to rely on towels to dry their hair. Here, let me help you, Du Fei offered, taking the towel from her hands. Lu Ruobing didn't protest and bent forward slightly to let him assist. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Intimacy 10. Du Fei felt a surge of delight, thinking the effort was well worth it. As he sat beside Lu Ruobing, parting a strand of hair that had fallen over her chest, his mind went blank, as if struck by lightning. He froze in place, utterly stunned. Noticing his unusual reaction, Lu Ruobing glanced down. Realizing she had inadvertently exposed herself, her face flushed crimson. She hastily covered her neckline and stammered, I'll just head back to sleep now. Snatching the towel from Du Fei's hands, she fled the scene in embarrassment. In the following days, Du Fei dedicated himself entirely to his work. The production of the Land King tracked combat vehicle and the Predator stealth drone had entered its final stages. The workshop was filled with the roar of machinery and the sparks of welding flying everywhere. Meanwhile, through Hu San's connections, Du Fei managed to purchase 2 second-hand trucks from a local stronghold at a low price. Together with Chun Yuanshan's truck loaded with explosives, they now had 3 vehicles in total. These trucks were modified with mithril plating and were repurposed into a large infantry transport vehicle and a containerized ammunition transport vehicle. With the enhanced transport capacity, the female soldiers no longer had to march on foot as they did before. In the engineering workshop, the engineering team led by Sun Xiaoqian was working tirelessly to ramp up production. Thanks to the ample supply of mithril, the previously dwindling stock of gunpowder was now being fully utilized. Mithril bullets and shells of various calibers were being produced in a steady stream, as if on an assembly line. Even the ammunition demands of large-scale battles could now be fully met with the current reserves. As Du Fei carefully poured liquid mithril into the drone shell molds, Ganting approached with a group of female soldiers. Commander, there's something I'd like to discuss. Ganting hesitantly began. What is it? Du Fei asked. Our stored cassava flour and wild vegetables. Can we hold off on discarding them for now? she asked cautiously. Standing nearby, Lu Ruobing frowned and asked, "Are you planning to throw away our food reserves? That stuff counts as food? Throw it all away," Du Fei said firmly. Over the past couple of days, he had noticed that while he himself enjoyed hearty meals, the female soldiers were eating blackened wild vegetables soaked in disinfectant. Although this frugal approach had long been a part of the women's field regiment's routine, he refused to let his subordinates continue eating such things. Seeing Du Fei's displeased expression, Gan Ting quietly relented. "All right, we'll throw it away. It was my decision to have the kitchen staff do that," Lu Ruobing explained, biting her lips slightly. "After all, we're not exactly well off right now. Saving where we can means we can invest more in equipment." "I understand your intentions for the regiment's well-being," Du Fei said seriously, looking at Lu Ruobing. "But no matter how tight things are, we can't cut corners on food. The harder the times, the more the soldiers need to feel warmth and hope. Don't worry, it won't be long before our finances improve." He then turned to Ganting and asked, "So, how much time do we have left in the account?" Ganting immediately provided a detailed report. The Xiaoying Special Forces team earned a total of 85,630 hours over the past few days. Adding the previous balance, that's 92,590 hours in total. After paying the miners' Tindi wages of 10,000 hours and distributing 200 hours to each of the soldiers with a tin handling fee deducted, the account currently has 57,830 hours remaining. Listening to Ganting's meticulous report, Du Fei couldn't help but smile to himself. This meticulous housekeeper was indeed competent. He deliberately tapped his fingers on the workbench and said, "I thought we were running out of funds, but it turns out we still have over 50,000 hours. Hey, race the order. Spend 50,000 hours to buy food." "What? By that much?" Ganting was momentarily stunned, then regretted inwardly. She thought to herself that she shouldn't have let the commander know about the account surplus. Lu Ruobing gave a bitter smile and said, "Can we buy a little less?" Her eyes revealed a trace of distress, knowing that the hard-earned time they had saved would soon be depleted again. "No way. Even with 50,000 hours worth of food, I still feel it might not be enough," Du Fei replied with a serious expression. He turned to Lu Ruobing and asked, "How long will it take us to reach the Qingchuan ruins?" Lu Ruobing was momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of thought, she answered, "Now that we have transport vehicles with mechanized marching, it should take about a day and a night." "Exactly," Du Fei said firmly, his gaze resolute. "For this battle at the Qingchuan ruins, the kitchen unit will need to dispatch personnel, and we must ensure that the entire regiment is well fed. As the regiment commander, I am determined to make sure every soldier gets to eat proper meals, like stir-fried vegetables with meat over rice, during every meal on the battlefield. As long as I'm here, I won't let my soldiers suffer even the slightest hardship." His powerful declaration moved Lu Ruobing, Ganting, Sun Shaoqian, and the others deeply. The female soldiers present had tears of gratitude shining in their eyes, touched by how much their commander cared for them. At that moment, a series of system notifications sounded in Du Fei's mind. Ding! Reputation 10. The messages came one after another. Du Fei felt a surge of satisfaction and lowered his head, focusing intently on the tasks at hand. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Outside the camp of the Women's Field Regiment, brand new equipment excited all the female soldiers. The two original wheeled armored vehicles had been transformed into sleek, state-of-the-art tracked combat vehicles. Meanwhile, two standard drones had been upgraded into uniquely designed predators. Alongside them, 3 transport vehicles gleamed in the sunlight, their silver-white surfaces shining brightly. "Are these our Land King tracked vehicles and drones?" Xiaoying exclaimed as she ran her hand over the war machine coated with mithril. Her excitement was palpable. "Quick, take a picture of me. Ingbao, wait for us." Lu Ruobing and a few other female soldiers quickly ran over to join the photo. "This equipment is incredible." Sun Zioqian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Who would have thought the commander transformed all this from 20,000 hours worth of scrap materials? Ganting chimed in, "These are mithril-plated tracked vehicles, with performance far surpassing the Federation's latest models. They're worth at least 1 million hours." "Wow, that valuable? What about the drones?" one of the female soldiers asked eagerly. "The drones are even more impressive. The commander handcrafted them entirely from pure mithril, but the details of their performance are classified for now." Ganting glanced at Du Fei in the distance and smiled mysteriously. As the first person in the regiment who would soon operate this powerful new weapon, she was filled with pride and anticipation. All preparations were complete. The Land King tracked vehicles and Predator drones entered the final debugging phase. Du Fei used 700 reputation points to exchange for 7 energy crystals to power the 2 Land King vehicles and 3 transport trucks. Each crystal could sustain power for a year, completely eliminating the reliance on fuel. "All personnel, take your positions. Report the operational status of the vehicles." Du Fei's voice rang clearly through the communication system. Report. Land King 1 has started successfully. All systems are functioning normally. Standing by. In the Land King command room, Lu Ruobing kept her eyes fixed on the flashing control panel display. Report. Land King 2 has started successfully. All systems are functioning normally. Standing by. Xiaoying followed closely with her report. Activate the full defense system. Conduct a test round with the autocannon, machine guns, and Gatling guns. At Du Fei's command, the two Land King vehicles roared to life, crossing ravines and crushing hills. The distant barren mountains instantly became a firepower testing ground. The autocannons thundered, bullets whistled, and rocks shattered and flew in all directions. Report. Autocannon damage range exceeds 6,000 square meters. Machine guns and Gatling guns have precisely hit over 300 targets. All systems are functioning properly, fully combat-ready. Hearing this satisfactory report, Du Fei exhaled deeply. The blueprints redeemed from the technology repository were etched deeply in his mind. As long as the vehicles performed well, he could expand production at any time. Ganting, respond when you receive this. Ganting here. In the independent control room, Ganting quickly replied. It's your turn now. Yes, Commander. Ganting took a deep breath and pressed the start button. Accompanied by a faint hum, two Predator drones slowly ascended. Once they reached a height of over 10 meters, they completely vanished into the air without leaving a trace. This exceeded Du Fei's expectations. He had initially thought that stealth merely referred to evading radar detection, but he hadn't anticipated that they would also be invisible to the naked eye. No wonder the description claimed that they were beyond the reach of surveillance systems. Even if spotted, they would only be mistaken for unidentified flying objects. Ganting, current position of the drones? Reporting, Commander. They are hovering 15 meters directly above you. Ganting stared at the display screen. Through the drone's surveillance system, she could clearly see the entire camp, even distinguishing the expressions on everyone's faces. Du Fei looked up, but all he saw was clear blue sky. These drones were not only fully invisible, but also completely silent during operation. Order. Begin testing the Predator stealth drones? Yes, Commander. Ganting gripped the control stick with both hands and commenced the first flight test. Report. In the control room, Ganting stared intently at the display screen, quickly reporting various data. Comprehensive control, autonomous AI programs, and weapon systems are all functioning normally. Current altitude is 6,729 meters, with a speed of 9,100 kilometers per hour, equivalent to Mach 7. She could barely contain her excitement and was about to continue her report when the console screen suddenly flickered, showing 3 red dots emerging in the cloud layer ahead. 2 drones had already zipped past the red dots at high speed. Ganting swiftly adjusted the controls, reducing speed while taking over control of one drone, switching the other to AI escort mode. She then maneuvered the drone into a smooth circling motion, heading toward the 3 red dots. Reporting to the commander, we have a situation. Ganting immediately reported through the communication system. Du Fei adjusted his headset and frowned. What's the situation? At coordinates 117E, 43.9 N, 3 LV-2 class stealth-winged beasts detected. Requesting permission to engage, Ganting replied succinctly. Du Fei let out a breath of relief. I thought the drones had malfunctioned. What's their status now? Perfect condition. Ganting said proudly. Currently flying 30 meters to the right of the 3 LV-2 class stealth-winged beasts, and they haven't noticed us at all. She was even more amazed that these stealthy creatures, supposedly invisible, were fully exposed on the drone's detection system. Permission to engage. This is a good chance to test the weapon systems, Du Fei instructed. Ganting playfully asked, micro-missiles, grenades, cannons, or Gatling guns can I pick? Don't get cocky. Make your own decision, Du Fei said helplessly. Roger that. Ganting stuck out her tongue and quickly locked onto the nearest target, decisively opting for the cannon. The rapid burst of gunfire echoed as a dozen rounds hit the target with precision. Explosions lit up the clouds, and the unsuspecting LV-2 class stealth-winged beast was instantly obliterated. The system immediately displayed, LV-2 class chrono beast killed. 3,576 hours acquired. Added to the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment storage card. Commander. Ganting reported excitedly. One kill just earned us 3,576 hours, and it's all been directly credited. Du Fei explained, Predator stealth drones operate outside the Sky Eye surveillance range, so the Federation can't deduct 20 of the time. The Sky Eye isn't just for monitoring military units, it's also the Federation's time collection system. Under its surveillance, killing a chrono beast means 20 of the time is automatically taken. But as long as it's outside the Sky Eye's range, the chrono beast's time is directly credited to the killer's storage card, regardless of the card type. Oh my god, that's amazing. Ganting trembled with excitement. She had the qualities of a meticulous housekeeper and was exceptionally sensitive to finances. Every time she saw the Kronos Federation take a 20 cut from their hunting proceeds, Gonting felt a pang of frustration. But now, with the arrival of the Predator stealth drones, that frustration was finally alleviated. Every bit of profit would go directly into their accounts, no longer subject to exploitation by those scoundrels. Thinking of this, Gonting couldn't help but flash a smug smile. Just then, two LV-2 stealth-winged beasts in the vicinity were startled. One of them, a temperamental Kronos beast, let out a piercing screech, revealing its true form and entering combat mode. However, despite furiously flapping its wings and circling in the air, it was unable to lock onto its target. How hideous! On behalf of the commander, I'll eliminate you. Gonting pressed the Gatling gun button, without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-ta-ta. The drone spat out streams of fire as a fan-shaped barrage of large-caliber Mithril bullets rained down. The enraged Kronos beast let out a miserable cry, its body riddled with holes in an instant, plummeting straight from the clouds. The system immediately displayed a notification. LV-2 Kronos beast killed. 3,920 hours acquired. Funds have been automatically deposited into the Auxiliary Women's Field Core storage card. Gonting squinted in satisfaction and playfully blew on her middle finger. Before she could revel in her success, she noticed the other LV-2 stealth-winged beast fleeing in panic. I'll let you run 3 kilometers first, she chuckled, waiting for the lock-on signal. Beep, beep, beep. Fire. As she hit the button, a micro-missile 10 centimeters in diameter and 30 centimeters long traced a graceful arc, chasing after its target. Boom. A thunderous explosion followed, and the system chimed in again. LV-2 Kronos beast killed. 3,783 hours acquired. Funds have been deposited into the Auxiliary Women's Field Core storage card. Yes. Gonting clenched her fist in excitement and promptly reported to the command center. Commander, Predator stealth drone testing is complete. All systems are functioning normally and ready for deployment. Excellent. No need to land. Return to camp airspace and hover on standby, Defy commanded. Roger that. The test concluded as 2 Land King combat vehicles, their silver tracks glinting in the light, rolled back into the camp with an air of dominance. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian leapt nimbly from the vehicles, standing tall and proud as they approached Defy. In perfect unison, they saluted. Greetings, Commander. The Land King tracked vehicles and Predator drones have successfully passed the tests. Defy smiled and nodded, his gaze settling on Xia Ying. Xia Ying, as an excellent commander, what's your evaluation of these vehicles compared to the previous armored cars in terms of performance? Xia Ying's cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Commander, this Land King is absolutely incredible. It's agile, highly responsive, and its communication and detection systems are crystal clear and flawless. The firepower of the cannon, machine guns, and Gatling gun is several times stronger than anything other core have. And with its mithril body and all-around defensive weaponry, it's practically invincible on the battlefield. She gestured animatedly with her hands. Compared to our old armored cars? There's no comparison. Even the Federation's latest tracked vehicles look like children next to it. I dare say, this is undoubtedly the most powerful combat vehicle in the world. As her words landed, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted around them, with many of the female soldiers clapping so hard their hands turned red. Everyone had witnessed the astounding performance of the Land King vehicles and felt a surge of confidence for the upcoming Qinchuan Ruins battle. Standing to the side, Gonting wore a mysterious smile. At that moment, no one noticed the 2 stealth Predator drones hovering silently overhead. Aside from Lu Ruobing and Gonting, no one else knew the true capabilities of these drones. They were simply assumed to be standard reconnaissance equipment. Defy patted Xia Ying's shoulder. Since you're so fond of it, the second Land King is now under your command. That's amazing. Thank you, Commander. Xia Ying nearly jumped with joy, casting a smug glance at Gonting. She was well aware that the first vehicle was surely reserved for Vice Commander Lu Ruobing, and now the second one was hers. However, when she noticed the equally satisfied smile on Gonting's face, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Just then, Sun Shaoqian, pouting, stepped forward. Commander, the first one went to Sister Ruobing, the second to Yingbao. What about me? She had poured a great deal of effort into the weapon systems and mithril ammunition for these 2 vehicles. Defy chuckled and said, You're a major contributor. We've already reserved a spot for you in the independent control room of vehicle number 1. One of Gonting's drones will be assigned to you, he explained, mainly because it's a bit demanding for Gonting to operate 2 drones on her own. Sharing one with you makes it more manageable. This way, the 2 Predator stealth drones can operate independently in different locations, maximizing their effectiveness. Huh. Sun Shaoqian immediately pouted in disappointment and said, I prefer driving a heavily armed combat vehicle into the fray. Why assign me to operate a drone with no firepower? Reluctantly, she saluted. Fine. Gan Ting, standing nearby, smiled faintly. Underestimating drones, are you? You'll see their value soon enough. At that moment, a female communications soldier hurried over, came to attention, and saluted. Report. The 48th Division has sent over the deployment plan for the Qingchuan Ruins mission. They mentioned that other corps have already begun their operations, and urged us to complete our preparations and reach the designated position within 3 days. Share the 48th Division's deployment plan and the details of our assigned position, Du Fei ordered. Yes, Commander. The communications soldier activated her terminal and began her report. The Qingchuan Ruins are located at the border between the Revival Military Region and the Crusader Military Region. The battlefield is divided into 4 main zones: East, West, South, and North. Participating forces include the 48th Division, several auxiliary corps, and regular troops from the Crusader Military Region. Our Women's Field Regiment has been assigned to the Eastern Zone, alongside 3 other corps, including 1 regular unit from the Crusader Military Region. However, she hesitated slightly. Our position is on open plains with no terrain cover. Damn it! Lu Ruobing and the others cursed angrily. The 48th Division is clearly using us as bait to draw out the shadow beasts. But Du Fei smirked coldly. Well, let them think that. Who ends up as cannon fodder is yet to be determined. Then, his expression turned serious. Pass down my orders, everyone, is to prepare their equipment. Assemble in 10 minutes. With the command issued, the entire camp sprang into action. Infantry transport vehicles roared to life. Armored vehicles began warming up. Ammunition trucks opened their rear doors, and various weapons and ammunition were swiftly loaded. Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei. Are you planning to move out now? That's right, Du Fei nodded. Since others have already started, we can't afford to lag behind. Besides, if we've committed to cooperating, we should arrive at the designated position early to reassure the 48th Division. With that, he walked over to Gan Ting and whispered a few instructions. Understood. Gan Ting replied enthusiastically, grabbing the still hesitant Sun Shaoqian. Come on, get in the vehicle with me. Despite her reluctance, Sun Shaoqian frowned and followed Gan Ting into the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King combat vehicle under her firm urging. Inside the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King combat vehicle, Sun Shaoqian stared intently at the control panel, observing the bustling figures of the female soldiers through the clear screen display. Her fingers glided over the densely packed buttons, and within just a few minutes, she had familiarized herself with the various features of the Predator stealth drone. Take a look. This is what I achieved 400 kilometers away from the camp while you were testing the combat vehicle, Gan Ting said smugly, pulling up the storage card balance and raising her eyebrows in a show of pride. Wow, that's incredible, Sun Shaoqian exclaimed in amazement. I thought the drone was just for gathering information. I never imagined it could be several times more powerful than the Land King tracked vehicle. Xiaoying really suffered a huge loss this time. She laughed so hard her chest heaved with excitement. After taking her seat at the command station, Sun Shaoqian eagerly operated the drone's camera, zooming in on Du Fei. When his handsome and sunny face appeared on the screen, the seemingly innocent girl revealed her true colors. She sensually licked her lips and blew a kiss at the screen, saying, I'm absolutely in love with him. 10 minutes later, a loud assembly order echoed through the air. Report. 90 soldiers of the Women's Field Battalion are assembled and accounted for. The infantry commander stood at attention and saluted. According to the plan, 18 female soldiers would remain at the camp to handle guard duty, medical care, and cooking. Du Fei surveyed the assembled troops, gave a brief speech, and then waved his hand decisively. Move out. He then climbed aboard the No. 1 Land King tracked vehicle alongside Lu Ruobing. All aboard. Destination: Qingchuan Ruins. Let's go. The convoy, consisting of 5 vehicles, roared out of the camp. 2 tracked vehicles led the way, followed by an ammunition truck, a transport vehicle filled with female soldiers, and 2 Predator drones providing aerial escort. The Qingchuan Ruins were once a small base city known as Qingchuan City. Hundreds of years ago, it was overrun by high-level chrono beasts and became an abandoned ghost town, now a haven for wild creatures. The journey from the camp to the ruins spanned approximately 300 kilometers, with treacherous mountain roads often blocked by landslides that required clearing. Even with mechanized transport, the journey would take a full day and night. By the afternoon of the second day, the convoy reached the outer perimeter of the Eastern Front, less than 10 kilometers from the Qingchuan Ruins. In the command room, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing simultaneously opened their eyes from light rest, sensing the convoy had come to a halt. What's going on? Report, there's a roadblock ahead, the driver relayed through the communicator. Commander, 2 military groups have appeared at the 3-way junction ahead. Negotiations might be necessary. Gan Ting's voice came through the encrypted channel. Understood, Du Fei replied, exchanging a glance with Lu Ruobing before disembarking. At the same time, Xiaoying jumped down from the No. 2 vehicle with 2 female soldiers in tow. Stop. This is the defensive zone of the Flying Fish Corps and the Sirius Corps. Turn around immediately. Before Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and their group could get closer, they were met by two squads of fully armed soldiers aiming their guns at them. The sunlight glinted off the cold steel of the barrels, making the threat unmistakable. We are from the Auxiliary Women's Field Battalion of the Revival Military District, assigned to defend the number 3 position on the eastern line. We request passage. Lu Ruobing stepped forward, maintaining her composure as she spoke. Women's Field Battalion? One of the leading officers sneered, sizing them up. Are you blind or deaf? This is the defensive zone of the Flying Fish Corps and the Sirius Corps. No one is allowed to pass. Faced with the officer's unreasonable arrogance, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying clenched their fists in anger, though their faces betrayed a resigned helplessness. Clearly, they were no strangers to such bullying. Flying Fish Corps and Sirius Corps, so impressive? Du Fei frowned and asked. Lu Ruobing lowered her voice to explain. Though these two corps are also auxiliary forces, they rank within the top 50,000 on the Sky-Eye website's combat strength list. They are indeed stronger than us. Their behavior is always domineering, not much different from bandits, disgraceful lackeys of the 48th Division, the scum of the auxiliary forces. Xiaoying spat angrily. Du Fei stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. I am the commander of the Women's Field Battalion, acting under orders from the 48th Division to defend the number 3 position on the eastern line. If your obstruction delays the mission, can you bear the consequences? The officers froze, finally taking note of Du Fei's strikingly handsome appearance. They exchanged uneasy glances before one spoke up. Orders from above. This is a restricted zone. No one is allowed through. Then summon your superior to meet me. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to contact the 48th Division directly, Du Fei said firmly, refusing to back down. Though reluctant, the officers dared not escalate the situation further upon hearing the mention of the 48th Division. Muttering curses under their breath, they used their communication devices to call their superiors. Moments later, 2 military vehicles roared up, and the commanding officers of the Flying Fish Corps and the Sirius Corps stepped out, flanked by soldiers showing them deference. The Sirius Corps commander swaggered over to Du Fei. What's the issue here? Du Fei remained polite. We are the Women's Field Battalion, requesting passage through your corps' defensive zone to reach the number 3 position. Heh, do you think just anyone can pass through our defensive zone? The Sirius Corps commander smirked, flicking the whip in his hand and pointing toward the base of a distant mountain. Go around through the river valley. The Flying Fish Corps commander sneered from the side. Didn't someone just mention delaying the mission? If you don't make it to your position on time, now that's a real delay. As the standoff continued, a well-equipped military convoy suddenly appeared at a nearby fork in the road. The procession of dozens of tanks, armored vehicles, and transport trucks stretched as far as the eye could see. A middle-aged commanding officer strode forward, frowning as he took in the scene. Is this the level of professionalism among the officers of the Revival Military District? The Sirius Corps commander immediately recognized the man as a regular army officer. His arrogance vanished as he stood at attention and saluted respectfully. May I ask who you are, sir? Colonel Chu Zhengxiang, commander of the Iron Blood Brigade, 56th Division of the Crusade Military District, the middle-aged officer replied coolly. After Chu Zhengxiang announced his unit and name, the commanders of both the Sirius Corps and the Flying Fish Corps immediately changed their expressions. Their previously indifferent looks were replaced by ingratiating smiles in an instant. Oh, so it's Colonel Chu of the Sacred War Military District. What an honor. We've heard so much about your esteemed reputation, the two exclaimed almost in unison. Their reaction was understandable. The Iron Blood Brigade of the 56th Division from the Sacred War Military District ranked among the top 10,000 on the battle strength leaderboard of the Sky-Eye website, a testament to their formidable power. For units like the Sirius and Flying Fish Corps, having an ally of such caliber in a critical situation could be a life-saving blessing. Colonel Chu, may I ask which position your troops are stationed at? The Sirius Corps commander inquired respectfully. Position 1, Chu Zhengxiang replied flatly, clearly unimpressed by their flattery. At that moment, an adjutant hurried over to salute Chu Zhengxiang. Colonel, we need to move quickly to the position and set up our defenses in advance. Clear the way for the Iron Blood Brigade immediately. The Sirius Corps commander urgently signaled to his troops. Colonel Chu, please proceed. The Flying Fish Corps commander also bowed deferentially. Chu Zhengxiang ignored their gestures and instead turned to Du Fei. Young man, which corps are you with? The Auxiliary Women's Field Corps, Du Fei replied calmly. Forward unit? Chu Zhengxiang asked, glancing at the few vehicles behind Du Fei. No, the entire corps, Du Fei answered. Chu Zhengxiang was momentarily taken aback. This is considered a corps? I seriously question whether the Revival Military District is running out of personnel, sending such a small unit to defend a position. If a battle breaks out, this many people wouldn't even be enough to fill a beast's teeth. The soldiers nearby couldn't help but smirk mockingly. Young man, I can only commend your courage, Chu Zhengxiong remarked. Heh, well, we're here now. Orders are orders, Du Fei replied with a smile. Chu Zhengxiong glanced around at the female soldiers in the vehicles inside. You all truly move me. You remind me of my younger days. Come on, follow us through the defense zone. He gestured invitingly. Colonel Chu, we apologize, but they don't have the clearance to pass through our defense zone. That's right, we can only allow Colonel Chu's troops to pass. The commanders of the Sirius and Flying Fish Corps said sarcastically. Chu Zhengxiong frowned, his expression darkening. Although he wanted to intervene, as a member of the Sacred War Military District, it wasn't his place to interfere in the internal affairs of the Revival Military District. Here's what we'll do. This is the communication channel for the Iron Blood Brigade. If you encounter any emergencies, feel free to call for our support, Chu Zhengxiong said, handing Du Fei a piece of paper with a series of numbers. Likewise, this is the communication channel for the Women's Field Corps. If you find yourselves in trouble, you can also call us for help, Du Fei responded, writing down a channel number and handing it over in the same manner. Ha ha ha, this young man is quite interesting. Chu Zhengxiong laughed heartily, casually handing a note to the adjutant beside him. Well then, good luck to you. Same to you, Du Fei replied with a matching smile. Brigade Commander Chu, after you. The roadblock was quickly cleared. The commanders of the Sirius and Flying Fish Corps led their soldiers in respectful salutes and bows, watching as Chu Zhengxiong's Iron Blood Brigade smoothly passed through the defensive zone. Xia Ying was fuming, her eyes wide with anger. Bastard! Lu Ruobing, equally livid, turned pale and asked Du Fei, what do we do now? Du Fei's gaze swept over the commanders of the Sirius and Flying Fish Corps, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand to press his earpiece and asked, Gonting, can we bypass them? There's a dried-up riverbed at the foot of the mountain. We just need to clear a few fallen rocks. Shouldn't be a problem, Gonting quickly responded. Good. Leave one vehicle to escort the convoy and send another to scout our position. Find a suitable location to establish a defensive line. Understood. Du Fei turned and patted Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying on their shoulders, smiling. Let's go. Get in the vehicle. We'll take the detour. No need to waste energy being angry with them. The convoy followed the plan and began circling toward the mountain's base. Inside the command room of Land King Vehicle Number 1, Lu Ruobing was still seething, her chest heaving with fury. Du Fei couldn't help but glance at her. Noticing his gaze, Lu Ruobing glared back at him. Their eyes locked for less than a minute before Du Fei looked away first. His gaze unconsciously trailed down her neckline, and a mischievous smirk appeared on his lips. You don't you dare look! Lu Ruobing's face instantly turned red as she crossed her arms over her chest, her anger dissipating in the process. Oh, by the way, Du Fei said, suddenly serious. For this mission, all 3 brigades of the 48th Division are mobilized. Yes, and I heard that Division Commander Diao Decue is personally overseeing the operation. Diao Decue is here too? When do they plan to launch the full assault? Tomorrow at noon. Du Fei pondered for a moment before issuing orders into his earpiece. Gonting, once you've chosen the encampment point, gather intel on all of the 48th Division's military deployments. Also, locate their divisional command center. Understood. The terrain at the Eastern Front Number 3 position was flat and open, with only a single, elevated small hill standing abruptly in the middle. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying scanned the expansive surroundings, their brows furrowed. Establishing a defensive line with the regiment's 90 troops in such a landscape was indeed a daunting challenge. Both instinctively turned to Du Fei, awaiting his decision. Du Fei understood the situation clearly. Their adversaries in this battle were beasts, not a conventional army, rendering traditional trench warfare tactics ineffective. The key to building a strong defense lay in leveraging the terrain. That solitary hill, which might have seemed insignificant, now appeared to him as their greatest asset. What's there to worry about? Du Fei said with a confident smile. Don't forget we have Mithril ammunition. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. He quickly began issuing orders. Set up the base camp behind the hill. Songjia, you'll be in charge of placing machine guns and grenade launchers on the hill. Turning to the right, he continued, position the Land King combat vehicle at the front and the ammunition truck at the rear. Arrange the 5 vehicles in V-shaped formation. We don't need to worry about the air. To the south, we have the Iron Blood Brigade. To the north, there are the Sirius and Flying Fish Legions. All we need to do is hold the western flank. He pointed ahead. Maintain a 500-meter buffer zone between us and the beasts. I want to see a wall of flesh and blood formed by mutated beasts and chrono beasts at that distance. Yes, Commander. With the orders given, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying immediately led the female soldiers to begin preparations. Du Fei activated the encrypted channel on his headset. Gonting. Gonting here. Report on the deployment of the 48th Division and the hunting grounds. Gonting promptly replied. The 48th Division's Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning mobile brigades are stationed at the southern, western, and northern positions, respectively, each supported by 3 to 5 auxiliary battalions. While our eastern front has the Iron Blood Brigade from the Holy War Military District for support, the other positions have better terrain conditions. The 48th Division's command center is located northwest, right between the Thunder and Lightning Brigades. What about the internal situation of the Qingchuan ruins? It's primarily level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts. They seem to have sensed danger and are already showing signs of agitation. Defy issued further instructions. From now on, drone number 1 must continuously monitor the 48th Division's command center. Once the battle begins, proceed as planned and ensure the drone's ammunition is resupplied promptly. Commander, Sun Shaoqian suddenly interjected. We just noticed something unusual. When Predator number 2 approached the Qingchuan ruins, the signal was interrupted twice, for 0.3 and 0.6 seconds respectively. I suspect there's some kind of energy interference. Pull it back for now and focus on defending our airspace, Du Fei ordered, his expression darkening as he pondered what kind of force could disrupt the Predator's central system. It seemed there was more to the depths of the Qingchuan ruins than met the eye. As night deepened, piercing roars from the direction of the Qingchuan ruins echoed through the air, chilling to the bone. The 4 defensive lines had encircled the ruins completely, and a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. The 3 brigades of the 48th Division, along with nearly 20 auxiliary regiments, stood in battle formation, while terrifying beastly roars echoed continuously. It was the night before the battle began, and everyone knew that by the end of this night, their fate would hang in the balance. At position number 1 on the eastern front, the lineup of the Iron Blood Brigade was formidable. Dozens of drones hovered high above, tanks and tracked combat vehicles were lined up neatly on the ground, and artillery and infantry units were tightly entrenched among the rocks. Chu Zhangxiong stood at the edge of a ravine, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Qingchuan ruins. This is going to be a tough fight, he murmured under his breath. A young adjutant approached him, also looking in the same direction. Commander, do you think the 48th Division of the Revival Military District will achieve a decisive victory tomorrow? It's hard to say, Chu Zhangxiong replied with a deep, thoughtful expression. The battlefield changes in an instant. Until the battle is over, no one can guarantee they'll come out on top. The Qingchuan ruins are teeming with level 4 chrono beasts, and they've never been completely cleared out in centuries. There could be even more powerful ones hiding in there. The adjutant shivered involuntarily at the mention of higher-level chrono beasts. As a graduate of the Command Academy, he had never encountered a chrono beast above level 4. Commander, the 48th Division doesn't have the best reputation. Why did you agree to take on their mission? Chu Zhangxiong gave a wry smile. You'll understand when you have a family of your own. What he didn't say was that his daughter was about to turn 18 and needed time credits. He had 5 wives to support, and 2 of them were about to give birth. Despite being the highest-ranking officer of the Iron Blood Brigade, he refused to resort to embezzling military funds or exploiting his soldiers to make ends meet. By the way, where is that small squad stationed? Chu Zhangxiong asked. 10 kilometers to the right, at position number 3. That young man has good spirit. Pass on my orders when the battle starts tomorrow. Concentrate firepower to the right and cover them. Understood. Meanwhile, inside the independent control room of the number 1 Land King tank, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian closely monitored the movements of the 48th Division's command center through their headsets and screens. Drone footage revealed that within an abandoned power station located between the Thunder Brigade and the Lightning Brigade, Division Commander Biao Dakue was leisurely sipping red wine. Occasionally, he glanced at the 7-digit timer on his wrist, looking completely confident. This mission not only promised the elimination of a large number of chrono beasts, but also the acquisition of a substantial amount of time credits. In addition, eliminating the remnants of the Women's Field Battalion would earn him commendations from his superiors. Biao Dakue calculated in his mind. By then, his accumulated time reserves might surpass 8 digits, reaching tens of millions of hours equivalent to over 1,100 years of life. These staggering figures were the result of years of embezzlement and exploitation. Biao Dakue was well aware of his precarious position. As a division commander, he was nothing more than a pawn in Wu Dague's hands, destined to be discarded eventually. Precisely because of this, he had always been plotting an escape route for himself. Once he amassed enough time, he could buy an official position in the Federation, perhaps even one that would place him on equal footing with Wu Dague. Yet, even 8 digits worth of time reserves were far from satisfying Biao Dague's insatiable ambition. Outwardly, he was just a mid-ranking officer in the Federation, but in reality, he had set a small goal for himself to accumulate at least 1 billion hours. Roar! Roar! The piercing, grating sound of a beast's howl suddenly tore through the night. Listen to that, what a beautiful sound! Biao Dakue raised his wine glass, squinting as he sipped. The remnants of the Women's Field Battalion and that genius from the Advanced Command Academy will meet their end tomorrow under the watchful eye of the Sky Eye, devoured by beasts. Such a flawless plan. Wasted on a bunch of ants. What an insult to this division commander. Commander, would you like another glass? The adjutant took the empty glass and asked obsequiously. This wine, at just 100,000 hours per bottle, is still too low grade, Diao Decue said with a dismissive wave of his hand. He then issued an order, send the command. Launch the main assault tomorrow at 12 noon. The Thunder Brigade and Lightning Brigade are to hold their positions, while the Hurricane Brigade will attack the eastern front of the Qingchuan ruins first. Once a breach is created, the other two brigades will concentrate their fire to drive the time beasts toward the eastern line. When the eastern line completely falls, we will claim to provide support and use drones for artillery coverage. Any surviving remnants will be obliterated. Yes, Commander. Brilliant strategy. Huh, did you all hear that? Du Fei asked with a grin. Despicable and shameless. Absolutely vile. Commander, we must retaliate in kind. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian said through gritted teeth. Don't worry, everything is under our control, Du Fei replied confidently, turning to Ganting. Save the video. Yes, sir. By midday the next day, under a gloomy sky, the oppressive heat from the radiation in the wilderness was palpable. Within the ruins of Qingchuan, the roars of chrono beasts and mutated creatures grew increasingly intense, their agitation echoing through the air. The four major fronts east, west, south, and north were on high alert, each legion waiting for the 48th Division signal to launch an all-out assault. At 11:59, the Legion's public channel suddenly broadcast the operation command. Attention all legions. The 48th Division will initiate the main offensive in 1 minute. Hold your positions and eliminate any escaping chrono beasts and mutated creatures. The countdown began. 30, 29, 28, 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4. Before the countdown concluded, two micromissiles unexpectedly launched from the Lightning Brigade's position within the 48th Division, streaking toward the Qingchuan ruins. With two deafening explosions, flames erupted skyward, and the ground shook violently. Two massive breaches appeared in the walls on the northwestern side, as if the beasts had been unleashed from their cage. In an instant, a horde of level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts and mutated creatures surged through the breaches, roaring as they swarmed toward the northwest. What the hell is going on? Diao Decue exclaimed in shock. The Thunder Brigade's commander bellowed into the communicator. By Siguan, has your Lightning Brigade lost its mind? That's bullshit. It wasn't us. Lightning Brigade Commander by Siguan angrily retorted, utterly baffled. We haven't even fired a shot. What the hell is this? Realizing that the beast horde was advancing toward the division's command center, both commanders quickly snapped into action. This is bad. We can't let the command center be compromised. Hold them off and drive these beasts back. Forced to abandon the original plan, the two brigades were thrown into the fray prematurely. Meanwhile, the commander of the Hurricane Brigade asked in confusion, Commander, what are your orders? Stay on standby. Let me handle this mess first. Diao Decue roared in fury. In no time, the Thunder and Lightning Brigades unleashed their full firepower. Machine guns rattled, artillery roared, grenades detonated, and drones dove from the sky. The entire northwestern front turned into a sea of flames, shaking the objects inside the 48th Division's command center violently. Inside the independent control room of Land King Tank No. 1, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged a knowing smile. Thus, the battle for Qingchuan ruins erupted with the sudden launch of two inexplicable missiles. On the public communication channel, chatter erupted among the auxiliary legions. Wait, it's starting already? The main battlefield is in the northwest. No doubt about it. The regular army packs a punch right from the start. Looks like we're just here to watch. Let's focus on holding our own positions. At position 1 on the eastern front, Chu Zhangxiong of the Ironblood Brigade observed the brutal battle in the northwest through a high-powered telescope. In the inferno, beasts fell in droves, but human casualties were also mounting. He sighed. Who would have thought? Those two brigades from the 48th Division have really stepped up. Impressive. Meanwhile, at position 3 on the eastern front, the Women's Field Regiment closely monitored the unfolding battle. Two Predator stealth drones, operating in autonomous AI mode, hovered silently above the battlefield. Du Fei sat on a small mound, holding a steaming bowl of stir-fried vegetables and shredded pork over rice. His gaze drifted toward the northwest, a thoughtful smile playing at the corner of his lips. Surrounding him were Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian, who were also eating while observing the distant battle. The firepower of the 48th Division is insane, Xia Ying exclaimed. Ganting chimed in, no kidding. They must have spent at least 300,000 hours worth of ammo and shells just now. But for the 48th Division, that's just a drop in the bucket. Watch. They'll have those time beasts suppressed within 2 hours. She quickly shoveled a few bites of food into her mouth. Hurry up and eat, everyone. It'll probably be our turn soon. As Du Fei ate, his mind replayed the scene from last night, the staggering number on Diao Decue's wristband. A division commander possessing over 7 million hours of time was a testament to the 48th Division's strength. "Commander, here's a piece of meat for you," Sun Shaoqian said softly, placing a piece of meat into Du Fei's bowl. "Humph, Commander, I'll get you one too," the others teased, eagerly adding food to his bowl. All right, that's enough. I'll share the vegetables with you all." Du Fei chuckled. "So delicious." Their laughter echoed across the small mound, a warm and cheerful scene that would surely shock any other regiment who would have thought anyone could have a picnic on a battlefield. 2 hours later, as predicted, the battle to the northwest gradually subsided, and the swarm of beasts was successfully suppressed. However, the brief calm lasted less than 3 minutes. Boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted from the eastern side of the Qingchuan ruins, carving out a massive gap at least a kilometer wide. "Alert! All units, stay on high alert." Urgent shouts rang out as the entire battlefield tensed. Before the commanders could react, an overwhelming number of level 3 and level 4 time beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, followed by countless mutated beasts, resembling a plague of locusts. To everyone's surprise, dozens of bomber drones suddenly appeared in the skies over the Qingchuan ruins, dropping a barrage of bombs along both flanks of the beast horde. The 48th Division's 3 maneuver brigades coordinated their artillery with the drones, attempting to steer and control the swarm's direction. But then, a massive flock of stealth-winged beasts appeared in the sky. By the time the 48th Division's command center issued the order to recall the drones, it was too late. Crash, crash. The sounds of collisions echoed as dozens of drones were smashed to pieces, their wreckage scattering across the ground. "The 48th Division just took a heavy hit," Du Fei commented with a pained expression. Without the drones to herd them, the beast horde descended into chaos, spreading wildly in all directions. The eastern front bore the brunt of the assault, facing immense pressure. "Prepare for battle," Du Fei ordered in a deep voice. Inside the number 2 Land King tracked combat vehicle, Xiaoying stared at the screen filled with countless red blips, her chest rising and falling with tension. "Xiaoying, there are so many high-level time beasts," one of the communication officers said nervously, her voice trembling. "Yeah, the last time I saw this many time beast was when I first enlisted, but back then, they were all level 1, Xiaoying replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Gripping the control stick tightly, she added, "All right, let's go. I'll show them just how good I am." Meanwhile, on the Iron Blood Brigade's front line, Chu Zhangxiang watched the approaching beast horde and decisively commanded, "Open fire." Rat-a-tat. Boom, boom. Over 7,000 soldiers opened fire simultaneously, blanketing the battlefield in smoke and flames. The mutated beasts let out blood-curdling screams, while the injured time beasts continued their frenzied charge through the barrage. "The time beasts are going berserk. Focus your fire and take them down one by one. Hold the line." Chu Zhengxiong's voice boomed across the battlefield. At position 3 on the eastern front, the Women's Field Battalion stood ready in formation. "The Iron Blood Brigade has engaged. Attention, the beasts will enter range in 10 seconds. Everyone, stand by. Make sure to keep the beasts beyond the 500-meter buffer zone." Du Fei's voice came through the communicator, tinged with excitement. This was his first time serving as a commander. On the battlefield, the female soldiers wore solemn expressions, their eyes locked on the waves of beasts surging in the distance. Despite some nervousness, determination gleamed in their eyes. Grenade launcher operators and machine gunners quickly took their positions, while a dozen other soldiers crouched on the hillside, fingers poised on their triggers. "Land King Tank Number 1 has locked onto the left front. Range 1 kilometer. Lu Ruobing reported clearly. "Land King Tank Number 2 has locked onto the right front. Range 1 kilometer. Xiaoying followed up. "Infantry units positioned directly ahead, ready to engage," the infantry commander added. 3, 2, 1, fire. With Du Fei's command, the battlefield erupted in action. The grenade launchers struck first, unleashing a barrage of mithril shells that screamed toward the densest part of the beast horde. Infantry machine guns and submachine guns followed, while the self-propelled cannons, machine guns, and Gatling guns on the 2 Land King tanks unleashed deadly streams of fire. Amid the deafening roars, the beasts let out piercing screams. Mutant beasts and level 3 chrono beasts were blasted apart on the spot, and even the formidable level 4 chrono beasts fell one after another, writhing in pain. The Sky Eye system continuously transmitted kill confirmations. Level 3 chrono beast killed, 5,106 hours earned. Federation deduction, 20. Storage card credited with 4,085 hours. Level 4 chrono beast killed, 6,783 hours earned. Federation deduction, 20. Storage card credited with 5,427 hours. Level 4 chrono beast killed, 6,512 hours earned. Federation deduction, 20. Storage card credited with 5,210 hours. Although the Federation still deducted 20 of the time earned, the harvest aside from the cloaked predator drones was substantial. The female soldiers were exhilarated, their hands trembling slightly as they gripped their weapons. Report to the commander. 2 level 5 chrono beasts have appeared at the rear of the horde. They seem to be commanding the retreat. Sun Xiaoqian, operating predator drone number 2, suddenly reported. Level 5 leaders. Du Fei muttered in slight surprise before issuing an order. Don't act rashly yet. While the beasts are still within range, hit them with another wave. Yes, continue firing. The women's field battalion immediately launched a second round of fierce attacks. The doors of the ammunition container truck were wide open, and the logistic soldiers were lined up in a long queue, transporting ammunition. Xiaoying stared at the control panel screen, licking her lips with excitement. Fire. Fire hard. We've got plenty of ammo this time. Her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. It's the first time encountering a level 5 time beast. I wonder if one shot can take it down. Too bad it's so far away. She turned to the female communications officer beside her. Give me a cigarette. The soldier swiftly lit one and handed it to her. Keep an eye on the control panel for me. With the cigarette in her mouth, Xia Ying nimbly climbed out of the control room, opened the top hatch of the Land King combat vehicle, and leaped onto it. Tiger girl, take a break. Let me fire a few rounds. Yes, ma'am. The rapid thudding of the cannon echoed as shells exploded across the ground. With a thunderous roar, beasts within a 6th sand square meter radius collapsed en masse, while the surrounding creatures fled in terror. Xiaoying squinted her eyes and leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. Satisfying. The beast horde, overwhelmed by the firepower of the women's field regiment, began scattering to both sides, which immediately put immense pressure on the positions of the Ironblood Brigade, the Sirius Corps, and the Flying Fish Corps. Within an hour, the battle at the Qingchuan ruins had reached a fever pitch. All 4 military lines opened fire, but the seemingly endless swarm of beasts surged like a black tide, pouring in from every direction. Soon, many corps found themselves in dire straits. Positions were continuously lost, and casualties mounted. The Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning brigades of the 48th Division, drained of resources, were on the brink of collapse as their offensive waned. 2 hours later, the stronger corps were barely holding on, while the weaker ones either retreated or were annihilated in the beast tide. The Flying Fish Corps had already fallen back to the adjacent Sirius Corps' position. However, even with the 2 forces combined, the relentless assault of the beast horde left them in a perilous state. Amidst the roars of the beasts, frontline soldiers of the Sirius Corps were continuously falling, and tanks and armored vehicles were being overturned one after another. Report to the commander. The number of beasts ahead has tripled. A communications soldier reported in panic. Before the words had fully settled, a bloodied adjutant with bandaged legs stumbled in, supported by others. This officer, who had narrowly escaped when an armored vehicle was overturned by a stealth-winged beast, reported with a pale face, "Commander, the frontline position has been lost." Useless. You couldn't hold out for this long, the Sirius commander shouted angrily. The Flying Fish commander interjected anxiously, "Brother Duanmu, we should immediately request reinforcements from the Ironblood Brigade." The adjutant wiped the blood off his face and added in a trembling voice, "The front line was lost because 2 special time beasts appeared. Their backs glowed blue, and their size was twice that of ordinary time beasts. Not only can they crawl, but they can also walk upright, and their speed is terrifyingly fast." Time beasts like that? The Sirius commander gasped, then erupted in fury. "Don't we have enhanced long-range armor-piercing shells? Are you all idiots? Can't you fire them for me?" Hearing the reprimand and questioning from the Sirius commander, the adjutant's face was filled with panic. His voice trembled as he said, "We fired. We used long-range armor-piercing rounds. Commander, the scales of those chronobeasts are too hard. The armor-piercing rounds shattered into fragments upon impact, like we were just scratching an itch for them. What's worse, it enraged them. Those chronobeasts seem to be able to command the entire beast horde. With just a few roars, they can multiply the horde's attack power several times over. Brother Duanmu, I understand now." The Flying Fish commander suddenly turned pale, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at the Sirius commander. "That's a level 5 chronobeast." The moment he said this, the command center fell silent. An involuntary shiver ran through everyone present. "What? Are you sure it's a level 5 chronobeast?" the Sirius commander asked in shock. "Absolutely certain." The Flying Fish commander's expression was grave. The Black Dragon Corps encountered a single level 5 chronobeast previously, and they were completely annihilated. "We must request reinforcements from the Ironblood Brigade immediately, or it will be too late." Upon hearing this, the Sirius commander's face turned ashen. He knew all too well the reputation of the Black Dragon Corps an elite among auxiliary forces, whose strength rivaled even the regular army's mobile brigades. For such a formidable corps to be wiped out by a single level 5 chronobeast was a testament to its terrifying power. And now, they were facing two of them. It was nothing short of a death sentence. Quickly find the Ironblood Brigade's communication channel and establish contact immediately. The Sirius commander ordered the communications officer urgently. The communications officer swiftly searched through the SkyEye network, located the channel, and handed over the communicator. Commander, the connection is established. This is Sirius Corps calling Ironblood Brigade. Do you copy? The Sirius commander stood straight, his tone filled with urgency. Amid the sound of heavy artillery fire, a young adjutant's voice came through the communicator. Ironblood Brigade here. Go ahead. Relieved, the Sirius commander spoke respectfully. This is the Sirius Corps, Allied forces. The situation here is critical, and our positions have sustained severe damage. It's not due to incompetence on our part, but two level 5 chronobeasts have appeared. Our defenses are on the verge of collapse. We urgently request support. Before he could finish, the voice on the other end cut him off. We're dealing with 3 level 5 chronobeasts on our end. The situation here is equally dire. Apologies, the transmission abruptly ended with the sound of a violent explosion. The Sirius commander and the Flying Fish commander exchanged despairing looks. Their last hope for salvation was gone. At that moment, deafening beastly roars echoed from afar, growing louder and closer. Roar. Grrrr. Report. The tank armor positions have been overrun. Report. The artillery positions have fallen. What about the infantry? What's the status of the other battalions? The Sirius commander asked urgently. Report. Over 80% of the infantry in 3 battalions have been lost. The positions are about to fall. The command center descended into chaos. Moments later. Report, Commander. The beast horde has broken through the front line. They'll reach the command center in 10 minutes. The communication officer's voice was filled with despair. Upon hearing this final report, Commander Tianlang staggered violently, barely steadying himself by gripping the edge of the table. The command center fell into a deathly silence. Captain Feiyu and the rest of the personnel wore expressions of sheer terror. Only the adjutant, whose head was wounded, remained focused on operating the detection device, blood streaming down his forehead. Commander, don't panic. The adjutant suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I found a safe evacuation route. A safe route? Commander Tianlang turned sharply. Where is it? The adjutant wiped the blood from his forehead with his sleeve and pointed to the screen of the detection device. 15 kilometers to the left, straight to the valley at the foot of the mountain. There's not a single Guanyin beast there. Commander Tianlang frowned deeply. Isn't that the defense zone of the Women's Field Battalion? Heh. Captain Feiyu let out a cold laugh. If even elite troops like us can't hold off the horde, those weaklings were probably devoured long ago. Once the beasts have had their fill, they'll naturally move on. The adjutant and other officers quickly voiced their agreement, praising the analysis. Commander Tianlang threw back his head and laughed. Duamu Chuanfu truly has incredible luck. Commander, the beast horde will arrive in 5 minutes. The communication officer reminded. Order. Abandon all heavy equipment and evacuate with minimal gear. After issuing the command, Commander Tianlang suddenly turned to the adjutant who had discovered the escape route. Adjutant Zhang, how is your injury? Thank you for your concern, Commander. It's just a superficial wound. The adjutant replied, overwhelmed by the attention. A cold glint flashed in Commander Tianlang's eyes. Even a superficial wound bleeds, and the scent of blood will attract the beasts. Thank you for finding the route. I'll make sure your family is taken care of. Before the words had fully settled, the commander drew his pistol. Calm. Commander, have mercy. The adjutant's terrified plea was cut short by the gunshot, and blood splattered across the detection device's screen. Commander Tianlang then ordered another adjutant to report upon their return that Adjutant Zhang had deserted in the face of the enemy. Captain Feiyu and the others praised the commander for his strict discipline. 1 minute later, 6 military vehicles carrying the survivors of the Tianlang Corps' command center sped toward the direction of the Women's Field Battalion. Inside the luxurious military vehicle, Commander Feiyu smiled warmly at Duanmu-chan. Brother Duanmu, I am deeply grateful for your help in escaping this ordeal. My father has already arranged everything, and once we return, he'll likely be appointed as the commander of the Eagle Falcon Corps. When that happens, I will certainly show my gratitude properly. Haha, then let me congratulate you in advance. Duanmu-chan replied casually, leaning back against the leather seat. I'm still waiting for my reassignment orders, but I'm sure the new corps I'm assigned to won't be too bad. Exactly. Those fresh graduates from the Command Academy have no real combat experience. How can they compare to seasoned commanders like us who've been through countless battles? The two exchanged knowing smiles. Duanmu-chan nodded in agreement. It's like they say good soldiers are easy to find, but a great general is rare, huh? This was the reality of the Federal Military District. After a corps was wiped out, as long as its commander survived, they could be reassigned to lead another corps. For some commanders, this had become routine, a revolving door of core, with commanders remaining steadfast. Though they were temporarily left without troops, it wouldn't be long before they regained power and found new opportunities to amass wealth. Suddenly, the panicked voice of a communications officer came through the radio. Report. A beast horde has been spotted pursuing us from the rear. Commander Feiyu's face darkened as he turned to look at Duamu Chun. The latter smirked slyly, his expression calm as he casually gave an order into the radio. Lieutenant Liu, leave the last 3 vehicles behind. The rest of us will proceed at full speed. Understood, sir. With the order issued, the leading 3 vehicles roared ahead, accelerating rapidly. Suddenly, 2 loud explosions shattered the air as the road behind them was blown apart, leaving a massive crater. The personnel in the 3 abandoned vehicles cried out in despair, "Commander, don't leave us behind." So, Brother Duamu had this planned all along. Impressive. Commander Feiyu exclaimed in astonishment. To achieve great things, one must be willing to make sacrifices. Sometimes you have no choice but to cut off a limb to save the body. Duamu Chun replied with a cold smile. Commander Feiyu nodded in agreement, though inwardly he was shocked. He had always thought of himself as ruthless, but Duamu Chun was clearly on another level. The remaining 3 vehicles of the Sirius Corps sped forward, soon reaching the open plains. Meanwhile, at the Wildcat Women's Battalion's position, the second wave of their offensive had yielded even greater results. The female soldiers' faces were alight with the joy of victory. After handling matters in the control room, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying stepped down from their armored vehicle to join Du Fei. On the southern, western, and northern fronts, the sound of artillery fire echoed as the battle raged on. However, on their side, not even a trace of the beast horde could be seen, leaving them feeling thoroughly bored. Du Fei stood still, lost in thought, without issuing the next command. Xia Ying, feeling bored, lit a cigarette, her signature charming dimples showing through the swirling smoke. Captain, killing just 1 level 4-time beast earns us over 5,000 hours. Why not continue the chase? Lu Ruobing couldn't suppress her restlessness and was the first to speak. Exactly. If we take down a level 5-time beast, the rewards will be even greater, Xiaoying said, cigarette dangling from her lips as she blinked mischievously. Captain, I want to be the goddess of the Women's Field Battalion, who takes down a level 5-time beast first. What's the rush? The Emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuchs are? Du Fei's gaze remained fixed on the distance, his tone calm and unhurried. Hearing this, the 2 women stomped their feet simultaneously, throwing resentful glances at Du Fei. Xia Ying wrapped an arm around Lu Rubing's neck, lowering her voice to tease. He misspoke. He should have said the Emperor isn't in a hurry, but the Empress is. Your analogy is even worse. Lu Rubing's cheeks flushed bright red. Their banter quickly escalated into playful chasing and laughing. Du Fei turned to observe their antics, his expression puzzled. At that moment, Sun Zioqian's voice came through his earpiece. Captain, as you predicted, the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion have been defeated. The 2 commanders are fleeing toward our position. Got it. Go check on the Iron Blood Brigade status. Understood. Sun Shaoqian immediately steered the Predator stealth drone toward the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Du Fei beckoned to the 2 women who were still fooling around. Enough playing, come here. It's happening now. When he explained that the Sirius Legion and Flying Fish Legion were retreating toward their position, sharp determination flashed in Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's eyes. Remembering the humiliation of being berated by them yesterday, both women gritted their teeth. They finally understood why Du Fei had told them to endure it back then, had foreseen this moment all along. Stay calm and composed, Du Fei said, standing between them and patting their shoulders lightly. Let's go. It's time to settle the score. Got it. The 2 women replied in unison. Leading a group of female soldiers, they followed Du Fei toward the front lines. The 3 vehicles of the Sirius Legion sped across the desolate wilderness. Suddenly, an adjutant pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look over there!" What unfolded before their eyes was a shocking scene. Tens of thousands of ferocious beast and mutant creature corpses were scattered all over the ground. Among them, there were at least hundreds of time beasts alone. The most unbelievable sight was the remains of the LV 3-time beasts blown apart into pieces, their severed limbs strewn everywhere. I've never seen such powerful artillery, the adjutants murmured in awe. Black beast blood snaked across the ground, intertwining with the shattered bodies to form a horrifying spectacle. Duamu Chun and Commander Feiyu observed the scene through the vehicle windows, their brows tightly furrowed. By all logic, even if beasts were struck by artillery, their bodies would typically remain intact. But the scene before them was entirely different. Even the formidable LV 4-time beasts were reduced to fragments, with barely a single whole corpse in sight. Could this be the work of the 48th Division? The thought crossed their minds but was quickly dismissed. As a ground combat corps, the The 48th Division was equipped with only a few dozen drones and no fighter jets. Even their shoulder-mounted micromissiles couldn't possibly cause such devastating destruction. As the two commanders pondered the situation, the convoy suddenly came to an abrupt halt. "What's going on?" Duamu Chun asked. "Reporting, Commander, there's a roadblock ahead. It seems to be from the Women's Field Regiment," the driver replied. "What?" Duamu Chun and Commander Feiyu exchanged incredulous glances. Could there really be survivors from the Women's Field Regiment? The two stepped out of the vehicle to investigate, and sure enough, they saw figures moving ahead. Before they could approach, a group of fully armed female soldiers raised their weapons and aimed directly at them. "Stop right there. This is the defensive zone of the Women's Field Regiment. Turn back immediately," the female soldiers barked sharply. On a nearby mound, 3 machine gunners had already disengaged their safeties, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Faced with this unexpected situation, Duamu Chun signaled to Adjutant Liu with a glance. "Go over and negotiate with them." Although Adjutant Liu was still uneasy after yesterday's encounter with the Women's Field Regiment, he followed the order and stepped forward. "Stop. Take one more step and we'll shoot." The female soldier's tone grew even harsher. "State your unit." "Wait, don't shoot." Adjutant Liu raised both hands. "We're from the Sirius Legion and Flying Fish Legion. We're allies of your regiment. The 2 positions we were defending on the right flank have been overrun by the beasts. We request permission from your troops to pass through," Deputy Liu pleaded earnestly. "The Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion? What a joke." A few female soldiers stood with their hands on their hips, their eyes filled with disdain. "Are you blind or deaf? Do we need to repeat ourselves? This is the Women's Field Corps' defense. Sanino 1 is allowed to pass." Deputy Liu opened his mouth, his face turning from red to pale, but he was left speechless. He turned to Duanmu Chun with a bitter expression. Duanmu Chun and the Flying Fish commander both looked grim, their faces dark as iron. The humiliation from the previous day surged back into their minds. They knew full well that these female soldiers were taking the opportunity to settle the score. "Duanmu, time is of the essence. Sometimes, we have no choice but to swallow our pride," the Flying Fish commander murmured quietly. Duanmu Chun nodded, suppressing his anger. "I am Duanmu Chun, commander of the Sirius Legion. We are retreating under the orders of the 48th Division. If you refuse to let us through, and the 48th Division holds you accountable, can you bear the consequences?" Hearing this, the female soldiers were not intimidated. Instead, they sneered mockingly. "Oh, look who's talking. Weren't you all high and mighty yesterday? Guess the tables have turned. Huh? The 48th Division? So what? We don't care about the 48th or 49th Division. We only take orders from our superiors." "Exactly. Orders from above are Clerno 1. No matter who they are, is allowed to pass through this defense zone." Duamu Chun's face darkened even further. Fine, very well. You don't even respect the 48th Division? You must be out of your minds." He turned to the signalman. "Inform the 48th Division immediately. Tell them these Women's Field Corps shrews are attempting to harm their allies." However, the signalman quickly reported back, "Commander, our signal is severely disrupted. It seems the 48th Division has shut down all communication channels." This news hit Duanmu Chun like a bolt of lightning. Realizing there was no way to report the situation, he had no choice but to lower his head under the Flying Fish commander's persuasion. "Ladies, please don't take offense. I acted rashly earlier. I apologize. Get lost." "Ugh, who are you calling ladies?" The female soldiers were even angrier now. "Look at you, pathetic. Do you have no shame? Who do you think you are?" Duanmu Chun suppressed the tremor in his body, forcing himself to remain humble. "It was my mistake, a slip of the tongue. Please, calm down. Could you ask your commander to come out and speak with us?" Before he could finish, a man accompanied by 2 women appeared in the distance. The female soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted. With an air of arrogance, Du Fei approached, flanked by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. He casually asked, "What's going on here?" "We are the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion. We have been ordered to retreat and hope your legion will grant us passage." Duanmu Chun forced a sycophantic smile onto his face, his voice laced with obvious humility. Du Fei's lips curled slightly in disdain as he replied, "Our defense zone isn't a place where anyone can pass through at will. Understand?" At some point, Lu Ruobing had picked up a small whip. She flicked the tip lightly and pointed toward the northwest, where fierce battles raged on. "You can take a detour and go through the 48th Division's area." Xia Ying, a cigarette dangling from her lips, blew out a puff of smoke dismissively in Duanmu Chun's direction. "Who was it just now talking about defying the heavens? Weren't you going to report us to the 48th Division? Their command post is right over there. If you're going to complain, then hurry up. The beast horde is almost here. Don't waste time." Duanmu Chun's facial muscles twitched violently, as if his heart were bleeding. "You all about to say we're going too far?" Lu Ruobing interrupted him, a cold smile on her lips. And what if we are? Xia Ying's voice turned icy. Don't push your luck. Get lost. A dangerous glint flashed in Lu Ruobing's eyes. Or do you think the measly Sirius and Flying Fish legions are in any position to stir up trouble? Before her words had fully landed, the surrounding female soldiers raised their guns in unison and shouted, "Leave!" At that moment, a deafening roar of beasts echoed from the distance. The ground trembled violently as a cloud of dust rose in the air. 5 or 6 level 4 chrono beasts were driving a horde of hundreds of mutated feral creatures, surging toward them like a tidal wave. It's over. Duanmu Chun, the Flying Fish Legion's commander, and their deputies turned deathly pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. On the hill, defensive measures were swiftly put into place. 3 machine gunners took their positions, over a dozen grenade launchers were aimed at the distant enemy, and 2 massive Land King tracked tanks adjusted their turrets, ready for battle. With a thud, Duanmu Chun and the Flying Fish commander dropped to their knees. Please, let us through. Save us. Their deputies followed suit, kneeling and kowtowing in desperation. Several female soldiers stepped forward, raising their submachine guns and aiming directly at them. Do not advance any further, otherwise, you'll be considered intruders and shot on sight. The members of the Sirius Legion felt as though they'd fallen into an icy abyss, their gazes filled with despair as they looked toward Du Fei. Suddenly, Duanmu Chun seemed to recall something. Frantically, he pulled out a storage card. I have 300,000 hours here. If you save me, it's all yours. The Flying Fish commander quickly followed suit, producing another storage card. I have 250,000 hours. Please save us. Du Fei remained silent, turning his gaze to Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. Lu Ruobing's cold eyes swept over the kneeling, pleading figures. This is karma. If it weren't for the countless other legions you got killed before, if it weren't for the way you've always bullied us, if it weren't for you blocking our way just yesterday, you wouldn't be facing this fate today. Xia Ying threw away her cigarette, her expression cold and stern. This is a reciprocal counterattack, understand? Anyone who dares to forcefully enter the defense zone of my women's field battalion will be executed on the spot. As soon as she finished speaking, several female soldiers immediately raised their submachine guns and unleashed a round of fire at the ground in front of Duanmu Chun and his men. The dense bullets kicked up a cloud of dust, their deterrent effect instantaneous. The soldiers of the Sirius Legion crumbled in fear, glaring daggers filled with hatred at Duanmu Chun and Commander Feiyu, as if wishing to tear the two culprits apart with their bare hands. Duanmu Chun and Commander Feiyu exchanged a look of despair, their faces ashen with regret, though it was already too late. At that moment, the growls of beasts echoed closer and closer, a cacophony of roars and screeches. Roar ga! In the blink of an eye, 2 massive level 4 chrono beasts lunged at Duanmu Chun and Commander Feiyu. With gaping maws, they clamped down on their heads, swallowing them whole. The remaining officers barely had time to react before being completely overwhelmed by the rampaging horde of beasts. Even the 3 extravagant military vehicles, worth a fortune, were torn to shreds by the ferocious creatures. Target the chrono beasts. Open fire. At the command, a barrage of heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, and automatic rifles unleashed a deadly web of firepower. Amid the relentless hail of bullets, 5 or 6 level 4 chrono beasts let out anguished howls before collapsing lifelessly. Suffering significant losses, the remaining beasts fled in a panic. As soon as the battle ended, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying led a group of female soldiers toward the fallen chrono beast carcasses. Working in coordinated teams, they quickly began the grisly task of dissection. Though the process was nauseating, they pressed on and completed their mission. Shortly after, the 2 female commanders each retrieved a storage card from the bloodied remains of the beasts and approached Du Fei with renewed energy. Xia Ying playfully held out a card, saying, "Here you go, Commander." Lu Ruobing added softly, "We can't just leave these storage cards behind." Watching the 2 formidable warriors transform into gentle, charming women in an instant, Du Fei couldn't help but silently remind himself, never, ever underestimate or provoke women. Just then, an urgent report crackled through his headset. Sun Xiaoqian's voice was anxious. "Commander, 3 level 5 chrono beasts have appeared at the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Casualties have already exceeded an entire battalion. How long do you think they can hold out?" Du Fei asked, his brows furrowed. "Even with sufficient ammunition, it's useless against level 5 chrono beasts. I estimate they won't last more than 30 minutes. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei issued a command. "Hunter Unit 2, return first and await further orders." "Understood." After giving instructions to Sun Xiaoqian, Du Fei quickly switched the channel on his headset. "Gonting reporting." A clear response came through the communicator. "What's the situation with the 48th Division?" "Reporting to the commander, the situation is critical. The positions of the 48th Division's 3 brigades have all encountered level 5 chrono beasts, with casualties reaching one-third. The southern line is even worse. 2 of the 5 auxiliary corps have been completely wiped out, and the remaining 3 have been forced to retreat. The Hurricane Brigade seems to be moving closer to the other 2 brigades. What about their divisional command center? Any movement? Du Fei pressed further. The command center appears calm on the surface, but Biao Dekue is clearly in a foul mood. Reports say he smashed several cups. The unfavorable progress of the Qingchuan Ruins battle seems to have drawn the attention of the Federation's higher-ups. I suspect Biao Dekue has been severely reprimanded by his superiors. Good, Du Fei nodded slightly. Proceed as planned in 2 hours. Cut off all external communications to the 48th Division's command center. Yes, Commander. With everything arranged, Du Fei returned to the base camp. Xia Ying, bored, gazed idly at the distant battlefield, deliberately stretching in a way that revealed a glimpse of her pale, toned midriff beneath her uniform. Nearby, Lu Ruobing twitched at the sight, resisting the urge to give her a swift kick. Commander, we can't just sit around like this, can we? It's so boring, Xia Ying said coquettishly. Amused by the scene, Du Fei chuckled. Didn't you say you wanted to be the first goddess to take down a level 5 chrono beast? Exactly. Just waiting for your orders. Seeing Lu Ruobing step in to block his view, Du Fei straightened his expression. All right, here's your task. Order the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle to resupply its ammunition and head to the Ironblood Brigade's position in 3 minutes. Represent my women's field battalion and provide support. Yes, sir. Xia Ying's eyes lit up as she saluted excitedly, then quickly led a group of female soldiers into action. Sun Xiaoqian, have the number 2 Predator follow them for backup. Understood. What about us? Lu Ruobing asked. Hold the position and conserve energy. There's plenty to do after nightfall. Nightfall, huh? Lu Ruobing muttered as she walked toward the number 1 Land King vehicle. Hunting down a single chrono beast is worth thousands of hours. Watching her graceful figure as she walked away, Du Fei allowed himself a small smile. Big sister, even hunting 1,000 chrono beasts can't compare to the value of the numbers on Biao Dekue's wrist. 3 minutes later, the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle was ready. We represent the Women's Field Battalion, supporting the Holy War Military District's Ironblood Brigade. Move out. Xia Ying and the female soldiers in the vehicle were brimming with excitement. This marked the first time in their years of battle that they were officially supporting Allied forces, setting a historic precedent in the Federation's military irregular troops aiding a regular army. As the tracked vehicle roared away from the position, Du Fei watched its fading silhouette with a smile. Safeguarding the Ironblood Brigade was a carefully calculated decision. First, its commander, Chu Zhengxiong, was an upright man, a rarity in the Federation's military ranks. Second, the Qingchuan Ruins battle carried immense strategic importance. Du Fei's next plans required a cooperative ally or perhaps a shield. After all, in this battle, every other corps had either fled or been annihilated. Du Fei contemplated the trajectory of the battle. If the Women's Field Regiment emerged as the sole unscathed and victorious force on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly stir up a storm of controversy. Therefore, the final victory needed to be claimed by a formal military unit, and the Ironblood Brigade of the Holy War Military District was undoubtedly the best candidate. The thought of the impact Ironblood Brigade's victory in the Revival Military District's hunting grounds would have made Du Fei smile surely. The Revival Military District would be left with an indelible psychological scar. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the wooden command post of the Ironblood Brigade was grim. Report, Commander. The beast hordes have launched multiple frenzied assaults, each one more ferocious than the last. The situation at the front lines is critical. The adjutant stood at attention, beginning to report the battle damage. Chu Zhengxiong's brows furrowed deeply. He was about to inquire about the equipment losses, but waved his hand to interrupt. Tell me about the casualties among the soldiers. The young adjutant cautiously reported. So far, the 1st Regiment has suffered over 360 fatalities, the 2nd Regiment over 530, and the 3rd Regiment. The situation is worse, with over 800 fatalities, more than 1,700 lives. Chu Zhengxiong's clenched fist landed heavily on the wooden post. These soldiers were all under his command from the beginning, and the loss tore at his heart. Commander, the main issue is those level 5 chrono beasts theory too difficult to handle, the adjutant added. They're not just tough, they're impossible to take down, Chu Zhengxiong said, staring at 3 prominent red markers on the scanner. With a sigh, he asked, what's the status of the 48th Division? Their communication channels have been completely shut down, but according to the scouts' reports, their situation is even worse than ours. Chu Zhengxiong let out a bitter chuckle. As expected, it's a tough battle. If things go south, both we and the 48th Division could suffer heavy losses. Suddenly, he recalled something. That small squad on the right flank has probably been wiped out by now. It's a pity about those young soldiers. Try to contact them. See if there are any survivors. The adjutant looked a little uneasy. Commander, I lost their communication channel. Chu Zhengxiong saw through the situation immediately, but chose not to expose it. This young adjutant likely thought it unbecoming for the prestigious Ironblood Brigade to seek help from a small, unofficial team of less than 100 and had simply discarded the channel. Don't do that again in the future, Chu Zhengxiong said, his tone light but firm. Understood, Commander. I'll remember your instruction. Chu Zhengxiong turned his attention back to the scanner and issued his orders. There are still 20 hours left in the operation at the Qingchuan ruins. Hold out until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Pass on the command if necessary. Abandon the front lines to prioritize preserving personnel. Yes, Commander, the adjutant responded. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a deafening explosion rocked the command post. Outside, the sentry tower collapsed with a thunderous crash. Then, a blood-curdling screech tore through the air, gaga gaga. Look out.
Protect the commander.
The adjutant's voice pierced through the silence. In an instant, a dozen soldiers surged toward Chu Zhengxiong like a tide, raising their weapons to form a human shield. The adjutant stayed close to Chu's side, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Chu Zhengxiong gazed outside the wooden shelter, his face turning grave in an instant. In the sky, 5 or 6 massive LV-3 class stealth-winged beasts had already appeared, their enormous wings casting dark shadows on the ground. Stay alert. Stay alert. Protect the commander. We'll draw these beasts away, shouted several soldiers on the perimeter as they fired into the sky. The muzzles of their submachine guns flared, and bullets rained upward. But ordinary bullets barely scratched the LV-3 class stealth-winged beasts, as though they were mere pinpricks. The beasts let out piercing shrieks and dove down at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 soldiers had fallen under their razor-sharp claws, their screams echoing through the chaos. The command post descended into disarray as personnel scattered in all directions. The adjutant grabbed the communicator. Command post under attack. Command post under attack. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash resounded. The wooden shelter was completely overturned. Fortunately, thanks to the soldiers' protection, Chu Zhengxiong was only struck on the shoulder by a wooden beam. But a greater threat loomed. A colossal LV-4 class stealth-winged beast circled above, its blood-red eyes radiating ferocity. Despair was etched on the faces of Chu Zhengxiong and his men. Just as the LV-4 class beast prepared to launch a deadly strike, a deafening beastly roar erupted in the distance, coming from the direction of the front lines. The winged beasts, as if summoned, immediately shifted their course and sped toward the battlefield. Still reeling from the shock of their narrow escape, Chu Zhengxiong and his men were interrupted by a frantic call on the communicator. Calling command post. Reinforcements have appeared at our front line. I repeat, reinforcements have appeared at our front line. The adjutant quickly picked up the communicator. Command post received. Please clarify, which unit do these reinforcements belong to? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, all pondering the same question. Where had this mysterious force of reinforcements come from? Report to headquarters. The excited voice of 3rd Regiment Commander Dong Biao came through the communicator. Currently, we are being supported by a single silver-tracked battle tank. Although it's just one, it has already successfully taken down an LV-5 chrono beast. The front line is ready for a counterattack. Awaiting your orders. In the command center, Chu Zhengxiong and his adjutants exchanged incredulous looks as they listened to the report. Dong Biao, are you certain the tank really eliminated an LV-5 chrono beast? Chu Zhengxiong tightly gripped the communicator and pressed for confirmation. Commander, absolutely. That tank is now pursuing a second LV-5 chrono beast. Please grant permission for the 3rd Regiment to launch the counterattack. Hold your position for now. Wait for my orders. Yes, Commander. Chu Zhengxiong scanned the battered command post around him and issued a directive. Find the scanner. The adjutants immediately began rummaging through the wreckage of the collapsed wooden shelter. Before long, a soldier handed the scanner to Chu Zhengxiong. The image on the scanner screen made Chu Zhengxiong's pupils contract sharply off the 3 large red dots representing the LV-5 chrono beasts. One had indeed disappeared. Only the Federation's Mithril particle ammunition could take down an LV-5 chrono beast so effortlessly, he thought to himself. But it can't be one of the top 500 elite corps. They wouldn't bother coming to a small hunting ground like this. Prepare the vehicles. Head to the front line immediately. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhengxiong and his team arrived at the front. The hulking figure of Regiment Commander Dong Biao was just about to deliver his report when Chu Zhengxiong's attention was entirely captured by the scene on the battlefield. A dark silver-tracked battle tank was rampaging through the beast horde, its machine guns spitting fire. Wherever it passed, blood and flesh flew in all directions. Within just 2 minutes, the area spanning several thousand square meters had been cleared, leaving the corpses of mutated beasts and chrono beasts strewn across the ground. Commander, it's a female soldier. An adjutant stammered. swallowing hard. It's that battle tank from the women's field battalion. Chu Zhengxiong's mouth twitched. He vividly recalled seeing this tank just yesterday. Though its exterior appeared no different from an ordinary battle tank, its speed and maneuverability were clearly twice as impressive. The warriors attacked the beast horde cautiously while murmuring in awe about the incredible performance of the Land King battle vehicle before them. Did you see that drift? That sharp turn with acceleration? If it were our vehicle, it would have flipped over ages ago, one soldier exclaimed. The firepower is the most impressive, another soldier chimed in. That female soldier with the cigarette one burst from her weapon, and she mowed down a whole pack of them. It's like the beasts are cooperating with her in some kind of performance. I've only seen scenes like this in the most advanced military training materials. This has to be a vehicle from a top-tier elite corps. Indeed, the pressure on the front lines had noticeably eased. The adjutant stared at the battle vehicle in amazement and said, "The power of this vehicle is magnitudes beyond ours. It's simply unbelievable." "Uncle," said Dong Biao, the commander of the 3rd Regiment, turning to the adjutant, "the vehicle is incredible, but did you notice the key detail? Did you see what weapon that female soldier was holding at the end?" The adjutant impatiently kicked Dong Biao on the backside. "A pistol, obviously. Are you messing with me?" Chu Zhengxiong shook his head and said, "Have you ever seen an ordinary pistol take down an LV-4 chronobeast?" The adjutant froze for 2 seconds before realization dawned. "It's not just the weapon. It's the ammunition." "Dong Biao, retaliate," Chu Zhengxiong said calmly. "Yes, Commander." Dong Biao grinned and said, "Sorry, Uncle, but I can't disobey orders." With that, he delivered a heavy kick to the adjutant's backside. At that moment, an LV-5 chronobeast within the horde let out an earth-shaking roar, and a dazzling blue light erupted from its spine. The beasts, emboldened by the display, became even more frenzied, leaping and roaring madly. To make matters worse, the sky suddenly filled with over a dozen LV-3 and LV-4 stealth-wing beasts, their piercing screeches cutting through the chaos as they dove straight for the Land King battle vehicle. "This is bad." Chu Zhengxiong, Dong Biao, the adjutant, and all the frontline warriors turned pale. The beasts have gone berserk again, and now there are so many stealth-wing beasts. They might not. Just as all the soldiers on the Iron Blood Brigade's position were growing anxious, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly blared in the control room of the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle. Beep, beep, airstrike warning. Threat detected. All around, automatic defense cannons activated. In an instant, rows of defensive cannons emerged from the front and rear of the vehicle. Over 100 specially designed cannon rounds were fired without delay, creating a dense web of firepower that covered the sky above the vehicle. In midair, the cannon rounds exploded like a storm of rain, tearing apart a dozen LV-3 and LV-4 stealth-winged beasts in a shower of blood and gore, their pitiful screams echoing in succession. The Land King vehicle passed through unscathed, leaving behind scattered remains of the stealth-winged beasts on the ground. Xia Ying, with a cigarette clenched between her teeth, fixed her sharp gaze on an LV-5 chronobeast in the distance, its spine glowing faintly blue. "Warner, speed up and catch it," she ordered through the communicator. "Yes, ma'am." The female soldier in the control room excitedly pushed the joystick forward. "Ingbao, you're crazy. This is way too thrilling. The real thrill is yet to come. Today, I'm going to make you little brats hit the peak of excitement." Xiaoying laughed loudly. The vehicle roared as it accelerated, its tracks spinning rapidly. Machine guns and Gatling guns unleashed a relentless barrage, mowing down waves of beasts along the way. Injured beasts scattered in all directions. The LV-5 chronobeast, sensing danger, immediately crouched low and fled at high speed. "Faster, even faster," Xiaoying muttered, her eyes locked on the target. Her finger hovered over the cannon button. 3, 2, 1 within range. Locked on. "Go down for me." Dozens of shells erupted, detonating with deafening blasts. The LV-5 chronobeast let out a final, agonized cry as its body was torn apart, the blue glow on its spine vanishing instantly. Nearby beasts swarmed the remains, devouring the carcass. Sky Eye report. LV-5 chronobeast killed. 56,326 hours earned. Chrono Federation tax, 20. Women's Auxiliary Field Unit storage card credited with 45,061 hours. As cheers erupted among the crew, a miniature missile suddenly shot out from atop the vehicle, precisely striking the last LV-5 chronobeast as it tried to escape toward the ruins of Qingchuan. Ingbao. Storage card balance just increased by 57,812 hours. The female soldier in the control room exclaimed. "Hee hee, this beauty is now the second goddess to take down an LV-5 chronobeast." A smug voice chirped through the communicator. It was Sun Shaoqian. "Sun Shaoqian? Was that missile yours? A drone?" Xiaoying asked, suddenly realizing what had happened. "That's right," Sun Shaoqian replied smugly. Xia Ying tilted her head back, scanning the sky. Apart from a layer of hazy gray clouds, there was nothing in sight. Just as she was feeling puzzled, Du Fei's voice suddenly broke the silence. Mission accomplished. Return to rearm. The drone is right above you, so stop looking. By the way, your cigarette's about to burn your lips. Commander, Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise, quickly tossing her cigarette aside. She exchanged bewildered glances with the female soldiers around her. A predator drone capable of full invisibility? This revelation left them utterly stunned. In her mind, Xiaoying calculated silently. This drone is even more formidable than the Land King battle vehicle. No wonder Ganting didn't fight me for it. She shook her fist at the sky and shouted, Commander, you're playing favorites. I got the short end of the stick. Despite her complaints, she quickly came to terms with it. Driving the Land King battle vehicle did suit her better. After all, Hedon, close-quarters combat aligned perfectly with her personality. As the number 2 Land King tracked battle vehicle made its way back, its machine gun continuously mowed down the surrounding beasts, its tracks crushing the corpses scattered across the battlefield. When the vehicle neared the Ironblood Brigade's position, a commanding voice rang out, "Salute!" Every soldier on the defensive line, including Brigade Commander Chu Zhengxiong, the adjutant, 3rd Regiment Commander Dong Biao, and other regiment commanders, stood in formation and saluted the battle vehicle with solemnity. Xia Ying and her comrades immediately straightened up on the vehicle, returning the salute with pride and vigor. It was their first time receiving such high-level recognition, and their hearts swelled with excitement. As the battle vehicle moved away, Chu Zhengxiong stood still, unable to calm his thoughts. Dong Biao suggested, "Commander, it's time for us to launch a counterattack." Chu Zhengxiong nodded and gave the order. Full-scale counteroffensive. Push the beasts back to a kilometer away. In an instant, the artillery battalion, tank battalion, and armored infantry battalion unleashed a ferocious barrage, turning the battlefield ahead into a sea of flames. With the destruction of 3 level 5 chronobeasts, the Ironblood Brigade's pressure eased significantly and morale soared. A few minutes later, Dong Biao handed over the collected shell casings to Chu Zhengxiong. Examining them closely, Chu Zhengxiong frowned. "No Federation markings." "Exactly, Commander," Dong Biao said in a low voice. "I suspect they made these themselves." "Made them themselves? It's possible," Chu Zhengxiong muttered, lost in thought. "Did you find any of the warheads?" Dong Biao shook his head with a wry smile. "No luck.
The beasts that got killed were devoured by the rest of the horde almost immediately."
"Forget it if we can't find it." Chu Zhengxiong's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light, his tone carrying an unmistakable excitement. "No matter what, this women's field battalion is truly extraordinary. Their ammunition has a lethal effect on the time beasts. This might just be the opportunity for our Ironblood Brigade to rise." Dong Biao's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Does the commander mean we should purchase the women's field battalion's ammunition?" The adjutant standing nearby also looked at Chu Zhengxiong with excitement, already envisioning a glorious future for the Ironblood Brigade. Chu Zhengxiong shook his head, his expression turning serious. "It's not that simple. Ammunition like this, so exceptional, isn't something they'd sell easily. Moreover, the ability to develop such ammunition must be one of their top secrets." He paused briefly before continuing, however. "The fact that they are willing to risk exposing this secret to assist us shows that their young commander does have some goodwill toward us. This is our chance." He fixed a piercing gaze on both men. "Remember, not everything can be bought with money. Some things require sincerity and mutual trust." "Understood, Commander. We'll remember your words." Dong Biao and the adjutant responded in unison, their expressions solemn. Chu Zhengxiong took a deep breath, his tone growing even more grave. "There is one thing that must be strictly enforced. The fact that the Women's Field Battalion supported our Ironblood Brigade today must not be leaked to anyone." "Understood. We guarantee to keep it confidential." The two men immediately straightened their postures and replied firmly. They both knew that the high-performance combat vehicles and devastating ammunition would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of other brigades. Establishing a good relationship with the Women's Field Battalion could be a monumental opportunity for the Ironblood Brigade. "All right then, let's first get in touch with the Women's Field Battalion to express our..." Chu Zhengxiong abruptly stopped mid-sentence, suddenly recalling that their communication channel had been lost. He turned to look at the adjutant. The adjutant lowered his head in shame. Fortunately, the distance between the Ironblood Brigade and the Women's Field Battalion's position was no more than 10 kilometers, and the beasts in the area had already been cleared. "Prepare a vehicle and some gifts immediately. You will accompany me to personally visit the Women's Field Battalion to express our gratitude," Chu Zhengxiong ordered the adjutant. "Yes, sir." The adjutant responded promptly and left in quick strides to make the necessary preparations. The Women's Field Battalion was bustling with activity. The number 2 Land King tracked vehicle had just returned to its station, and the logistics crew immediately began replenishing ammunition. Du Fei had ordered all personnel to rest on the spot, and conserve their energy for the mysterious mission scheduled after nightfall. The atmosphere on the field was light and cheerful, a stark contrast to the chaos and despair of other battlefields. The female soldiers sat in small groups, chatting and laughing. The cooking team had already started preparing meals again, with smoke curling up from the stoves. "This doesn't feel like a war at all, it's like we're on vacation," one cheerful soldier exclaimed, drawing laughter and agreement from those around her. "The commander is spoiling us with so many good meals. I'm starting to worry about it. Yeah, I've gained weight these past few days, my waist is getting bigger. My shirt buttons are about to pop off." Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying sat among the soldiers, their laughter blending with the lively discussions. Before long, the topic shifted from food to body shapes. "I'm so envious of Yingbao and Sister Rubing's figures, especially Yingbao, everything's just perfect." Several soldiers gazed at Xiaoying with admiration. Xiaoying glanced slyly at Du Fei, who was not far away, stretched lazily, and said with a hint of pride, "This is all natural, there's no secret to it." Lu Ruobing couldn't help but glance at Du Fei as well, subconsciously touching her own waist. Though her figure was equally stunning, she still felt a bit self-conscious about her waistline. Du Fei noticed all of this and chuckled to himself. In his eyes, Lu Ruobing's mature and curvaceous figure was even more appealing than Xiaoying's slimmer build. Just then, Ganting jumped down from the vehicle and ran excitedly to Du Fei. "Commander, guess how much time we have now?" Everyone gathered around. "How much?" Du Fei asked. "With the storage cards from the Sirius Core and the Flying Fish Core combined, we now have a total of 1,673,500 hours." Ganting's voice trembled with excitement. "Wow, nearly 1.7 million hours. This mission to the Qingchuan ruins has really paid off." The female soldiers erupted in cheers. Xiaoying pulled out a crumpled cigarette. "I need a smoke to calm down." Lu Ruobing sighed. "We've never seen this much time before." Du Fei smirked inwardly. This was just the beginning. Tonight, they would witness something truly extraordinary. "Ganting, how much time does everyone have left now?" Du Fei asked. "Currently, each person has about 60 hours left." "And how long has it been since we last received military pay?" "We've never received any." Lu Ruobing replied with a wry smile. "All right, then I'm giving the order." Du Fei looked around at the group. "Starting now, everyone will be issued 10,000 hours. Distribute 10,000 hours per person." As soon as the order was given, the room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone froze in place, as if under a spell, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Wow, 10,000 hours. That's over a year's worth of time." A female soldier blurted out in astonishment. Realizing all eyes were suddenly on her, she quickly lowered her head, covered her mouth, and flushed with embarrassment. Ganting's expression was full of concern. She stepped forward quickly, her voice tinged with urgency. "Commander, it took us so much effort to save up this fortune. A total of 1,080,000 hours, plus a 10 handling fee altogether, that's 1,198,000 hours. If we distribute it all at once, there will be almost nothing left in the account." She paused briefly, then added, "Even in the Federal Regular Army, soldiers only earn a little over 20,000 hours a year." But with this, looking at Ganting's distressed expression, it was clear she regretted boasting about the massive balance in their account to the commander earlier. Du Fei rubbed his temples thoughtfully. "Oh, other corps pay just over 20,000 hours a year." He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "It seems 10,000 hours is indeed on the low side. But for now, that's all we can manage. Next time, I promise to give out more." "What?" Ganting stomped her foot anxiously and turned to seek backup. "Deputy Commander, say something." Lu Ruobing spoke gently. "Commander, didn't you say we're planning to establish ourselves here at the camp? Building the camp will require significant resources. We'll need to manage our funds carefully. If we're issuing pay, I suggest starting with just a few hundred hours per person. Besides, the food here is already so good." Before she could finish, the female soldiers chimed in one after another. "Commander, the deputy commander is right. A few hundred hours will be enough. The food is great now, we're very satisfied." "Exactly. If other corps find out, they'll all want to transfer here." "Commander, we should save more funds for the future." These women, who had once lived in constant fear of running out of time, now willingly asked for less pay. They had spent their days dreading the moment when their time would run out, terrified they might go to sleep one night and never wake up. While deep down they still longed for an abundance of time, their current lives already felt like a blessing. They feared this newfound stability could vanish at any moment and would rather save the resources to ensure the survival of their corps. "Enough. Everyone gets 10,000 hours. That's an order." Du Fei interrupted the heated debate decisively, his gaze sharp as lightning as it swept over the female soldiers standing before him. "I know you care about the Legion and treat this place as your home. You've done well in that regard. He paused, his tone softening unexpectedly. But let me ask you, how are your families doing right now? The question landed like a heavy blow, plunging the room into silence. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and the other female soldiers all lowered their heads, their eyes betraying a deep sadness they could not hide. The truth was, most of the female soldiers' families were struggling to survive outside the city walls. Some toiled on the Federation's construction sites, some barely got by in scavenger camps, and others endured grueling labor in the mines. Even more heartbreaking, some of the soldiers born in the mining zones had been sent to the Revival City Training Center as children and, by the time they enlisted at 18, had never even met their own families. Seeing these strong warriors reveal their vulnerable sides, Gan Ting was the first to take out her storage card with tears in her eyes. The others soon followed, their tears falling freely. Even the usually stoic Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying couldn't help but wipe their eyes. What is it? Is 10,000 hours still not enough? Why are you all crying? Du Fei asked, feigning sternness. Lu Ruobing broke into a smile through her tears. All right, everyone. We should be happy. Now we can transfer some extra hours to our families. Hurry up and thank the captain. Thank you, Captain. You're the best, Captain. You're our hero, Captain. The most handsome leader ever. Captain, you're too good to us, we love you. The cheers erupted one after another, and the room quickly shifted from sorrow to sheer exhilaration. As the system notifications echoed in Du Fei's mind. Ding. Reputation 10-inch. Ding. Affection 1-inch. Watching the scene unfold before him, Du Fei couldn't help but smile. His heart swelled with satisfaction. At this moment, the female soldiers stood in neat rows as Gan Ting skillfully operated the system interface, transferring credits to them one by one. Each soldier received 10,000 hours, and their faces lit up with surprise and joy. Wow, 10,000 hours. I'll send 2,000 to my dad first, so he can buy some fine grain to eat. My grandpa can be saved now. My mom will be over the moon, though she probably won't want to spend it. My brother will definitely say I've become rich. Laughter echoed through the group as everyone excitedly planned how to use this unexpected windfall. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying watched their comrades' happiness, and their grateful gazes instinctively turned toward Du Fei. Du Fei quietly stepped aside, opened the system interface, and noticed some new changes in the data. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Unofficial Female Field Battalion. Reputation points, 2886. Affinity points, 57. Physical strength, Basic enhancement 5 Basic enhancement, Advanced enhancement, Supreme enhancement. A system notification popped up. After exposure to radiation, the upper limit of physical strength has been expanded. You can now further enhance by 5 points. The inventory displayed, Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Material Melting Agent 500 milliliters. Du Fei noticed that his reputation points were nearing 3,000, and his affinity points had reached 57. He found the discovery of radiation expanding the physical strength limit intriguing, as it answered his previous questions about breaking through the physical limit. However, whether the female soldiers had also experienced physical enhancement after recovering from radiation in the healing pool still required a detailed post-battle examination. At that moment, Sun Xiaoqian's report came through his earpiece. Commander, the Iron Blood Brigade Commander Chu Zhengxiong is arriving with his team in 3 armored vehicles. 5 minutes. Understood, Du Fei nodded. Keep a close watch on the movements of the 48th Division's 3 brigades. Yes, sir. Du Fei then called over Gan Ting, who had just finished the transfers. From now on, Sun Xiaoqian will monitor the 3 brigades of the 48th Division. You will focus on their division's command center. Await my orders in 1 hour. Gan Ting straightened up and responded firmly before quickly returning to the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King tracked vehicle. Du Fei approached Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, reminding them, Commander Chu Zhengxiong of the Iron Blood Brigade is on his way. The 2 women exchanged a glance, surprised by the brigade commander's personal visit. Following Du Fei's suggestion, they decided to greet this commander of the regular army with appropriate courtesy. All personnel, assemble. Take your positions. At the command, the female soldiers quickly got into formation. Du Fei, accompanied by Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and a few soldiers, moved to the frontline position. Soon, the rumbling of 3 armored vehicles filled the air as they approached. Chu Zhengxiong, along with his adjutant and a group of soldiers, disembarked. A clear, commanding female voice rang out across the battlefield. Salute. The female soldiers at the front line snapped to attention and saluted in unison. Chu Zhengxiong and his team immediately returned the gesture. With Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying by his side, Du Fei stepped forward with a welcoming smile. Seeing such a formal reception, Chu Zhengxiong's expression turned emotional, feeling deeply respected. As Du Fei and her group approached, Chu Zhengxiong stepped forward briskly, extending his hand with a warm smile. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Chu Zhengxiong of the Iron Blood Brigade, Du Fei, Women's Field Battalion, she replied with a smile, shaking his hand firmly. Beside him, an adjutant stood at attention and saluted. Dong Jia, confidential secretary of the Ironblood Brigade headquarters. Du Fei returned the salute with precise military formality. After the brief introductions, Chu Zhengxiong spoke earnestly. Your battalion's tremendous assistance to our Ironblood Brigade is something we will never forget. On behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the Ironblood Brigade, I am here to express our deepest gratitude. Commander Chu, you're being too formal. We're allies fighting on the same front. It's only natural to support each other, Du Fei replied with a calm smile. I didn't expect such a small gesture to warrant a personal visit from you. These simple yet composed words left Chu Zhengxiong quietly impressed. The young battalion commander standing before him, likely no older than 17 or 18, carried herself with remarkable poise. Her calm demeanor and unwavering confidence, even in the presence of a brigade commander, were far beyond her years. It was clear that this women's field battalion was far more extraordinary than it appeared on the surface. Commander Du, please don't downplay this. Your battalion saved the lives of thousands of my men. Such a life-saving favor is no trivial matter. Chu Zhengxiang responded with hearty laughter, his tone openly friendly. Besides, I felt an instant connection with you when we first met yesterday. I couldn't miss the chance to strengthen our camaraderie. As he finished speaking, he gestured for his soldiers to unload gifts from the vehicle: fine wines, specially crafted cigars, and an assortment of exclusive beverages from the Federation. These gifts were clearly chosen with care, tailored predominantly to appeal to women. Upon seeing the cigars, Xia Ying's eyes lit up, clearly pleased with the offering. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Du Fei invited them to tour the defensive zone. Although the area was little more than a dirt mound that could be taken in at a glance, this short tour left Chu Zhengxiong deeply shaken. The women's field battalion truly consisted of fewer than 100 members, and their equipment was remarkably basic: 2 combat vehicles, 3 transport trucks, and outdated weapons that were several years old. Yet, this small, modestly equipped unit had managed to fend off a beast horde unscathed. This could only mean they possessed some kind of specialized ammunition capable of countering the beasts. This realization filled Chu Zhengxiong with excitement. Currently, the Ironblood Brigade often found itself at a loss when hunting high-level chronobeasts. A single level 4 chronobeast could yield several thousand hours, but the ammunition required to take it down often cost over 10,000 hours and sometimes even required additional rounds to finish the job. As a result, they relied on hunting lower-level beasts and federal subsidies to stay afloat. If they could acquire this special ammunition from the Women's Field Battalion, it would not only solve personal financial strains like his daughter's 30-year time debt, the upkeep of 5 spouses, and the impending expenses for 2 newborns formula, but also improve their rankings and secure increased funding. At that moment, Chu Zhengxiong made up his mind. He must establish a strong relationship with this young commander. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Commander Du, you are indeed a young talent. Chu Zhengxiong exclaimed sincerely as he looked at the neatly arranged formation of female soldiers before him. Absolutely. Commander Du is an exceptionally capable leader. Deputy Officer Dong Jie chimed in immediately, nodding in agreement. You're too kind, Commander Chu and Deputy Officer Dong, Du Fei replied modestly, though he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yesterday, their opinions had likely been quite different. During the inspection, Chu Zhengxiong maintained a humble demeanor, while Du Fei appeared calm and composed. Though both harbored their own thoughts, they kept the atmosphere friendly and conversational. Several times, Chu Zhengxiong seemed on the verge of asking about the special ammunition used by the Women's Field Battalion, but he held back. After all, it was classified information, and prying into such matters during a first meeting would be inappropriate. The battle at the Qingchuan ruins has been tough so far, Du Fei remarked thoughtfully. Chu Zhengxiong sighed. Indeed, most units have suffered heavy casualties, and those who could retreat have already fallen back to the outskirts. If it weren't for the 48th Division holding the line with all their might, this cleanup operation would have likely failed long ago. He went on to explain the operational mechanisms of the Federal Regular Army. To climb higher on the sky leaderboard, completing hunting ground missions was essential. Success brought generous funding and subsidies, while failure resulted in a lack of resources and a drop in ranking. Each unit chose hunting grounds suited to their strength, and a place like the Qingchuan ruins, home to chronobeasts, was typically assigned to standard regular forces. Commander Chu, what do you think the outcome of this mission will be? Du Fei asked, meeting Chu Zhengxiong's gaze directly. All I can say is that man proposes, but heaven disposes, Chu Zhengxiong replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. A hunting ground with LV-5 chronobeasts was likely beyond the 48th Division's expectations. Their equipment is adequate for LV-4 threats, but against LV-5, it falls short. After a brief pause, Chu Zhengxiong added, however, if the 48th Division wants to succeed, there is one possible way. And what way would that be? Naturally, it would involve Commander Du's Women's Field Battalion, Chu Zhengxiong said bluntly. I've seen the power of your special ammunition firsthand. Despite his words, he was deeply reluctant to see the Women's Field Battalion collaborate with the 48th Division. Du Fei caught the underlying message in his tone and smiled. Commander Chu is absolutely right, we do share a certain rapport. The Women's Field Battalion chose to assist the Ironblood Brigade precisely because we saw it as a rare and honorable force. Commander Du, your praise for the Ironblood Brigade is far too generous, I'm truly undeserving. Chu Zhangxiang exchanged a glance with Deputy Officer Dong Jie, both secretly pleased. This exchange gave them hope for building a strong relationship with the young commander. Du Fei observed the reactions of Chu Zhangxiang and his adjutant, Dong Jie, carefully. Calmly, he said, to be honest, that special ammunition is an experimental product we've just developed. Before it's officially announced, we don't want too many corps to know about it. I trust you understand my position, Colonel Chu? Understood. Understood. Chu Zhangxiang and Dong Jie responded in unison, their eagerness betraying their inner thoughts. Chu Zhangxiang immediately gave his solemn assurance, rest assured, Captain Du, the Ironblood Brigade will never disclose a single word about the secrets of the Women's Field Battalion. I trust you, Colonel Chu, Du Fei replied with a slight smile. Otherwise, how could we say that fate brought us together? Haha, I was just about to say the same thing. Chu Zhangxiang burst into hearty laughter. Du Fei turned his gaze northwest and continued, there's something else. My Women's Field Battalion has no ties with the 48th Division. We took on this mission purely to hunt the Chrono Beast and earn extra time. So, the success or failure of the Qingchuan Ruins mission doesn't really matter to us. Chu Zhangxiang and Dong Jie exchanged knowing glances. Du Fei's meaning was crystal clear. The Women's Field Battalion wouldn't assist the 48th Division nor care about the mission's outcome, as they weren't a state-funded regular army unit dependent on federal resources. This left Chu Zhangxiang with mixed feelings. On one hand, he was relieved that the 48th Division had lost the chance to win over the Women's Field Battalion. On the other hand, he worried about the heavy losses the Ironblood Brigade might suffer if the mission failed. As the two men frowned in thought, Du Fei suddenly shifted gears. That being said, my Women's Field Battalion wouldn't mind cooperating with the Ironblood Brigade. Chu Zhangxiang and Dong Jie's eyes lit up. Captain Du, are you saying you're willing to assist the Ironblood Brigade? I can't thank you enough. Chu Zhangxiang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. For a brigade commander, the honor of his unit mattered more than his own life. With the Women's Field Battalion's support, the Ironblood Brigade could easily complete the mission. You're too kind, Colonel Chu, Du Fei said with a smile. The Ironblood Brigade is an elite regular army unit and a key force on the Eastern Front. We're just a small, under-equipped auxiliary team of less than 100 people. How could we possibly lead? At most, we can provide support and follow your lead in clearing out the Qingchuan ruins. I trust you understand my meaning, Colonel Chu? Why, wise, I understand. Chu Zhangxiang stammered, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. Du Fei was subtly suggesting that the Ironblood Brigade would take center stage, while the Women's Field Battalion would play a supporting role. This way, the glory of victory would belong entirely to the Ironblood Brigade. How can the Ironblood Brigade ever repay such kindness? Chu Zhangxiang said, overwhelmed with gratitude. This cooperation meant not only securing federal funding, but also significantly boosting the brigade's ranking on the Sky Leaderboard. Captain Du, after our victory, you can count on this old brother's gratitude, Chu Zhangxiang said, his tone now filled with camaraderie, reflecting a newfound closeness. Let's talk about it after the victory. After all, it's fate that brought us together, Du Fei replied with a grin. Exactly, exactly. I love hearing that. Chu Zhangxiang laughed heartily. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchanged glances and gave Du Fei a discreet thumbs up. The shield plan had been executed flawlessly, and they couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for their sharp and resourceful captain. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Chu Zhangxiang gathered around a makeshift tactical map, discussing their next course of action. Since the Hurricane Brigade of the 48th Division has merged with the Thunder Brigade on the Western Front, the Southern Front has effectively fallen, Du Fei said, tracing a line on the map with his finger. I propose that at exactly 8 p.m. tonight, the Iron Blood Brigade pushes forward to the Southern Front, with Xia Ying's No. 2 Land King tracked vehicle providing support. He continued with more details. The Iron Blood Brigade will focus on clearing mutant beasts, while the No. 2 Land King will target time beasts. This way, both sides can conserve ammunition. I will lead the No. 1 vehicle and the Women's Field Regiment to reclaim the positions lost by the Sirius and Flying Fish Corps. Once we regain those positions, the two forces will regroup and coordinate with the 48th Division to launch a full assault on the Qingchuan ruins. This plan ensured a win-win outcome. The Iron Blood Brigade could earn federal funding and boost their ranking on the Sky Eye list by simply dealing with regular beasts, while the Women's Field Regiment could focus on hunting time beasts to gain valuable time resources. What do you think, Commander Chu? Du Fei asked. Sounds good to me. Chu Zhangxiang replied immediately, secretly pleased. Clearing regular beasts was a relatively easy task for the Iron Blood Brigade. He even allowed himself a moment to fantasize if the 48th Division were to abandon their positions entirely, the federal funding wouldn't just be 30. It would all go to the Iron Blood Brigade. However, he quickly dismissed the unrealistic notion. All right, it's settled then, Dufay nodded. We can coordinate the finer details through the communication channel at any time. At this point, Chu Zhengxiang and his adjutant, Dong Jie, exchanged awkward looks. Dong Jie stepped forward and admitted that he had lost contact with the Women's Field Regiment's communication channel. Commander Du, it was my oversight. Please forgive me, he said sincerely. Dufay didn't take it to heart. Smiling, he wrote down the communication channel number again. The Women's Field Regiment lacks many things, but paper isn't one of them, he joked, eliciting laughter from everyone present. With the plan finalized, the two sides parted ways at the frontline position. After Chu Zhengxiang and his team left, Xiaoying and Lu Ruobing both turned to Dufay. Commander, doesn't this plan benefit the 48th Division too much? Xiaoying asked. Lu Ruobing frowned as well. Do you really intend for the 48th Division to win? A cold glint flashed in Dufay's eyes as he gave a cryptic smile. What if I told you the 48th Division won't make it through the night? Would you believe me? The two women exchanged surprised glances, realizing that their commander had another plan up his sleeve. Night fell. Among the rocks and trees ahead of the Iron Blood Brigade's position, countless ferocious beasts glowed with an eerie green light, crouched low, growling deeply. In this tense atmosphere, thousands of warriors on the brigade's front lines were already on high alert. Report. Artillery regiment in position, awaiting orders. Tank regiment in position, awaiting orders. Armored infantry regiment in position, awaiting orders. The reports from various units echoed one after another. Before the beast horde could launch an attack, the Iron Blood Brigade's counteroffensive had already begun. Everyone, prepare. Target. The beast horde directly ahead. 3, 2, 1. Open fire. With the command given, artillery, grenades, and heavy weaponry unleashed a torrent of firepower. The thunderous explosions shook the ground violently, and the night sky was illuminated as if it were day. Caught off guard, the beast horde descended into chaos, their agonized howls echoing in the air. Retake the southern line. Charge. Xia Ying's No. 2 Land King tracked combat vehicle advanced, under the tight protection of the brigade's armored carriers and tanks. The female soldiers aboard were brimming with confidence, enjoying the respect afforded to them by the Iron Blood Brigadier recognition owed entirely to their commander, Dufay. The Land King's automatic machine guns and Gatling guns precisely targeted and eliminated LV-3 and LV-4 time beasts, leaving the remaining ordinary beasts for the Iron Blood Brigade to handle. As one massive time beast after another fell, the horde, having lost its core strength, quickly disintegrated. Under the brigade's relentless firepower, the beasts scattered and fled in all directions. Commander, we've advanced 3 kilometers. Only minor injuries among our troops, no fatalities. Deputy Commander Dong Jie reported excitedly to Chu Zhengxiang. Standing atop an armored vehicle, Chu Zhengxiang observed the fleeing beasts through his night vision binoculars, exclaiming good. 3 times in succession, his heart surging with pride. Inside the No. 2 Land King, the storage card balance numbers flashed and climbed rapidly. 3,269 hours, 4,832 hours, 5,175 hours. The female communications officers erupted in cheers and laughter. Xia Ying, a thick cigar between her lips, watched her comrades' jubilant faces and couldn't help but feel emotional. In less than a month, the Women's Field Regiment had undergone a complete transformation, each soldier, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, reborn anew. On the front lines of the Women's Field Battalion, the No. 1 Land King tank, the ammunition transport vehicle, and 2 troop carriers filled with female soldiers were ready to move, awaiting Dufay's command. At this moment, none of the officers and soldiers knew their specific destination. Reporting, Commander. The Iron Blood Brigade has successfully advanced to the southern front. Sun Xiaoqian's voice came through the headset. The beast horde on the southern front is showing signs of unrest. 2 level 5 chrono beasts are leading part of the horde to attack the western front. Commander, your foresight is truly remarkable, I must say. Enough flattery. Report the situation on the western front, Lu Ruobing interrupted, touching her earpiece and glancing at Dufay with a hint of reproach, as if blaming him for indulging his subordinates. Dufay could only respond with a helpless smile. Vice Commander, you're here too. Sun Xiaoqian quickly adjusted her tone. Reporting to the Commander and Vice Commander, the Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade on the western front are under heavy pressure. They've already expended significant resources, and with the sudden increase in beast attacks, they may not hold out until dawn. Understood, Dufay nodded. What's the status of the Lightning Brigade on the northern front? The Lightning Brigade has been fighting more conservatively, so their resource consumption is relatively lower. While they're also under strain, no level 5 chrono beasts have appeared, so their situation is comparatively better. Have the ammunition depots for the 3 brigades been located? All have been located and are awaiting orders. Good, Du Fei decisively commanded. First, assist the Hurricane and Thunder brigades on the western front. Once the Iron Blood Brigade secures the southern front, destroy their ammunition depots but make sure to cover your tracks to avoid suspicion from the Sky Eye.
Afterward, proceed to the northern front and await further orders.
Inside the control room of the number 1 Land King, Sun Shaoqian stuck out her tongue. Ganting noticed her reaction and asked what was wrong. Sun Shaoqian reminded her. It looks like Sister Ruobing has also activated encrypted communications. Ganting, Du Fei's voice came through again. Commander, Ganting here. New orders. In 3 minutes, disrupt all external communications from the 48th Division's command center, including their link with the Iron Blood Brigade. However, maintain their internal communications with the 3 brigades, as well as our communications with the 48th Division. Monitor the command center closely and await my next instructions. Understood, Commander. With everything in place, Du Fei gazed in the direction of the 48th Division's command center. Although the Federation prohibited direct conflicts between battalions, allowing the enemy to fall prey to a beast horde was not a violation. Since the 48th Division's commander Dao Decue favored such tactics, it was only fitting to turn the tables on him. Commander, what's the next step? Lu Ruobing asked. Stick to the original plan, head to the Sirius Corps and Flying Fish Corps positions, Du Fei replied. Though this aligned with the plan previously discussed with the Iron Blood Brigade, Lu Ruobing remained puzzled. Du Fei's seemingly contradictory strategies left her unable to discern his true intentions. Were they really going to reclaim the lost territories of those 2 corps? She let out a resigned smile. This man's schemes were indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Inside the command center of the 48th Division, Dao Decue stared intently at the incoming transaction data on the military storage card, his face as dark as iron. 8 hours, a full-scale assault by 3 brigades, and this is all we get, he muttered through gritted teeth. The earnings, barely reaching 2 million, weren't even enough to cover the cost of ammunition. He had expected the Qingchuan Ruins mission to bring him substantial profits, but the sudden appearance of a level 5 chronobeast had completely disrupted his plans. What frustrated him even more was the echo of repeated reprimands from his superior, Wu Dagui, still ringing in his ears. Pacing back and forth in the command center like a caged beast, Dao Decue was visibly agitated. Useless fools, he suddenly roared at the wall. Those hunting ground assessment experts couldn't even detect so many level 5 chronobeasts. They're a disgrace to humanity. Clenching his fists, he growled. I swear, I'll send every one of them to the mines. The reality was harsh. With the current equipment level of the 48th Division, taking on a level 5 chronobeast was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Dao Decue was already contemplating whether to declare the mission a failure and order a full retreat. Just then, the adjutant burst into the room. His face lit up with a rare smile. Commander, good news. A turnaround in the battle? Dao Decue asked, frowning. Not exactly, the adjutant replied, catching his breath. It's good news from the Ironblood Brigade of the Sacred War District. According to drone reconnaissance, they've advanced nearly 10 kilometers on the eastern front, taking down dozens of level 3 and level 4 chronobeasts. Along the way, and they even killed a level 5. Ridiculous. Dao Decue cut him off sharply. A mere brigade-level unit could never handle a level 5 chronobeast. It's absolutely true, the adjutant quickly explained. But it was their auxiliary women's field battalion that accomplished it. So, it's those remnants who managed to latch onto the Ironblood Brigade, Dao Decue sneered. Bring up the footage. The laser screen lit up, and the battlefield under the night sky came into clear view. Amid the chaos of gunfire and beastly roars, the Ironblood Brigade was advancing southward. The camera zoomed in, revealing a distinctive tracked combat vehicle that stood out. On board, female soldiers were executing precise shots, each pull of the trigger felling a chronobeast. As Dao Decue watched in astonishment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed. The footage revealed a massive, towering chronobeast entering the scene. The massive time beast had a flattened head, with deep-set eye sockets glowing red. Tentacles and tusks framed its mouth, where viscous slime dripped in strands. Its limbs were pitch black, tipped with razor-sharp claws, and its body was covered in gleaming, thick scales. Most strikingly, its spine radiated a dazzling, blinding blue light. This was a powerful level 5 time beast. On a silver-tracked combat vehicle, a female soldier calmly rotated the Gatling gun's barrel, aiming at the colossal creature. A relentless barrage of bullets erupted with a deafening roar. The time beast let out a piercing shriek of agony, its massive body convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Seeing this, the rest of the beast horde scattered in panic, and the Iron Blood Brigade's thousands of warriors immediately launched a large-scale extermination operation. What kind of vehicle is that? Diao Dekue watched the scene unfold, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. That's one of the off-regiment women's field battalion vehicles. They deployed 2 for this mission, the adjutant promptly replied. No, what I want to know is, Diao Dekue furrowed his brow. What kind of Gatling gun is mounted on that vehicle to take down a level 5 time beast so effortlessly? Commander, don't forget their astonishing performance during the Blackwater River campaign. I see. The key must be in the ammunition, right? Diao Dekue mused. This ammunition must have a lethal effect on time beasts. If I'm not mistaken, the Iron Blood Brigade likely struck some sort of deal with those remnants. Their smooth progress must hinge on utilizing this special ammunition. Brilliant deduction, Commander, the adjutant praised. However, I believe this could work to our advantage. Diao Dekue took a sip of red wine, a faint smile curling his lips. No matter how victorious the Iron Blood Brigade becomes, their achievements will ultimately be credited to our 48th Division. By the way, get in touch with the Iron Blood Brigade and extend my regards to Chu Zhengxiong. The adjutant picked up the communicator, only to be met with static. Commander, I can't establish contact at the moment. Forget it, Diao Dekue said dismissively, his expression haughty. Don't they still have another vehicle? Find out its location. I want to know exactly what kind of ammunition they're using. Meanwhile, the Women's Field Battalion's No. 1 Land King tracked combat vehicle was slowly advancing toward the fallen positions of the Sirius Legion. Behind it trailed a container ammunition truck and 2 troop transport vehicles filled with female soldiers. In the control room of the combat vehicle, Du Fei received a report from Gan Ting. Reporting, Commander, the fish has taken the bait.
Excellent.
A faint smile appeared on Du Fei's lips. Beside her, Lu Ruobing adjusted her headset, her delicate face showing a hint of confusion. What fish has taken the bait? 5 minutes later, the Sirius Legion's position gradually emerged in the darkness. Amid the rugged terrain, shadows of time beasts and mutated feral creatures were scattered throughout the forest and rocky areas. 2 massive level 5 time beasts were leading nearly 100 level 3 and level 4 counterparts, along with hordes of mutated beasts, greedily devouring the corpses strewn across the battlefield. They had lingered on the positions of the Sirius Legion and the Flying Fish Legion for quite some time, indulging in this gruesome feast. A faint buzzing sound broke the silence as 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones quietly appeared above the convoy of the Women's Field Regiment, concealed by the night. Report to the commander, the 2 reconnaissance drones from the 48th Division are in position, Gan Ting reported crisply. Understood, Du Fei nodded. Has Su Ninger's video been transmitted?
It has.
Good. Keep transmitting it to the 48th Teach Division's command center and maintain close monitoring. Yes. Gan Ting responded promptly. Nearby, Lu Ruobing listened to the exchange, her curiosity growing. Lowering her voice, she asked, what exactly are you planning? Du Fei smiled faintly. If I wanted to get your time, how would I do it? Transfer it to you, of course, Lu Ruobing replied without hesitation. Any other ways? Sure, using a time storage card, then giving it to you?
Exactly.
Du Fei nodded. Diao Dekue has over 7 million hours on him. What? 7 million hours? Lu Ruobing's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling. She instantly grasped Du Fei's intention. Such an enormous amount of time was staggering and hard to ignore. Are you planning to rob him? Lu Ruobing asked excitedly. Calling it robbery sounds harsh. Let's just say we'll persuade him to hand it over willingly, Du Fei explained. He understood that, unlike time beasts, a human's time dissipates after death. This was why he hadn't yet used the Predator stealth drones to take action against Diao Dekue. The only way to acquire someone's time was through a transfer or a time storage card. To get Diao Dekue's 7 million hours, they had no choice but to make him store it in a card. His time is on him. He won't give it up easily. Are you confident? Lu Ruobing asked eagerly. I should be, Du Fei glanced at the night vision device. All right, time to prepare for battle. The convoy had approached the Sirius Legion's position, and the beast horde ahead was beginning to stir. Everyone, stand by. Du Fei climbed out of the armored vehicle and gave the order. Yes. The female soldiers swiftly disembarked from the transport vehicles and began to take action. The No. 1 Land King battle tank stood ready, with self-propelled artillery, cannons, and machine guns all in position. Howitzer units and armored infantry had also taken their places, and the entire Women's Field Regiment was like an unsheathed blade, poised to strike. Suddenly, 2 level 5 Guanyin beasts in the horde flashed with blinding blue light along their spines and unleashed an ear-splitting roar. Roar. Grrrr. The sound was like a fuse igniting, throwing the entire beast horde into a frenzy. Like a flood breaching a dam, they surged toward the Women's Regiment's defensive line. Everyone, get ready. Let these beasts taste our mithril bullets and shells. Du Fei's voice echoed through the comms. Our mission is to reclaim the East Line No. 2 position within 30 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Open fire. With the command issued, the battlefield erupted. Howitzers and cannons fired first, unleashing a rain of shells. Boom, boom. Explosions roared continuously, and amidst the chaos, dozens of fireballs rose from the horde. Limbs and remains of Guanyin beasts and other creatures were flung into the air, while their agonized cries filled the battlefield. Target the Guanyin beasts.
Advance.
The number 1 Land King battle tank roared forward, its Gatling guns spitting fire as a storm of bullets blanketed the horde. Under this intense firepower, level 3 and level 4 Guanyin beasts fell one after another, and the horde began to show signs of disarray. The women soldiers followed closely behind the tanks and transport vehicles, maintaining a disciplined formation as they advanced steadily. At that moment, the 2 level 5 Guanyin beasts roared again, attempting to reignite the horde's berserk fury. Take out those 2 level 5 Guanyin beasts first. Du Fei, now back in the control room, decisively ordered, lock on, fire. Deafening artillery fire shook the ground as a barrage of shells engulfed the 2 level 5 Guanyin beasts. With a final, piercing wail, the massive creatures collapsed with a thunderous crash. Deprived of their leaders, the remaining beasts were thrown into disarray, scattering toward the Northern Line Lightning Brigade's position in a desperate retreat. The number 1 Land King battle tank pressed the advantage, focusing on eliminating the Guanyin beasts. The women soldiers surged forward in pursuit, their morale soaring. Meanwhile, the rear logistics team operated seamlessly. Ammunition supply vehicles continuously delivered Mithril bullets and shells, ensuring the front line had an unbroken torrent of firepower. The battle was over in less than half an hour. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of chronobeasts, most of which were LV-3 and LV-4. The combat efficiency of this all-female field regiment was nothing short of astonishing, as swift and decisive as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing jumped out of the vehicle together. The infantry commander immediately stepped forward to report, "Commander, Deputy Commander, the number 2 position on the Eastern Front has been recaptured. We eliminated nearly 100 LV-3 and LV-4 chronobeasts, as well as 2 LV-5s. Most importantly, we sustained 0 casualties. How much time did we gain from this battle?" Du Fei nodded in satisfaction and turned to ask Lu Ruobing. "A total of 671,358 hours." Lu Ruobing replied, her face glowing with joy. Du Fei promptly gave the order, "Rest here on the spot. Cooking unit, prepare a late-night meal. Once everyone's eaten and recharged, we'll head out to support the Lightning Brigade on the northern front of the 48th Division. Let's hunt more chronobeasts and take down the ruins of Qingchuan in one decisive move." "Yes, sir." The female soldiers promptly complied, settling down to rest, chatting and laughing among themselves. Meanwhile, at the command center of the 48th Division headquarters, footage from an unmanned reconnaissance drone was being displayed on a laser screen. "Commander, their firepower is incredible," the adjutant exclaimed excitedly. Just a few dozen shells took out 2 LV-5 chronobeasts, and the LV-3 and LV-4 ones didn't stand a chance. They recaptured the position in half an hour, gained nearly 600,000 hours, and didn't lose a single soldier. Diao Decouet froze the footage on the image of the silvery-white projectiles, his eyes flickering with shock. Mithril bullets. Where did these remnants get their hands on them? He recalled their previous victories at Heishui River and their assistance in the southern advance of the Ironblood Brigade. Everything seemed to point to these special munitions. Soon, several military research personnel were summoned to analyze the footage. These munitions lack federal serial numbers. The silvery-white material on the bullet tips appears to be coated on, likely manufactured by them, one researcher noted. From the color, sheen, and texture, they match natural mithril. Although the refinement and smelting of mithril remain a technical challenge for the Federation, judging by their effectiveness against chronobeasts, it's highly likely they've mastered this technology. After hearing the analysis, Diao Decouet dismissed the researchers to enjoy themselves at the recreation camp, staying alone in the command center. Clutching the hem of his uniform tightly, he muttered to himself, nearly tearing the fabric in his agitation, "The technology for refining and smelting mithril." Before long, the adjutant returned to the command center after arranging matters with several researchers. Noticing that Diao Decouet was deep in thought, he cautiously spoke up, "Sir, I think the researcher's analysis makes sense. That kid really is a genius from the Federation's Advanced Command Academy of Fuxing City." Diao Decouet's brow twitched slightly at the remark, and he froze the screen displaying footage of Du Fei commanding in battle. The young and confident face on the screen seemed to stir something in him. You've reminded me."
So, the mithril refining and dissolution technology must have been developed by this kid?
"I believe so," the adjutant quickly agreed. "Ever since he took over, the performance of the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment has improved by leaps and bounds." Diao Decouet nodded slowly, then his tone grew heavier. "Destroy all combat footage of the Women's Field Regiment captured by drones, and ensure strict confidentiality about this information. As for the Mithril technology, I need further confirmation. Additionally, he paused briefly, those researchers deal with them discreetly. Once that's done, connect me to the communications channel of the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment. Yes, sir, the adjutant responded, though a chill ran down his spine. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively asked, should we report these developments about the Women's Field Regiment to higher-ups? A gentle smile appeared on Diao Decue's face, but the adjutant felt an icy dread from his narrowed eyes. Regretting his question instantly, the adjutant stammered, "To understand, sir." He quickly left to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, near the eastern line's number 2 position, countless pairs of greedy green eyes glimmered in the dense forest. The mutated beasts were drawn to the corpses of the shadow beasts scattered across the battlefield, but dared not act rashly, keeping their distance as they observed. The soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment had finished their late-night meal. According to Dufay's earlier orders, they were supposed to head to the northern front lines to support the Lightning Brigade. However, the lack of departure orders left everyone on edge. Inside the control room of the number 1 Land King vehicle, Dufay sat in silence, his eyes closed, fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest of his chair. Lu Ruobing rested her chin in her hand, turning to the side to quietly study the young commander. In the soft light of the control room, Dufay's sharply defined profile carried an air of maturity that surpassed his age. Normally, she rarely had the opportunity to observe him so closely, except when alone in the small cabin back in the mining area. She was always cautious to avoid being teased by her comrades. But now, the straight bridge of his nose and the resolute contours of his face made him appear particularly striking and rugged. This scene was like a picture of a handsome man frozen before Lu Ruobing, leaving her completely mesmerized. Ding. Intimacy 20. The system notification suddenly chimed. Dufay, deep in thought, shuddered and abruptly opened his eyes. The moment their gazes met, Lu Ruobing quickly averted her eyes, her cheeks flushing red as she pretended to focus intently on the monitor, looking as though she had been caught doing something wrong. Dufay was about to tease her when Gonting's urgent report came through the headset. Report, Commander. Diao Decue has already watched the footage of us reclaiming position 2. What was his reaction? Dufay immediately asked, his expression turning serious. Just as you predicted, he's convinced we've mastered the technique for refining and smelting mithril. The command center of the 48th Division has opened a communication channel with our female field battalion. Diao Decue is preparing to speak with you. Good. Keep monitoring. Yes, Commander. Dufay turned and grabbed Lu Ruobing's hand. Let's go to the independent drone control room. All right. A spark of excitement flashed in Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes. She was clearly eager to see how Dufay would negotiate with Diao Decue for those 7 million hours. The two quickly arrived at the control room, and within a minute, the communicator buzzed with an incoming call. This is the command center of the 48th Division, calling the Auxiliary Female Field Battalion. Please respond. After the message repeated, Gonting looked at Dufay. Receiving his nod, she replied, "This is the Auxiliary Female Field Battalion. We read you." She then adjusted the camera on Predator Drone number 1, which displayed footage of Diao Decue, his adjutant, and the entire command center. Diao Decue spoke with a trace of disdain. "This is Major General Diao Decue of the 48th Division. Let me speak with your commander." "Yes, General Diao. Please hold on," Gonting replied, rolling her eyes in disgust after ending the transmission. Moments later, Dufay took the communicator. "General Diao, this is Dufay, commander of the Auxiliary Female Field Battalion. So, you're Dufay?" Diao Decue's tone suddenly became polite. "Haha, as expected of a prodigy from the Federal Advanced Academy. In just a few days, you've turned your battalion into a force to be reckoned with. Impressive. On behalf of the 48th Division, I'd like to offer my congratulations and regards to your battalion." "Thank you, General Diao," Dufay replied with a light chuckle. "But I doubt you reached out just to offer your regards, did you?" On the monitor, Diao Decue's face darkened. He thought to himself, "This kid is sharper than I expected." He quickly said, "Besides offering my regards, I do have another matter to discuss with you tonight." "And what might that be?" "In this mission, did your battalion use mithril bullets?" Diao Decue asked directly. Dufay smirked inwardly. This guy doesn't beat around the bush. He feigned confusion. "General Diao, I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that." "Haha, young man, there's no need to play dumb with me," Diao Decue said with a sinister grin, thinking to himself, "This kid is still a bit too green." Diao Decue's eyes were sharp as a blade as he slowly revealed a series of shocking information. "I have full knowledge of your unofficial women's field battalion. The Heishui River battle was a sweeping victory in just 48 minutes. Position number 3 effortlessly held off 3 waves of beast attacks. In 25 minutes, you reclaimed position number 2 on the eastern line and coordinated with the Iron Blood Brigade to counterattack, now on the verge of securing the southern front. Most importantly, You successfully killed 3 level 5 chrono beasts using mithril bullets. Du Fei remained expressionless and chose silence. Heh. Diao de Kue let out a cold laugh and pressed on. I bet you've already mastered the techniques of refining and smelting mithril, haven't you? These are challenges even the Federation hasn't overcome. Once word gets out, the Federation won't just confiscate your technology, they might make you disappear entirely. His tone suddenly softened. However, the 48th Division has already sealed off all information for you. You're safe for now. You understand what I'm implying, don't you? If I'm not mistaken, Commander Diao, you want our mithril technology? Du Fei asked bluntly. Smart as always, Diao Dakue said, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. As long as you hand over the technology to me, I guarantee your safety and will reward you handsomely with time credits. You can return to Revival City immediately and live a stable life. It's a generous offer, isn't it? But you must hand over the technology tonight. I'll give you 5 minutes to decide. After a brief silence, Du Fei spoke slowly. I'm afraid that's not going to work. Diao Dakue's expression darkened instantly. You're refusing? Don't forget, with just one word from me, the Federation will come knocking. You'll regret it then. Commander Diao, you misunderstood, Du Fei explained. When I said it won't work, I meant because of the Iron Blood Brigade. A fleeting trace of malice crossed Diao Dakue's face. You don't need to worry about that. Just hand over the remaining equipment and ammunition to the 48th Division, and you can leave with a fortune in time credits. As for the Iron Blood Brigade, well, take care of them. The underlying meaning in his words was crystal clear. Once the 48th Division obtained the mithril bullets, they could ensure the Iron Blood Brigade was annihilated by the beast hordes at the ruins of Qingchuan. Diao Dequi's cunning and ruthless nature were laid bare. Du Fei took a deep breath, his eyes flickering as he pretended to be deep in thought. After a moment, he looked up and asked, So, how much time are you planning to give us? How much do you want? Diao Dakue asked casually, his tone indifferent. At least 10 million hours, Du Fei replied without hesitation. 10 million? Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all turned to look at Du Fei in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Diao Dakue's lips curled into a mocking smile. Heh, do you even know how massive a number 10 million is? You're really asking for the moon here. Du Fei responded seriously, Commander Diao, I'm not making an unreasonable demand. The technology for refining and smelting mithril, if you were to sell it, wouldn't it be worth far more than 10 million hours? He paused before continuing. 10 million is merely the amount we need to ensure our survival. Without it, we'd rather hand the technology over to the Federation. He added, we don't want a transfer. We only want a storage card. Diao Dakue feigned contemplation for a moment, then nodded. All right, 10 million it is. Deal. Commander Diao, something doesn't feel quite right. Du Fei suddenly said, frowning. What do you mean? Diao Dakue's expression darkened. Are you sure you actually have 10 million hours right now? Could there be some kind of trick involved? Du Fei's tone was filled with suspicion. Himph, are you doubting my ability to produce 10 million hours? Diao Dakue snorted coldly. I don't mean to distrust you, Commander Diao, but caution is necessary, Du Fei said, locking eyes with him. Unless you can send me a video showing the storage card with 10 million hours, I won't feel assured. Diao Dakue shook his head in exasperation. After a moment of consideration, he said, fine, I can let you see a storage card with 10 million hours. But how can you prove that you really have the technology for refining and smelting mithril? Du Fei was prepared for this. Of course I can prove it. I have a detailed video of the entire process of refining and smelting mithril. I can send it to you anytime. A glint of interest flashed in Diao Dakue's eyes. All right then. I'd like to verify it right now. Send me the video you mentioned. Once I've confirmed it, it'll show you the storage card with 10 million hours. Got it. Du Fei responded briefly through the communicator. The data will be transmitted to the 48th Division's image archive within 5 minutes. The communication was then cut off. Diao Dakue lit a cigar, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. In the surveillance room, Du Fei stared at the screen, returning the smile with a cold smirk of his own. Ganting, initiate the transmission, Du Fei ordered. Understood. Ganting immediately began the operation. Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei with a surprised expression. So, there's no need to communicate with Diao Dakue any further? That's right. Du Fei took a deep breath. All we need to do now is wait. Hopefully, Diao Dakue will transfer the time data onto the storage card, Lu Ruobing said, her tone tinged with nervousness. He will, Du Fei replied with certainty. Inside the command center of the 48th Division, the adjutant reported, Commander, the footage from the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment has been received. Play it immediately. Diao Dakue ordered eagerly. The laser screen lit up, displaying a clear video. First, a panoramic view of the camp, where 2 female soldiers stood guard by the walls of an air raid shelter. The footage shifted to another shelter, revealing an advanced manufacturing workshop divided into 3 sections: weaponry and ammunition, intelligent control core equipment, and comprehensive production. Particularly eye-catching was the ammunition manufacturing area, where piles of semi-finished and finished mithril bullets were stored. Diao de Kue and the adjutant stared in astonishment. As the camera panned to a mountain, a bustling mining site came into view. Dozens of workers were laboring intensely, and heaps of or shimmered with a silvery glow. So that's it. They've taken control of a mithril mine. Diao de Kue murmured to himself. The footage then showed Su Ninger. She took out a vial of refining agent and dripped a single drop onto a piece of ore. Miraculously, silvery liquid seeped from within the rock, solidifying into small chunks of mithril. The entire process from extraction, smelting, and silver plating the bullet heads to test firing was presented in vivid detail. Incredible! Diao de Kue's hands trembled with excitement. These remnants not only mastered mithril refining, but also possess such advanced manufacturing equipment. Commander, this footage is absolutely authentic. The adjutant was still reeling from shock. Indeed, Diao de Kue couldn't hide his excitement. If we can obtain the formula for that liquid, the mithril technology will be ours. With these two technologies in hand, Diao de Kue's eyes lit up, his mind already sketching out a grand blueprint. With the formula for that liquid, it's like holding the key to the world's mithril. Just a few drops of the liquid can buy an immense amount of time, achieve immortality, and create the most elite army. I could even aspire to become one of the supreme rulers of the Federation, making part of the Federation bear the surname Diao. His face was fervent, and his right hand trembled slightly. By then, would I still need to personally step onto the battlefield? One word from me would mobilize the top-tier army. Even if Wu Degay rises into the Federation's upper echelons, he would have to kneel before me. The adjutant, observing the commander's loss of composure, couldn't help but feel alarmed. Destroy this footage for leave no trace whatsoever. Diao de Kue, after finally calming his excitement, commanded. Yes, Commander. The adjutant promptly erased the footage of the female field regiment's mithril refining process. Afterward, he cautiously asked, Commander, are you really planning to give the unofficial female field regiment 10 million hours? Heh, they're just as good as dead. A cold, sinister smile appeared on Diao de Kue's lips. Once I get the formula, the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground will be their graveyard, along with the Ironblood Brigade. For now, though, we need to keep them in check. He pulled out a storage card, glanced at the time digits on his wrist and said, let these remnants witness 10 million hours before they die. It doesn't matter. How much is left? Should we use the balance from the Legion's storage card first? The adjutant asked. Transfer 2.7 million over, Diao de Kue replied, handing over the storage card. Meanwhile, in the independent control room of Land King Tank No. 1, Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian were fixated on the surveillance footage, their palms sweating with tension. Du Fei stood nearby, squinting as he observed, waiting for the critical moment when Diao de Kue would complete the transfer. The adjutant quickly completed the transfer, and Diao de Kue retrieved the storage card to connect it to his wrist device. Gong Ting, get ready. Du Fei commanded decisively. Yes. Gong Ting placed her hand on the weapon controls. Just as Diao de Kue finished transferring over 7 million hours and uttered, done, Du Fei gave the order. Fire. Amid the deafening sound of rapid gunfire, the concealed Predator No. 1 riddled Diao de Kue and his adjutant with bullets, leaving them collapsed in pools of blood. The storage card, holding 10 million hours, fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. Justice served. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Lu Ruobing's eyes. The 48th Division's command headquarters was thrown into chaos. Command center under attack. Alert. Request immediate reinforcements. Secure the storage card. Don't let anyone get near it, Du Fei instructed Gong Ting. He then turned to Sun Shaoqian. Immediately destroy the ammunition depots of the Hurricane Brigade and the Thunder Brigade on the western front. A missile roared out, striking the ammunition depot with a massive explosion that lit up the sky. The battlefield descended into disarray as two level 5 chronobeasts let out piercing howls and led a tide of beasts surging toward the western front. Xiaoying. Du Fei promptly issued orders through the communicator. Xiaoying here, came the response from Land King Tank No. 2. Orders. After reclaiming the southern front, coordinate with the Ironblood Brigade to clear out the chronobeasts on the western front. Understood. After securing the western front, Du Fei finally had a brief moment to catch his breath. With Diao de Kue, the major threat, eliminated, the subsequent operations could proceed with fewer concerns. Although the battle at the Qingchuan Ruins couldn't compare in scale to wars involving hundreds of thousands of troops, it still had the potential to attract the attention of Tianyan. Thus, even with the help of the Beast Horde, the Women's Field Battalion had to act cautiously and avoid direct confrontation with the 48th Division whenever possible. At this moment, the Predator stealth drone was about to prove its worth. The Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade on the western front had descended into chaos after their ammunition depots were destroyed, and with their supply lines severed, their defeat was inevitable. On the northern front, although the Lightning Brigade's positions lacked LV-5 chronobeasts, the existing LV-3 and LV-4 chronobeasts would be sufficient to annihilate them. The final task was to eliminate the chronobeasts. Once the chronobeasts at the Qingchuan ruins were eradicated, the mutant beast horde would naturally scatter. In other words, as long as all the chronobeasts were successfully hunted, the battle would be as good as won. After organizing his thoughts, Du Fei immediately issued new orders. Sun Shaoqian, destroy the Northern Front Lightning Brigade's ammunition depot in 3 minutes, then assist Gan Ting in clearing the 48th Division's command center. Once completed, proceed to bomb the interior of the Qingchuan ruins. Make sure the mission is accomplished before dawn. Yes, Commander. Sun Shaoqian piloted the number 2 Predator stealth drone and swiftly headed toward the Lightning Brigade's position on the northern front. Orders. All units, except for the number 1 Land King battle tank, advance toward the northern front. Focus on driving the chronobeasts out, with hunting as a secondary objective. Understood. The infantry commander responded promptly. Advance toward the northern front, move out. 2 transport vehicles filled with female soldiers, along with an ammunition truck, immediately set off. At the same time, the number 1 Land King tracked battle tank followed a route pre-planned by Gan Ting, heading straight for the abandoned power station in the northwest. 3 minutes later, a deafening explosion erupted from the Lightning Brigade's position, with flames illuminating the entire night sky. After completing her mission, Sun Shaoqian piloted the number 2 Predator drone toward the 48th Division's command center in the northwest. Chaos engulfed the Lightning Brigade's position, with its commander and soldiers in a state of panic. Lightning Brigade calling command center. Our ammunition depot has exploded. The situation is critical. Requesting support. Commander, there's no response from the command center, the communications officer reported. Are all the communications officers at the command center dead? Lightning Brigade Commander by Siguan roared as he grabbed the communicator. This is Lightning Brigade Commander by Siguan. Command center. Respond immediately. Before he could finish, dozens of LV-3 and LV-4 chronobeasts, leading a massive horde of mutant beasts, broke through the defenses, baring their sharp fangs as they launched a massacre. Report. Heavy casualties in the infantry regiment. Report. The artillery regiment is overwhelmed by the beast horde. Commander, the position has completely fallen. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. Commander, we're out of weapons and ammunition. We can't hold them any longer. Amid the relentless roars of the chronobeasts and the mutant beast horde, the Lightning Brigade's position was filled with the harrowing screams of despair. If there were ammunition supplies, it would have been manageable, but at this moment, the Lightning Brigade was utterly defenseless against the dense swarms of LV-3 and LV-4 chronobeasts. In the blink of an eye, even the Lightning Brigade's command center was completely overrun by the beasts. In the command center of the 48th Division to the northwest, Sun Shaoqian and Gan Ting were conducting a thorough sweep. Machine gun fire lit up the air, the relentless staccato echoing throughout. The unsuspecting security forces fell one after another, while the surviving soldiers scrambled to flee, only to become prey for the ferocious beasts waiting outside. Within less than half an hour, the entire command center had fallen silent. Reporting to the commander, the 48th Division Command Center has been cleared. Gan Ting reported, standing at attention. Excellent, Du Fei nodded before turning to Sun Shaoqian. Go check the situation on the western and northern fronts. Understood. The number 1 Land King tracked combat vehicle rolled steadily into the abandoned power station, coming to a stop in front of Biao Dekue's command post. Du Fei jumped out of the vehicle and returned 2 minutes later with a smile on his face. Did you get it? Lu Ruobing widened her beautiful eyes, gently holding onto Du Fei's arm as she asked. Du Fei nodded. Lu Ruobing was overjoyed, her chest slightly heaving, nearly throwing herself into his arms. Drive. With the command, the vehicle swiftly departed. Moments later, 2 miniature missiles roared into the air. Following 2 thunderous explosions, the 48th Division Command Center was engulfed in a fiery inferno. Commander, reporting. Sun Shaoqian's voice came through. The western and northern fronts have completely fallen. All 3 brigades of the 48th Division have been annihilated. The western front is swarmed with 2 LV-5 chrono beasts and over 100 LV-3 and LV-4 beasts, while the northern front has more than 50 LV-3 and LV-4 beasts. The Iron Blood Brigade has reclaimed the southern front and is en route to the western front for cleanup. Meanwhile, my Women's Field Infantry Regiment is advancing on the northern front. Have Predator Units 1 and 2 resupply their ammunition and prepare to bomb the interior of the Qingchuan ruins. Yes. In the control room, Du Fei exhaled deeply. The fall of the 48th Division signified that Wu Dagui had lost a key force, but this was only the beginning. While it was possible to use the Predators to eliminate Wu Dagui directly, the risk was too high. Someone like Biao Dagui could die in battle without issue, but Wu Dagui, who was on the verge of joining the Federation's upper echelons, was a different matter. Acting rashly could provoke retaliation from the colossal Chrono Federation. Ultimately, it came down to a lack of strength. To avoid being oppressed or even to act with impunity, the Women's Field Regiment needed to grow stronger first. Commander, reporting. We've arrived at the northern front and detected over 10 LV-3 and LV-4 chrono beasts, a female communications officer reported, staring at the detection instrument. Charge forward and coordinate with the infantry to begin the sweep. Understood. On the northern front, at Dufay's command, the cleanup operation began immediately. The machine cannon of Land King Tank No. 1 was the first to open fire, unleashing a barrage of shells like raindrops upon the dense swarm of LV-4 time beasts ahead. Explosions erupted one after another, with the shells detonating precisely within the beast horde, causing a devastating carpet of destruction as flesh and blood scattered everywhere. The tank seized the opportunity to charge through the breach it had created, with its machine guns and Gatling guns roaring in unison. LV-3 and LV-4 time beasts fell one after another under the concentrated firepower, while the surviving mutated beasts fled in all directions. At that moment, a sudden danger emerged on the other side of the battlefield. Stealth-winged beasts. Stay alert to aerial threats. The infantry of the Women's Field Battalion quickly used their transport vehicles to form a defensive formation, keeping a vigilant eye on the night sky above. Several LV-3 and LV-4 stealth-winged beasts, now visible, hovered just out of range, while more of their kind approached from the distance. Reporting to the commander, coordinates 726-39 have encountered a large group of stealth-winged beasts, the infantry officer urgently reported. I'm aware of the situation. Stay calm, Dufay responded succinctly before turning to Lu Ruabing. Open a path from the front right and move toward the infantry convoy. Understood. Lu Ruabing acted decisively. Almost simultaneously, two streams of fire pierced the night sky as Predator stealth drones unleashed precise gunfire, enveloping the winged beasts in a deadly storm. The stealth-winged beasts, caught off guard, were hit one after another, letting out piercing screams as they plummeted like meteors. Some crashed into the beast horde below, while others smashed into rocks and trees, sending clouds of dust into the air. It's our drones! The infantry exclaimed in astonishment as they watched the breathtaking scene. For many, it was their first time witnessing the combat power of the Predator drones in action. The threat has been neutralized. All units, regroup and continue advancing. The infantry commander ordered decisively. The female soldiers, reinvigorated, quickly reformed their battle formations and pressed forward. In the skies above, the two Predator drones continued their relentless hunt, targeting the incoming wave of winged beasts. Their anguished cries echoed ceaselessly, and dark green beast blood rained down like a storm. Amidst the rhythmic bursts of machine gun fire, many stealth-winged beasts were struck down before they could even reveal their forms. The stealth-winged beasts rushing in from behind were left perplexed. They sensed an inexplicable threat and, in a panic, turned around and fled toward the Qingchuan ruins. Taking advantage of this moment, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian skillfully maneuvered two Predator drones to launch a pursuit. They adeptly adjusted their attack angles, delivering precise strikes on the stealth-winged beasts. As the kill count rose, so did the balance on their storage cards, causing both of them to flush with excitement. At the outskirts of the Qingchuan ruins, weary soldiers were scattered haphazardly. Some leaned against rocks, cleaning their weapons. Others huddled in the grass, smoking, while a few lay flat on the ground, snoring loudly. Most wore expressions of deep frustration. A group of more than a dozen auxiliary corps commanders gathered nearby, engaging in a gloomy discussion. The 48th Division has gone silent. The situation doesn't look good. Dealing with LV-4 chronobeasts is hard enough, but now there are so many LV-5s. Who can handle that? This mission's rewards are as good as gone. Not only was the trip pointless, but we've suffered heavy losses. There's still nearly 20 hours left in the mission. We have to hold out until 8 a.m. The 48th Division hasn't issued any orders. We're stuck in the combat zone. Leaving would violate protocol. As they lamented their predicament, one commander holding a night vision scope suddenly pointed toward the Qingchuan ruins. Look over there. Everyone immediately raised their scopes. In the night sky, two fiery trails appeared, chasing a large swarm of LV-3 and LV-4 stealth-winged beasts. The beasts writhed in agony as they were hit, falling one after another. What kind of weapon is this? Where are the bullets coming from? Could it be some top-tier Corps' secret equipment? That's the only explanation that makes sense. By this time, the two invisible Predator drones had pursued the beasts to the skies above the Qingchuan ruins. Suddenly, interference signals appeared on Ganting and Sun Shaoqian's control screens. They instantly went on high alert, swiftly maneuvering the drones to retreat. Reporting to the captain, Predator 2 experienced a 0.7-second signal interruption. Sun Shaoqian reported urgently. Predator 1-2, with a 0.5-second signal interruption. Gonting followed up immediately. After hearing the reports from Gonting and Sun Shaoqian, Du Fei immediately got up and headed to the independent control room for drones next door. Inside the control room, Gonting and Sun Shaoqian were operating two Predator stealth drones that had just returned to the northern front line, switching them to AI autonomous mode. Commander, both Predator drones experienced signal interruptions at the same time. Sun Shaoqian reported promptly as she saw Du Fei enter. Gonting pointed at several waveband graphs displayed on the control room screen and said, "Commander, I analyzed the images during the signal interruption. It seems they were affected by some kind of oscillation wave interference." Du Fei leaned in to examine the waveband graphs closely, but no matter how many times he scrutinized them, he couldn't pinpoint the issue. "How are the drones doing now?" "All data is normal at the moment. No malfunctions," Gonting replied. "Good. Let them rest, replenish ammunition, and stand by." "Yes, sir." Back in the command vehicle, Du Fei frowned deeply. Earlier, Sun Shaoqian had reported a signal interruption when the drones were scouting the Qingchuan ruins, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Now that the battle was nearing its conclusion, there was no room for error. Though the exact source of interference remained unclear, heightened vigilance was necessary. Nearby, Lu Ruobing silently observed Du Fei, who was deep in thought. She found herself increasingly drawn to this young commander not just because of his handsome appearance, but also due to an indescribable charisma that captivated her, almost like an addiction. Ding. Affection level 20. The system notification suddenly chimed in. Du Fei snapped out of his thoughts and looked up, meeting Lu Ruobing's gaze. He smiled and joked. "Do I have something on my face? If you keep staring, I might have to charge you." "Huh? Who's staring at you?" Lu Ruobing's face instantly turned red as she quickly averted her gaze. She adjusted her posture and asked seriously, "Is there something wrong inside the Qingchuan ruins?" "There probably is, but we're still unclear on the specifics," Du Fei said, rubbing his face. "We'll deal with it when the time comes." The number 1 Land King combat vehicle soon rendezvoused with the female field regiment's transport trucks. Seeing the combat vehicle return, the female soldiers broke into smiles of relief. Their brief separation had left them uneasy, but now they felt reassured, as if regaining the protection of a father figure. "Orders." As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Du Fei gave commands through the communicator. "All personnel, coordinate with the Land King combat vehicle to disperse the mutant beast herd and eliminate the remaining Guanyin beasts." "Yes, sir." The infantry commander responded immediately, relaying the order. "Everyone, take your positions. Grenade launchers, target the Guanyin beasts. Fire! Fire!" Boom! 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 Shoulder-launched grenade launchers spewed out bursts of fire, and a dozen grenades exploded thunderously within the beast horde. The Women's Field Battalion, all female soldiers, closely followed the Land King combat vehicle, launching a large-scale clearance operation on the northern front. Grenades, autocannons, machine guns, and Gatling guns fired simultaneously, creating a dense web of firepower that enveloped the battlefield. The beast horde descended into chaos under the fierce assault, their terrified roars and agonized screams echoing through the air. The mutated beasts crumbled under the relentless firepower. An hour later, the red dots on the detectors disappeared entirely. The scattered LV-3 and LV-4 chrono beasts had been completely annihilated. Although a large number of mutated beasts escaped into the distant mountains and forests, the Women's Field Battalion's primary mission was to drive them away, not pursue them. At this moment, the northern front was awash with black blood, the corpses of chrono beasts and mutated beasts strewn across the ground. Severed limbs and remains painted a grim and harrowing scene. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing stepped down from the combat vehicle. The infantry commander immediately straightened his posture and saluted the two. "Report to the commander and deputy commander. The northern front has been successfully reclaimed." "Excellent. Rest here for 10 minutes, then proceed to the western front to rendezvous with the Iron Blood Brigade." "Yes, ma'am." Two Predator drones deactivated their stealth systems and landed beside the ammunition truck. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian disembarked to direct the logistics team in resupplying ammunition, drawing a crowd of fascinated female soldiers. They eagerly touched the wings, marveling at how such an unassuming reconnaissance drone could be such a formidable weapon, expressing their admiration for the two operators. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged a proud glance, silently reveling in their success. Using his night vision binoculars, Du Fei observed the ruins of Qingchuan. Most of the mutated beasts in the city have retreated. What's left are likely some high-level LV-5 and LV-4 guardian beasts, along with younglings and breeding beasts. Beside him, Lu Ruobing seemed lost in thought, occasionally touching her waist with a worried expression. Just then, the communicator crackled with Xia Ying's report. "Commander, the number 2 Land King vehicle has successfully assisted the Iron Blood Brigade in reclaiming the western front." "Good. Report your coordinates." "Coordinates 562, 73. After checking the detector, Lu Ruobing said, "They're about 40 kilometers away." We can get there in half an hour. Du Fei immediately issued orders. Inform Commander Chu to hold position. Well, rendezvous with the Iron Blood Brigade in half an hour. Yes, Commander. Half an hour later, at coordinates 562-73, the Women's Field Battalion regrouped with the Iron Blood Brigade. The armored vehicle slowly came to a halt, and just as Du Fei and Lu Ruobing stepped out, a commanding voice pierced through the night sky. Salute! Thousands of soldiers from the Iron Blood Brigade saluted Du Fei and Lu Ruobing in perfect unison, their formation solemn and disciplined. Brigade Commander Chu Zhangxiang, his adjutant Dong Jia, and other commanding officers all stood at attention and saluted as well. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing led the women of the battalion in returning the salute with equal formality. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Zhangxiang's expression turned grave. Brother Du, Commander Xia Ying should have already reported to you, he said with a heavy sigh. When we arrived at the Western Front, the Hurricane Regiment and Thunder Regiment of the 48th Division had already been wiped out. I truly didn't expect the front line to fall so quickly, Du Fei said, shaking his head. The main reason, Chu Zhangxiang explained, his eyes betraying a flicker of gratitude, is that the number of beasts on the Western Front was twice that of the other fronts, coupled with the appearance of 2 level 5 chrono beasts. If not for your army's assistance, I fear the Iron Blood Brigade would have suffered the same fate. However, we still have no contact with the 48th Division, and their situation remains unclear. Commander Chu, that's exactly what I wanted to bring up, Du Fei said, gazing into the night sky with an expression of sorrow. The situation with the Lightning Regiment on the Northern Front is just as dire. By the time we reclaimed the number 2 position on the Eastern Front and rushed to their aid, not only had the Lightning Regiment been annihilated, but the command center of the 48th Division had also been overrun by the Beast Horde. What? Chu Zhangxiang's body stiffened in shock. An entire division, completely wiped out? Such tragedy, such sorrow. Lu Ruobing, standing off to the side, could barely contain her laughter as she watched Du Fei's grief-stricken act. She marveled inwardly at how this man was not only a genius, but also an unparalleled strategist. The destruction of the 48th Division had been orchestrated by him down to the finest detail, executed so seamlessly that no one could discern the truth. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Du Fei's ear. Ding! Intimacy 20. Immersed in his grief, Du Fei was slightly surprised by the sudden prompt. Noticing Lu Ruobing eyeing him with a peculiar expression, he thought to himself, it seems this lady's focus on me is starting to shift. Chu Zhangxiang, recovering from the shock of the 48th Division's annihilation, looked at Du Fei, who was still overwhelmed with sorrow, and spoke softly to console him. Brother Du, I understand your feelings completely. After all, you and they belong to the same revival military district. Still, the Federation loses thousands of legions on the battlefield every day. It's an unavoidable reality, Chu Zhangxiang said heavily. The deceased are gone. Brother Du, I hope you won't grieve too much. Du Fei nodded lightly, managing to force a faint smile. Commander Chu is right. There's no need to worry about me. I was just overcome by the memories of the scene. These words made Chu Zhangxiang silently admire him. For such a young commander to maintain such a kind-hearted nature even after losing an entire legion was truly remarkable. Du Fei rubbed his face vigorously, as if trying to wipe away his sadness, and then said seriously, now that the 48th Division of the Revival Army District no longer exists, the leadership of this mission naturally falls to the Iron Blood Brigade. Whether we can secure victory from here on out depends entirely on your brigade. Brother Du, I don't deserve such praise. Not at all, Chu Zhangxiang said, waving his hands repeatedly. While he appeared humble, he couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He recalled his earlier premonition about the 48th Division's downfall had come true, leaving him both astonished and elated. Brother Du, how do you think we should approach the upcoming battle? Chu Zhangxiang asked, doing his best to suppress his inner emotions. Du Fei gazed in the direction of the Qingchuan ruins, his brows furrowed slightly. It comes down to a siege battle now. I think it's best if we discuss and plan together. Subsequently, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Chu Zhangxiang, and Dong Jia engaged in a detailed discussion of the battle strategy. Half an hour later, they finalized a comprehensive attack plan. The Women's Field Regiment would defend the smaller gaps to the north and west, while Land Kings No. 1 and No. 2 would support the Iron Blood Brigade by blocking the east and south. The initial phase of the battle would involve heavy artillery fire covering the entire ruins, clearing out the escaping chronobeasts. Once that was done, forces would advance into the city from all 4 directions simultaneously until they converged. As for the unusual occurrences within the ruins, Du Fei chose to keep them temporarily confidential, planning to assess the situation after the bombardment. All right, Chu Zhangxiang and his adjutant responded in unison, exchanging glances. They were deeply moved by Du Fei's generosity. The Women's Field Regiment had only 2 vehicles, and both had been allocated to support the Iron Blood Brigade. This gesture of camaraderie went beyond words. At that moment, Two system notifications echoed in Du Fei's mind. Ding. Reputation 50. Ding. Reputation 50. This unexpected gain brought an uncontrollable smile to Du Fei's lips. All right, it's decided. Du Fei checked his watch, his expression serious. Everyone in position by 5 a.m. sharp.
Prepare for battle.
Chu Zhengxiong and his adjutant, Dong Jie, nodded solemnly before both parties returned to their respective camps to finalize deployments. At the Women's Field Regiment camp, after Du Fei assigned the overall tasks, he stepped into the control room of the No. 1 Land King combat vehicle alone to personally issue combat orders to Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian. Around the camp, the female soldiers sprang into action, busily preparing for the upcoming battle. Xiaoying, with a cigar clamped between her teeth, jumped down from the No. 2 Land King combat vehicle. She patted the shoulder of a logistics soldier named Xiaoya, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Load it up, pack in as much as you can. The No. 2 Land King had reaped significant rewards this time, amassing nearly 1,000,000 hours worth of spoils. Although the rapid consumption of ammunition left them feeling a bit constrained, the entire vehicle crew was still brimming with excitement. Ingbao, the No. 2 Land King is already packed to the brim, Xiaoya said helplessly. The ammunition consumption of the entire women's regiment was indeed high. A large container now held only a third of its original supply, and the logistics team was meticulously rationing the remaining stock. However, the remaining ammunition was sufficient to support the final battle at the Qingchuan ruins. There's still space in the back, isn't there? Fill it up for me. Xiaoying insisted. Left with no choice, Xiaoya called out to other logistic soldiers. Come on, everyone. Load up Ingbao's vehicle. We're on it, long ones, short ones, big ones, small ones, every type she wants. You little brats, watch your mouths. The female soldiers burst into laughter, teasing and joking with one another. At that moment, Xiaoying noticed Lu Ruobing sitting alone on a stone nearby, lost in thought. She quietly approached and suddenly wrapped her arms around Lu Ruobing's neck from behind. Thinking about someone special? Startled, Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed bright red. You scared me, you idiot. I get it. Xiaoying teased with a mischievous grin. Thinking about the commander, aren't you? Don't talk nonsense, not with so many sisters around. Lu Ruobing glanced nervously at the others nearby. Why so shy? No need to hide it, Xiaoying said in a low voice. Think about a tour regiment has so many sisters, and the commander is so handsome. Those little brats are all eyeing him like wolves circling their prey. If you don't act soon, you might lose your spot at the top. Can you be serious for once? Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes, though her face turned an even deeper shade of red. All right, fine, I've said my piece. Xiaoying smirked, licking her lips playfully. But just so you know, if you don't make a move soon, I might just stick a leg into the race myself. Long legs, huh? Long legs, huh? Ow, stop pinching. It hurts. The two of them dissolved into laughter, playfully tussling. At precisely 5 a.m., every soldier of the Women's Field Regiment and the Iron Blood Brigade was positioned around the outer walls of the Qingchuan ruins. Personnel at the east, west, south, and north points were all in place, ready to launch the final assault. Report. Howitzers are in position, standing by. Report. Self-propelled artillery is in position, standing by. Report. Tanks and armored autocannons are in position, standing by. The battle readiness reports came in from all directions. Du Fei gripped the communicator tightly, his focus razor-sharp. The siege on the ruins of Qingchuan had reached its most critical moment. All units prepare. Du Fei took a deep breath. 3, 2, 1, fire. At his command, artillery from the east, south, west, and north roared simultaneously. A barrage of shells rained down like a storm, targeting the heart of the Qingchuan ruins. Explosions erupted one after another, the ground quaking violently as thick smoke and flames engulfed the ruins. Just as Du Fei was about to issue the order for a second round of bombardment, a chilling screech pierced the night sky. Moments later, a massive shadow shot up from the ruins, and the very air seemed to tremble around it. It was a colossal creature. Its head alone was 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary guanyin beast. Its eye sockets glowed with a menacing red light, and its bloated abdomen was armored with spiked scales. A pair of bare, skeletal wings stretched fully open, and with its long tail, the creature's body spanned an astonishing 20 to 30 meters. My God, what kind of guanyin beast is that? The surrounding officers and soldiers stared in shock, immediately raising their weapons in alert. Stealth Wing Queen. Chu Zhengxiong gasped, nearly stumbling backward. Inside the armored vehicle, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian's faces went pale. Du Fei's pupils contracted as a sense of dread crept into his chest. Before he could react, Chu Zhengxiong was already shouting into the communicator. Commander Du, we have a problem. That's a Stealth Wing Queen? Before Chu Zhengxiong's voice could finish echoing through the communicator, a deafening roar suddenly tore through the night sky. The massive stealth wing beast revealed its gaping, slime-dripping jaws, with 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Its bald wings flapped violently, generating a bizarre and ferocious gust of wind as it charged directly toward Land King Tank Number 1. Almost simultaneously, a horde of chrono beasts surged from all directions of the Qingchuan ruins, while the sky became densely packed with swarming stealth wing beasts. In total, there were around 1 to 200 creatures, with over a dozen of them reaching LV5, while the rest were LV4 chrono beasts. "Commander, watch out! Commander Do, be careful!" The startled cries of Xia Ying and the female soldiers in Tank Number 2, along with those of various officers, echoed in unison. No one had anticipated that the stealth wing beast would target Du Fei's tank for its initial attack. Fire! Fire! With the order given, the soldiers stationed at all 4 positions in the Qingchuan ruins unleashed a barrage of suppressive firepower on the advancing chrono beasts. The relentless gunfire filled the air with an unending cacophony. As the stealth wing beast closed in dangerously on the tank, the alarm system of Land King Tank Number 1 suddenly blared to life. Beep! Beep! Airstrike warning. Threat detected. Activating all-round automatic defense cannons. In an instant, a row of defensive cannons extended from the tank's front and rear. Amid the thunderous roar of the cannons, countless specialized shells were fired in a web-like formation, weaving a deadly net across the night sky. However, to the shock of Du Fei and Lu Ruobing inside the tank, the stealth wing beast was not taken down as expected. Instead, it swiftly vanished into invisibility. Reporting, Commander. The stealth wing beast is protected by an energy shield, and the Mithril shells only caused minor damage. Reporting, Commander. The target is retreating, but severe signal interference is affecting missile lock. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian quickly relayed the situation, their drone control screens flickering with an unstable red dot. Launch multiple missiles. Du Fei decisively ordered. 2 Predator stealth drones immediately launched 16 micromissiles each, attacking the stealth wing beast from different angles. The night sky lit up with violent explosions and the beast's anguished screeches. Amid the chaos, a severed limb plummeted into the heart of the Qingchuan ruins, sending up clouds of dust. The sight left Chu Zhengxiang and the other commanders momentarily stunned. Reporting, Commander. The stealth wing beast has fled beyond the Qingchuan ruins, but we managed to shoot off part of its tail. Gonting finally reported. Firing 32 specially designed mini-missiles at once made her heart ache. At the control console, Sun Shaoqian stared intently at the screen and suddenly reported with excitement. "Commander, both Predator drone signals have returned to normal. Orders. Predator 1, support the southeastern front. Predator 2, support the northwestern front." "Yes, Commander." In the control room, Lu Ruobing turned to Du Fei, her face filled with astonishment. "I never expected there'd be a wing queen hiding inside the Qingchuan ruins." "Neither did I," Du Fei nodded, recalling the knowledge he had learned at the Advanced Command Academy. "It's clear now that this creature was the one disrupting the drone signals." The stealth wing queen, a boss-level beast among the chrono beasts, was fundamentally different from its kin. It possessed not only incredible combat abilities and intelligence, but also astonishing reproductive capabilities. It ruled over a pack of male chrono beasts as its subordinates and would not tolerate the presence of any other female chrono beasts in its territory. Any newly hatched females or weaker individuals would become its food. Most striking was its insatiable drive to reproduce. It would almost never cease mating or relocating its nest unless faced with a life-threatening danger. Even all those mithril shells and missiles couldn't kill it. "That thing is tough," Du Fei muttered under his breath, rubbing his temples. Lu Ruobing added excitedly, "I read on the Sky website that chrono beast kings of this level are a nightmare even for the top 500 elite legions. Once, 3 elite legions ranked in the top 1,000 teamed up to take down a chrono beast king, and they nearly got wiped out. Although this wing queen isn't as formidable as a beast king, it's still a catastrophic level threat. The fact that we managed to defeat it is already something to be grateful for." Du Fei nodded thoughtfully. When you put it that way, I suppose we should count ourselves lucky." But inwardly, he calculated the possible consequences. If the Predator drones had been the ones to kill the stealth wing queen, it would likely be classified by Sky as an unidentified aerial strike. However, if the Land King Tank 1 was responsible, it would undoubtedly draw Sky's special attention. With the Land King Tank already having killed so many level 5 chrono beasts, he couldn't help but worry whether this might attract the notice of the Chrono Federation. For now, though, the priority was to take control of the Qingchuan ruins. Du Fei decisively issued the order. "Relay my command. From this moment on, all level 5 chrono beasts are to be handled by Predator 1 and 2 drones. Advance simultaneously from the east, west, south, and north into the ruins. Launch a full-scale final sweep." "Yes, sir." As the orders were relayed, news of the stealth wing queen's retreat invigorated Chu Zhengxiang and the other commanders. "Advance into the city. Victory is within our grasp. The walls of the Qingchuan ruins crumbled under the relentless bombardment, sending rubble and dirt flying as explosions lit up the pre-dawn sky in a fiery glow. Stealth wing beasts plummeted from the air one after another, while the chrono beasts on the ground were torn apart by the relentless artillery fire, their agonized cries echoing through the chaos. The Women's Field Regiment and the Iron Blood Brigade launched their final assault on the Qingchuan ruins with every soldier charging forward. At dawn, the sky began to lighten. The city of Qingchuan was shrouded in smoke, with blackened blood pooling on the ground, shattered beast eggs, and severed limbs of ferocious creatures scattered everywhere. Vine-covered buildings, overgrown plazas, and rusted, abandoned vehicles all bore witness to the fierce battle that had just unfolded. Stay alert. Smash all the beast eggs, commanded Commander Dong Biao, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a loud and firm voice. 2nd Battalion, take your men and search the ditch on the right. 1st and 3rd Battalions, secure the houses and streets to the west. Yes, sir, came the unified and resonant reply. In the distance, sporadic gunfire and the wails of chrono beasts echoed, signaling that the fight was not yet over. The female field regiment soldiers, armed with submachine guns, were spread out across the ruins, working in close coordination with the Ironblood Brigade to eliminate the remaining chrono beasts. The battle for the Qingchuan ruins was nearing its conclusion. Inside the armored command vehicle of the Ironblood Brigade, Deputy Commander Dong Jia could hardly contain his excitement. Commander, we've done it. We've won. Chu Zhengxiong gazed at the post-battle scene before him, his heart swelling with emotion. Though seemingly a small-scale operation, the battle for the Qingchuan ruins had been far more astonishing than it appeared. Not only had a level 5 chrono beast appeared on the battlefield, but there had also been a Beast King-class stealthwing. Missions of such magnitude were daunting even for the advanced legions ranked in the top 1,000 of the Tianyan leaderboard. Taking on a Beast King-class opponent was a feat only top-tier legions dared to attempt. Yet, as an independent brigade of the Sacred War Military District, the Ironblood Brigade had accomplished this seemingly impossible mission with the assistance of the Female Field Regiment. This unit of fewer than 100 women, under the leadership of Commander Du Fei, had demonstrated extraordinary combat capabilities. Chu Zhengxiong keenly understood that if the Female Field Regiment continued to grow, their strength could rival that of the top 500 elite legions. Looking at this formidable potential ally, Chu Zhengxiong had already made up his mind. He had to seize this rare opportunity. First, strengthen ties, then build camaraderie, and ultimately forge a steadfast alliance. As he envisioned the future development of the Ironblood Brigade, he could hardly contain his excitement. He was even considering that with his daughter about to turn 18, why dedicate so much time to the Federation? Wouldn't it be better to save 30 years and send her to the Women's Field Regiment instead? Inside the control room of Land King Tank No. 1, Du Fei was communicating with the frontline units via the transmitter. Xiaoring, how's the situation on your end? Reporting to the commander, the sweep is nearing completion. In about 30 minutes, Qingchuan City will be fully cleared. Very good. Inform Commander Chu to rendezvous at the Eastern Gap once the sweep is complete. Yes, Commander. The communication had just ended when Gan Ting's voice came through the headset. Reporting, Commander, the severed tail of that cloaked wing has been located. Even when the Predator drones approach, there's still some slight interference. Du Fei frowned. This situation was indeed unusual. After a moment of thought, he asked, what's the exact location of the severed tail's fall? A plaza on the western side of Qingchuan City, coordinates 731,256. Understood. Du Fei turned to Lu Ruobing beside him. Head to 731,256. Yes. Lu Ruobing responded, her face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. After all, this was the tail taken down by the Women's Field Regiment, and she'd been eager to examine it up close. 5 minutes later, Land King Tank No. 1 crushed through a landscape littered with beast carcasses and thorny shrubs, arriving at the target coordinates. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked and moved forward under the guidance of 2 hovering Predator drones. Soon, a vine-covered pyramid came into view. The ancient stone blocks were overgrown with strange plants. Below the pyramid was an open space resembling a gladiatorial arena, overrun with weeds. At its center lay a massive crater, with faint ripples of peculiar energy visible in the air. The two descended the ancient stone steps to the edge of the crater. Looking down, they saw a tail segment as thick as 2 people embracing, lying silently at the bottom. Its surface was covered in black, glossy scales, stretching 5 to 6 meters in length. Lu Ruobing involuntarily swallowed. Her eyes filled with both curiosity and a hint of fear. Du Fei scrutinized the scene and noticed something unusual. The dark green blood at the severed end of the tail was in a strange, suspended state, as if enveloped by an invisible force field. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected a beast limb containing special energy. Rare material can be extracted. Element control? Element control? What's that? Du Fei asked, puzzled. The system promptly explained. Element control is one of the mysterious, unknown elements in the current world, often found in boss-level beast bodies. It possesses unique oscillation properties, capable of emitting specific frequency and wavelength oscillation waves. It is an essential element for synthesizing the miraculous metal Vibranium, which boasts sound absorption, interference, oscillation counterdamage, and ultra-strong defense characteristics. Element control, the key to creating Vibranium. Du Fei's eyes lit up, a surge of excitement welling in his heart. The next moment, Du Fei took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within him. Stay here for now, he said to Lu Ruobing, then grabbed the surrounding vines and carefully made his way into the pit. Be careful, okay? Lu Ruobing's voice carried a hint of worry. Du Fei turned back and waved at her, signaling that she needn't worry. The system had indicated that simply controlling elements could highlight their properties, but without full utilization, it posed no harm to the human body. This gave him confidence regarding safety. Before long, he reached the severed tail of the invisible winged serpent. Squatting down for a closer look, he noticed the surface of the tail was covered in layers of dark, glossy scales, each about the size of a palm, with sharp spikes over 2 inches long protruding from them. Du Fei reached out to try and pry off one of the spikes, only to find it completely immovable. This discovery left him silently astonished. With his current physical enhancement at 5, he could easily crush ordinary rocks, yet the scales and spikes on this severed tail were as tough as steel. His original plan to break the tail into pieces for processing, similar to extracting Mithril, was clearly not feasible. After a moment of thought, Du Fei retrieved a bottle of rare material smelting agent from his system storage and spent 50 reputation points to exchange for an elemental storage container from the technology library. He decided to attempt an on-site extraction. First, he carefully dripped a single drop of the smelting agent onto the tail and waited for a minute, but there was no reaction. Adding a few more drops and waiting another 2 minutes, it still remained unchanged. Frowning, Du Fei studied the 5 to 6 meter long severed tail, then gritted his teeth and poured the entire 500 milliliters bottle of smelting agent onto the tail's base at the severed end. This time, there was finally a reaction. The surface of the tail rippled like water and began to lightly churn. Soon, a force pushed the dark green blood at the severed end to the sides, and a single drop of crystal clear liquid, resembling egg white, slowly seeped out. The surrounding air immediately began to stir. Du Fei quickly used the elemental storage container to catch the drop of controlled element. Ding! Extraction successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 milliliter of controlled element. Looking at the tiny amount of controlled element at the bottom of the container, Du Fei couldn't help but grumble inwardly. 500 milliliters of smelting agent for this massive tail, and I only got 1 milliliter? Just as he was about to put away the container and leave, he suddenly noticed something unusual about the severed tail. The once shiny scales had turned dull and lifeless, and the sharp spikes had lost their edge, appearing weak and lackluster. Du Fei couldn't resist reaching out to touch the severed tail once more. To his surprise, it felt unexpectedly soft. When he gently pressed it with his fingertip, his fingers sank in with ease. This discovery sent a jolt through him. What had just been as hard as a spiked club was now as soft as a sea cucumber. Must be due to the loss of the control element, Du Fei analyzed silently. This finding led him to a deeper thought. If the control elements within those boss-level beast kings were drained, would they also turn into soft, gelatinous creatures like this? A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. What if control elements were injected into a human body? Could it grant extraordinary power, perhaps even the ability to punch a chronobeast into the air? However, he quickly dismissed the idea as unrealistic. As he pondered, Xia Ying's crisp voice came through the communicator. Reporting to the commander, Qingchuan City has been completely cleared. As per orders, the Iron Blood Brigade, Land King Tank No. 2, and the Women's Field Infantry Regiment have all withdrawn and are regrouping at the Eastern Breach. Good, Du Fei replied succinctly, then stood up from the pit. Squatting by the edge of the pit, Lu Ruobing widened her curious eyes. What are those liquids? Why did it look softer and smaller after they flowed out? She had seen Du Fei conducting some experiments with the smelting agent, but couldn't understand what the collected liquids were. That's classified for now, Du Fei said with a faint smile. Let's go. He had decided to keep the control elements inside boss-level chronobeasts and their properties a secret for the time being. Then, is it useless now? Lu Ruobing asked reluctantly, glancing at the severed tail in the pit. It was a hard-earned trophy from the Women's Field Regiment, a triumph of great significance to her and her comrades. Even high-ranking regiments in the top 1,000 would covet such an honor. She had hoped to take it back to camp and turn it into a keepsake that her sisters could take pride in. It's useless, Du Fei said, seeing through her thoughts. With a chuckle, he added, don't worry. There'll be plenty more chances in the future. Yeah, right? Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes, playfully retorting. The two quickly returned to the control room of Land King Tank Number 1. Drive. Head to the eastern breach of Qingchuan City. Du Fei ordered. Yes, Commander, came the immediate response. 600 kilometers west of the Qingchuan ruins, in the Tongshan Canyon, the air was thick with smoke and the roar of artillery echoed through the mountains. This was the hunting ground of the Shenyang Military District, where 3 divisions were conducting a large-scale operation to eliminate a swarm of LV-2 and LV-3 Guanyin beasts. Explosions erupted one after another, shattering rocks and toppling trees. The deafening roars of the beasts intertwined with the thunderous sounds of weapons, reverberating throughout the canyon. Not far from the canyon, in the makeshift wooden command post of the 39th Division, the adjutant, looking relaxed, reported to the tall and imposing division commander. Commander, the Tongshan Canyon hunting mission is expected to be completed in an hour. The 64th and 103rd Divisions just sent word that they hope to join forces with us to establish a new hunting ground after this mission. The commander nodded slightly. Both divisions have performed well and haven't cut corners. Inform them that the 39th Division accepts their invitation. As the adjutant turned to pick up the communicator, the wooden structure suddenly began to shake violently, and the ground beneath them quaked with an unsettling intensity. Something's wrong. The adjutant's face turned pale. A deafening beast roar erupted from the upper canyon, causing the wooden post to tremble even more violently. Almost immediately, a flurry of urgent reports came flooding in. Commander, a massive wave of beasts has appeared. 3 LV-5 Guanyin beasts spotted behind the command post. We're surrounded. The commander and adjutant rushed out of the wooden shelter and looked up. Suspended in the air was a colossal, stealth-winged beast, measuring 20 to 30 meters in length. Its sunken eye sockets glowed with a menacing blood-red light, and its swollen abdomen trailed a half-severed tail, radiating an oppressive aura. My God, it's the Stealthwing Queen. Before the words could fully escape, the monstrous creature dove down like a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crash, the 39th Division's command post was reduced to rubble in an instant. The gigantic Wing Queen let out a deafening roar, unfurling its bare wings as it charged toward the other 2 divisions. In the blink of an eye, the canyon was filled with the agonizing screams of tens of thousands of soldiers. Blood and dismembered limbs flew in all directions, painting a scene of utter carnage. Meanwhile, back in the Qingchuan ruins, the number 1 Land King tank was slowly making its way toward the eastern breach of the city. Due to the original female driver's health issues, Lu Ruobing eagerly took over the driver's seat. The tank's tracks crushed the beast eggs scattered on the ground, producing crisp cracking sounds as dark green liquid splattered everywhere. Lu Ruobing's lips curled into a faint smile, as if she were relishing the stress relief this provided. These Guanyin beast eggs hatched by absorbing radiation, and the liquid inside them resembled radioactive water. According to the Federation's historical records, thousands of years ago, humans had attempted to consume the meat and eggs of mutated beasts and Guanyin beasts. However, the results were deeply disappointing. The early attempts ended in utter failure, and the first group of individuals who experimented with consuming beast meat and eggs now lie beneath towering trees that have grown over their graves. The experts of the Guanyin Federation refused to give up and proposed a new strategy, fighting fire with fire. This involved hatching beast eggs and raising the young beasts for combat purposes. But during their research, they discovered it was far from straightforward. Beast eggs required exposure to wild radiation to hatch, and the incubation process outside the mother's body was excruciatingly slow. Several experts devoted their lives to the project, only to pass away before seeing a single egg hatch. Driven by the Federation's unrelenting pursuit of profit, the experts persevered and finally succeeded in hatching a batch of Guanyin young beasts. Yet, they were soon blindsided by new challenges. These beasts had insatiable appetites, forcing the researchers to pour immense time and effort into raising them. When the creatures finally matured, they proved to be inherently savage, devoid of any emotion, and entirely impossible to domesticate. In the end, these Guanyin beasts, which had consumed staggering resources to rear, could only be put down amidst the crackling of gunfire, leaving behind a pitiful return on the colossal investment of time. The experts reached a simple conclusion. Guanyin beasts were only suitable for hunting to extract time, and any hopes of domestication or consumption were unrealistic fantasies. At this moment, Du Fei was sitting beside Lu Ruobing, watching her gleefully crush a beast egg, and couldn't help but smile. His good mood from recently obtaining 1 milliliter of elemental control was still lingering. The battle vehicle advanced steadily, with about 5 minutes left before reaching the eastern breach of Qingchuan City. Leaning back in his seat, he opened the system interface and noticed some new updates. Details displayed by the system remain unchanged. Seeing his reputation points surpass 6,000 and intimacy points reach 126, Du Fei eagerly opened the tech library. A refreshed list of items appeared before him. Technology library item list remains unchanged. When his eyes landed on the time collection system, Du Fei's gaze lit up. This was exactly the system he had been longing for, essentially granting him a pair of exclusive, heavenly eyes in this world. However, upon noticing the staggering requirement of 5,000 intimacy points, his excitement quickly plummeted. The astronomical demand made him mutter to himself in frustration. Do they think him the lord of a cave or something? Du Fei gazed at the time collection system in the technology vault, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Wasn't this exactly what he had been searching for all along? With this system, he could break free from the Federation's monopolistic control over time resources. He quickly calculated the potential future gains, no longer needing to pay the Federation's Sky Eye a 20 hunting commission, nor the 10 storage card handling fee. This staggering amount of time resources would all belong to him. More importantly, he could even expand his own storage card business. The technology vault displayed that a storage card could be exchanged for just 1 reputation point. However, the storage cards had to be bound to the time collectors to function and were currently unavailable for redemption. Du Fei understood clearly that this plan would directly challenge the Federation's interests, and it could only be implemented once the Women's Field Battalion had amassed sufficient strength. But no matter what, acquiring the time collector was imperative. Although it required a significant investment of intimacy points, it was undoubtedly worth the price. Thinking of this, Du Fei couldn't help but recall Lu Rubing so far. She had contributed the most intimacy points. However, relying on one person alone was far from enough. He would need to explore more avenues to accumulate intimacy points as quickly as he had with reputation points. At the moment, he had already mastered the method of acquiring elemental control and had accumulated 126 intimacy points. He immediately decided to redeem the Vibranium synthesis technology. The system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully redeeming Vibranium synthesis technology with 100 intimacy points. A wealth of information about Vibranium flooded into Du Fei's mind. This extraordinary metal, also known as Nirvana steel, had hardness surpassing that of Mithril and existed in 2 states: non-conscious and semi-conscious. In its non-conscious state, its molecular structure was almost stationary and nearly indestructible, making it ideal for crafting shields and melee weapons. In its semi-conscious state, it could block radiation, automatically absorb various types of energy, and possessed exceptional energy reflection defense capabilities, making it perfect for creating armor and battlesuits. Crafting standard Vibranium required elemental control and rare Nirvana meteorites, while the more advanced active Vibranium also required an additional rare material smelting agent. Du Fei quickly grasped the properties of Vibranium, his heart surging with excitement. Especially the active Vibranium battle suit. Not only could it provide maximum protection for its wearer, but it could also enable each warrior to possess individual combat capabilities, even allowing them to engage shadow beasts barehanded. Now, the source of elemental control, one of the 3 essential materials, had been identified, and the rare material smelting agent could be redeemed at any time. All that remained was the final material, the Nirvana meteorite. Du Fei felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Although this type of meteorite was extremely rare and expensive in the current world, the fact that it could be found at all was enough to bring hope. He closed his eyes, and a faint, expectant smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. The No. 1 Land King tracked combat vehicle came to a slow halt at the eastern breach of Qingchuan City. Beside him, Lu Ruobing noticed Du Fei's enraptured expression and couldn't help but mutter to herself, "This guy must be dreaming about something amazing." As soon as Du Fei and Lu Ruobing stepped off the combat vehicle, a loud and clear salute resounded across the sky. Commanders of the Ironblood Brigade, all its soldiers, and the entire Women's Field Battalion stood at attention, offering a perfectly synchronized salute. The scene was solemn and awe-inspiring. Du Fei responded with a precise and formal military salute, a smile on his face. At that moment, every soldier of the Ironblood Brigade present understood one thing clearly. The man before them was a living legend. Without Commander Du, they might have met the same grim fate as the 48th Division, becoming nothing more than food for the beasts. And without him, the Ironblood Brigade would never have achieved such a resounding victory in the Battle of Qingchuan Ruins. Accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, Du Fei walked forward at a steady pace, while the gazes of thousands of Ironblood Brigade soldiers followed him intently, their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. "Brother Du, we've won." Chu Zhengxiong strode forward and clasped Du Fei's hand firmly. "Yes, it wasn't an easy feat," Du Fei said with a sigh of emotion. "Without Commander Du, this victory wouldn't have been possible." "Chu is forever grateful," Chu Zhengxiong declared earnestly. "You can't say it like that," Du Fei replied with a smile, patting the back of Chu Zhengxiong's hand. "This victory is the result of the Ironblood Brigade's collective efforts under your leadership. As for the Women's Field Battalion successfully completing their mission, we owe it to the support from the Ironblood Brigade." All right, whatever Brother Du says is right," Chu Zhengxiong said with a hearty laugh. Releasing Du Fei's hand, He turned to face the assembled troops with a solemn expression and declared loudly, "Today marks the greatest victory in the history of the Ironblood Brigade. All of you know, including myself, that we owe everything our lives in Cladetto the Women's Field Battalion. This debt of gratitude will never be forgotten. From this day forward, whenever the Women's Field Battalion needs us, the Ironblood Brigade will go through fire and water without hesitation. Everyone, salute Commander Dew and the heroes of the Women's Field Battalion. Salute. Through fire and water, without hesitation." The thunderous voices of thousands of soldiers echoed across the Qingchuan ruins. System notifications flooded Du Fei's mind like a tidal wave. Ding! Reputation 10. The prompts continued to chime incessantly. At the same time, witnessing the deeply moving scene unfolding before them, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Battalion were profoundly shaken and touched. Then came another wave of system notifications. Ding! Intimacy 20. Ding! Intimacy 5. Ding! Reputation 10. The constant stream of notifications filled Du Fei with elation. This harvest was truly monumental. At 7 a.m., the mission at the Qingchuan ruins was officially declared a success. Adjutant Dong Jie quickly approached Chu Zhengxiang and reported in a low voice, "Commander, an urgent order from the military district. All units are to assemble outside Xinjiang City within 3 days." Chu Zhengxiang frowned slightly. "That urgent?" "Understood." Turning to Du Fei, he showed a hint of regret on his face. "Brother Du, I still have so much to say to you, but with this urgent order, I have no choice but to leave immediately. We'll have to catch up another time." He had been planning to discuss his concerns about his daughter joining the Women's Field Battalion with Du Fei, but the pressing military order meant this matter would have to wait. "Attend to your duties first, Commander Chu. There's always time in the future," Du Fei said with a smile. "Well said, Brother Du. I like the sound of that, haha." Chu Zhengxiang laughed heartily, shaking Du Fei's hand firmly before bidding farewell. Order. Full speed to Shengzhan City. At the command, the Ironblood Brigade's convoy roared to life, and the troops quickly set out. Du Fei immediately issued his own command. "Relay my orders. Full withdrawal return to the camp." "Yes, Commander." 2 Land King combat vehicles led the charge, followed by a container ammunition truck and a transport vehicle carrying the female soldiers. The Women's Field Battalion swiftly evacuated the Qingchuan ruins, speeding back to the camp like the wind. Inside the 1st Land King combat vehicle, Gong Ting brought Sun Shaoqian into the control room to report to Du Fei. "Commander, Hunters number 1 and number 2 have been set to automatic defense mode." The 2 women sat down on either side of Lu Ruobing, each holding one of her arms. Gong Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly said, "Commander, guess how much time we have now?" "How much?" Du Fei asked with a smile. "We earned a total of 4,325,706 hours from hunting the time beasts. After deducting the entire battalion's wages of 1,198,000 hours, we still have a balance of 3,127,706 hours." Gong Ting said excitedly. "And with Biao Dekue's 10 million hours, we now have a total of 13,127,706 hours. That's amazing, over 13 million hours." "Yes, I still can't quite believe it." Lu Ruobing and Sun Shaoqian, who already knew about the 10 million hour storage card from Biao Dekue, couldn't help but show their excitement when they heard the exact figures. In less than a month, the Women's Field Battalion had amassed such an astonishing fortune it felt like a dream. "Look at you all, getting so excited. Is 13 million really that much?" Du Fei glanced at the 3 women. "This is just the beginning. In the future, we'll have so much time. You won't even be able to count it all." The 3 women playfully made faces at Du Fei and stuck out their tongues in unison. "Are you really saying that over 10 million hours is just a drop in the bucket?" Gong Ting's face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Besides, can you even imagine how much time that really is? Honestly, having these 10 million hours feels more than enough for me." She turned to Du Fei and earnestly reminded him, "You have to spend it wisely." "I'm satisfied too," Sun Shaoqian chimed in. Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei and nodded, adding, "Same here. Even though we have so much time, we can't just squander it recklessly." Seeing the 3 women acting like meticulous misers, Du Fei shook his head with a helpless smile. He knew well that while Nirvana meteors weren't too hard to acquire, they came with a hefty price tag. If the women discovered in a few days that this fortune had been spent, they might end up in tears. Soon, the excitement began to fade, giving way to exhaustion. Sun Shaoqian rubbed her temples and yawned. Gong Ting stretched her sore shoulders, and Lu Ruobing bent over to gently massage her long, elegant legs. "Are you all feeling tired?" Du Fei asked with concern. Lu Ruobing looked up and gave a wry smile. "Not exactly tired, but maybe the radiation out here is just too much." "Don't worry, Captain," Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian reassured him. "We've got the recovery pool. A good soak can well be fine. Du Fei frowned slightly, wondering why he didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. They had all used the recovery pool before, so why hadn't their bodies been strengthened? This was something he needed to investigate thoroughly once they got back. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion within Fuxing City, an entirely different morning was unfolding. Sir, it's time to wake up. A burly, muscular man approached the bedside barefoot, speaking softly to the middle-aged man lying there. What time is it? The middle-aged man asked groggily. It's 9 in the morning. All right, come here and help me get dressed. The man sat up, beckoning the muscular man closer. The middle-aged man had a pale, delicate face with an effeminate air. As he draped an arm around the muscular man's neck, he spoke in a lilting, affected tone. My little darling, you did well last night. You nearly made me pass out. Once I make it into the cabinet, I'll reward you with a position. Just as the two were getting cozy, the bedside communicator suddenly rang. Hearing a woman's voice on the other end, the middle-aged man's face immediately darkened with disgust and resentment. Wang Shuzhen, don't think that just because your father holds a high-ranking position, I wouldn't dare touch you, he said coldly. Let me tell you the truth soon. I'll be in the cabinet myself, and when that happens, I'll settle all the old and new scores together. This is your final warning. Du Lei is the one I love. If I can't have him, neither can you. With that, he angrily smashed the communicator to pieces. Knock, knock, knock. Report. Urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Wu Degay, in the midst of being assisted with his attire by a muscular man, still bore an expression of lingering resentment. Come in. A burly confidential officer strode in quickly, his face filled with anxiety. Sir, I must report there's been an incident with the 48th Division. Sitting at his dressing table, Wu Degay didn't even turn around. Don't tell me that useless Biao Dekue couldn't handle it and declared the mission a failure? No, sir, it's worse. The 48th Division has been completely wiped out at the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground. The officer's voice was noticeably trembling. What did you say? Wu Degay spun around sharply. The muscular man, in the middle of fastening an earring for him, flinched, causing the earring to drop to the ground with a clink. The 48th Division annihilated? Are you sure? Wu Degay stood up immediately. The officer quickly activated a laser screen on the wall, pulling up the Tianyan website. The screen soon displayed the details of the hunting mission at the Qingchuan Ruins. The words organized by the 48th Division were now marked in dark gray. The latest updates were climbing in popularity. The hunting mission at the Qingchuan Ruins lasted nearly 20 hours. The organizing faction, the 48th Division of the Revival Military District, was completely annihilated. Tens of thousands were forced into retreat. Positions were lost one after another, ultimately leading to the fall of the command center. Over 10 auxiliary regiments from the Revival Military District deserted mid-battle. The Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District, with only a few thousand troops, managed to reclaim the lost positions consecutively and secured the final victory. The Iron Blood Brigade's ranking soared from 9,856th to 3,217th. The comment section scrolled rapidly with a flood of opinions, mockery, regret, and anger. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Wu Degay's face darkened ominously as he shouted sharply. The officer quickly turned off the screen, and the muscular man dared not make a sound. After a moment, Wu Degay calmed down and muttered to himself, strange. Biao Dekue reported encountering a level 5 chronobeast. With the Iron Blood Brigade's equipment, it should have been nearly impossible for them to win. How did they pull it off? He turned to the officer. Prepare a gift. I need to pay a visit to the cabinet's general staff office. Then, as the officer was about to leave, he added, get me Yuan Shiji of the 109th Division on the line. The call connected quickly. After confirming that the father and daughter had been sent to the cabinet's high-crime mines, Wu Degay nodded in satisfaction and murmured to himself, Senior, if I can't have you in this life, then I won't bear the name Wu. The muscular man beside him, a flash of jealousy in his eyes, stepped forward to advise, Sir, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why waste your feelings on someone so ungrateful? Just have them quietly eliminated. And don't forget, you still have me. Shut up. Wu Degay interrupted harshly. Who do you think you are? Know your place and remember it, or nothing but a tool. Yes, sir, stammered the muscular man, breaking into a cold sweat as he nodded repeatedly. In a sprawling base within the Revival Military District, an elderly man with graying temples stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back. Dressed in a black uniform, he exuded an aura of authority and command without uttering a word. This man was the minister of the base. Minister, as per your instructions, the matter has been handled. A composed and efficient secretary entered the office, speaking softly. The old man nodded slightly, but maintained his stance by the window. The view outside seemed to have drawn him into deep contemplation, a trace of barely concealed astonishment lingering on his weathered face. Minister, you've been standing for half an hour. Let me help you back to your quarters to rest, the secretary said with concern. It's fine. The old man waved dismissively before asking, Su Zhong, you're an expert in weaponry. What do you think of that small squad? The secretary, Su Zhong, offered a faint, wry smile. Well, it's hard to say. I still don't have a clear understanding. Logically, with their numbers and equipment, it should be difficult for them to take down mutated beasts. Yet they not only killed a significant number of LV5 chrono beasts, but also wounded a stealth wing. What's even more puzzling are those two unidentified flying objects. Our Sky Eye system couldn't even identify them. Though their weaponry seems outdated, its actual power surpasses the Federation's Mithril particle weapons, Su Zhong continued, analyzing. I suspect they've mastered some kind of advanced weapon manufacturing technology far beyond what major military corporations possess. Moreover, this auxiliary female field battalion had no prior achievements, yet after their new commander took over, they made a name for themselves in one battle, jumping from a rank of over 300,000 to the top 100,000. The new commander, a graduate of the Federation's Advanced Military Academy, seems to be the key. That kid was a genius even back in the academy, the old man remarked, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. Minister, you know the commander? Su Zhong asked, surprised. Know him? He's none other than Du Lei's son, the old man said with a faint, rueful smile. I see. Su Zhong suddenly understood. Sigh, it seems the winds of change are coming. But that young commander is indeed fearless, like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger. The old man's expression grew solemn as he instructed, from now on, closely monitor that boy's team. Make sure to promptly erase any sensitive records or data on them from the Sky Eye system. Understood, Minister, Su Zhong replied seriously. At that moment, the guards outside could be heard exclaiming in surprise, Miss? Reporting to the minister, the miss is here. Before they could finish speaking, a graceful and strikingly beautiful woman entered the office with quick steps. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with arched brows, almond-shaped eyes, and vivid red lips. Her elegant gown accentuated her shapely figure, and every movement she made radiated the charm of a mature woman. Miss Yu, you're here. Su Zhong stared at the unexpected visitor in astonishment. But the woman's delicate features were clouded with deep sorrow and melancholy, her eyes and brows carrying an unshakable sadness. Standing at the doorway, she gently tidied her slightly disheveled collar and took a deep breath. This somber woman was none other than Wang Shuzhen. Father, she called softly, her voice barely audible. The elderly man was startled by the sound, his weathered face trembling slightly, and a flicker of surprise and emotion lit up his misty eyes. This man, holding a high-ranking position, was Wang Jianqing, the Minister of Inspection for the 9th District of the Guanyin Federation and Wang Shuzhen's father. 10 years, Wang Jianqing's lips quivered, and his eyes began to glisten with tears. Genre, you've finally come. Memories surged back like relentless waves. Years ago, a young soldier named Du Lei had saved Wang Shuzhen on the battlefield. From that moment, the two had developed a deep affection for each other and met frequently. However, Wang Jianqing, being a man of high status, strongly opposed the relationship due to the disparity in social rank. Matters became more complicated when Wu Dagui, the son of the influential Wu family, learned of their connection and repeatedly came to propose marriage. In the end, Wang Jianqing made a decision that would change his daughter's life, forever arranged for Wang Shuzhen to marry Wu Dagui. After the marriage, Wang Shuzhen became a shadow of her former self, retreating into silence and never speaking to her father again. It wasn't until later, when Wang Jianqing learned of Wu Dagui's numerous misdeeds, that he realized with regret that the political marriage he had orchestrated had utterly destroyed his daughter's happiness. Genre, I'm sorry I was wrong, Wang Jianqing choked out, his voice heavy with emotion, his face etched with 10 years of accumulated guilt. Wang Shuzhen stepped forward quickly and knelt before her father. Father, let's not dwell on the past. Right now I need your help to save Du Lei. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Stand up and speak, Wang Jianqing said, hurriedly bending down to help his daughter to her feet. His voice was filled with concern as he asked, what happened to that boy? Hearing Du Lei's name again, the rejection he once harbored was gone, replaced by genuine worry. Du Lei and I were falsely accused by Wu Dagui and sent to the high-security labor camp, Wang Shuzhen said, her voice trembling with desperation. Father, I beg you to find a way to save him. Heavy crime quarry? Wang Jianqing frowned and asked. His secretary, Su Zhong, froze for a moment before turning to look at him. Don't worry, Dad will figure something out, Wang Jianqing said warmly to his daughter, Wang Shuzhen. Struggling to get up and walk toward his desk, his limping steps prompted Su Zhong to quickly step forward and support him. Dad, your health? Wang Shuzhen trembled slightly as she spoke, visibly concerned. It's nothing, it's nothing. Wang Jianqing waved his hand with a smile, refusing to let his condition dampen the mood. His nearly crippled leg was a scar from a battle decades ago. Back then, he served in an elite military unit and was injured during an operation to eliminate a Beast King's lair, where he was exposed to radiation. Although the Federation had been providing anti-radiation injections to the troops, over the years, 80 of his comrades had succumbed to the lingering effects. For Wang Jianqing, merely surviving this long was a stroke of luck. Now, with his daughter back by his side, he felt his life was complete, despite being in the terminal stage of radiation sickness and having little time left. Minister, the heavy crime quarry is under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to intervene, Su Zhong said quietly as he helped Wang Jianqing sit down. Wang Jianqing nodded slightly, his expression dark. The Federation of Light governed hundreds of regions, and while District 9 only oversaw 6 major base cities, including Fuxing City, along with over 100 outposts, its internal factions were deeply divided, making the situation particularly complex. The cabinet, a higher-ranking authority, was notorious for its overbearing behavior. The Wu family had aligned itself with the cabinet years ago, and now Wu Dagui had a solid backing and was on the verge of becoming a cabinet member. By rights, Du Lei and his daughter, as commoners of Fuxing City, should have been sent to an ordinary labor quarry even if they were guilty. However, their transfer to the heavy crime quarry, reserved for the most dangerous offenders, clearly indicated that the cabinet had fabricated charges against them. In District 9, extracting someone from the cabinet's grip was already a daunting task, and with Wu Dagui meddling, the difficulty was even greater. Dad, is it really hard to handle? Wang Shuzhen asked anxiously, noticing the worry etched on her father's face. Leave it to me, Wang Jianqing replied with a reassuring smile. For his daughter's sake, he decided to send Su Zhong as his representative to negotiate with the cabinet, confident that his old comrades-in-arms would grant him this favor. Amid the roaring sounds of engines, the convoy of the Women's Field Battalion sped along the rugged mountain road, expecting to reach their camp in just over 10 hours. Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King combat vehicle, Lu Ruobing softly asked Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian, "Do you have an injection?" Perhaps it was the excitement of just earning 1,000,000 time credits, or maybe she'd been wearing this old military uniform for too long. The button on Lu Ruobing's chest suddenly popped off. She glanced down, about to look for a needle and thread. "Don't bother with it," Gong Ting said. "There's no one else around. Just fix it when we get back." Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged a mischievous look, glancing at Lu Ruobing's noticeably full chest before instinctively lowering their eyes to compare their own. Both sides in Wardlethier was no denying the stark difference. "Ruobing, sis," they teased, wrapping their arms around her from either side and leaning close to her ear. "You seem a bit different these past couple of days. Could it be? Get lost." Lu Ruobing blushed furiously, pinching their waists in retaliation. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Du Fei. The two girls yelped in mock pain, laughing and playfully shoving at each other. Du Fei watched the three women banter and couldn't help but smile faintly. While his toolbox did contain a needle and thread, since Lu Ruobing hadn't asked, he saw no need to volunteer. At that moment, a group of female communication soldiers nearby began chatting animatedly. "Look, the latest updates on the Qingchuan Ruins battle are out. The Iron Blood Brigade jumped from rank 9,856 to 3,217. The comments section is exploding over 9,999 already. So many people are criticizing the Revival Military District. Wait, why isn't our Women's Field Battalion listed?" One of them checked the rankings with growing frustration. "We're still stuck at 97,566. No change at all. What a useless Sky Eye system." The communication soldiers fumed. They knew full well that without the Women's Field Battalion, this victory would have been impossible. Lu Ruobing and her companions stopped their joking and opened their smart tablets to confirm the news. It was true the Sky Eye website's latest updates made no mention of the Women's Field Battalion at all. The three exchanged a quick, puzzled glance before letting out a subtle sigh of relief. In some ways, this omission avoided exposing certain classified information. "Stop discussing it," Lu Ruobing addressed the grumbling communication soldiers. "This is actually a good thing for us. Do you understand?" Understood. Though a little disappointed by the lack of recognition, the soldiers knew when to prioritize the bigger picture. Lu Ruobing walked over to Du Fei, one hand discreetly covering her chest as she placed the tablet in front of him. "Commander, what do you make of this?" Du Fei frowned slightly at her gesture. If it weren't for the others watching, he might have been tempted to move her hand away. His gaze shifted to the screen, his brows furrowing deeper as he read. "It's hard to say for now." The situation was indeed peculiar, almost unnervingly so. Could there really be an issue with the Sky Eye system? Du Fei stared at the latest update on the Qingchuan Ruins mission, his brows furrowed. The information on the screen left him puzzled. The Women's Field Regiment still held their ranking on the leaderboard, which clearly didn't indicate they'd been expelled from the Federation. While this unusual situation might be good news for the women's field regiment, a sense of unease still rose in Du Fei's heart. The most pressing matter now was to locate the Nirvana meteorite and extract Vibranium as soon as possible. Placing his smart tablet on his lap, he opened the Tianyan resource trading website and began his search. The moment he typed Nirvana meteorite into the search bar, the screen was flooded with advertisements. Nirvana meteorite, the ultimate radiation shield, extending your life. Nirvana meteorite, a symbol of status and love. A meteorite lasts forever. A single piece passed down through generations. Jewelry ads followed, featuring bracelets priced at 9.9 yuan, installment payment options, official flagship stores claiming to have 99,999 items in stock, and even clearance sales. Du Fei was utterly baffled. Although his academic knowledge didn't include information about Nirvana meteorites, he now had a vague understanding of their status in this world. They seemed to be equivalent to diamonds on the blue star of his previous life. Despite the system describing Nirvana meteorites as rare and expensive, the marketplace was flooded with them, which made him suspicious. As he focused on examining the listings, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian, bored, gathered around him. When they saw the screen's content, all three showed puzzled expressions. Rubingji, look. The captain's picking out jewelry for you. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian whispered teasingly by Lu Ruobing's ear, their eyes filled with envy. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Ruobing glared at them, though a faint blush crept onto her face. Du Fei closed the marketplace page and turned to the three women. Do you know about Nirvana meteorites? He asked, having realized that the marketplace was full of counterfeits and lacked the raw stones he needed. Of course, Sun Shaoqian's eyes sparkled. The upper-class nobles all wear Nirvana meteorite jewelry. Just 1 gram costs hundreds of thousands of hours. But most of the stuff in the marketplace is fake. It's easy to get scammed. No, I mean Nirvana meteorite raw stones, Du Fei interrupted. The three women exchanged glances, and finally, Gan Ting spoke up. Nirvana meteorite raw stones are extremely rare. They're sensitive minerals strictly regulated by the Federation. Due to its radiation-resistant properties, the essence of Nirvana meteorite is strictly controlled by the Federation. Only a tiny amount is crafted into jewelry and sold at exorbitant prices to the nobles of the upper class. As for raw meteorite stones, they are firmly monopolized by the elite. It's rumored that the sanctuaries of the Federation's rulers are built from these meteorites. So, you're saying Nirvana meteorite raw stones can't be purchased on the open market? Du Fei asked with a frown, clearly concerned about how difficult it might be to acquire such a highly regulated and valuable item. Gan Ting thought for a moment before replying, technically, they can't be bought. However, the black market has everything. Many traders purchase various items at low prices from scavengers and resell them. Nirvana meteorite raw stones shouldn't be an exception. The black market? Huh? That might work, and it could even be cheaper. Du Fei nodded. Then he asked, how does the transaction work? You need to access the black market trading network first, select the item, negotiate the price, and agree on a meeting place for the transaction, Gan Ting explained. You can inspect the goods in person, but that needs to be arranged in advance. Good. Du Fei looked directly at Gan Ting. Hey, race your task. Search the black market for Nirvana meteorite raw stones. Let me know immediately if anyone is selling. Yes, Commander. Gan Ting responded with a salute, but then froze in realization. Commander, you're not seriously planning to buy it, are you? I am, Du Fei replied with a calm smile. His answer left the three women present utterly stunned. Sun Xiaoqian's mouth fell open, while Lu Ruobing wore a puzzled expression, silently realizing it wasn't for jewelry. Gan Ting quickly opened a website to check prices. Commander, Nirvana meteorite is incredibly expensive. The essence crafted into jewelry costs hundreds of thousands per gram. Raw stones are somewhat cheaper, but a 500-gram piece still costs around 6 million hours. That's over 10,000 hours per gram. About a kilogram should suffice, Du Fei said calmly. He already had a plan in mind. With 1 milliliter of controlled elements currently available, synthesizing Vibranium would require 1,000 milliliters of rare material smelting agents and 1,000 grams of Nirvana meteorite raw stones. This would yield nearly 2 kilograms of semiconscious active Vibranium, enough to create a battlesuit. What? A kilogram? The three women gasped in unison, visibly shaken. What are you planning to do with that much? Lu Ruobing couldn't help but ask. It's for something important, Du Fei replied briefly. Gan Ting began calculating on her fingers. Commander, a kilogram is 1,000 grams. At over 10,000 hours per gram, that's over 10 million hours. Her voice trembled, almost on the verge of tears. Does this mean we're going broke again? Sun Shaoqian muttered, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Ruobing clutched her chest in distress and leaned closer to whisper in Du Fei's ear. Can't you at least tell me what it's for? It's classified for now. You'll know eventually, Du Fei said calmly, catching her subtle movements with a glance. Fine. Lu Ruobing nodded and turned to Gonting.
Stop worrying and follow the commander's orders.
She had complete trust in Du Fei. Even though he was keeping it a secret for now, she believed he had his reasons. She guessed he was likely working on some groundbreaking equipment again. Progress was the only way forward. Gonting could only shrug with a wry smile. All right. The commander just doesn't want any money left in the account. Ugh, there goes another huge sum. The following morning, the Women's Field Battalion returned triumphantly. Outside the camp gates, Su Ninger led a group of a dozen female soldiers who had stayed behind, running out to greet them, smiles lighting up every face. As soon as the combat vehicles came to a halt, the sisters embraced warmly, their laughter and chatter filling the air. The moment Du Fei jumped down from the vehicle, a synchronized cheer of "Greetings, Commander!" rang out. Su Ninger and the other soldiers who had remained behind stood at attention, admiration gleaming in their eyes. Du Fei smiled and nodded but quickly noticed something unusual. The soldiers who had stayed behind looked lively and radiant, while those returning from the mission appeared fatigued. Su Ninger, Du Fei called, gesturing for the chief medic to come over. Seeing his signal, Su Ninger hesitated for a moment before rushing over excitedly. I have a task for you. Conduct random health checks on some of the soldiers. Yes, Commander, she responded promptly. The results came back quickly. The soldiers who had participated in the mission showed varying degrees of radiation exposure. As Du Fei reviewed the medical reports, he fell into thought. The recovery pool could remove radiation but seemed incapable of strengthening their physical resilience. That particular enhancement, it appeared, only worked for him. Have the soldiers take turns using the recovery pool to neutralize the radiation. All personnel are to gather outside the camp in 2 hours, Du Fei instructed Lu Ruobing. The female soldiers, upon hearing the orders, immediately grew excited and raced toward the recovery pool, some even beginning to remove their uniforms as they ran. What a bunch of little troublemakers, getting more unruly by the day, Xia Ying remarked, a cigar dangling from her lips as she exhaled a puff of smoke. Exactly. Now they make a fuss about every little ache or pain right in front of the commander, Sun Shaoqian chimed in. Lu Ruobing glanced toward Du Fei in the distance and shook her head helplessly. It's not entirely their fault. The commander spoils them. At that moment, the communicator crackled to life. Commander, incoming signal detected. From where? Point 83. Du Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be Husan? Back when they were at the outpost, he had indeed asked Husan to look into the whereabouts of his father and sister, leaving him with a communication channel. Patch it through and transfer it to the encrypted channel. Yes. As soon as Du Fei finished speaking, an urgent voice came through his encrypted channel earpiece. This is Husan, administrator of Outpost 83, calling Commander Du. Commander Du, do you copy? Brother Hu, this is Du Fei. Du Fei responded quickly. Is there news from Fuxing City? Yes, Commander. Husan's voice carried a hint of gravity. But the news isn't good. Brace yourself. Du Fei's heart tightened. Go ahead. At that moment, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian sensed something was amiss. They instinctively adjusted their earpieces and quickly walked over to Du Fei. Xia Ying, who had been smoking, noticed the unusual atmosphere and extinguished her cigarette before following. Lu Ruobing gestured for silence and took out one of her earpieces to place it in Xia Ying's ear. Brother Du, Husan's heavy voice came through, your family's Du Lei private clinic has been confiscated by the Federation. Your father, Du Lei, and your sister, Du Xiaoya, have also been taken away. They've been sent to the mines under some trumped-up charges. Du Fei took a deep breath, his face expressionless, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. The 4 women, however, were visibly shocked and filled with concern, their anxiety surpassing even that of Du Fei. Do you know which mine they were sent to? Du Fei asked, forcing himself to remain calm. Not exactly, but according to an informant, they were taken by a group of cabinet guards. All right, understood. Thank you, Brother Hu. Don't mention it. This kind of news is hardly something to thank me for, Husan said urgently. If there's anything you need me to do, just say the word. There is something, actually, Du Fei replied. Please arrange for 200,000 hours worth of food supplies and deliver them to the Women's Field Battalion camp before nightfall. That much? Husan's voice wavered. All right, got it. I'll get it done right away. With that, the communication was cut off. Commander, this has to be Wu Daguai deliberately targeting your family, Lu Ruobing said, her face tense with anger. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian chimed in furiously. The Federation has gone too far. They're arresting people on baseless charges. The higher-ups are corrupt and tyrannical, treating the city's resident protection ordinance like it doesn't exist. Xia Ying took a deep drag on her newly lit cigar, her teeth clenched. Damn it. If they so much as lay a finger on the commander's father or sister, they'll be the first to raise the flag and rebel. Seeing the 4 women visibly emotional, Du Fei waved his hand to signal them to first go and eliminate the radiation. After Lu Ruobing and the others left with worry etched on their faces, he fell into deep thought. His father and sister had been taken away by the cabinet guards, most likely sent to a mine under the cabinet's jurisdiction. However, the cabinet operated dozens of mines, which meant he would have to investigate them one by one. 2 hours later, a crisp assembly call echoed through the women's field battalion camp. The well-trained female soldiers quickly lined up, standing tall with pride and energy. After recuperating in the recovery pool, everyone's complexion had regained its healthy glow, their faces radiant. Dufay surveyed the formation before him. You all performed outstandingly in the battle at the Qingchuan ruins. This is only the first step toward a brighter future. Believe me, as long as we keep striving, life will only get better. He pulled a document from his pocket and began assigning tasks. Gonting, you're in charge of contacting Husan at the outpost to have 2 sets of uniforms tailored for each soldier, along with purchasing daily supplies. Also, he handed her a list. This is a list of equipment needed for the camp and the mines, including crushers, rail-mounted mining cars, and logging tools. Yes, Commander. Gonting saluted smartly. Turning to Songjia, Dufay handed her a blueprint. Once the transport vehicles arrive, you'll lead a team to lay down tracks and use refined waste or to build a perimeter wall. Here's the plan, including layouts for streets, shops, and inns. Commander, are we building a city? Songjia asked, unable to hide her excitement as she took the blueprint. This is only the preliminary plan for the inner city, Dufay said, sweeping his gaze across the group of female soldiers. Once the city is built, your families will have priority in obtaining shop operation rights. His words caused a wave of excitement to erupt in the camp. Really? That's amazing. Long live the commander. Amid the thunderous applause, system notifications sounded continuously. Ding. Reputation 20. Ding. Affection 1. Dufay gestured for silence. Remember, this is just the initial plan. Until it's completed, it must be kept confidential, even from your families. Yes, sir, came the unified response. Tears of emotion glimmered in the eyes of Lu Ruobing and the others, especially Xia Ying, who instinctively touched the pack of cigarettes in her pocket. She wanted to smoke but felt it would be disrespectful, so she restrained herself. Lu Ruobing gently placed an arm around Xia Ying's shoulder. Ingbao, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. Xiaolan is definitely still alive, and one day, we'll find her in the city we build. I hope so, Xia Ying said, holding back her tears and forcing a faint smile. It was rare to see Xia Ying in tears, and even Lu Ruobing couldn't help but feel emotional. Her gaze shifted to Dufay, and she couldn't help but admire the greatness of this man. Sun Shaoqian, you'll continue to oversee ammunition production? Dufay pulled a set of blueprints out of his pocket. Here are the detailed parameters for an improved grenade launcher. Retire the old model. Considering the physical conditions of the female soldiers, he had deliberately spent 100 reputation points to exchange for this lighter design from the technology repository. Yes, sir. Sun Shaoqian accepted the blueprints and stood at attention. Zhao Feifeng stepped forward. A female soldier with delicate features, arched eyebrows, and phoenix-like eyes flinched slightly before stepping out of the formation. She straightened her posture, saluted Dufay with respect shining in her eyes, and said, "Present." Dufay was slightly taken aback. This female soldier's looks were on par with Lu Ruobing and the others. However, her usual worn-out uniform and limited interactions had made her presence less noticeable. He smiled and nodded before returning to the matter at hand. You're skilled in agricultural cultivation? Yes, Commander. Zhao Feifeng's chest heaved with excitement, and she nearly lost her balance. The system notification chimed in. Ding. Affection 5. Good. Dufay continued. Our next step may involve developing agriculture. You'll work with Su Ninger to study the soil and identify areas within the planned boundaries with minimal radiation for early cultivation. If the Federation can create fertile lands, so can we. Understood. They'll complete the mission. Zhao Feifeng eagerly returned to the formation. Afterward, Songjia, Sun Shaoqian, and the others began examining their blueprints and organizing their tasks. The rest of the female soldiers also received assignments and quickly got to work. Gonting, come over here, Dufay called. Use Predator Unit 1 to locate all mining zones controlled by the Federation Cabinet. Gonting's eyes lit up. Once we find them, are we preparing for a rescue? Exactly. We'll send you the photos later. Also, don't forget about the Nirvana meteorite raw materials. Understood. Gonting briskly headed toward the drone control room. Seeing Dufay arranging plans to rescue her father and sister, both Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying felt relieved. Commander, what about us? Xiaoying asked with a playful smile, dimples showing. You can't just leave 2 beauties idle, can you? How about we keep you company for a chat? She teasingly gestured toward Lu Ruobing. Blushing, Lu Ruobing gave her a light smack on the rear. Behave yourself. I wouldn't dream of letting you 2 slack off, Dufay said with a chuckle. We've mined quite a bit of, for these past few days. You'll be in charge of refining the Mithril. Got it. Lu Ruobing nodded enthusiastically and pulled Xia Ying by the waist as they headed toward the mountain. Let's get ready. Tonight, we'll stay in the wooden cabin. How big is the bed? Big enough. Well manage. I was asking about the commander's bed. You naughty girl. What are you even thinking? Ha ha ha. Watching the two graceful figures teasing and laughing as they walked away, Du Fei rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, I need to strengthen my body first. In the living quarters of the air raid shelter, Du Fei quietly soaked in the recovery pool. The system's notification sound kept chiming, ding, physical attribute 1, echoing repeatedly until the final notification sounded, ding, physical enhancement has reached the limit. Further enhancement requires consumption. The next moment, the familiar system interface appeared in his mind, displaying the latest data. Host, Du Fei. Role, Commander. Legion. Auxiliary Women's Field Battalion. Reputation points, 58,350. Affinity points, 119. Physical attribute, primary enhancement 10 primary enhancement, advanced enhancement, supreme enhancement. The interface also included a friendly reminder. After the next physical attribute limit expansion, an additional 10 enhancement points can be added. It also noted that within each stage, the enhancement points gained from each limit expansion would equal the total enhancement points accumulated previously. As Du Fei looked at the inventory, which contained a Universal Toolbox 1 and Element Control 1 milliliter, his mood lifted significantly. The 58,000 reputation points were primarily earned through the Ironblood Brigade, and the affinity points, which had dropped to just over 20 after purchasing the Vibranium synthesis technology, had now recovered to 119. His gaze shifted to the Intelligent Laser Defense System blueprint in the technology repository, which required 1,000 affinity points. This blueprint was currently his top priority. With camp construction underway, an all-encompassing defense system, especially for aerial threats, had become increasingly vital. It was also the foundation for implementing the Time Collector project. Rising from the recovery pool, Du Fei could feel the surge of energy coursing through his body. After getting dressed, he noticed a piece of exposed rebar on the rock wall that the female soldiers used to hang their clothes. Walking over, he grabbed the rebar with one hand and gave it a slight twist. With a creaking sound, the solid steel bar bent effortlessly in his grip, prompting him to clench his fist in excitement at his newfound strength. Meanwhile, in the mountainous region 200 kilometers north of the Revival Bay City, a heavily fortified steel wall loomed. Guard posts were stationed every few steps, with strict surveillance at every corner. Inside the walls was an open-pit mining area, and at the edge of the mine, 5 or 6 caves served as prisons for holding criminals. The mining area was heavily guarded. Overhead, dozens of hummingbird drones traced intricate patrol paths, their mechanical wings buzzing incessantly. On the ground, fully armed federal soldiers marched in unison, their armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Inside the mining site, dust filled the air, and the relentless roar of machinery echoed continuously. Countless miners, dressed in tattered prison uniforms, labored under the watchful eyes of their guards. Their faces were gaunt, their bodies marked with layers of scars both old and new. Men, women, young, and old were alike in their disheveled appearances and vacant stares. Move faster, you worthless worms, a furious voice cut through the noise. A guard clad in protective gear wielded a steel-tipped whip, chasing after an elderly man who stumbled as he walked. The whip lashed across the old man's back, tearing open a scabbed wound, and fresh blood seeped out immediately. The old man let out a piercing scream, dropping the or he was carrying, which landed heavily on his own foot. Enraged, the guard cursed, shouting, "Trying to slack off, are you?" as he struck repeatedly with the whip. The old man could only curl up on the ground, shielding his head and rolling in agony, his cries echoing through the area. "Stop it!" A furious female voice rang out. A woman in her 30s, leading a group of 5 or 6 female prisoners, rushed forward to shield the old man. The woman had a dignified and graceful appearance, though her prison uniform was worn. A faint clover-shaped embroidery was visible below her collar. Her piercing gaze locked onto the guard, while the women behind her clutched stones, adopting defensive stances. "Planning a rebellion, are you? Drop the stones." 2 armed guards hurried over at the commotion. Without hesitation, one of them struck the woman across the forehead with the butt of his rifle. Blood immediately streamed down as she collapsed to the ground. "Madam!" The female prisoners cried out, rushing to her side. The guards cursed, calling them lowly rebels, and prepared to escalate the violence. At that moment, a commanding "stop" boomed across the scene. A tall, broad-shouldered middle-aged man approached quickly, accompanied by a girl of about 15 or 16. The man had a dignified presence, and though he wore a prison uniform, it was remarkably clean. The 3 guards, upon seeing him, hesitated and silently backed away, their aggression subdued. This father and daughter held a unique status within the mining area. Higher-ups had explicitly forbidden any harm to them and mandated that they be provided with premium food supplies, including polished rice and fine flour. This arrangement puzzled both the guards and the management. "Hang in there, elder. It'll be okay," the man said gently, helping the old man to his feet. The girl immediately opened a compact medical kit she carried, a privilege specifically granted to them within the camp. "Xiaoya, help support him," the man instructed. "All right," the girl replied, steadying the old man as the man began carefully dressing his wounds. "Big brother, please help bandage our mistress." A female prisoner knelt before the middle-aged man, her voice filled with earnest pleading. "All right, just a moment." The middle-aged man first finished tending to the elder's wounds, then moved to the woman's side. He crouched down and skillfully cleaned the wound, disinfected it, and swiftly wrapped it with a bandage. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. "Thank you." The woman straightened her posture, gratitude flickering in her eyes. "No need to thank me, it's no trouble at all," the middle-aged man replied with a smile. "What's your name?" the woman asked. "Dulé," he answered, then politely inquired, "And yours?" "May." The woman smiled and extended her hand. Dulé hesitated for a moment before lightly shaking it. "I assume you're from a noble family? Can I ask what position you held in the Federation?" May stood up with the help of several female prisoners. "I'm not a noble, nor a Federation official, just a doctor," Dulé replied calmly. "A commoner? That can't be." May looked at him in disbelief. How could a commoner be sent to the cabinet mining zone? She turned to glance at the young girl nearby. "She's your daughter, right? We've all noticed over the past couple of days, despite being labeled as criminals, you and your daughter are treated differently. You must have some kind of significant background, don't you?" "No background, just a doctor," Dulé said with a helpless expression as he took his daughter's hand and turned to leave. "Wait," May called out urgently, stopping him. "Remember, wherever there's oppression, there's resistance. Don't fall asleep tomorrow night. Meet me at mine shaft number 3. With that, she led the group of female prisoners away. On the way, one of the prisoners supporting May whispered, "Mistress, are you planning to take him with us?" A faint blush appeared on May's face. "He's a good man, and besides, my health needs a doctor's care." Night had fallen. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were sitting inside the wooden cabin, drying their freshly washed hair. Just then, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian pushed the door open, carrying a box in their arms. "Wow, this wooden cabin is stunning," the two exclaimed as they walked in, glancing around with wide-eyed admiration. It was their first time stepping into Lu Ruobing's cabin. Xiaoying chuckled while toweling her hair. "Look at you two getting all excited. Didn't the captain assign Song Jia the task of building cabins today? Soon, everyone will have a place like this." "Really? That's amazing." Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian cheered in unison. "Finally, we won't have to stay in that stifling bunker anymore. With the recovery pool and mithril bullets, we don't even need to worry about radiation or the time beasts." Gan Ting pointed to the box they had brought and suggested, "Sister Ruobing, how about we trade what's in this box for a night here? We don't mind sleeping on the floor." Barefoot, Lu Ruobing walked over and opened the box, her eyes lighting up. Inside were neatly arranged items like a hairdryer, combs, mirrors, and premium feminine products. "I'll take all of these. These were all free from Husan," Gan Ting explained. "He's made a fortune helping us source so many things." Lu Ruobing smiled as she used the hairdryer on Xia Ying's hair. "Earning a little profit is inevitable in business. The captain arranged it this way to save us the hassle." "By the way, Sister Ruobing," Gan Ting suddenly asked, "did the captain ever say what the Nirvana meteorite is for?" Lu Ruobing ran her fingers through her now dry hair, taking in its fragrant scent. "I'm not sure. He said it's a secret for now, but the captain always has extraordinary plans. We just need to cooperate." "We've been cooperating all along," Gan Ting pouted, "but the funds in the account are running low again. This procurement cost over 2 million hours, leaving us with just over 11 million. Once we buy the Nirvana meteorite, we'll be back to square one." "Don't worry. Trust the captain," Xia Ying reassured her. After changing into fresh clothes and tidying herself in the mirror, Lu Ruobing said, "You all keep chatting. I'm stepping out for some air." With that, she turned and left the cabin. Xia Ying watched her leave, raising an eyebrow meaningfully. Meanwhile, in another wooden cabin, Du Fei was deeply engrossed in examining the camp's layout plans spread across the table. After a while, he rubbed his temples to relieve the tension and opened the technology archive to study 2 armor designs he had been eyeing. Ding! A system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have redeemed a lightweight armor blueprint for 200 reputation points." Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging 1,000 reputation points for a set of intelligent battle suit blueprints. As the system notification sounded, detailed information about 2 types of armor flooded into Du Fei's mind. He quickly spread out paper on the desk and began jotting down this invaluable data. The first type was a lightweight armor, a traditional protective gear. It could be crafted using materials like steel, mithril, vibranium, or URU metal. The design allowed for either an external plated armor or a close-fitting chainmail-like undershirt. Du Fei's pen moved swiftly as he sketched out the structural details. The second option was the captivating intelligent battlesuit. This unconventional protective gear had extremely high material requirements, needing specialized substances such as liquid metal, active vibranium, or URU metal. Consisting of a three-piece set shoulder guards, wrist guards, and knee pads, its standout feature was the ability to activate via an intelligent device, instantly expanding into a fully protective battlesuit. Comparing the two, Du Fei quickly made up his mind. While conventional armor was practical, it had to be worn constantly and lacked head protection. In contrast, the intelligent battlesuit's three-piece design was clearly superior, lightweight for daily wear, yet offering comprehensive protection in combat. It was nothing short of perfection. He swiftly added details to the design. The conventional armor would use mithril and be crafted into chainmail undershirts for female soldiers, while the intelligent battlesuit would have to wait until he could acquire Nirvana meteorites to extract active vibranium for production. As Du Fei focused intently on his drawings, a delicate and refreshing fragrance wafted to his nose. Looking up, he saw that Lu Ruobing had silently entered the room at some point. She was still barefoot, but today's outfit was particularly eye-catching, a thin camo crop top that clung to her curves, her loose hair framing her fair shoulders. Below her shorts, her long, slender legs were especially striking. Gulp. Du Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. Du Fei swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing once more. The sight before him nearly took his breath away. Lu Ruobing, who was always wrapped up tightly in layers, now stood before him in a cool, casual outfit. Her attire in the middle of the night was practically a direct challenge to his self-control. A surge of unexplainable heat rose within him, and his knuckles turned white as he unconsciously clenched his fists. Noticing Du Fei's reaction, Lu Ruobing looked slightly embarrassed and explained hesitantly, Gonting and the others came over. It's too noisy over there. You don't mind if I stay here for a bit, do you? As she spoke, she bit her lip lightly and took a slow step toward him. Not at all. Perfect timing, Du Fei said, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. He discreetly moved his chair back a little and took a deep breath. I've got some new design blueprints here. We can go over them together. Really? Lu Ruobing's eyes lit up as she quickly moved to his side. Let me take a look. She bent over to examine the blueprints on the table closely. What are these blueprints for? Sitting nearby, Du Fei tried his best to maintain composure. To unlock the intelligent laser defense system, he needed 1,000 intimacy points. For the sake of the camp's development, increasing their intimacy level was essential. Ahem. He cleared his throat. These are two sets of armor blueprints. One is for standard armor made from mithril, and the other is for an intelligent battlesuit that requires a special alloy synthesized from Nirvana meteorite. I get it. Lu Ruobing's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, this intelligent battlesuit is really powerful? Here, sit down, and I'll explain it in detail, Du Fei said, pointing at the blueprints with one hand while casually pulling her toward him with the other. Caught off guard, Lu Ruobing ended up sitting on Du Fei's lap. Don't move. Just listen, Du Fei said with a straight face, his eyes focused on the blueprints. Suddenly, the system notification sounds chimed like a downpour. Ding. Intimacy 20-inch. Ding. Intimacy 20-inch. Just as Du Fei was about to continue his explanation, Xiaoying appeared at the doorway and whistled teasingly. She exaggeratedly covered her eyes with her hand and joked, I didn't see anything. Lu Ruobing's face instantly turned bright red, and she quickly got up to straighten her clothes. Du Fei, feeling helpless, explained, There's only one chair here. Xiaoying walked over and whispered something into Lu Ruobing's ear, making her blush even more. Flustered and annoyed, Lu Ruobing suddenly pushed Xiaoying toward Du Fei. You little troublemaker, why don't you try it too? Caught off guard, Xiaoying tumbled onto Du Fei's lap but immediately sprang back up. Ding. Intimacy 20-inch. As the two girls playfully bickered, Gonting's voice rang out from outside the door. Reporting in. Lu Ruobing quickly fixed her appearance, while Xiaoying lit a cigarette and turned away. Watching their guilty expressions, Du Fei couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Taking a deep breath, he said, Come in. As Du Fei's voice faded, Gonting and Sun Shaoqian pushed the door open and entered. Du Fei looked up at the two of them and asked briefly, What's the matter? We found a lead on the Nirvana meteorite raw stone, Gonting quickly reported as she stepped forward. Du Fei's eyes lit up. Have you negotiated the price? It's being handled through a black market middleman, so the exact price hasn't been discussed yet, Gonting explained. The seller requested an in-person meeting the day after tomorrow at noon, payment and goods exchanged on the spot. Inform them that we agree, Du Fei replied decisively. Noticing Gonting's worried expression, Du Fei's lips curved into a faint smile as he gestured for them to come closer. Gather around. I need to explain the reason for purchasing the Nirvana meteorite. The four women immediately moved closer. Dufay pulled out two sets of blueprints and pointed to one of them. This is the design for standard armor. I plan to use Mithril to craft it as basic protection for our warriors. For practicality and concealment, it's designed to be worn underneath clothing. This will require a large amount of Mithril, so you need to accelerate the refinement process. The production of the armor will also be your responsibility. He then pointed to the second blueprint. This is the design for an advanced intelligent battlesuit, with performance far exceeding any existing armor. However, it requires a special metal that can only be synthesized from Nirvana meteorite and control elements. I've already secured the source of the control elements. Now, we just need the Nirvana meteorite. Control elements? The four women asked in unison, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. In their understanding, Nirvana meteorite was only used for radiation shielding or making jewelry. They had never heard of this mysterious element. Dufay took out a container holding a single drop of crystal clear liquid. This is a control element. It comes from the Time Beast. All Time Beasts at the Beast King level contain this element in their bodies. Commander, are you saying this special metal is even better than Mithril? Xiaoying couldn't help but ask, while the other three looked at him with eager anticipation. Exactly, Dufay nodded and explained. This metal is called Vibranium, and it comes in two forms. The first is non-sentient standard Vibranium, ideal for making shields and melee weapons, as it possesses extraordinary toughness. The second is semi-sentient active Vibranium, which, in addition to its toughness, has flexible elasticity and counteractive properties, making it the perfect material for intelligent battle suits. He unfolded the blueprint for the intelligent battle suit and pointed to its structure. This suit will be crafted from active Vibranium and will consist of three pieces: shoulder guards, wrist guards, and knee guards. Dufay stood in front of the blueprint, explaining the features of the battle suit in detail to the female team members. This is a three-piece battle suit consisting of shoulder guards, wrist guards, and knee guards. The key lies in the smart control device on the wrist guard. By pressing the activation button, the active Vibranium in the three pieces triggers a chain reaction, instantly transforming into a full-body protective suit. Normally, it looks like regular armor, but in combat, it can immediately morph into its protective form. Lu Ruobing couldn't help but pat her chest in excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. Oh my gosh, this smart battle suit is simply perfect. Unbelievable! Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed almost in unison. With this level of protection, you could probably fight a chrono beast barehanded. Compared to the current Federal Army's steel armor, the advantages of this Vibranium suit were obvious. While the steel armor was strong in defense, it was too heavy and far less practical than the secret Mithril bead-like undershirt designed by the captain. This Vibranium battlesuit, in terms of both protection and portability, was near flawless. In theory, this suit can withstand bullets and explosions, but will need real-world testing to confirm its performance, Dufay added. Lu Ruobing eagerly asked, Captain, if we manage to get 1 kilogram of Nirvana meteorite, how many of these suits can we make? Currently, the tail of that invisible winged creature only yielded 1 milliliter of control element, which is enough to synthesize 2 kilograms of active Vibranium, just enough for one suit, Dufay explained, glancing at the group. But as long as we secure more time, Nirvana meteorite can be purchased, and control element can be obtained by hunting chrono beasts. I believe it won't be long before each of you has one. Hearing this, the 4 female team members' eyes lit up with anticipation. Xiaoying took a deep breath and narrowed her eyes. Looks like we need to target more Beast King level creatures. Although Lu Ruobing reminded them of the extreme difficulty in hunting Beast Kings, Sun Shaoqian remained confident, recalling their previous success in injuring the invisible winged creature. Gan Ting, however, lamented the fact that the operation had consumed 32 micromissiles to succeed. Dufay smiled approvingly at Xia Ying's suggestion and then pulled a blueprint from the table, handing it to Sun Shaoqian. Manufacture this according to these specifications? Yes, Captain. Sun Shaoqian took the blueprint and glanced at it curiously. This is a tranquilizer gun, Dufay replied. A tranquilizer gun? Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian looked puzzled. Suddenly, Lu Ruobing's eyes lit up. I get it. That invisible wing's tail was initially rigid, but later, are you planning to use the rare material smelting agent to hunt the Beast King? She looked at Dufay with excitement. Once the Beast King is injected with the smelting agent, it will turn into a soft-bodied creature. This way, not only can we easily hunt it and gain more time, but we can also extract controlled elements on the spot. Exactly. Very clever, Dufay said with an approving look, causing Lu Ruobing's cheeks to flush slightly as she hastily avoided his gaze. Still, a sweet warmth welled up in her heart as she thought to herself how irresistible his gaze was. That's amazing. Sun Shaoqian clapped her hands in excitement, her chest rising and falling with enthusiasm. With this, we'll soon have Vibranium smart battlesuits. The captain is incredible. Little rascal. Just realizing how incredible he is now? Xiaoying teased, exhaling a puff of smoke. With the captain around, our women's field combat team will only get stronger. We're lucky to have him. Known for her pride, Xiaoying had completely entrusted her life to Du Fei ever since he saved her in the recovery pool. Ganting blinked her bright eyes and said, Captain, you can use our funds however you need. I'll always support you. As the team's treasurer, she had finally come to understand that every expense Du Fei made was crucial and well-placed. We'll always support you. Lu Ruobing added with a smile. Looking at the sincere expressions of the four women, Du Fei nodded in satisfaction. He then began to explain the key points of crafting the Mithril bead-like undershirts and tranquilizer guns in detail. Once they all understood, he turned to Ganting. How's the investigation in the mining zones going? It's ongoing, Ganting replied. There are 296 mining zones around the 6 base cities, 63 of which are under the cabinet's jurisdiction. We've checked 8 so far, but haven't found any trace of the old man and his group. Du Fei frowned in thought for a moment before addressing Sun Shaoqian. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to guard the camp. Work with Ganting and Hunter Number 2 to intensify the search efforts. Yes, Captain. Ganting, don't forget about the Nirvana meteorite deal. Stick to the scheduled meeting at noon the day after tomorrow. Understood. The next day, the women's field combat team's camp construction began. Supply trucks arrived one after another, and Hussein couldn't stop grinning as he helped unload the goods. Song Jia, Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng, and others held planning documents and directed the scene, while the female soldiers and miners led by Qian Yuanshan worked with enthusiasm. The entire camp buzzed with lively and bustling energy. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were deeply engrossed in their respective tasks, meticulously studying the intricate crafting techniques of the beaded undershirt while continuously extracting precious mithril. In the isolated control room, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian kept their eyes fixed on the control screens, navigating Predators number 1 and number 2 to conduct a thorough search of the cabinet-controlled mining areas. It wasn't until nightfall that the busy members of the women's field team finally set down their work after an entire day of effort. In the office of the 9th District Supervision Department, the oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Dad, Su Zhong has been out since morning, and there's still no news. Could something have happened to him? Wang Shuzhen paced back and forth anxiously in the office, occasionally glancing toward the door. Zhaner, don't worry, Wang Jianqing said, sitting behind his desk, his heart heavy with guilt as he watched his daughter's unease. He was all too aware of the deep bond between his daughter and Du Lei. While requesting help from the cabinet was fraught with challenges, he still held out hope for his old comrades. Now that his daughter had finally returned to his side, he silently vowed to rescue Du Lei and make amends for his past mistakes. As the father and daughter waited in growing anxiety, Su Zhong finally returned. His face was weary, his expression grim, and the moment he stepped through the door, it was clear things hadn't gone well. Su Zhong, how did it go? Wang Shuzhen asked urgently. What about the old comrades? How did they respond? Wang Jianqing pressed impatiently. It's no use. None of them are willing to help, Su Zhong said with a sigh, shaking his head. Song Mingyuan, Xiong Jinshan, Jean Defuthi all claimed they couldn't do anything. Those cabinet officials, who had once benefited from Wang Jianqing's support, now avoided him when he truly needed their assistance. Some offered perfunctory excuses, others outright refused, and a few wouldn't even open their doors. And what about Zhao Tianqing? Wang Jianqing asked, clinging to a last shred of hope. At the mention of Zhao Tianqing, Su Zhong slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. In his eyes, even if everyone else refused, Zhao Tianqing should have been the one to step up without hesitation. After all, Wang Jianqing had not only saved his life on the battlefield but had also personally promoted him into the cabinet. Yet, when Su Zhong presented the handwritten letter from the minister, Zhao Tianqing didn't even glance at it before rejecting him outright. The cold indifference was deeply disheartening. What exactly is Zhao Tianqing's stance? Wang Jianqing frowned deeply and turned to Su Zhong. It was one thing for the other old colleagues to refuse to help after all. His declining health over the years had indeed caused him to drift apart from them. But Zhao Tianqing? He should never have shirked his responsibility. Minister, Zhao Tianqing didn't even read your handwritten letter, Su Zhong said gravely. He didn't read it? That's right. He's grown incredibly arrogant, like a completely different person. Su Zhong's face darkened with anger. It seems like he got wind of the matter beforehand. Before I could even say much, he was already making excuses. The worst part is, he outright said he couldn't help and even claimed that you. What did he say? He said you're on your last legs and that from now on, he wants nothing to do with you. What? Wang Jianqing's body shook violently, and his face turned ashen. Ungrateful scum. He should have been left to die on the battlefield back then. Wang Shuzhen gritted her teeth in fury. If it weren't for the minister risking his life to save him and personally promoting him to the cabinet, where would Zhao Tianqing be today? Su Zhong chimed in, equally enraged. Enough, There's no need to say more. Wang Jianqing interrupted with a wave of his hand. It's clear the Wu family's backing in the cabinet is too strong. This statement made Su Zhong's expression even darker, and Wang Shuzhen fell into silence as well. It was true the Wu family's intricate web of influence within the Federation was nearly impenetrable. Not only had they solidified their position in the 9th District's cabinet, but they were also expanding their reach into other regions. While rescuing Du Lei might seem like a minor issue, human nature is often pragmatic. This situation revealed how Zhao Tianqing and the other old comrades had been thoroughly assimilated into the cabinet's unspoken rules. Now holding high positions, they were increasingly fearful of inviting trouble. Moreover, with Wang Jianqing's health rapidly declining due to radiation exposure, his days were numbered. Who would be willing to risk offending the powerful forces behind the Wu family for the sake of a dying man? Father, does this mean Du Lei and her daughter are doomed to spend the rest of their lives in the penal mining zone? Wang Shuzhen's eyes reddened, her voice full of despair. Don't worry, my dear. I'll think of another way, Wang Jianqing said, suppressing the bitterness in his heart to comfort her. Though the Ministry of Supervision was merely an intelligence department and held less power than the cabinet, he was not ready to give up so easily. At that moment, the communicator suddenly buzzed. Report. What is it? Minister, there's an emergency in the penal mining zone you ordered us to monitor. What kind of emergency? The penal mining zone is under attack. A fierce battle is underway. Patch the footage through immediately. Yes, sir. Su Zhong quickly activated the office's laser screen, and both Wang Jianqing and Wang Shuzhen turned their eyes to it. The screen displayed utter chaos in the penal mining zone under the night sky. Countless grenades were being fired from the surrounding forests, their explosions ringing out continuously. Alarms blared shrilly as flashes of fire lit up the steel walls. The screams and curses of soldiers echoed amidst the chaos, while prisoners scattered in all directions. The entire mining zone was plunged into turmoil. Minister, this is an attack launched by insurgents. Su Zhong spoke. Wang Jianqing nodded gravely, while Wang Shuzhen stared nervously at the chaotic crowd on the monitor, her eyes unblinking. Dad, look over there. Wang Shuzhen suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the corner of the screen. Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong quickly shifted their gaze and immediately spotted a figure on the screen. It's Du Lei. Switch to camera 3, near the lower right mine shaft. Su Zhong ordered into the communicator without hesitation. Yes, sir. The operations room responded swiftly, and the feed switched to the vicinity of mine shaft 3. Du Lei, it's Du Lei, and his daughter Wang Shuzhen's voice broke as she covered her mouth with both hands. On the screen, Du Lei and Du Xiaoya were moving quickly toward the mine shaft, shielded by a group of female prisoners. Amid the thunderous sounds of gunfire, they reached the mine entrance in no time. A beautiful woman with a calm smile gestured politely, then led Du Lei, his daughter, and the others swiftly into the mine. Within 30 seconds, they had all vanished into the dark depths of the tunnel. Minister, those are the rebels captured by the cabinet. The woman leading them is their leader, Su Zhong explained. Don Base Wang Jianqing muttered, frowning. Yes, Su Zhong confirmed with a nod. Wang Shuzhen grew more anxious upon hearing this. Does that mean Du Lei and his daughter have fallen into the rebels' hands? She grabbed her father's arm in distress. Don't worry. We'll figure out a way to rescue that kid. Wang Jianqing reassured her, patting her hand gently. He then turned to Su Zhong. Check the list of regiments assigned to clear out Dawn Base. I want to speak directly with the commanding officer. Yes, Minister. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Revival City, Wu Degay was interrupted mid-play with a muscular man by the sudden entrance of a communications officer. Sir, the high-security mining zone has been attacked by rebels, and Du Lei and his daughter are suspected to have been abducted. What? Get me Yuan Shiji of the 109th Division immediately. Wu Degay shouted in panic. The communications officer quickly pulled out a device and established a connection. This is Yuan Shiji, commander of the 109th Division. What are your orders, sir? I order you to intercept the rebels who attacked the high-security mining zone at once. Find Du Lei and bring him back to me. Wu Degay screamed hysterically. Yes, sir. In the workshop of the Women's Field Battalion camp, Du Fei was fully engrossed in studying the measurement charts of the female soldiers. To ensure the mithril bead-like undershirts fit perfectly, he occasionally marked various symbols next to the data. Standing nearby, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying waited quietly for his personal guidance once he finished. At that moment, Gonting's urgent report came through his earpiece. Commander, a heavy crime mining area under the jurisdiction of the cabinet has been attacked by an unidentified armed group. Predator 1 seems to have spotted the old master and others, awaiting your confirmation. On my way. Du Fei immediately set down his work and strode toward the independent control room of the Land King Tank No. 1. What's going on? Xiaoying asked with a puzzled look. Lu Ruobing touched her earpiece, her delicate face lighting up with joy. It seems they've found the commander's father and sister. She grabbed Xiaoying's hand and followed after him. In the control room, Ting briefed the three as they arrived. Commander, the attack on the heavy crime mining area just ended. The firefight lasted less than 10 minutes. Predator 1 discovered something important during its search and saved a video recording. Play it, Du Fei ordered succinctly. The screen displayed the footage, illuminated by the glow of gunfire. A middle-aged man held the hand of a girl around 15 or 16 years old. Guided by an elegant and beautiful woman, they were being escorted by a group of female prisoners into a mine tunnel. It's them, Du Fei confirmed. Everyone present broke into smiles of relief. They've not come out since entering the mine. Predator 1 has been monitoring the area, Ting added. Lu Ruobing pointed out sharply. The behavior of those female prisoners is unusual. They seem far too composed. Could there be another exit in the mine? Are they planning an escape? Xiaoying suddenly proposed. Very likely, Du Fei agreed with the possibility and immediately issued an order. Ting, Sun Shaoqian, start searching the area around the mine. The two quickly maneuvered predator drones to begin the search. Suddenly, Sun Shaoqian reported, Commander, a group of hummingbird drones is heading southeast. Follow them, Du Fei commanded decisively. The screen soon switched to a scene beside a mountain road. Du Lei and Du Xiaoya, the father and daughter, were being assisted by the female prisoners in removing the tracking devices from their ankles. At that moment, armed hummingbird drones were closing in, about to enter firing range and lock onto the group below. At the critical moment when Du Lei, Du Xiaoya, and the group of female prisoners were in grave danger, an old-style armored vehicle, heavily modified, roared onto the mountain road. In addition to the standard machine guns and cannons on its roof, the most eye-catching feature was a massive signal dish. The moment the armored vehicle appeared, the enormous signal dish emitted a powerful interference wave. The screens in the control room immediately began to flicker violently, filled with blurred static lines. Predator Units 1 and 2 simultaneously emitted piercing alarms, indicating severe signal disruption, forcing them into autonomous mode. Through the unstable, flickering screen images, Du Fei and the others saw the hummingbird drones circling in the sky suddenly plummet like kites with broken strings. Supported by the female prisoners, Du Lei and Du Xiaoya quickly boarded the armored vehicle, which then disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. As the armored vehicle moved away, the control room signals instantly returned to normal, and the two Predator units re-established stable connections. Such a powerful signal jamming vehicle. Who on earth are these people? Du Fei murmured thoughtfully. Not entirely sure, Lu Ruobing said, her delicate brows furrowed. It seems their attack on the high-security mining area was solely to rescue someone, an armed group daring to openly oppose the Federation? Xia Ying, Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed in shock. As members of the Auxiliary Female Combat Brigade, they had no knowledge of any rebel forces. This was due to the Federation's strict control over information, leading ordinary soldiers and civilians to believe that no one would dare to challenge the Federation. Commander, do you think they'll harm Dad and Xiaoya? Lu Ruobing asked anxiously, while the other three cast worried glances. They shouldn't, Du Fei said after a moment of contemplation. From what we saw, they didn't seem hostile toward Dad and Xiaoya. But we'll need to investigate the nature of this organization further. He then turned to Ting and Sun Shaoqian, issuing orders. Conduct a search of that mountain area and its surroundings. Be cautious to avoid the signal jamming vehicle. If you locate the target, do not act rashly. Report to me first. Understood. The two responded immediately. Captain, Ting said as she opened the black market website, casting a glance toward Du Fei. The other party has responded regarding the Nirvana meteorite deal. The meeting location is at coordinates 90257, and the time is set for tomorrow morning at 11. What are the specific terms of the deal? Du Fei asked, pressing for more details. Ting quickly skimmed through the information on the screen. The other party mentioned that because the Federation strictly regulates Nirvana meteorites, private transactions are illegal. For the safety of both sides, the deal will be facilitated by the local black market as a middleman. The specific rules will only be disclosed on site. Du Fei frowned slightly. Rules improvised by the black market? That adds a lot of uncertainty. How far is the meeting point from our camp? It's located at the intersection of Revive City, North Frost City, and Holy War City, Ting replied, pulling up the map. It's about 500 kilometers from our camp. There's a main road between Revive City and North Frost City with decent road conditions. If we leave at 7 a.m. tomorrow, we should make it on time. Then we'll leave half an hour earlier, Du Fei decided, scanning the room before his gaze settled on Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ting, and Sun Shaoqian. The four of you will come with me. The four women responded in unison, yes. It was late at night, and everyone in the mining camp had fallen asleep except for the female soldiers on duty. Inside the wooden cabin, Ting and Sun Shaoqian lay on makeshift beds, sleeping soundly with sweet smiles on their faces. However, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, sharing the same bed, were still wide awake. Can't sleep? Xia Ying turned over and asked, sensing the restless movements of the person behind her. Lu Ruobing stared at the ceiling and replied softly, "No." Xiaoying smirked mischievously. "I get it. Your heart feels like it's being scratched by a cat, doesn't it?" "Ingbao, I think I'm done for," Lu Ruobing said with a hint of helplessness in her voice. Xiaoying gently touched her friend's flushed ear. "Silly, that's called being in love." "Maybe," Lu Ruobing murmured, her voice barely audible. The two continued their quiet conversation, which revolved around their captain. Lu Ruobing expressed her concerns about their age difference, but was more worried about the heavy responsibilities weighing on Du Fei's shoulders. Xiaoying gradually came to understand her friend's worries, and they eventually decided to let things happen naturally. Just as Du Fei was about to drift off to sleep, two sudden system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Intimacy 50. Ding. Intimacy 20. The unexpected alerts jolted him awake instantly. In the middle of the night? What's going on? At 6:30 in the morning, the Women's Field Battalion camp was bustling with activity. The personnel in the camp were divided into two groups. Song Jia, Su Ninger, and Zhao Feifeng stayed behind with the infantry and Land King Vehicle No. 2, while Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian joined Du Fei aboard Land King Vehicle No. 1, preparing to head for the black market. Move out. At Du Fei's command, the engine of Land King Vehicle No. 1 roared to life. Escorted by two Predator stealth drones, the vehicle sped toward coordinates 90257. The trading location was to the northwest, situated in a lawless area between Fuxing City, Beihan City, and Shenzhen City. This ungoverned zone was ideal for the black market to thrive, attracting various rogue factions, mercenary groups, scavengers, and miners from private operations. These groups, unable to afford expensive resources from established bases, conducted underground transactions here. Throughout the journey, the two Predator drones played a crucial role, clearing out any LV-1 and LV-2 chronobeasts along the route, ensuring smooth passage for the convoy. By around 11 a.m., the destination finally came into view. It was a dilapidated, abandoned city. Several reconnaissance drones hovered in the sky, while armed guards patrolled the crumbling city walls. Rusted, abandoned vehicles were piled up at gaps in the walls. As Land King Vehicle No. 1 approached the city gates, it was stopped by a group of armed guards. These men, with scruffy beards and rough appearances, exuded hostility. "We're here for a trade," Du Fei said as he stepped out of the vehicle with Ganting. A burly man scrutinized the mounted cannons and gunners on the vehicle with caution. "Where's the order?" Ganting quickly produced a smart tablet, displaying the order page from the black market's online platform. After glancing at the screen, the burly man's expression shifted, and his demeanor became noticeably more respectful. "Please wait a moment," he said, pulling out a communicator. "Calling the boss, order No. 1 buyer has arrived." A cold female voice came through the communicator. "Check the wind direction." The burly man signaled to the guards on the city walls. The reconnaissance drones in the air spread out momentarily before returning. "Boss, it's just a standard armored vehicle. No issues." "Good. Escort the buyers to the VIP area." The burly man mounted a dirt bike and instructed, "Follow me with your armored vehicle." Du Fei and Ganting returned to the vehicle, which followed the burly man as he led them into the camp. The camp stretched across a vast area, with crisscrossing streets and alleys. The bustling crowd was a mix of people, some in tattered clothes, others wrapped in worn-out blankets, all unmistakably from the lowest rungs of society. Beyond the city's original structures, the distant landscape had been altered with newly added hills, ravines, and forests. A burly man led the No. 1 Land King war vehicle along the edge of the streets until they reached an open field overgrown with wild grass. The roadside was lined with old, battered dirt bikes, and small groups of people were haggling over prices. As soon as deals were made, riders mounted their bikes and sped off into the distance. The wild grass field was a cacophony of noise, with the roar of motorcycle engines, shouts, and screams filling the air. Countless riders darted recklessly through the field and the hilly terrain. "Is that a racetrack?" Du Fei asked, frowning. "Yes, it's where people gamble with their lives," Ganting replied. "Some factions make a living off this, even betting against other groups," Xiaoying added. Du Fei nodded thoughtfully. About 15 minutes later, the convoy passed through a city gate and entered the VIP area. This section, reserved for the black market's elite clientele, stood in stark contrast to the chaotic streets they had just left. The spacious avenues were lined with well-dressed pedestrians, and the shops clearly catered to a higher class. A straight main road led deeper into the district. Before long, the burly man stopped in front of an old house guarded by dozens of armed personnel standing at attention. Du Fei stepped out of the vehicle with Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, while Ganting and Sun Shaoqian stayed behind in the control room, ready to operate the Predator in case of emergencies. "Boss, the buyer for order No. 1 has arrived," the burly man reported into his communicator. "Got it," came the reply. Shortly after, a young and stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the house, flanked by two armed female bodyguards. She wore a black, tight-fitting leather mini dress, with sheer stockings accentuating her long legs. She appeared to be about the same age as Lu Ruobing. The dress hugged her figure perfectly, highlighting her curves. Though her expression was cold, there was a hint of allure in her gaze, setting her apart from Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. "Are you the buyers for order number 1?" she asked, scrutinizing the three of them. "Yes," Du Fei replied with a nod. "I'm the broker for this deal, Black Phoenix," the woman said with a faint smirk. "The rules for this transaction will be set by me. Next, I'll arrange for both parties to meet. You can negotiate the price yourselves," He Fenghuang said as she glanced over Du Fei and his group. "Since this is your first time trading here, only one person from your side can meet the seller. Did you bring the item?" Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged cautious glances, quickly surveying their surroundings. Noticing their guarded demeanor, He Fenghuang's lips curled into a faint smile. "Relax. We prioritize business and reputation above all. Every client's personal safety and property are fully guaranteed during transactions here," she said seriously. "Of course, if you don't trust us, I can cancel the deal on behalf of the seller." With that, she shifted her attention to Du Fei. "I brought it," Du Fei replied calmly, raising the storage card in his hand. "I'll meet the seller," he said decisively. "Very well. Follow me," He Fenghuang said, turning toward the building. "Be careful, Captain," Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying warned anxiously. "No problem," Du Fei responded with composure. With his extraordinary physical abilities, he was confident he could handle even 5 or 6 strong men if necessary. As he moved forward, a female bodyguard stopped him. "No weapons allowed." Without hesitation, Du Fei handed his firearm to Lu Ruobing. Another bodyguard stepped up and thoroughly searched him. When the search was over, the bodyguard, slightly flushed, nodded toward her companion. This scene made Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying grit their teeth in frustration. If it weren't for their captain's calm demeanor, they might have taught the bodyguard a lesson themselves. Under the escort of the 2 female bodyguards, Du Fei followed He Fenghuang into the building. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying hurried back to the independent control room of their armored vehicle. Tingting, Xiaoqian, closely monitor the building's interior and ensure the captain's safety, Lu Ruobing ordered immediately. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian quickly operated Predator 1 and 2 to surveil the building. However, they only managed to catch sight of Du Fei and the others stepping into an elevator before the indicator lights began flashing, signaling its descent. "Not good. The captain is heading to the basement." Gonting frowned. "Contact the captain now," Xia Ying urged, her voice filled with urgency. "Captain, please respond. Captain, can you hear us?" Attempts to establish communication failed. The signal was clearly being blocked. The 4 women's expressions tightened, their anxiety reaching a peak. The elevator descended steadily, accompanied by the rhythmic hum of machinery. Soon, Du Fei and the others felt a slight tremor. They had reached the bottom. "Please," He Fenghuang gestured. Du Fei nodded and followed them out of the elevator. What lay before him was a spacious underground room. The basement was not very large, roughly around 100 square meters. At its center stood a rugged stone round table, above which was a ventilation opening fitted with a loud, roaring fan. Surrounding the space, the stone walls were lined with a dozen or so wall lamps casting dim yellow light, and in the shadowy recesses behind each lamp lurked the ominous barrels of guns. Apart from the lone stone table, the space was completely barren. Du Fei cautiously scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing instinctively. Every corner of the basement was covered by intersecting lines of fire. If a conflict broke out, there wouldn't even be room to turn around. At that moment, the elevator gate opposite him opened, and 4 or 5 figures stepped out. The sellers of the Nirvana meteorite had finally arrived. Black Phoenix motioned for Du Fei to follow her as she approached the group. As they met by the stone table, Du Fei finally got a clear look. The sellers were all women. Leading them was a young woman in her early 20s, dressed in a short camouflage outfit. Her striking figure stretched the top 2 buttons of her shirt slightly apart, revealing a faint glimpse of a club-shaped tattoo just below her collarbone. Her face was both delicate and coldly alluring, exuding an untamed aura from head to toe. The women behind her were equally striking, sharing the same wild, feral energy. Their camouflage outfits varied in condition. Some looked brand new, others were tattered, and a few were even stained with dark, dried blood. When Du Fei's gaze lingered a moment too long on a particular part of the young woman's attire, the expressions of her female entourage immediately hardened. Their eyes flashed with hostility as they glared at him. The young woman in the short outfit also frowned, her cold stare a clear warning, as if he were an intruder. Caught off guard by the sudden tension, Du Fei felt a little helpless. It was just a fleeting curiosity about her tattoo, nothing more. Sensing the situation, Black Phoenix quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Lon, this is the buyer for today's deal. Thank you for your efforts, Sister Phoenix," the young woman said, her expression softening slightly as she nodded at Black Phoenix. Then she turned to Du Fei and asked, Are you planning to use the Nirvana meteorite raw stones to make jewelry? From this brief exchange, Du Fei could already tell that the black market operator and these sellers were well acquainted. He responded swiftly, "Yes, I'm hoping to find good material that can buy me some time." This statement seemed to strike a chord with the young woman. After a brief pause, she said, "Go ahead and inspect the goods." She gestured with her hand. One of her female attendants stepped forward, placing a wooden box on the stone table and opening it. Inside were two fist-sized stones, jet black and gleaming under the dim light, emitting a dazzling glow. Nirvana meteorite raw stones. However, the surfaces of the stones were riddled with honeycomb-like holes, some of which were particularly prominent. Du Fei felt a surge of excitement as he finally understood the young woman's earlier shift in expression. These two raw stones were of subpar quality. The usable portions for jewelry making were limited, suitable only for small pieces like pendants or rings. Larger items like bracelets would be impossible to craft. However, for smelting and synthesis purposes, these flaws were inconsequential. Feigning a critical eye, he examined the stones briefly before placing them back into the wooden box with a slight grimace. Looking up, he asked, "What's the price?" The young woman glanced at Black Phoenix before replying, her tone carrying a hint of unease. "The open market rate is 13,000 hours per gram. These two stones weigh over 1,000 grams combined, but well round it to 1 kilogram totaling 13 million hours." She finished, fixing her gaze on Du Fei, awaiting his response. Heh. Du Fei chuckled lightly, shifting his gaze to the woman in the short outfit. 13 million hours is indeed steep. Can we negotiate the price? The woman in the short outfit shook her head expressionlessly, her eyes briefly sweeping over Black Phoenix. The agreed public price on the order cannot be changed. Really no room for negotiation?
None.
Then there's nothing more to discuss. Du Fei shrugged and made a gesture of farewell. The corners of the woman's lips curled slightly, her tone laced with a hint of threat. "Let me remind you, this deal was coordinated by the market operator. If you back out now, you'll be responsible for the entire coordination fee." Du Fei furrowed his brows and turned to Black Phoenix. "So, this is a forced deal?" Black Phoenix maintained her polite smile. "She's right." Before her words had fully landed, the two female bodyguards beside her had already raised their submachine guns. However, before they could aim, Du Fei moved like lightning and grabbed both gun barrels. "Let's keep things amicable, shall we?" Du Fei said with a deliberately submissive smile. "Since we're already here, let's follow the rules and take our time to negotiate." As he released his grip, the two female bodyguards suddenly let out sharp screams. All eyes turned to them, only to see that the barrels of the submachine guns had been bent and twisted like water faucet spouts. The women present collectively gasped, and the two bodyguards turned pale. Those were gun barrels made of high-strength alloy steel, yet he had effortlessly bent them with his bare hands. Black Phoenix and the woman in the short outfit exchanged a look of alarm, both clearly realizing that this man was far more formidable than he appeared. "My apologies for accidentally bending your guns," Du Fei said sincerely to the bodyguards. "I'll compensate you after we settle the price." "No need for compensation," the two bodyguards stammered, shaking their heads repeatedly, their voices trembling. Black Phoenix forced a smile. "You really are full of surprises, young man. For these guns to be bent by you, it's probably the highlight of their existence." "Thank you for saying so." Du Fei nodded politely, then retrieved a piece of raw Nirvana meteorite from the wooden box. His expression turned serious as he said, "To be honest, with a low-grade stone like this, riddled with honeycomb pores, even if I bought it for the 13 million hours you're asking, it would only be good for making small trinkets. It's a losing deal all around." As Big Sister Black Phoenix mentioned when I first arrived, this trading market has always been about reputation and trust, Du Fei said calmly, looking directly at Black Phoenix. "Business is about mutual benefit. Surely, some room for negotiation is fair, isn't it?" Black Phoenix immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, little brother, you're absolutely right." She then gave a meaningful glance to the woman in the short outfit. "Lon, do me a favor and lower the price a bit." Inwardly, Black Phoenix was calculating. She had initially planned to sell low and profit high, or even outright swindle the buyer. But unexpectedly, she'd encountered someone this tough. Even if she resorted to the weapons in the basement, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Worse, those weapons might not even pose a threat to this man. She wasn't willing to risk the safety of her longtime sisters over a single deal. The woman in the short outfit shared Black Phoenix's thoughts. With just one glance, she understood what needed to be done. Compromise was the only option. She turned to Du Fei. "What price are you offering? How much are you willing to lower?" Du Fei replied calmly. "Just a moment." The woman frowned slightly and then retreated to a corner with a few female companions to discuss. "Chodong, what do you all think?" she asked them. The group of women shared their opinions. "These two Nirvana raw stones are of poor quality. We should sell them while we can. After being scammed before, Those Federation buyers aren't falling for it anymore. New buyers are harder to find. Aunt May is back, and the base needs to expand its personnel. We need funds for weapons, ammunition, and equipment. True. Let's sell this batch now, and aim for higher prices with better goods next time. After a brief discussion, the woman returned with her group to face Defy. Have you decided? What's the price? Defy asked. What price are you offering? 500,000 hours. Defy raised 5 fingers. Deal. The woman replied without hesitation. Defy was momentarily stunned, his hands still midair. He had planned to negotiate and raise the price slightly, but he hadn't expected them to agree so readily. Regretting his initial offer, he thought to himself that he could have started as low as 300,000. Recovering his composure, he turned to Black Phoenix for confirmation. No additional fees, right? Black Phoenix smiled and shook her head.
None.
All right, deal, he concluded. The transaction was completed swiftly. The woman handed Black Phoenix a list of weapons, equipment, and food supplies, agreeing on delivery the next day. After transferring 500,000 hours, Defy pocketed the raw stones. Looking at the few 100,000 hours remaining in his storage card, he felt a surge of excitement. Obtaining a kilogram of Nirvana meteorite and a Vibranium smart combat suit for this price was a steal. The woman and her group were equally satisfied. Selling 2 low-quality raw stones at such a price was already a good outcome. As the intermediary, Black Phoenix was overjoyed. All the transaction funds went into her account. Although she hadn't managed to cheat Defy, the result was still a win-win situation. Black Phoenix cast a charming glance at Defy, her red lips curling into a smile. Little brother, how should I address you? Would you be interested in becoming friends? Her words left the woman in the short outfit and the other female companions momentarily stunned. They all turned their gazes toward Defy. Young man, how should I address you? Black Phoenix curved her seductive lips into a charming smile, her captivating eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Her gaze fixated directly on Defy, her tone carrying a hint of teasing allure. Defy, he replied straightforwardly, offering his name. Observing the enchanting black market boss before him, Defy had already seen through her intentions. The earlier scene of forced buying and selling was nothing more than her usual business tactic. Now, with Black Phoenix taking the initiative to show goodwill, it was evident that she was impressed by the strength he had displayed earlier. Given that the women's guerrilla group required a substantial amount of Nirvana meteorite, and considering Black Phoenix's extensive network and intelligence from her years in the black market, Defy decided to let go of the earlier unpleasantness. That's a good name, Black Phoenix remarked with a trace of delight in her eyes. She quickly took a pen and paper from her subordinate, jotted down a series of numbers, and handed it to Defy. This is our communication channel. Feel free to reach out anytime. Her eyes swept over Defay's muscular frame as she added suggestively, You're always welcome to visit me here. In return, Defy wrote down the public channel of the women's guerrilla group and handed it to her. The women's guerrilla group? You're the leader? Black Phoenix asked, glancing at the note. Defay smiled and nodded in affirmation. Nearby, a short-haired woman in casual attire exchanged glances with a few of her companions, silently committing the name and identity to memory. One of her subordinates leaned in to whisper, Lon. This man is no ordinary person. He even has an auxiliary military group. Perhaps we could. I understand. We'll report back to Aunt May, Lon replied softly. She discreetly studied Defay, considering the possibility of enlisting his help. However, just as she was lost in thought, Defay suddenly turned his head, catching her gaze. Startled, Lon quickly averted her eyes. Today's transaction has been pleasant, Defay said, breaking the silence. If you come across more Nirvana meteorites, we can continue to work together. He was intrigued by this mysterious short-haired woman, suspecting they might have discovered a Nirvana meteorite deposit. However, he wisely refrained from probing further into such sensitive matters. Certainly. We'll meet again, Lon replied with a nod. After a brief farewell to Black Phoenix, she and her companions turned and stepped into the elevator. As the elevator's arrow indicator pointed upwards, the group of short-haired women disappeared from sight. Defay turned to Black Phoenix and got straight to the point, asking, Which organization are they from? Black Phoenix was briefly taken aback, but then flashed a meaningful smile. In a soft voice, she replied, I'm not quite sure. Defay could tell this was an excuse, but chose not to press further, responding with a knowing smile. After all, it was their first meeting, and some caution was understandable. Back on the ground, Black Phoenix gracefully made her way to the corner bar, sitting elegantly on a tall red bar stool. Under the soft interplay of red and green lights, her black stockinged legs, partially hidden beneath a short leather skirt, crossed subtly. Captain Du, care to join me for a drink? Her invitation was laced with allure. Defay's throat bobbed slightly, but he managed to suppress his impulse. Another time, he replied curtly before turning and walking away. This man. He's intriguing, Black Phoenix murmured, her captivating eyes glinting with an inscrutable expression as she watched him leave. Captain's back. That's such a relief. We were so worried. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian all breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Du Fei emerge from the building. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying rushed to open the car door almost simultaneously. Once Du Fei was seated, they immediately began checking on him from both sides. Did you manage to get the Nirvana meteorite? Lu Ruobing asked impatiently. Du Fei nodded in confirmation before turning to Ganting and Sun Shaoqian. Search this area. Look for a team of 5 women. The two sprang into action, operating the Predator surveillance system from an independent control room. A few minutes later, near the edge of the forest west of the Black Market camp, they spotted a suspicious trench. Soon after, the group of short-haired women emerged, seemingly preparing to leave in a hurry. Follow them, Du Fei ordered decisively. At that moment, a vehicle equipped with a signal jammer suddenly emerged from the forest. A piercing electric noise filled the air, and the screen was instantly filled with static. When the image returned, the targets had vanished without a trace. Captain, that's the same signal jamming vehicle that rescued the old man last night. They must belong to the rebel organization. Lu Ruobing and the others said in unison. Du Fei furrowed his brows, nodding thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Xia Ying stared blankly at the now empty trench on the screen, lost in deep thought. When the number 1 Land King combat vehicle returned to the camp, night had already fallen. The warriors and miners, exhausted from a day of labor, had their dinner and retired early. Near the wooden cabin by the mine, under 2 oddly shaped large trees, a faint flicker of firelight danced in the darkness. Xia Ying sat leaning against the ground, which was covered with large, fan-shaped dry leaves, while Lu Ruobing quietly kept her company. Ingbao, I think you're just missing Xiaolan too much, and that's why you're imagining things, Lu Ruobing said softly. Maybe. Xia Ying took a deep drag from her cigarette, her gaze piercing through the darkness. But that moment felt so real, that sense of familiarity and closeness. Her voice began to choke up. It's been so many years without any news. Even if she's still alive, she's probably changed beyond recognition. Even if she were standing right in front of me, I might not recognize her. Ingbao, I believe Xiaolan is still alive. You 2 sisters will reunite one day, Lu Ruobing said, patting her shoulder before standing up. I'm going to take a shower. Let's talk more later. On the porch of the cabin, Du Fei, who had been deep in thought, noticed Lu Ruobing approaching and quickly got up to ask about Xia Ying. Upon learning that she was upset about her sister, he was convinced by Lu Ruobing to go comfort Xia Ying. Before Du Fei even got close, he overheard Xia Ying's low voice from under the trees. Lan, do you know? Your sister is doing really well now. I get to eat white rice and fine flour every day. Her voice trembled as she continued. We have an amazing leader. He's not only handsome but also saved my life. He says he's going to build a city where all our families can live together. By this point, Xia Ying was sobbing uncontrollably. I really wish you could be here with us. It wasn't until the cigarette nearly burned her fingers that Xia Ying snapped out of her thoughts and pulled out a new one. When the flame of her lighter illuminated the darkness, she was startled by the sudden appearance of Du Fei. Captain, she said hurriedly, wiping her tears. I heard someone was crying and came to check, Du Fei said with a smile. Who's crying? This beauty would never cry, Xia Ying replied, quickly pulling out another cigar and handing it to him. Care to join me for one? Du Fei took the cigar and sat down beside her. As soon as he took his first puff, he started coughing violently, nearly passing out. Don't inhale when smoking a cigar. Xia Ying couldn't help but chuckle as she watched Du Fei coughing uncontrollably. She reached out her delicate hand and gently patted his back. Forget it, just hold it for show. Once Du Fei caught his breath, he looked at Xia Ying. You have a younger sister? Xia Ying's expression darkened instantly, and she nodded lightly. Yes. You don't know where she is? I don't. Xia Ying took a deep drag of the cigarette and shook her head. I don't even know if she's still alive. Du Fei frowned. Tell me what happened. You want to know? Xia Ying seemed a little surprised. Du Fei tapped the ash from his cigar and nodded. After a brief silence, Xia Ying took a deep breath and began to explain. Do you know about test tube babies? I do, Du Fei replied. He was well aware that, in order to boost the population, over 60 of people in the Federation's base cities were test tube babies. These children, like those born naturally, were given a fixed lifespan of 18 years. The only difference was that they were either raised by the Federation or adopted by other families. Since the fixed lifespan before the age of 18 couldn't be traded or taken, the Federation allowed everyone, except criminals, to live in the base cities and receive beast hunting training at military academies. However, once they turned 18 and their fixed lifespan ended, they had to venture outside the city to hunt time beasts to earn more time to live. From that moment on, each person either gained a new lease on life or met their end, ultimately becoming tools for the Federation to harvest time. My sister and I are both test tube babies, Xiaoying continued. I'm 3 years older than her. Even though we're not biological siblings, we were adopted by the same family when we were young. She bit her lip, her voice slowly choking up. Our adoptive parents treated us well, but when I was 6, Revival City was hit by a beast tide. Father was killed by a time beast.
Mother struggled to raise us on her own, and later, to make ends meet, she found us a stepfather.
Her voice began to tremble. That man was not only a reckless gambler but also a monster. When he won, he'd squander it in social camps. When he lost, he'd steal time from my mother. If she resisted even a little, she'd be beaten black and blue. My sister and I weren't spared either. He'd often beat us with a stick, and when it got bad, he'd hang us up and whip us. Tears streamed down Xia Ying's face. Every time I was beaten, my sister would rush over to shield me. She was so little back then, covered in bruises, yet she'd still comfort me, saying it didn't hurt. Her voice cracked as she asked, "Commander, do you think she was foolish?" Du Fei felt a pang in his heart, but remained silent. Maybe we were test tube babies. Xia Ying's voice carried a deep bitterness. In my sister's and my eyes, other kids seemed to live in a world of sweetness, while we were trapped in an endless nightmare. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt as she continued. From as far back as I can remember, my sister and I longed to grow up quickly, dreaming of leaving Fuxing City when we turned 18. But fate played a cruel joke on my sister. She faced a disaster when she was only 13. An unmistakable anger flared across Xia Ying's face. That day, our stepfather lost at gambling again. Like a madman, he first beat my mother black and blue, and then mercilessly stole her last breath. She died right there under his cold, unfeeling gaze. My sister couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed a sharp knife and, taking advantage of his distraction, stabbed him to death. Her voice trembled slightly. And just like that, my sister was sent to a mining camp by the Federation, charged with crimes against humanity for killing him. When I turned 18, I met Ruobing's mother and joined the Women's Field Battalion. Later, I heard that the mining camp where my sister was held was attacked by a beast tide. Many people died, but some managed to escape in the chaos. At this point, Xia Ying could no longer hold back her emotions. She suddenly buried herself in Du Fei's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. It's been so many years, and I still don't even know if she's alive or dead. Du Fei gently patted her back, his heart a mix of emotions. Believe that good people will be rewarded. Your sister must still be alive. Suddenly recalling her strange reaction earlier when she saw the drone footage, he asked, "When you saw that short-haired woman among the 5 people today, why were you so agitated?" Xia Ying wiped her tears. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, like I had seen her somewhere before. How old is your sister now? What's her name? She's 20 this year. Her name is Xiaolon. Du Fei's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Black Phoenix referring to the short-haired woman as Lon. Coupled with their similar ages, the coincidence was too striking to ignore. Gently supporting Xia Ying's slender waist, he helped her up, though she didn't hesitate to settle herself directly onto his lap. Your instincts are probably right, Du Fei said. That short-haired woman might very well be your sister. As Du Fei finished speaking, Xia Ying immediately lifted her face, her beautiful eyes sparkling with hope. Are you sure? Not yet, Du Fei replied, gently brushing aside the strands of hair on her forehead. But that short-haired woman is also called Lon, though I don't know her full name yet. What? She's also called Lon? Xia Ying sat up straight in surprise, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Yes, Du Fei nodded, explaining. I'm planning to ask Black Phoenix from the black market to dig into her background. But considering we haven't built trust with them yet, and given that they are part of the rebel organization, he paused. The identity of the rebels is a highly classified secret. Colluding with them is tantamount to defying the Federation, and even the slightest misstep could lead to being wiped out by the Federation. If I ask now, she's unlikely to tell the truth. Captain, Xia Ying grabbed Du Fei's arm anxiously, disregarding his concerns. Can you find out now? Please. A system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Ding! Intimacy 50. Looking into her hopeful eyes, Du Fei sighed softly. Ah, having a soft heart is a weakness. All right, I'll give it a try. That's great. Captain, you're the best. Xia Ying's eyes shone with gratitude. Another system notification sounded. Ding! Intimacy 50. Du Fei felt a slight thrill. 100 intimacy points gained in just a few moments. He quickly connected to Black Phoenix's communication channel. This is Black Phoenix. Speak. A cold female voice came through the communicator. Captain of the Women's Field Battalion, Du Fei. Captain Du? The tone on the other side instantly turned sultry and alluring. Well, what a surprise. What brings you here so late? Xia Ying frowned and pursed her lips in annoyance. Du Fei got straight to the point. I need a favor from you. Anything for Captain, do just say the word. The woman named Lon who traded with me today, can you tell me her full name and background? Captain, do. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her? Black Phoenix teased. You're joking. I just want to know more for the sake of future business dealings. Sorry, rules are rules, Black Phoenix replied gently. After a brief pause, her voice turned slightly playful. But I might make an exception and share it with you alone. Du Fei's heart lifted. But then her tone shifted to something more seductive. Heh, if you want to know, we'll need to meet in private. I'll be waiting for you. The communication abruptly ended. Ugh, what a flirt. Xiaoying muttered under her breath. Du Fei put away the communicator, frowning. Just as he suspected, the current level of trust wasn't enough to get a straight answer. Even if he agreed to meet her alone, the information might be far from reliable. Let's wait a bit. We'll figure out a way to get to the bottom of this, he said, turning to reassure Xiaoying. All right, Xiaoying nodded. She knew they had to take it step by step. Xiaoying recalled the conversation between the Black Phoenix and the commander that she had overheard earlier. Her intuition as a woman told her that the Black Phoenix had ulterior motives toward the commander, which made her even more reluctant to let him take risks alone. Just then, Lu Ruobing's voice came from behind. Ingbao, I'm done with my bath. It's your turn now. She walked over wearing a newly purchased nightgown. The neck, spaghetti strap design hugged her figure perfectly, and the silky material accentuated her stunning curves. This was part of a special benefit package for the female field command team, arranged by Ting through Husan, consisting of 5 or 6 sets in total. Still nestled in Du Fei's arms, Xiaoying saw Lu Ruobing approaching and raised her eyebrows smugly. You little brat, crying like a fountain just now, and now you're all smiles, Lu Ruobing teased, rolling her eyes. I think you cried on purpose just to get the commander to comfort you. Couldn't you have shown up a little later? Xiaoying reluctantly got up from Du Fei's embrace, gesturing to the spot she had just vacated and joked. Your turn now. You cheeky girl, you're getting more and more unruly, Lu Ruobing retorted, blushing as she playfully swatted Xiaoying's backside. Go take your bath already. Take it slow, okay? Xiaoying laughed as she headed toward the cabin. After Xiaoying left, Lu Ruobing sat down beside Du Fei, lightly smoothing her nightgown. Commander, this is new. Does it look good? The nightgown was embroidered with patterns of airplanes, cannons, pistols, and bullets. Du Fei silently criticized the world's peculiar fashion sense, but couldn't help letting his gaze fall on her fair, slender legs. It looks good, he replied. Really? Lu Ruobing beamed and lifted the hem of her gown slightly, twirling in front of him. Mesmerized, Du Fei instinctively reached out and pulled her into his arms. Ah! Lu Ruobing let out a soft cry of surprise. Realizing she was now held tightly by Du Fei, her face turned crimson. She tried to break free, but her body felt weak. Instead, she raised her delicate fists and playfully scolded. Keep your hands to yourself. Her words only seemed to remind Du Fei further. Ding. Intimacy 50. Ding. Intimacy 50. As the system's notification sounds kept chiming, Lu Ruobing, flustered, pushed Du Fei away and lightly tapped his chest with her hand. Stop it. My new clothes? No, we can't. There are guards nearby, she exclaimed in a panic. She quickly stood up, covering her flushed cheeks with both hands, and practically fled in embarrassment. Inside the independent control room of Land King Tank No. 1, Ting and Sun Shaoqian were gripping the control sticks tightly, their eyes fixed on the screen. That's it? No more? I didn't see anything, Sun Shaoqian said, swallowing hard, clearly wanting more. Ting, should we save this footage to the drive? You're asking for trouble, Ting rolled her eyes. If Sister Ruobing finds out we were spying, she'll gouge your eyes out. So, delete it? Sun Shaoqian asked reluctantly, but she finally deleted the 11-minute and 47-second video captured by the Predator drone, despite her hesitation. My stomach feels a bit off, I need to go to the restroom. Ting bit her lip, her face red, and hurried out of the control room. Sun Shaoqian immediately set the 2 Predator drones to autonomous guard mode and chased after her. I'm coming too. Wait for me. The workshop was brightly lit, with several design blueprints spread out on the workbench. The Nirvana meteorite was finally in hand, and Du Fei's mind was preoccupied with the creation of the smart battlesuit. Although it was only a 3-piece set, the internal processes were highly intricate. He decided not to delay any further and began working through the night after descending from the mountain. He first opened the system interface to check the necessary information. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander, Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment. Reputation, 60,180. Affinity, 1,169. Physique, Primary Enhancement 10 Primary, Advanced, Super Enhancement. System notification. Upon reaching the next physique limit expansion, enhancement will increase by 10 points. Note, During each phase, the enhancement points gained after each physique limit expansion are the sum of the previous enhancement points. Items. Universal Toolbox 1. Rare Material Smelting Agent 500 milliliters. Element Control Agent 1 milliliter. Nirvana Meteorite Raw, or 1000G. Seeing the affinity value skyrocket from over 300 yesterday to more than 1,000, Du Fei felt particularly satisfied. Some of the female soldiers, such as Su Ninger, Song Jia, and Zhao Feifeng, had already reached a starting value of 5 points, while Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian had even reached 10 points. Physical interactions with Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring had pushed their affinity values to a baseline of 50 points. As the team might expand in the future and the number of female soldiers increased, Du Fei even considered using a computer system to manage and record contributors with high affinity values. However, with so many tasks at hand, this idea had to be shelved for the time being. Tonight's affinity increase is particularly significant, Du Fei murmured to himself, feeling elated. Such a large accumulation of affinity points would be crucial for the future development of the camp and even the construction of a city. Thinking about these enormous projects, he clenched his fists. For survival and a better future, he had to work even harder. A heavy sense of responsibility surged through him. Considering that the camp construction was already underway, Du Fei stood by the window of the command center, lost in thought. While it wasn't uncommon for legions to establish their own bases, and there were no explicit restrictions from the Federation, the Women's Field Battalion had plans that went far beyond that. They were building a full-fledged city. Even the inner city alone would rival the scale of a standard Federation stronghold. This ambitious plan was bound to draw the attention of the Federation and could potentially lead to conflict. With this in mind, Du Fei quickly accessed the tech database, prioritizing the resolution of defense issues. The newly updated item list on the screen immediately caught his attention. The first thing that stood out was a selection of military equipment. Falcon Drone Fighter Design Blueprint 5,000 Prestige Points. Longji Cruiser Design Blueprint 100,000 Prestige Points. Destroyer Tracked Tank Design Blueprint 5,000 Prestige Points. Next came a series of intelligent defense systems. C-Class Intelligent Guard Mechanism Design Blueprint 80,000 Prestige Points. B-Class Intelligent Guard Mechanism Design Blueprint 150,000 Prestige Points. A-Class Intelligent Guard Mechanism Design Blueprint 300,000 Prestige Points. Realistic Guard Intelligent Mechanism Female Version 3,000 Affection Points. Finally, there were 2 heavyweight items. Climate Modifier 3,000 Affection Points. Airborne Fortress Core 200,000 Affection Points. Damn, Du Fei gasped. This batch of updated equipment was clearly on a whole new level compared to previous offerings. Not only did it include naval warfare equipment, but it also introduced various tiers of intelligent guard systems. The Airborne Fortress, in particular, stood out. While its price of 200,000 affection points was staggering, it was undoubtedly something extraordinary. Suppressing his urge to acquire these enticing items for now, Du Fei decided to prioritize the most urgent need: the Intelligent Laser Defense System. With a crisp ding, 1,000 affection points were exchanged for the detailed design blueprint. The system offered comprehensive intelligent defense for designated areas, equipped with retractable laser cannons capable of real-time monitoring and precise interception. After reviewing the defense system specifications with satisfaction, Du Fei decided to take his time studying it over the next couple of days. For now, his immediate priority was to begin crafting the intelligent battle suit. The process would involve creating 3 key molds for the shoulder guard, wrist guard, and knee guard, then synthesizing active vibranium, and finally installing various functional components. He spread out the blueprints and immersed himself in the intricate engineering task at hand. With this step, the smart combat suit trio was almost complete. The final task was to install energy crystals into each component. Du Fei gazed at the devices on the workbench, fully aware that this seemingly simple final step was, in reality, quite challenging. In the workshop, the machinery in Zone 3 roared to life. Du Fei first selected several pieces of high-quality steel to begin crafting molds for the suit. He focused intently, operating various instruments with precision. After 2 hours of meticulous work, 3 flawless molds were finally completed. Without taking a break, he immediately moved on to the more complex task of creating the intelligent systems. Piece by piece, he assembled precision components and chips, gradually constructing the core system capable of dynamically controlling active vibranium. These systems would ensure the suit could deploy instantly, forming an all-around protective barrier. It wasn't until dawn that Du Fei finished building the reaction mechanism. He rubbed his sore eyes and glanced at the remaining traction and activation mechanisms. A hopeful smile curved his lips as he murmured, "Almost there. I should be able to wear the smart suit today." Meanwhile, in the living quarters of the bunker, Lu Ruobing was soaking in the recovery pool. She gently rubbed her fair skin, trying to erase the marks that had kept her awake all night. She came here at the crack of dawn, worried that her comrades might notice anything unusual. "Wow, Sister Ruobing, you're up early for recovery." A group of female soldiers, fresh from their morning exercises, approached her. Lu Ruobing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After confirming that the marks on her body had faded, she prepared to get out of the pool. Just then, the female soldiers noticed something unusual around the recovery pool. Huh, what's this plant? There are two more sprouting over here. Look over there, it's growing out of the cracks in the stone. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ruobing turned her attention to the unexpected greenery. In this radiation-filled environment, she had encountered many bizarre mutated plants, but it was her first time seeing such normal, vibrant green sprouts. Ninger is here. Ninger, you're the biology expert. Come take a look at these plants. The female soldiers called out as they spotted Su Ninger. At Lu Ruobing's subtle gesture, Su Ninger quickly approached and crouched down to examine the sprouts closely. She gently touched the delicate leaves and suddenly exclaimed, "Cucumbers." What did you say? Lu Ruobing was taken aback, her gaze shifting to Su Ninger. Cucumber seedlings, Su Ninger confirmed with a nod. Right by the recovery pool. This discovery caused a stir among the female soldiers. In this radiation-filled world, fresh vegetables had become almost mythical, only found in the Federation's purified zones. The women gathered around the recovery pool, staring at the tender green sprouts as if they had found a treasure. It must be the effect of the recovery pool, Su Ninger speculated, glancing around. Does this mean we could possibly? One of the female soldiers looked hopeful, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. No, Su Ninger interrupted, shaking her head. Cucumbers need sufficient photosynthesis to grow. Without sunlight, they won't bloom, let alone bear fruit. Disappointment was written all over the soldiers' faces. If they could grow cucumbers, not only would they have fresh vegetables to eat, but they could also save the time spent traveling to outposts for supplies. Meanwhile, in the workshop, Du Fei had just finished assembling the traction device for the smart combat suits and was about to take a break. Lu Ruobing entered the room, but before she could say a word, Du Fei pulled her into his arms. "Commander, this is serious," Lu Ruobing said, her cheeks flushing as she pushed away his wandering hands. Cucumber seedlings have sprouted by the recovery pool. Hearing this, Du Fei immediately followed Lu Ruobing to the living quarters. When they arrived, a few female soldiers, who had just been about to soak in the recovery pool, hurriedly adjusted their clothing upon seeing the commander. Du Fei examined the cucumber seedlings carefully, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. This discovery sparked an idea. The recovery liquid could neutralize soil radiation, and combined with the climate modification device from the technology repository to purify the air, they could potentially create a small fertile zone within the camp. This meant they might be able to achieve self-sufficiency in food production, though the concept would still need to be tested. The next day, the camp was bustling with activity. The female soldiers, along with the miners led by Chen Yuanshan, worked with great enthusiasm. In the independent control room, Gonting followed Du Fei's instructions, operating the number 1 predator to continue tracking the rebel organization's movements. Sun Xiaoqian set predator number 2 to autonomous guard mode and led a few trusted assistants into the workshop to continue manufacturing weapons and ammunition. Du Fei stepped out of the living quarters, observing the bustling scene before him with a mix of satisfaction and vigilance. He contemplated the next steps for development. The women's field battalion urgently needed to expand, but the biggest constraint at present was a lack of funding. Without sufficient financial resources, they couldn't guarantee the basic expenses of the current personnel, let alone recruit new members. It was a process that required gradual progression. The newly unveiled Falcon unmanned combat drone and the destroyer tracked vehicle in the tech repository caught his attention. These two pieces of equipment clearly outperformed the current Predators and Land Kings. Though the team was small, all 108 female soldiers were elite warriors he had personally trained, deserving of the best equipment. Du Fei planned to equip each female soldier with a new combat vehicle and drone, paired with a bead-like mithril undershirt to maximize their safety. However, the issue was that they only had a few million hours of currency left on the books, not even enough to afford second-hand equipment. The only solution was to intensify their efforts in hunting time beasts to accumulate funds. He decided that once the intelligent battle suits were completed, he would personally lead the team on a hunting mission. With this in mind, he immediately returned to the workshop to continue working on the suits. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring, intrigued by the battle suits, stayed by his side to watch the entire production process. 2 hours later, the activation device was completed. Du Fei began embedding various components into the 3-piece molds, a step that had to be completed before injecting the active Vibranium. The installation of the components took about 15 minutes. Next came the Vibranium synthesis stage. According to the formula, 1 milliliter of elemental controller, 1,000 grams of Nirvana meteorite ore, and 1,000 milliliters of rare material smelting agent could synthesize 2 kilograms of active Vibranium. Du Fei carefully poured 1 milliliter of elemental controller onto 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite ore. In an instant, the elemental controller reacted, causing ripples in the air around the container. The 2 pieces of ore twisted and intertwined like braided strands, quickly merging into one and transforming into a block of black vibranium with a metallic luster. That fast? Is this vibranium? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying asked excitedly, their bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, this is just standard vibranium, Du Fei said, his face lighting up with excitement. After carefully weighing it, he discovered that the original 1 kilogram of raw ore had yielded an impressive 1.3 kilograms of standard vibranium. Before the vibranium could cool down, Du Fei quickly separated 300 grams from the batch. Sun Xiaoqian, he called out. Sun Xiaoqian, who was busy working, immediately rushed over to him. This 300 grams of standard vibranium hasn't fully cooled yet. You need to turn it into injection needles within 2 hours, Du Fei instructed clearly. These vibranium injection needles were intended for tranquilizer guns designed to target the nearly completed Beast King-class Chronobeast. Considering the extreme hardness of the Chronobeast's exterior, only vibranium needles could ensure successful penetration. The tranquilizer dart's design was highly intricate, consisting of the dart body, injection needle, injection fluid with a rare material melting agent, a power chamber, and a tail section. It utilized an ignition tube design. Upon impact, the rear section would create a high-pressure chamber, ensuring the rare material melting agent could be instantly injected into the target. Sun Xiaoqian took the vibranium and immediately led her assistants to begin the intense production process. Meanwhile, Du Fei began working on the remaining 1 kilogram of standard vibranium. He poured in 2 bottles of rare material melting agent, causing the vibranium to liquefy into a slightly bubbling black metallic liquid in the container. Carefully, Du Fei injected the 2 kilograms of active vibranium into a 3-piece mold set. The material was measured with absolute precision, not a fraction wasted. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he added a small amount of melting agent along the edges of the mold and removed 3 pairs of brand new protective gear. Knee guards, wrist guards, and shoulder pads, each gleaming with a metallic sheen. With 6 energy crystals installed, the intelligent combat suit was finally complete. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were eager to see the final result, but Du Fei insisted on waiting a few more hours to allow the active vibranium to fully integrate with the components. After lunch, the camp buzzed with activity once more. Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng approached Du Fei with blueprints in hand to report. While the recovery fluid could indeed remove radiation from the soil, the purified soil would quickly be recontaminated by radiation from the air. If we can address the radiation in the air, we can move forward with the next step of our farming plan. In the camp's meeting room, Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng were giving Du Fei a detailed report. They excitedly described the 50 acres of low-radiation land already designated south of the camp. This land was being cleared in preparation for planting crops and vegetables in the future. Very good. These challenges will be resolved in due time, Du Fei said with a smile, nodding in approval and commending their work. The system immediately chimed with a series of notifications. Ding. Affection points 5 multiple times. The 2 women were overjoyed by his recognition, each contributing dozens of affection points. Afterward, Du Fei conducted an inspection tour around the camp. He noticed that the foundation for the camp's perimeter wall was beginning to take shape. On a nearby hillside, Song Jiao was leading a group of female soldiers and miners in laying tracks for the transport carts. Du Fei approached them, offering words of encouragement and providing on-the-spot guidance, which earned him another wave of reputation points and affection points. At that moment, the sound of cannon fire echoed from a valley outside the camp. Considering the physical limitations of the female soldiers, Du Fei had previously ordered a replacement for the old shoulder-mounted grenade launchers. Following his blueprints, Sun Xiaoqian had successfully produced a batch of new lightweight portable grenade launchers. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian were leading the female soldiers in a test firing. Commander, this grenade launcher is amazing. Yeah, it's lightweight, practical, and powerful. The excited voices of Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying came through the communicator. Du Fei arrived at the test site and saw a female soldier preparing to fire. Frowning slightly, he stepped forward to offer detailed guidance. This grenade launcher is different from the old model. The operation method has changed. You don't need to use as much force, and your posture needs adjusting. Standing behind her, he patiently helped position her arms and correct her stance. Yes, just like that. Under his guidance, the grenade hit its target precisely. The female soldier was so thrilled she nearly fainted from excitement, thinking to herself, "Oh my goodness, this is the best day ever. I'm the first in the squad to fire a grenade with the commander." The system promptly issued a notification. Ding. Affection points 10. At that moment, a report came through Du Fei's earpiece. Commander, this is Ganting. We've received a call from Chu Zhengxiang, the commander of the Iron Blood Brigade. Du Fei adjusted his headset and said, "Switch to the encrypted channel." "Yes, Commander." Ganting responded promptly, skillfully operating the communication device. Soon, the encrypted signal connected, and a familiar voice of Chu Zhengxiang came through the headset. "Brother Du, how have you been these past days?" "Thanks to you, Colonel Chu. Looks like your military duties have finally eased up." Du Fei asked in a calm tone. Ah, don't get me started, Chu Zhengxiong replied, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Since we parted ways at the Qingchuan ruins, I haven't even been home. I wanted to visit and thank you in person, but I just couldn't find the time. These past few days, the entire Sacred War military district has been in chaos, and am completely swamped. What happened? Du Fei's expression grew slightly serious. Do you remember the cloaked-winged beast from the Qingchuan ruins? Chu Zhengxiong continued without waiting for an answer. It has now appeared within the Sacred War City's territory, and it even brought along a Thunderlight Beast King. 2 outposts on the eastern side of Sacred War City have already fallen. The military district has urgently recalled 3 elite corps from overseas, and is preparing to establish a Beast King-level hunting ground. Du Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This was an unexpected windfall. Had been worrying about finding a Beast King-level chrono beast to hunt, and now the opportunity had presented itself. The elemental extraction yield from 2 Beast Kings could conservatively exceed 100 milliliters, far surpassing the mere 1 milliliter from a single tail. My Iron Blood Brigade is a direct unit of the military district, and we've been assigned to the hunting operation. Chu Zhengxiong paused before continuing. So, I'd like to invite the women's field unit to join this mission. Additionally, would you consider selling us some of that special ammunition? The Iron Blood Brigade can offer equipment in exchange. Well, make sure you're well compensated. After the mission, all the time credits, federal subsidies, and rewards will be split 50-50. Of course, the Iron Blood Brigade will absolutely keep all information about the women's field unit strictly confidential. Since their rise to fame after the battle at the Qingchuan ruins, the Iron Blood Brigade had jumped from rank 9856 to 3217 on the Sky Eye leaderboard, breaking into the top 5,000. The unit quickly expanded to over 10,000 soldiers, and the military district rewarded them with a substantial amount of advanced equipment, including over a dozen tracked combat vehicles. Chu Zhengxiong had originally intended to properly thank Du Fei, but this new crisis had derailed those plans. Now, if this mission could achieve another impressive success, even splitting the rewards with the women's field unit would still mean significant gains for the Iron Blood Brigade. As their achievements grew, the Iron Blood Brigade was likely to earn the opportunity to be expanded into an independent division, which meant greater rewards in the future. Chu Zhengxiong understood clearly that none of this would be possible without Du Fei's strong support. In particular, the unique ammunition of the Women's Field Regiment was a strategic resource Chu had always dreamed of acquiring. This time, he decided to test the waters with a sliver of hope. If the price was within the Iron Blood Brigade's means, he would accept without hesitation. The atmosphere in the meeting room was extraordinarily tense. Chu Zhengxiong was visibly restless, while his adjutant, Dong Jie, and the 3rd Regiment commander, Dong Biao, wore expressions of eager anticipation mixed with unease, fearing that Du Fei might reject them outright. However, Du Fei was secretly pleased. He had been troubled by issues related to armored vehicles and drones, and this seemed like a perfect opportunity. This collaboration was even more advantageous than their previous one. If they successfully hunted 2 Beast Kings, they could not only obtain a large amount of elemental control resources, but also share in the Federation subsidies and rewards through the Iron Blood Brigade. A win-win situation. Although Du Fei had not originally intended to sell Mithril ammunition and would have refused anyone else, the reliability displayed by the Iron Blood Brigade in their last collaboration made him willing to make an exception. Allowing the Iron Blood Brigade to have access to some Mithril ammunition might help develop them into an allied force in the future. While the Women's Field Regiment was still growing, the Iron Blood Brigade could serve as an ideal shield. If they could evolve into a top-tier corps, the value of this shield would become even more significant. Moreover, Chu Zhengxiong's promise to share the time gained from hunting the Chrono Beast meant adding the strength of an independent brigade-level force to the Women's Field Regiment. Weighing the pros and cons, this deal was undoubtedly a profitable one. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei had just begun to mention military secrets when Chu Zhengxiong immediately spoke through his headset with a solemn pledge. Brother Du, rest assured, they'll stake my life on this. There will be no leaks. If any suspicions arise from the outside, the Iron Blood Brigade will take full responsibility. The secrets of the Women's Field Regiment are the secrets of the Iron Blood Brigade. With Commander Chu making such a commitment, I have no reason to doubt you, Du Fei said, his furrowed brow relaxing. This was exactly the assurance he wanted to hear. He continued, all right then, have the Iron Blood Brigade prepare some ammunition, and it'll help you modify a batch. As Du Fei's words came through the communicator, the tense expressions on Chu Zhengxiong, Dong Jie, and Dong Biao's faces immediately relaxed, their previously taut features now reflecting relief. Great. I can't thank you enough, brother, Chu Zhengxiong said excitedly. But as they say, even among brothers, accounts must be clear. Please, Brother Du, name your price. Since Commander Chu put it that way, I won't beat around the bush, Du Fei replied directly. 10 tracked combat vehicles and 10 drones. Done. No problem. Chu Zhengxiong agreed without hesitation. For the Iron Blood Brigade, such equipment was hardly a significant cost. Besides, After the battle at the Qingchuan ruins, he had already planned to equip the women's field regiment with a batch of tracked vehicles and drones. I told you. This young Commander Du is someone worth befriending, agreeable and straightforward, Chu Zhengxiong said, turning to his two subordinates with a rare look of satisfaction. Dong Jia and Dong Biao quickly nodded in agreement, echoing, Commander, you have a keen eye. Absolutely true. Ding, ding, ding. 3 notification sounds echoed in Du Fei's mind, each accompanied by the message, Reputation 100. Du Fei paused momentarily, but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he asked, Commander Chu, when will the hunting ground mission begin? The 3 elite corps from the outer seas should return to the Holy War military zone tomorrow. The hunting ground mission is expected to start in 3 days, Chu Zhengxiong answered, then added, Brother Du, I'll begin preparations on my end right away. 3 days from now, I'll be waiting for you at Stronghold 72 in Holy War City. How does that sound? After a brief moment of thought, Du Fei replied, Sounds good. Excellent. It's settled then. I'll be looking forward to your arrival, brother. Chu Zhengxiong's voice carried a note of joy. As the communication ended, Ganting's excited voice immediately came through the headset. Commander, we're about to strike it rich. Greedy as ever. Plan the route to Stronghold 72 in Holy War City, Du Fei said with a chuckle. Yes, Commander. In the independent control room, Ganting stuck out her tongue and responded playfully. Nearby, Lu Ruobing, Xiao Ying, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged excited glances. They had overheard the conversation and were thrilled by the opportunities the 2 Beast Kings brought. Completing the mission would not only earn them a massive reward from the Federation, but also allow them to extract elemental control. Combined with the Nirvana meteorite raw stones, they could synthesize more Vibranium, bringing their dream of intelligent Vibranium battlesuits within reach. How much Mithril do we currently have? Du Fei asked. Don't worry, we've got plenty. Lu Ruobing replied. All 3 storage warehouses are full. Xiaoying added with a raised eyebrow. Over the past 2 days, to ensure Du Fei wouldn't have to worry, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying had been working non-stop refining Mithril, even cutting down on sleep. The miners can't even keep up with our refining pace. Xiaoying leaned closer to Du Fei and whispered, Last night, the deputy commander said her nightgown got torn by a tree branch. She was so upset she couldn't sleep and dragged me to refine all the newly mined ore. At this, Lu Ruobing's face turned red, and she shot a glare at Xiaoying. Ahem, very good. Du Fei cleared his throat. Next, I have another task for you. Smelt all the mithril into ingots, and we'll take some with us when the time comes. Yes, sir. We'll get it done. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying straightened up and replied in unison. After assigning tasks to Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, Du Fei's earpiece crackled with Ganting's urgent report. Commander, the route to Stronghold 72 in Holy War City has been fully planned. How long will it take to get there? Du Fei asked. Stronghold 72 is located on the southern side of Holy War City. The terrain consists mainly of mountain trails and swampy areas. If we set out tomorrow, we can arrive by the afternoon of the 3rd day. Understood, Du Fei replied to Ganting before turning to Sun Shaoqian. Get ready. Prepare the weapons and equipment. My women's field battalion will head for Holy War City tomorrow. Yes, Commander. Du Fei pulled out a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Sun Shaoqian. Also, based on these specifications, craft this weapon using Mithril first. Sun Shaoqian took the blueprint, her brows furrowing slightly. A melee weapon? Her question piqued the curiosity of Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, who leaned in for a closer look. The blueprint depicted a unique, unconventional weapon, a 3-foot-long, sword-like, double-edged dagger. The blade featured symmetrical, serpent-like curves, with 4 deep blood grooves carved along its surface. Sun Shaoqian immediately recognized its distinctiveness. It was capable of both stabbing and slashing, and the blood grooves significantly enhanced its lethality, enabling rapid execution for either piercing or bleeding out targets. In the current battlefield landscape, where radiant beasts and mutated beasts roamed, firearms were the dominant choice. Few would willingly engage in close combat with such creatures unless absolutely necessary. The 3 women exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Du Fei's intentions. This weapon is called the Silver Serpent Dagger, Du Fei explained with a faint smile as he noticed their confusion. Sometimes, melee weapons can be even more effective than firearms, especially when paired with smart combat suits. The moment he said this, the 3 women suddenly understood. Indeed, with the enhancement of Vibranium smart combat suits, the value of melee weapons would be dramatically amplified. This meticulously designed Silver Serpent Dagger, in particular, could be considered the perfect weapon. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation for the Vibranium smart combat suits. It must be ready by tomorrow morning, Du Fei instructed Sun Shaoqian firmly. Understood, Commander. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Holy War City Defense Military District, a critical meeting was coming to a close. Sitting at the head of the long conference table was Mu Yanting, the highest-ranking commander of the defense division. His sharp gaze swept across the dozen senior officers seated on either side of him. Gentlemen, the eastern region of the base city has largely turned to scorched earth, and the beast tide is approaching Stronghold 39. 2 strongholds have fallen in just a few days. If the spread continues, Holy War City will be in grave danger. We are up against 2 beast kings. The hunting grounds have been established. Given the current situation, I invite your suggestions. One officer was the first to speak. General, I recommend strengthening our weaponry, particularly by increasing the supply of Mithril particle weapons. After all, level 5 radiant beasts are not easy to deal with. Commander's son is absolutely correct, Mu Yanting said in a deep voice. But more importantly, for this hunting ground mission, we are facing 2 beast kings. Another commander eagerly picked up the conversation, his eyes fixed on the battlefield data projected onto the conference table. Especially that Thunder Beast, we must enhance our protective gear with insulating shields and the like. However, I'm afraid even these defenses might not be enough. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew slightly tense. A general proposed, I think we should recruit more external support for this hunting mission. War Axe, Steel Fang, and Sharp Arrow are indeed the elite of our garrison forces, but it would be best to bring in a top-tier legion. That's easier said than done. Another person shook their head. All the top-tier legions are currently tied up in the Wasteland Sea and the outer territories. They don't have time to deal with 2 beast kings in the inland. I believe we can handle this ourselves. A young commander slammed the table and stood up. Are we going to let other military districts laugh at us? This is happening right on our doorstep. The room erupted into a lively debate as over a dozen senior commanders shared their opinions. The discussion grew increasingly heated until Mu Yanting rubbed his temples and raised a hand to signal for silence. None of these are the real issues, he said in a deep voice. I've already submitted a request to the Federation for Mithril particle weapons and other high-grade equipment. War Axe, Steel Fang, and Sharp Arrow will form the main force, while your respective units will handle perimeter support. Specific timing will be announced later. Meeting adjourned. The general slowly rose and began to leave. At the back of the room, Chu Zhengxiang was just about to exit when Mu Yanting called out to him. Old Chu, why didn't you say anything during the meeting? You seem preoccupied. Chu Zhengxiang turned back and replied, Old Mu, there are some things that aren't suitable to discuss in the meeting. I wanted to talk to you privately. The two shared a unique bond within the St. Warbase City's garrison division. They were not only classmates but childhood friends. However, their backgrounds were vastly different. Chu Zhengxiang came from a humble, civilian family, while Mu Yanting hailed from the most prominent aristocratic household in St. War City, with several family elders holding positions in the Federation's upper echelons. Though both graduated from the St. War City Advanced Officers Academy, it was no surprise that Mu Yanting had become Chu Zhengxiang's superior. Fortunately, their brotherly friendship from childhood remained unchanged. Let's talk at my place, and we'll have a few drinks while we're at it, Mu Yanting said with a smile. Sounds good. I've been missing a few of my sisters-in-law, Chu Zhengxiang replied with a grin. In a luxurious residence within the garrison district of the Holy War Base City, Chu Zhengxiang and Mu Yanting sat across from each other, a few bottles of strong liquor placed on the table. Mu Yanting raised his glass, looking at his old friend with a tone of concern. Old Chu, I understand how you feel, but I can't agree to the Iron Blood Brigade being the main attack force. Sure, you won a victory in the Revival District, but that was just a small-scale battle. This time, we're dealing with 2 Beast Kings and a level 5-time beast. Just the level 5 alone would be too much for your brigade. Chu Zhengxiang listened calmly, taking a sip of his drink. He knew that since the Heavenly Eye Intelligence only disclosed the Iron Blood Brigade's data on hunting level 4 and level 3-time beasts at the Qingchuan ruins, no one in the Holy War Base City, including Mu Yanting, was aware of what really happened during that battle. To protect the secret of the Women's Field Regiment, they had kept the truth to themselves. I wouldn't be coming to discuss this with you if I wasn't confident, Chu Zhengxiang replied. Mu Yanting immediately cut him off. Confident, my foot. There's no room for discussion. I organized this hunting mission to secure mithril particle weapons for the garrison district. With advanced core like Battle Axe, Steel Fang, and Sharp Arrow in the mix, there's no need for your brigade to take the lead. Your job is to handle the outer perimeter, and you'll still get your share of funding and mithril weapons. This is for your own good. As the two men talked, 2 graceful young women entered the room hand in hand. One was Mu Yanting's daughter, Mu Wanqing, gentle and poised. The other was Chu Zhengxiang's lively and spirited daughter, Chu Kersen. Uncle Chu, you're here. Mu Wanqing greeted softly. Chu Kersen, on the other hand, ran straight to her father and clung to his arm, pouting. Dad, you haven't been home for days. Don't you miss me? Of course I do, Chu Zhengxiang replied. Where are your 4th and 5th stepmothers? See, I knew it, Chu Kersen said with a pout. You're really thinking about them, not me? Mu Yanting chuckled from the side. No one knows a father better than his daughter. Kersen's got you figured out. Chu Zhengxiang looked at his daughter with a helpless smile before his expression suddenly turned serious. Kersen, You're about to graduate soon. In planning to send you to a women's regiment for some training, he had been thinking about sending his daughter to the women's field regiment, using the opportunity to give her a heads up. The 30 years of service his daughter would have to render was no longer a concern, but he firmly believed that following Captain Du Fei would offer her a better future compared to staying in Chingan City. Unexpectedly, Chu Kurson curled her lips slightly and said, "Dad, you don't need to worry about me. Wanqing is planning to form a women's army corps in Chingan, and she's already agreed to make me the deputy commander. Kurson, how could you reveal our plan?" Mu Wanqing quickly grabbed Chu Kurson's arm and pulled her into the room. "Young people should be allowed to do as they please," Mu Yanting said, raising his glass toward Chu Zhengxiong. Come, let's drink." Chu Zhengxiong lifted his glass, silently calculating. "Your daughter can pursue whatever she wants, but mine must join the women's field regiment no matter what." As night fell, in the open space in front of the wooden cabins at the women's field regiment camp, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian were all staring intently at Du Fei. At this moment, Du Fei was fully equipped with the three-piece intelligent combat suit, pressing the activation button on his wrist. With a soft buzz, the 6 energy crystals embedded in the wrist guards, shoulder pads, and knee guards emitted a blue glow simultaneously. The reactive vibranium responded like flowing water, quickly covering Du Fei's entire body and forming a sleek, jet-black combat suit. "Oh my god! This is the Vibranium Intelligent Combat Suit!" The 4 women exclaimed in awe. The suit's design was stunningly aesthetic, featuring a finely crafted helmet with glowing blue eyes, boots and gloves that complemented each other perfectly, and smooth, streamlined contours that highlighted Du Fei's upright and commanding figure. Du Fei immediately felt a significant enhancement in his physical ability. Strength, reflexes, and perception were all greatly improved. The visual system was particularly remarkable, allowing him to clearly see water droplets in crevices far away, even in the dim evening light. He tentatively moved his body, feeling light and unrestrained, and couldn't resist running forward and leaping into the air. His body soared like a panther, but unfamiliarity with his newfound strength sent him hurtling straight into a massive rock. "Careful!" The 4 women cried out in unison. With a loud duong, the rock shattered into pieces, yet Du Fei emerged completely unscathed. "Awesome!" he exclaimed, touching his helmet without feeling even the slightest vibration. "Commander, are you okay?" Lu Ruobing rushed over to ask with concern. "Not a scratch. The protective features are outstanding," Du Fei replied. Xiaoying, full of curiosity, asked, "Commander, can I touch it?" After receiving permission, she gently ran her hand over the surface of the suit and exclaimed, "It's so soft." Du Fei began explaining the properties of reactive vibranium in detail. This material is in a semi-conscious state. It's soft under normal conditions, hardens under pressure during combat, and even has a countershock mechanism. In emergency situations. The next morning, the women's field battalion camp was bustling with activity. The female soldiers, freshly recovered from the rehabilitation pool, were full of energy, standing in neat formation and ready to depart. Considering that camp construction could not be interrupted and the bead-like inner armor was still incomplete, Du Fei streamlined the personnel for this operation. He led a strike team consisting of corps members such as Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian, along with 50 carefully selected female soldiers. Among them, 20 were equipped with advanced tranquilizer guns. The primary mission of this elite squad was to deliver Mithril ammunition to the Iron Blood Brigade and assist in hunting Beast Kings and extracting elemental control resources when necessary. Camp operations were left in the hands of Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng, who continued overseeing Mithril refinement and the production of the bead-like inner armor. Meanwhile, Song Jia led the remaining female soldiers in planning and constructing the camp. All aboard. At the command, 2 Land King tracked combat vehicles roared to life. Following closely behind were a container truck loaded with Mithril ammunition and 2 infantry transport vehicles. The convoy sped toward the 72nd outpost of Sacred Battle City. Among the 6 major base cities in the 9th district, Sacred Battle City was renowned for its unique geography. This mountain city was about 800 kilometers away from Revival City, with a challenging route connecting the two. The journey involved winding mountain roads, dense and unpredictable forests, steep and treacherous river valleys, and perilous swamps. While the main routes between the base cities had been cleared, the ever-present threats of time beasts and mutated creatures loomed. Due to the complex terrain and potential dangers, the 800-kilometer journey was expected to take 3 days. The convoy progressed with intermittent stops. Within the jurisdiction of Revival City, they fended off multiple waves of time beast attacks. However, upon entering the territory of Sacred Battle City, an eerie calm replaced the earlier skirmishes, making the team more vigilant. Nevertheless, this quietness allowed for a faster pace of travel. By dusk on the 3rd day, the convoy finally arrived at the 72nd outpost, and the sight before them was awe-inspiring. The surrounding mountain forests were dotted with military camps of varying sizes. Tents belonging to regular and auxiliary troops stretched as far as the eye could see, with new units continuously arriving in the distance. Through a conversation with Chu Zhengxiang, Du Fei learned that this was only a fraction of the forces participating in the hunting grounds mission. 3 elite corps were stationed elsewhere, and volunteer troops had also flocked to the area, eager to make a name for themselves. Even if they couldn't participate in combat, they hoped to leave their mark here. The Sacred Battle Garrison Division welcomed this enthusiasm, as a larger turnout would result in greater subsidies and rewards from the Federation. As soon as the Women's Field Battalion convoy approached the outpost, the Iron Blood Brigade sent an official welcoming party led by Deputy Commander Dong Jie and the 3rd Regiment Commander Dong Biao. 3 luxurious military vehicles took the lead, guiding the Women's Field Battalion convoy through the dense military encampments and toward the Iron Blood Brigade's headquarters. Look, female soldiers. Along the way, commanders and soldiers from various regiments stopped in their tracks, staring in astonishment at this unique convoy. Led by the command vehicle of the Iron Blood Brigade senior officers, the convoy consisted of the No. 1 and No. 2 Land King tanks and 2 infantry transport vehicles. Sitting inside were a group of valiant and spirited female soldiers, their faces radiating pride and confidence. The convoy drove straight into the Iron Blood Brigade's camp, heading directly for the ammunition depot. Nearby, a neatly arranged row of brand new tents stood on an open field accommodation specially prepared for the Women's Field Regiment. Chu Zhengxiang, accompanied by a few guards, was already waiting there. As the convoy came to a halt, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and the others stepped out of the vehicles. A loud command to salute rang out, and Chu Zhengxiang, Dong Jie, Dong Biao, and the surrounding soldiers all raised their hands in salute. The entire Women's Field Regiment promptly returned the gesture with a military salute. Brother Du, you must be tired from the journey. Chu Zhengxiang greeted warmly, stepping forward to shake Du Fei's hand. It's nothing, Commander Chu. How could I decline your invitation? Du Fei replied with a smile. After some brief pleasantries, the female soldiers quickly settled into their new camp. Chu Zhengxiang then led Du Fei and his group on a tour of the well-equipped ammunition depot. Soon after, Sun Shaoqian and the engineering female soldiers began preparations for modifying ammunition. When they brought out 2 crates of silver ingots, Chu Zhengxiang and the others gasped in shock. Brother Du, is this? Chu Zhengxiang hesitated. Mithril, Du Fei stated bluntly. Although they had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed left the 3 commanders visibly stunned. What surprised them even more was that the silver ingots had clearly been processed, indicating that the Women's Field Regiment had mastered the technology for refining mithril. The 3 men were deeply moved, feeling the weight of Du Fei's trust. A series of system prompts echoed in their minds. Ding! Reputation 100, repeated 3 times. Dong Biao, you're excused from tonight's welcome banquet. Immediately strengthen security around the ammunition depot. No one is allowed near it, Chu Zhengxiang ordered solemnly. Yes, sir. Dong Biao turned and left to make the arrangements. Brother Du, your generosity. Chu Zhengxiang was too moved to finish his sentence. Commander Chu, there's no need for formalities. As I've said before, it's fate that brought us together, Du Fei replied with a smile. All right, tonight, I've prepared a modest banquet, and we won't leave until we're drunk. Chu Zhengxiang clapped Du Fei on the shoulder, then added with a grin, your 2 sisters-in-law are also waiting at the base. I've heard they're eager to meet you, saying you're quite the handsome young man. The rooms are all ready for you. As the words fell, a trace of joy flickered in the eyes of Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian. For them, staying at an inn was a first-time experience, and the novelty of it made it hard for them to hide their excitement. However, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian's joy was soon replaced by disappointment. One had to stay back to modify ammunition, while the other needed to operate the Predator drone, which meant they couldn't join the group. The 2 exchanged a helpless glance and sighed silently. Du Fei couldn't help but smile as he noticed the cheerful expressions on Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's faces. He turned to Chu Zhengxiang and said, looks like we'll have to trouble you, Commander Chu. Oh, come on now. What are you saying? Don't give me that formal talk. All right then, they'll stop holding back from now on. That's the spirit. We're all on the same side here, huh? By the time the group exited the ammunition depot, night had fallen. The camp was brightly lit and heavily guarded. 3 high-end military vehicles pulled into the base, and Du Fei shared a ride with Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. Before long, they arrived at a 3-story tavern. To guard against attacks from invisible winged beasts, this was the tallest building within the base. The first floor served as a dining area, while the second and third floors were guest rooms. At this hour, the place was bustling with guests, most of whom were commanders from various corps. At the tavern entrance, 2 elegant women were already waiting. As soon as they saw Du Fei and his companions step out of the car, they approached immediately. Chu Zhengxiang began introducing them. 4th Madam, 5th Madam, this is Commander Du of the Women's Field Regiment. These 2 are Deputy Commander Lu and Officer Xia. Turning to Du Fei, he added, "These are your sisters-in-law." "Oh, Commander Du is so young. Wow, such a fine-looking gentleman. So handsome. And your deputies are so charming and beautiful. Indeed, they look so well kept, like they've never been exposed to radiation at all." The compliments from the fourth and fifth madams made Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying blush with embarrassment, while Du Fei merely offered a faint smile. "You flatter us, sisters-in-law." At that moment, a guard reported that dinner was ready. Chu Zhengxiong promptly invited everyone inside. The tavern owner personally came out to greet them. Noticing the unfamiliar faces of Du Fei and his companions, he looked slightly puzzled. But after Chu Zhengxiong explained that these were guests even more distinguished than himself, the owner quickly nodded and bowed, ushering them in with repeated invitations. Du Fei walked straight in, while Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying followed, their faces still flushed as they shyly glanced at the owner. Guided by Chu Zhengxiong and the others, the group was led to a private room. The table was already laden with dishes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone began to eat. For Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, who were visiting a tavern for the first time, the rugged behavior of the other diners felt a bit jarring, but the novelty of the experience captivated them nonetheless. Du Fei rarely drank alcohol, and Chu Zhengxiong didn't insist, focusing instead on the food. At the dining table, the two ladies enthusiastically served Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying with an array of delicious dishes, making it hard to refuse their hospitality. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, already excited about such a lavish meal, quickly shed their initial reservations and immersed themselves in enjoying the feast. The entire banquet was filled with warmth and laughter. Besides the Chu family of three and Dong Jia accompanying them, there were no other guests to interrupt. The meal lasted a full 2 hours, filled with cheerful conversations. As night deepened and everyone was full and satisfied, Dong Jia excused himself and left. Du Fei and his two companions followed Chu Zhengxiong and his wife to the second floor. Chu Zhengxiong opened the door to her room and, with a hint of apology, said, "Brother Du, I'm really sorry. The inn at the base is completely booked, and there are only 2 guest rooms left. You 3 can stay in this room, and my wife and I will take the one next door." Without waiting for Du Fei to respond, he quickly ushered his 2 wives into the adjacent room. "Just one room?" Du Fei frowned as he stepped inside. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchanged glances before following him in. The room, far from the luxurious accommodations they had anticipated, left the 2 women somewhat disappointed. It wasn't very spacious, with a simple shower area partitioned by a curtain adorned with military patterns. In the distance, a small protruding balcony had a solitary wicker chair. Most frustrating of all, there was only one bed in the room. Though the bed wasn't small, the Airplanian Canaan printed bedding seemed oddly out of place. One bed? How are we supposed to sleep like this? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying blushed, sneaking a glance at Du Fei. At that moment, voices drifted over from the room next door, and the 3 of them instinctively held their breath. "Old Chu, do you think Commander Du and his 2 deputies can handle sharing a bed?" The voice of the 4th wife came through the wall. "Why wouldn't they? Didn't you see how strong Brother Du looks?" Chu Zhengxiang's laughter followed. "Hee, but it's so quiet over there. Why haven't we heard anything?" The 5th wife teased. "Brother Du is a composed man. I'm guessing it's just not the right time yet." Hearing the playful banter from the other side of the wall, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying bit their lips in embarrassment. Their cheeks flushed as they silently cursed the old mischief makers for their indecency. Du Fei, on the other hand, maintained a serious expression and said, "It can't be helped. One bed is all we have, so we'll just have to make do for the night." The next morning, in the office of the 9th District Supervision Department, Wang Jianqing's eyes were bloodshot, a testament to his sleepless night. He stood alone by the window, gazing at the faint light breaking through the eastern horizon. Behind him, the sound of footsteps echoed as his secretary, Su Zhong, entered with a stack of documents in hand. "Minister, let me help you rest for a while." "No need." Wang Jianqing waved him off, turning to face Su Zhong directly. "Have you gotten to the bottom of it?" "Yes, we have." Su Zhong opened the documents in his hands. The Dawn Organization rebels within the Fuxing City area were originally under the jurisdiction of the Fortress Army Subdivision. However, they've now been handed over to the 109th and 121st Divisions. These 2 divisions are commanded by Yuan Shiji and Duan Qishan, both of whom are subordinates of Wu Dagui. That scoundrel! Wang Jianqing's face twitched violently at the news. After a long pause, he shook his head in resignation. "We'll have to think of another way." He hesitated briefly before asking, "By the way, you mentioned yesterday that the kid went to Shangjian City?" "Yes. Last night, the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment rendezvoused with the Iron Blood Brigade at Post 72 in Shangjian City," Su Zhong said, pausing to think before adding, "Based on their prior collaboration at the Qingchuan ruins, it seems the Iron Blood Brigade extended the invitation this time. They're likely planning to take part in the Beast King-class hunting ground mission organized by the Shangjian Base City Garrison Subdivision." Wang Jianqing turned back to the window, taking a deep breath. That kid is stirring up quite the commotion. Indeed, Minister. So, should we? Wang Jianqing raised a hand, cutting Su Zhong off. Proceed as I instructed earlier. Continue deleting data related to them. But deleting such a large amount of data will leave blank traces that could attract the Federation's attention. We'll take it one step at a time. Wang Jianqing sighed. Starting today, you and everyone in the confidential office must take one number 3 pill daily. Su Zhong froze. Number 3 was the Supervision Department's memory erasing drug. Prolonged use could cause temporary or even permanent memory loss for up to a month. Minister, are you worried about the Federation's truthsayers? Yes. No one can escape the probing of a truthsayer's voice. But for a small regional department like ours, the Federation wouldn't go so far as to deploy a truthsayer, would they? Logically, no. But we must be prepared for the worst. That kid is no ordinary troublemaker. What starts as a spark could ignite an inferno. If things spiral out of control, the Federation will come for us first. Wang Jianqing gestured for him to leave. Go make the arrangements. Understood. Su Zhong responded, though he cast a worried glance at Wang Jianqing. Minister, what about you? Wang Jianqing forced a faint, bitter smile. Heh, I'm already a man with one foot in the grave. What's there to fear? Don't worry if a truthsayer comes for me. They'll be prepared. A fleeting trace of sorrow crossed his face. Rather than take the number 3 pill and lose his recent memories, he would rather face death than erase even the smallest fragment of his memories of his daughter. The inn shower room. After a quick rinse, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying got dressed. Their faces flushed as they supported each other and walked out. Du Fei, already fully dressed, sat on the rattan chair on the balcony, intently observing the changes in his system interface. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander of the Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Battalion. Reputation points, 71,860. Intimacy points, 3,385. Physique, Basic Enhancement 10. Basic Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. The system indicated that due to energy consumption, the physique limit had expanded, allowing a 10-point enhancement increase. After the next expansion of the physique limit, a 20-point enhancement increase would be possible. At each stage, the enhancement gained after each expansion would be the cumulative total of the previous enhancement points. Inventory. Universal Toolbox 1. Rare Material Smelting Agent 80 bottles. Silver Snake Dagger 1. Seeing the intimacy points surge from under 300 to the current value, Du Fei felt a sense of satisfaction. This meant he was another step closer to acquiring the time collector through exchange. What excited him even more was the change in the physique section. Besides radiation, now energy consumption could also expand the physique limit. However, this realization brought two concerns. As physique strength increased, the required energy consumption would only grow, and in the future, ordinary people might struggle to cope with his enhanced physique. While he was deep in thought, a knock came at the door. Brother Du, are you up? It was Chu Zhengxiang's voice. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying straightened their expressions and opened the door, seeing Chu Zhengxiang standing in the hallway, rubbing his lower back. Good morning, Commander Chu. Xiaoying greeted before adding, the regiment commander and deputy commander are currently working on a battle plan. Du Fei then stepped out with a smile. Good morning, Commander Chu. Good morning, Brother Du. I was worried I might disturb you, Chu Zhengxiang said, glancing at Du Fei's energetic demeanor with a flash of envy in his eyes, silently marveling at the vigor of youth. Brother Du, breakfast is ready in the first-floor dining hall. After we eat, we'll take you back to the camp. 10 brand new tracked combat vehicles and 10 drones are waiting for you. Let me know if they meet your expectations. At the center of the Iron Blood Battalion's camp, rows of pristine tracked vehicles and drones stood neatly arranged. Accompanied by Chu Zhengxiang, Du Fei inspected them carefully, while Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian stood behind him, their eyes brimming with anticipation. This is a third-generation tracked combat vehicle, worth over 300,000 hours each. And that drone is a bomber type, with each unit valued at no less than 500,000 hours. Gong Ting whispered excitedly to Lu Ruobing and the others, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing, Xiao Ying, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes lighting up with excitement as well. They subtly gestured to Gong Ting to stay calm. Deep down, all four of them were anticipating one thing: the regiment commander would undoubtedly modify this batch of equipment. Once that was done, the Women's Field Regiment would possess 10 Land King combat vehicles and 10 Predator stealth drones, significantly amplifying their combat power. Du Fei noticed the barely contained excitement on the faces of the four women and chuckled to himself. If they found out there were even more powerful equipment than the Land King and Predator, they'd probably be even more thrilled. Brother Du, are you satisfied? Chu Zhengxiang asked with a smile. Not bad, Du Fei replied with a slight smile and a nod. Chu Zhengxiang admitted candidly, to be honest, this batch of equipment was a reward from the Federation last time. I had intended to deliver it to you earlier, but the ongoing battles delayed things. Really? Then I've suffered quite a loss. Du Fei joked. Exactly. You should charge extra for that, Chu Zhengxiong quipped, laughing. As the two bantered, Deputy Officer Dong Jie hurried over and spoke in a low voice. Commander, there's a message from the garrison command. Chu Zhengxiong nodded and turned to Du Fei, saying, Brother Du, try out the performance of these vehicles first. We'll be back shortly. All right, you go ahead, Du Fei replied casually. After Chu Zhengxiong left, Du Fei called out, Qin Minghan, here. Infantry Commander Qin Minghan jogged over immediately, standing at attention with her chest out. These 10-track combat vehicles will be under your management for now. Assign them to the infantry for familiarization, Du Fei ordered. Qin Minghan froze for a moment before trembling slightly with excitement. Yes, Commander, she responded enthusiastically, barely able to contain her joy. She couldn't believe her luck she had finally been entrusted with such an opportunity. A system notification chimed in. Ding! Affinity 10. Without hesitation, Qin Minghan returned to her unit and began organizing the assignments. The camp buzzed with excitement as news spread that the infantry had acquired combat vehicles. That's amazing. We infantry finally have combat vehicles too. Long live the commander. I never thought this day would come. No more fighting on foot. I've dreamed of driving a combat vehicle. I'm applying to be the gunner. Cheers erupted one after another, and morale soared to an all-time high. Meanwhile, system notifications rang out in Du Fei's mind. Ding. Reputation 20. Ding. Closeness 5. Ding. Reputation 20. Ding. Closeness 1. Du Fei turned to Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian. 10 drones are assigned to you. Train a team of operators as soon as possible. Yes, sir, the two replied, standing at attention. Just as the arrangements were finalized, Chu Zhengxiong returned with a grave expression. Commander Chu, what's wrong? Du Fei immediately sensed something was amiss. The situation at the front lines is critical, Chu Zhengxiong said in a somber tone. Overnight, the beast tide advanced 40 kilometers toward Outpost 39. 5 defensive divisions couldn't hold the line, 2 were completely wiped out, and the other 3 are retreating. This beast tide is massive. There are at least 100 LV-5-time beasts, and the number of LV-3 and LV-4 beasts is countless. The 3 elite core battle axe, Steelfang, and Sharp Spear have formulated a battle plan, but I'm not confident they can hold them off. Du Fei furrowed his brow. No wonder he hadn't encountered any time beasts on his way here. They had all converged at one location. Such a large-scale beast tide indeed required significant amounts of Mithril ammunition. The priority was to buy as much time as possible, but another problem loomed. While he knew that 3 elite corps were involved in the mission, he had no insight into the specific deployment of the Sanctum Defense Army. If these elite corps were exceptionally strong and managed to take down 2 Beast Kings ahead of schedule, their plans could be jeopardized. However, judging by Chu Zhengxiong's worried tone, the situation might not be that straightforward. Commander Chu, are those 3 elite corps the main force for this mission? Chu Zhengxiong nodded, his expression grim. Yes. They are elite corps from the Sanctum Defense Army, each consisting of 3 divisions with equipment supplied directly by the Federation. I only know they have Mithril particle ammunition and some classified advanced gear, but even I don't know the full details. Seeing Du Fei deep in thought, Chu Zhengxiong added, the military district has ordered us to reach the vicinity of Outpost 39 by tonight. Oh, and before we set off, I'd like to introduce you to someone. Who? Mu Yanting, the supreme commander of the Sanctum Defense Army in this district. He's an old friend of mine. It wouldn't hurt for you to meet him. We'll grab lunch at his place this afternoon. Let's go. Du Fei was a bit surprised. I hadn't expected Chu Zhengxiong to have such a connection. If that was the case, perhaps he could gather some valuable intel. All right, they'll follow your lead, Commander Chu. Seeing Du Fei agree so readily, Chu Zhengxiong felt a weight lift off his chest. As an experienced commander, he always planned ahead, and his decision to introduce Du Fei to Mu Yanting was carefully thought out. Mu Yanting, the old hardliner, insisted on assigning the Iron Blood Brigade to guard the perimeter, which left Chu Zhengxiong in a bind. After all, the secrets of the Women's Field Regiment could not be easily revealed, and he couldn't fully disclose them to Mu Yanting. However, the news from the front lines unexpectedly gave him an idea. This beast tide was unprecedented in scale, and even the elite corps of Battle Axe, Steelfang, and Sharp Arrow would struggle to hold their ground. If the situation deteriorated, Mu Yanting would inevitably seek assistance, and that would shift the initiative into Chu Zhengxiong's hands. The real key to resolving the crisis wasn't the Iron Blood Brigade, but rather the Women's Field Regiment led by Du Fei. For this reason, Chu Zhengxiong decided to have Du Fei establish contact with Mu Yanting in advance. If the situation became critical, Du Fei could negotiate directly with Mu Yanting, and the decision to reveal classified information would rest entirely with him. More importantly, the Mu family held a prominent position in St. War City and wielded significant influence within the Federation's upper echelons. If Du Fei could reach an understanding with the Mu family, it would greatly benefit the Women's Field Regiment, the Iron Blood Brigade, and the Mu family alike. This would effectively provide the women's field regiment with a powerful ally. Even if their secrets were exposed in the future, the Mu family's protection would deter anyone from acting recklessly. After making the arrangements, Du Fei delegated tasks to Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, then called Ganting aside. Use Predator Unit 1 to scout the beast tide.
Focus on pinpointing the locations of the two beast kings.
Understood, Commander. Ganting immediately acknowledged the order. By noon, their military vehicle stopped in front of an extravagant mansion within the garrison district of the Saint Warbase city. Chu Zhangxiang led Du Fei into the reception hall, where raised voices could be heard from inside. Dad, we've already recruited over 30 sisters. Based on my and Kerson's calculations, we'll need more than 500,000 hours initially. Ridiculous. Forming a corps isn't child's play. How can you manage without real combat experience? Wait until you graduate and gain some experience in other corps first. Dad, we've recruited geniuses, and many other corps are vying for them. If we wait for them to gain experience, they'll all be gone. Besides, we've been simulating real combat regularly at the academy. Our experience is more than sufficient. Heh, what are you laughing at? Never mind. We'll go ask Grandpa for funding. At that moment, Chu Zhangxiang entered with Du Fei. Mu Yanting noticed them and stood up from the sofa. Old Chu, you've come at the perfect time. These two girls are about to give me a heart attack. Chu Zhangxiang chuckled. Didn't you say yesterday to let them do as they please? Now you're reaping what you sow. Mu Yanting's gaze shifted to Du Fei, and he paused slightly. And this is? Chu Zhangxiang introduced them immediately. This is Du Fei, the commander of the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment in the Revival Military District. He then turned to Du Fei and added, this is General Mu, the Supreme Commander of the Saint War Garrison District. These two are my daughter Chu Kerson and General Mu's daughter, Mu Wanqing. Chu Kerson and Mu Wanqing glanced at Du Fei. Their eyes sparkled as they exchanged a knowing look. So handsome. General Mu, it's an honor, Du Fei greeted with composure. Likewise, Mu Yanting replied, shaking Du Fei's hand with a smile. You're quite an impressive young man. Although Du Fei's rank wasn't high, Mu Yanting naturally treated him with respect, given Chu Zhangxiang's introduction. You flatter me, General Mu, Du Fei replied with a polite smile, nodding slightly toward Chu Kerson and Mu Wanqing in acknowledgement. After brief introductions, under Mu Yanting's gesture, Du Fei and Chu Zhangxiang each took their seats. Standing behind Mu Yanting were Mu Wanqing and Chu Kerson, two young women dressed in identical light silk dresses that accentuated their graceful figures. Though only 17 or 18 years old, their privileged upbringing had endowed them with well-proportioned physiques. Their striking appearances could rival beauties like Ganting and Sun Shaoqian. Mu Wanqing, in particular, drew attention with her clear, captivating eyes that carried a subtle blend of innocence and allure. Du Fei cast a polite glance at them before quickly averting his gaze. Meanwhile, Mu Yanting observed Du Fei closely, his thoughts turning inward. This young man, who appeared to be around the same age as the two girls, was actually the commander of an auxiliary corps in the Revival Military District. At first glance, he seemed like a fresh graduate, but upon closer inspection, his composed demeanor and extraordinary presence hinted at a depth that was hard to discern. Noticing Chu Zhangxiang's affectionate attitude toward Du Fei, Mu Yanting began to understand old Chu likely intended to use this Beast King-level hunting mission to build the young man's reputation. Recalling Chu Zhangxiang's mention yesterday about finding a female military corps for his daughter to train with, Mu Yanting couldn't help but chuckle internally. Mu Wanqing and Chu Kerson were also quietly sizing up Du Fei. Beyond being drawn to his handsome appearance, they were curious. Why would a man become the commander of a female corps? Seeing that the elders were about to discuss business, the two girls turned and headed toward their room. Just before entering, they couldn't resist stealing another glance at Du Fei, their eyes betraying the shy curiosity unique to young women. To them, Du Fei was not only more attractive than any of the boys at their academy, but also carried an inexplicable charm. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed twice. Ding! Intimacy 1. Ding! Intimacy 1. Startling Du Fei. Chu Zhangxiang turned to Mu Yanting, his expression serious. Old Mu, this beast tide is far larger than expected, and it seems to be continuing to grow. I'm well aware of that, Mu Yanting replied with a nod. I still don't know the specifics of your deployment plan. You don't need to worry about that. Just have your Iron Blood Brigade ready to provide support on the periphery. Old Mu, I'm concerned that relying solely on the battle axe, steel fong, and sharp arrow core might not be enough to complete the mission, Chu Zhangxiang said with a frown. Mu Yanting responded calmly, is that so? Then what's your suggestion? My thoughts remain the same as what I previously mentioned to you. Chu Zhangxiang smiled faintly, his expression turning serious. Let the Ironblood Brigade join the main assault force. I'm confident of victory. Mu Yanting let out a cold laugh. Oh? Your Ironblood Brigade wins a minor skirmish outside and suddenly considers itself an elite force. Saying this in front of Du Fei left Chu Zhangxiang speechless. He could only shake his head. Stay put and don't go looking for trouble under my command, Mu Yanting said, throwing a glance at Chu Zhengxiang. He continued, let me be clear with you. My side is already flawlessly prepared. 3 advanced corps are equipped with Mithril particle cannons, insulated shields, and pulse laser weapons. They've been hunting LV-6 and above chronobeasts in the open seas, even taking down beast kings. These corps are battle-hardened. No matter how massive this beast tide is, with them here, even 2 beast kings won't stand a chance. As he spoke, a hint of excitement crept into Mu Yanting's tone. Old Chu, I understand how you feel, but you can relax from now on. Besides, I'm personally commanding this operation. Victory is guaranteed. What? You're personally commanding? Chu Zhengxiong frowned. That's right. Those 2 beast kings are mine for the taking. The Federation recently released a research update. Mu Yanting trailed off as he stood and walked to the desk in the adjacent room. Chu Zhengxiong followed, standing beside him and whispering, Old Mu, Commander Du is not an outsider. Just say what you need to say. You're putting me in an awkward position here. Mu Yanting shook his head. It's not what you think. This information is still classified. He cast a sidelong glance at Du Fei and chuckled softly. This young man is quite impressive. You've chosen a fine son-in-law for Kursin. Chu Zhengxiong's eyes lit up at this. Hey, that's a wake-up call. Why didn't I think of that? It's definitely worth considering. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. If Commander Du takes a liking to my Kursin, the Chu family would be blessed indeed. Oh, this young man is quite extraordinary. A glint of interest flashed in Mu Yanting's eyes. Seeing this expression, Chu Zhengxiong's heart sank. He silently cursed this guy has a daughter too. Could he be thinking the same thing? Ahem, just joking. Chu Zhengxiong quickly diverted the conversation. So, what exactly did the Federation announce? Mu Yanting opened a document and pointed to it, speaking quietly. See for yourself. Chu Zhengxiong deliberately raised his voice as he read aloud. The Chrono Federation has achieved a major breakthrough in a new technological field. The Meteorite Iron Series equipment is unveiled. According to experts, the fusion of Beast King-level Chronobeast blood with Nirvana meteorites can forge indestructible meteorite iron. Currently, meteorite iron bullets, armor, shields, vehicles, and aircraft have all passed testing and are entering mass production. Any corps that submits Beast King blood or Nirvana meteorites to the Federation will receive generous rewards, including the latest meteorite iron equipment. Although they were speaking quietly in the adjacent room, Du Fei could hear every word clearly. This revelation made his heart skip a beat. Meteoritiran? After a brief moment of thought, he understood. Beast King blood contains trace amounts of controlled elements. Fusing it with Nirvana meteorites would naturally produce the so-called meteorite iron described by the Federation. This must be a semi-finished version of conventional Vibranium, Du Fei mused. While it might not match true Vibranium, its hardness would still be impressive. If made into bullets, their power could rival Mithril bullets. Damn, the Federation's scientists aren't half bad to figure this out, Du Fei muttered, furrowing his brow as he sank into deep thought. So, you're personally leading the command just for the blood of 2 Beast Kings? Chu Zhengxiong's sharp gaze fixed on Mu Yanting. Mu Yanting's expression grew solemn as he explained slowly. This concerns the foundation of the Mu family. The military-industrial enterprise that the old master built with his own hands is now struggling to make ends meet, and the group is gradually declining. I'm worried this will weigh heavily on his mind. The old master is the pillar of the Mu family and cannot afford any setbacks. His tone became more impassioned as he continued. Fortunately, the old master immediately sent word and placed great importance on this hunting mission. Although hunting the Beast Kings would typically require assistance from top-tier military units, the hiring fees for those elites far exceed what we can afford. However, I have obtained the old master's approval to spend a significant sum on securing a batch of the latest meteorite-infused ammunition. This shipment will arrive tomorrow, and will be our trump card. Mu Yanting elaborated further on the state of the military-industrial market. While some major players in the industry have already mastered the technology to produce meteorite-based weaponry, market demand remains immense. Hunting Beast Kings is extremely challenging, and with the scarcity of Nirvana meteorites, weapons forged from them are naturally exorbitantly priced. According to the old master, even vehicles and aircraft with just a thin layer of meteorite plating are outrageously expensive yet still in high demand. So, these 2 Beast Kings are a must for me. This might be the key to reviving the Mu family's military enterprise. Chu Zhengxiong remained silent for a moment after hearing this, then left the room. As he stepped out, he noticed Du Fei's expression and instantly realized the latter had overheard the entire conversation. Du Fei merely gave a faint smile, signaling that no explanation was necessary, while inwardly musing, the Mu family has a military-industrial enterprise? This trip was worth it after all. At the luncheon, Mu Yanting was exceptionally hospitable. Following Du Fei's subtle hints, Chu Zhengxiong refrained from bringing up the specifics of the mission. The two old friends drank and chatted heartily, enjoying each other's company. Meanwhile, Du Fei remained mostly silent, carefully gathering information about the Mu family through Mu Yanting's words. 2 hours later, as the meal concluded, Du Fei's mind had already begun to piece together a plan. As they were parting, Mu Yanting reminded him, "Old Chu, the battle plan has been issued to all units. Your Ironblood Brigade only needs to hold the western side of Outpost 39. Once the mission is complete, there will be plenty of rewards for you." Chu Zhengxiong chuckled. "You're leading the command personally, so be careful. If you can't hold up, just say the word. Bah. Don't jinx it." The two burst into laughter as they bid each other farewell. Back at the Ironblood Brigade camp, Dong Jia immediately reported the preparations. "Commander, Regiment Leader Du, everything is ready. We can depart at any time." When Dong Jia reported the exact count of modified ammunition, Chu Zhengxiang was taken aback. However, Du Fei found it insufficient and instructed that after reaching their station, they should continue working overnight to establish an ammunition depot and further modify the supplies. Chu Zhengxiang solemnly handed over command to Du Fei. Although Dong Jia was unaware of the specific plans the two had devised, he had a strong sense that this mission would impact the future development of both the Ironblood Brigade and the Women's Field Regiment. As the order to depart was given, the convoy roared to life, speeding toward the western side of Outpost 39. They had only 3 hours to reach their destination. Around dusk, at approximately 6 o'clock, the Women's Field Battalion and the Ironblood Brigade arrived at the western side of Outpost 39. In the surrounding forest, over a dozen groups had already set up camp, most of them being military organizations outside the official mission invitation. As the sun set over the jungle, smoke from cooking fires rose from various hills, and more unofficial units and armed groups continued to arrive. After all, this was a Beast King-level hunting mission, and for those scattered mercenaries and guerrilla fighters, just being able to watch from the sidelines was enough to boast about for a lifetime. After selecting advantageous terrain, the Ironblood Brigade's 3 reinforced regiments swiftly sprang into action, setting up defensive structures, building ammunition depots, and establishing their camp. The Women's Field Battalion's camp was positioned near the brigade's command center, adjacent to the ammunition depot, making it convenient for ongoing ammunition modifications. In the clearing, the Women's Field Battalion's convoy and tin drones were lined up in neat formation. The female soldiers, sipping on beverages specially supplied by the Ironblood Brigade, set up brand new tents with cheerful smiles on their faces. Since yesterday, the Ironblood Brigade had provided top-tier support, from food to daily necessities, even going so far as to construct a bathing area and bring in 2 trucks of drinking water exclusively for their use. This level of care brought unprecedented happiness to the female soldiers. "Sister Ruobing, why does it feel like we're not here to fight a war?" Gonting said, licking the beverage from the corner of her lips. "Just wait and see. These girls are bound to be spoiled by the commander sooner or later," Xiaoying remarked, squinting as she puffed on a finely crafted cigar. "Exactly. I feel like they're about to lose their minds." Sun Shaoqian chimed in, biting into a cream-filled pastry. Lu Ruobing could only shake her head helplessly. "The commander is turning us into a sightseeing tour group." As night fell, beastly roars echoed from the southern front. The command center of the Ironblood Brigade was brightly lit, where Du Fei, Chu Zhengxiang, and their adjutant, Dong Jia, were analyzing the situation. Although Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were experienced in combat, they dared not speak rashly in Du Fei's presence, choosing instead to sit quietly and listen. "The beast horde has grown by a third today," Chu Zhengxiang said, pointing to the detection screen. "Since outposts 37 and 38 fell, they haven't launched a direct assault on outpost 39. Instead, they've been expanding slowly, like a snowball, gradually closing in. It seems the 2 Beast Kings possess a certain level of intelligence, orchestrating the horde into a deliberate tactical formation. The quieter it is, the more dangerous it becomes," Chu Zhengxiang continued. "They're creating a false sense of security, lulling us into complacency before launching a sudden attack to inflict psychological shock." "Your analysis is spot on, Commander Chu," Du Fei nodded. "Those 2 Beast Kings are indeed intelligent. However, I don't think their ultimate target is Outpost 39. It's here." He pointed to a location on the detector. "Holy War City?" Chu Zhengxiang and Dong Jia exclaimed in shock. "Exactly," Du Fei confirmed, pointing at the detection screen. "The Horde, Outpost 39, and Holy War City form an equilateral triangle. Between the Horde and Outpost 39 lies open plains, but between the Horde and Holy War City is a mountain. They appear to be targeting Outpost 39, but once humanity's main forces are fully deployed, the Horde could pivot westward at any moment. By then, that mountain won't stop them, and if we try to redeploy forces or wait for reinforcements, I'll be too late." As Du Fei finished speaking, Chu Zhengxiang and Dong Jia exchanged a grave look. Du Fei's analysis was indeed unsettling if what he said was true. The western Dayu Mountain would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the Beast Horde, and Holy War City would be in grave danger. What made it even worse was that the regional defense headquarters was located inside air raid shelter number 1 on Dayu Mountain. This realization sent cold sweat running down their backs, leaving them chilled to the core. If the Beast King could truly devise such a feint strategy, its level of intelligence was genuinely terrifying. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying stared at Du Fei with wide eyes, astonished by his sharp analytical skills. They even found themselves wondering how his mind worked. Where exactly are those 3 elite corps deployed? Du Fei turned to Dong Jie and asked. The Battle Axe Corps, being the strongest, is responsible for the frontal assault and is stationed 10 kilometers outside Stronghold 39. The Arrow Corps and the Steel Fang Corps are positioned on the eastern and western flanks of the stronghold, respectively. Additionally, 6 reinforced divisions are supporting the offensive, Dong Jie reported in detail. The 3 corps are arranged in a pincer formation, prepared to unleash full firepower on the beast horde once they enter the encirclement. So, the western Dayu Mountain is defended solely by the Steel Fang Corps? Yes, the entire corps is stationed at the foot of the mountain. Du Fei rubbed his temples, his brows furrowed tightly. The Steel Fang Corps alone won't hold. They'll probably lose their fangs in the process. He turned to Chu Zhengxiong. You'd better notify your old comrade quickly. Chu Zhengxiong immediately picked up the communicator to make contact. At that moment, inside an air raid shelter halfway up Dayu Mountain, Mu Yanting was discussing battle plans with commanders of various levels. Upon hearing that Commander Chu of the Iron Blood Brigade was calling, he took the communicator and stepped aside. After hearing Chu Zhengxiong relay Du Fei's analysis, Mu Yanting fell silent for a brief moment. After 10 seconds, he spoke, acknowledging the validity of the assessment. The analysis makes sense. The Beast King does possess such intelligence, and we can't rule out this possibility. He then confirmed, this analysis came from that young commander named Du Fei? Yes, Chu Zhengxiong replied, glancing awkwardly at Du Fei. The latter, however, remained composed, casually sipping water from Lu Rubing's cup. For a regional defense commander to remember the name of an auxiliary corps leader was already quite remarkable. At that moment, a voice came through the communicator, accompanied by Mu Yanting's approving laughter. Impressive. I noticed this young man was pretty good at lunchtime today. It seems you've picked an excellent son-in-law for Kursin, huh? The words hit like a bolt of lightning. Du Fei, who was drinking water, was caught off guard and ended up choking, spraying water out of his nose. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were momentarily stunned by what they heard, their gazes darting back and forth between Du Fei and Chu Zhengxiong. It didn't take them long to piece it together. So the regiment commander had been taken on a matchmaking meeting today, and the match turned out to be Chu Zhengxiong's daughter. The 2 women exchanged a quick glance, a flicker of unmistakable anxiety flashing in their eyes. Chu Zhengxiong, on the other hand, was utterly mortified. His face flushed a deep red, and he wished he could disappear into the ground. But as a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure. Ha ha ha, you old rascal, always teasing me for no reason. Let's get back to business. Back to business? Straightening his expression, Chu Zhengxiong said seriously, this matter must be taken seriously. I suggest relocating your command center out of Dayu Mountain as a precaution. Understood. They'll have the Steel Fang Corps stay vigilant and notify the other corps around Sacred War City to heighten their defenses. Old Mu, don't you realize how critical this situation is? This isn't just about boosting defenses. Enough, no need to worry. My plan is meticulous and foolproof, Mu Yanting interrupted. Oh, by the way, pass along a message to that young man, Du Fei. Tell him not to rush off after this mission is complete. I'll personally invite him to the victory celebration. And most importantly, my Wanqing has been asking about him several times today. Since you, old Chu, think highly of this kid, I might as well make my move too. Old Mu, you're just... Chu Zhengxiong stammered, at a loss for words. That's settled then, huh? Mu Yanting's laughter abruptly ceased as the communication was cut off. The room instantly fell into a dead silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chu Zhengxiong's face alternated between shades of green and red, clearly unsure of what to do. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were once again stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. What? Another one? Meanwhile, Dong Jie stood off to the side, looking at Du Fei with admiration, his eyes brimming with envy and respect. But at the center of it all, Du Fei himself was utterly bewildered, his expression one of exasperation. What did I even do? After a brief moment of awkward silence, a communications officer briskly entered the command center, stood at attention, and saluted. Report. The Mithril particle shells allocated by the military district have been delivered to the ammunition depot. How many in total? Chu Zhengxiong asked. 200 rounds. Chu Zhengxiong turned to Du Fei. Not bad. Most of the other reinforced divisions only received around 100 rounds. Looks like old Mu is giving us special treatment. Let's go take a look, Du Fei said as he took the lead, walking out of the brigade command center. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Chu Zhengxiong, and Dong Jie followed behind him, heading toward the ammunition depot. Under the night sky, the ammunition depot was heavily guarded, with sentries stationed every few steps. As they pushed open the door, the brightly lit warehouse revealed a scene of bustling activity. Sun Shaoqian was leading a group of female engineering soldiers, working through the night to modify the ammunition. "Good evening, Commander." "Good evening, Brigade Commander Chu." Upon seeing Du Fei and the others, Sun Shaoqian and the female soldiers immediately put down their work, stood in formation, and saluted. "Good evening, everyone." Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie returned the salute. "Thank you for your hard work." Du Fei nodded in acknowledgement. "It's not hard work," the female soldiers responded firmly, standing tall. "Carry on with your work," Du Fei said as he walked towards several wooden crates marked with special symbols. Opening one of the crates, he found rows of brand new 47mm anti-tank shells neatly arranged inside. "Sun Shaoqian," Du Fei called as he picked up one of the shells to examine it closely. "Present." Sun Shaoqian quickly handed over her current task and jogged over. "Take one of these shells apart for me to see," Du Fei said, intrigued by the Mithril particle shells from the Federation, which he had never encountered before. With the help of two assistants, Sun Shaoqian swiftly completed the disassembly. The fuse, cartridge case, auxiliary components, and filling material were laid out in order on the workbench. The shell structure was similar to standard ammunition, but the filling in the projectile section caught Du Fei's attention. Irregularly sized, bright silver particles and fragments, unmistakably natural mithril. The size of these mithril particles far exceeded the minuscule pieces extracted from the mines operated by the Women's Field Regiment. However, Du Fei couldn't help but shake his head. Such precious mithril, used merely as filler, seemed like an incredible waste. Mithril was lightweight, and even with the explosive force of a shell, its killing power would be limited. Without sufficient explosive force, these plastic-like mithril particles couldn't inflict significant damage on a target. For the Federation, however, this usage was a necessary compromise. They had neither mastered the technology to smelt mithril nor found a way to make it bond with other materials. Even if the Federation masters the smelting technology in the future, without Du Fei's unique rare material smelting agent, they would still be unable to coat mithril onto bullets or projectiles. This critical technological gap made Du Fei shake his head in silent disapproval. After thoroughly analyzing the power of the mithril particle shells, Du Fei concluded that this ammunition had limited lethality against the time beasts. There was still one more type of ammunition to evaluate: the Federation's newly developed meteorite rounds. Each of these rounds, as valuable as diamonds, struck Du Fei as a waste of precious Nirvana meteorite. It was rumored that Mu Yanting had spared no expense in equipping 3 elite corps with this ammunition. Du Fei was eager to see how effective it truly was. Turning to Sun Shaoqian, who was on standby nearby, Du Fei issued an order. "Dismantle all of these shells and replace the fillings with silver-coated projectiles. Collect the recovered natural mithril particles and smelt them for use in modifying other ammunition." "Understood." Sun Shaoqian immediately led her assistants into action. Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jia were momentarily stunned but quickly grasped Du Fei's intentions. It was clear that the Federation's mithril particle shells were far inferior to the modified ammunition of the Women's Field Battalion. After giving some brief instructions and words of encouragement to the female soldiers, Du Fei left the ammunition depot with Chu Zhengxiong and the others. Night had fallen by the time they exited. After seeing Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jia off, Du Fei returned to the camp with Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. Considering the many preparations still needed, he instructed the two women to rest for the night. Watching Du Fei sit alone on a rock, deep in thought, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying felt a pang of concern but didn't dare disturb him. Reluctantly, they returned to their tent. Even after lying down, they tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Under the cover of night, Du Fei contacted Gan Ting via headset. Gan Ting, who was on duty in the control room of Land King Vehicle No. 1, promptly gave a detailed report. Outposts 37 and 38 had been completely overrun and were now swarming with beast eggs. The beast horde was expanding, with nearly 100,000 ferocious beasts, including over 150 level 5-time beasts and tens of thousands of lower-level time beasts. The locations of the two beast kings remained unknown, but Predator No. 1 had spotted the tailless, stealth-winged beast king on the summit of Dayu Mountain. After hearing the report, Du Fei instructed Predator No. 1 to closely monitor the Dayu Mountain area, while Predator No. 2 remained stationed near the camp. Before ending the call, he specifically reminded Gan Ting to take care of herself and get some rest. Du Fei then opened the system interface to meticulously review various data points. When he saw that the intimacy value was about to surpass 6,000 points, he was thrilled. After selecting a few key items, he decided to immediately redeem the URU alloy synthesis technology and the time collection system. Ding! The system notification tone sounded, signaling the successful redemption of these two critical items. As the system notification chimed, two crucial pieces of technological information unfolded in Du Fei's mind. The first was the URU metal synthesis technology. Known as URU Divine Steel, This unique metal not only harbors divine storms, but also possesses the ability to store magic. It is incredibly resilient and exhibits exceptional affinity with elements, making it the ideal material for crafting artifacts. However, synthesizing this metal requires three key components: the collapsed core of a dying magical star, a rare material smelting agent, and energy crystals. This stuff is even more incredible than vibranium. Du Fei's excitement surged. But his enthusiasm was short-lived as he noticed the system's reminder the primary material only exists in uncharted star regions, making it impossible to acquire in his current world. While the other materials were readily available, the absence of the core meant the plan had to be shelved for now. Next came the introduction of the time collection system. This extraordinary device resembled the Sky-Eye intelligence system used by the Kronos Federation, capable of collecting and storing time while providing highly sensitive surveillance and detection capabilities. According to the system's description, once activated, the host would gain an initial domain spanning 10 kilometers in radius, with the domain expanding as more time was stored. Within this domain, the system could automatically take a cut of 5 to 20 when hunting time beasts. As soon as Du Fei finished reviewing the information, he became aware of a vague presence high above in the sky. It appeared to be a massive satellite, with a storage chamber resembling a clock face at its center. The display screen on the satellite showed an endless string of zeros. If I activate this, my domain could render the Sky-Eye completely blind, Du Fei calculated inwardly. Considering the upcoming hunting mission, he decisively issued the activation command. The system immediately prompted him to set the cut percentage. After some thought, Du Fei decided to match the Federation's standard rate of 20 in the early stages to avoid raising suspicion. As for the storage cards, he planned to make them free to use for now and revisit the pricing after his domain expanded. However, he knew the existence of these storage cards had to remain a secret, as exposure could easily lead to accusations of rebellion. After configuring the cut percentage, the system required him to name it, presenting 4 options: Eternal Eye, Genesis Eye, Dome Eye, and Apocalypse Eye. Once selected, the name could not be changed. Du Fei found himself deep in thought. Du Fei pondered for a moment before responding in his mind. Name it the Eternal Eye. The system immediately replied. Host has named the time collection system the Eternal Eye. Confirm? Confirm. A series of system notifications followed. The Eternal Eye has been successfully activated and linked to the Federation's Sky-Eye. The Eternal Storage Card is now effective and can freely transfer funds with the Federation Storage Card. The system also explained 2 key functions. First, it can be turned on or off at any time. While off, it won't collect time bonuses, but storage card transactions remain unaffected. Second, when the domain exceeds 1,000 miles, it can connect to any monitoring device and activate the detection function. After hearing this, Du Fei decided to temporarily shut down the system. With a soft ding, the Eternal Eye shifted to background operation. Gazing at this hard-won time collection system, Du Fei was ecstatic. However, he quickly calmed down, weighing the pros and cons. The current domain was too small, and keeping it active for long periods might draw the Federation's attention. Only when the domain expanded significantly and the monitoring and detection functions were fully activated could he use it with peace of mind. As for financial matters, to avoid suspicion, the Women's Field Regiment would continue using the Federation storage card for now. However, the time he collected could be privately transferred to the Eternal Eye, something the Federation would never be able to trace. The night deepened as Du Fei returned to his tent. Before sleeping, he checked his intimacy points. 333 remained. Thinking about the many pieces of equipment in the tech library still waiting to be redeemed, he sighed and drifted into a troubled sleep. By dawn, a tense atmosphere engulfed the 39th outpost and its surrounding 100-mile radius. Deafening beast roars echoed repeatedly as a massive horde advanced northward from the south. 3 elite military corps battle axe, steel fong, and sharp arrow were stationed east, north, and west, fully prepared. Artillery, armored infantry, tanks, drones, and various other weaponry were all on high alert, ready for action. Inside the number 1 air defense bunker at Daishan, Mu Yanting and other commanders kept their eyes glued to the detection screens. Though the locations of the 2 Beast Kings remained unclear, they were certain the kings would reveal themselves once the battle began. With the support of meteoric iron ammunition, hunting the Beast Kings would no longer be an impossible task. At 7 a.m., just after finishing breakfast, Du Fei and his team heard Gan Ting's urgent voice through their earpieces. Reporting to the commander, Predator 1 has spotted signs of a Beast King. On my way, Du Fei responded immediately, heading toward the independent control room of the number 1 Land King combat vehicle with Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian. Commander, Predator 1 just tracked the previous invisible winged beast and captured a video, Gan Ting reported. Play it, Du Fei ordered. Gan Ting clicked on the video. As the footage played, a dense layer of clouds appeared on the screen. A massive red was speeding through the clouds from east to west. Suddenly, it slowed down and began circling slowly over a specific area. Du Fei's eyes narrowed. Check the coordinates of this area. Yes, sir. Gonting responded quickly, operating the system. Moments later, she found the result and said gravely, this area belongs to the airspace of Holy War City. Below it is Holy War City itself. Du Fei frowned, making an instant judgment. It's probing the laser defense system of Holy War City. Lu Ruobing, Xiao Ying, Sun Shaoqian, and Gonting exchanged surprised glances. The commander had previously predicted that the beast swarm might attack Holy War City, and now it seemed his judgment was spot on. The footage continued. The massive red completed a full circle over Holy War City's airspace and suddenly switched to attack mode, diving sharply in one direction. However, the moment it exposed itself, it seemed to trigger Holy War City's laser defense system. Sensing the danger, the red immediately cloaked itself again and swiftly turned to flee. The screen briefly flickered with static interference, and the red disappeared into the clouds. It's that cloaking queen wing. Lu Ruobing confirmed. Yes, but it seems larger than before. Xiaoying added. Du Fei frowned slightly. Although the cloaking queen wing appeared in the footage for less than a second, he had a vague sense that something was amiss. Replay that, he instructed Gonting. Gonting froze the footage at the moment the cloaking queen wing appeared. This time, every detail became clear. The four women widened their eyes, staring in shock at the image on the screen. The cloaking queen wing's abdomen was abnormally swollen, covered in sharp, spiked scales, and part of its tail was missing. Its bare wings spread wide, and its massive head, with sunken eye sockets glowing red, displayed a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Most shocking of all, a creature known as the Shadow Beast clung to its back. Zoom in, Du Fei ordered. Gonting magnified the footage several times. The Shadow Beast, half the size of the cloaking queen wing, became even more distinct. Its back was lined with appendages crackling with blue electric arcs. A thunderlight beast. The group exclaimed almost in unison, recognizing this dangerous species. The alliance of two airborne beast kings made the situation even more dire. In the footage, the thunderlight beast gripped the cloaking queen wing's abdomen tightly with its four claws, its body pressed against the base of the other creature's tail. The cloaking queen wing tilted its head back, drooling with a look of apparent satisfaction. What are they doing? Sun Shaoqian asked curiously. Gonting zoomed in further, and the women leaned closer to examine the screen. Suddenly, their faces turned bright red, and the footage was quickly turned off. Du Fei ignored their embarrassment, instead focusing on the gravity of the situation. This means the Thunderlight Beast can now use the cloaking ability to unleash lightning attacks from the air at will. He quickly issued orders. Sun Shaoqian, increase the production of aerial drone bomb payloads immediately. Gonting, send this footage to the Iron Blood Brigade headquarters. He turned and gestured to Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. You two, come with me. Yes, sir. At the border between Shangzhan City and Beihan City, in the 9th District's Military Industry Department. Inside the office, Mu Qinshuan, dressed in a black uniform, was seated at his desk. His graying temples gave him a stern appearance. As the head of the 9th District's Military Industry Department and the father of Mu Yanting, he was inquiring about the latest military supply updates from his secretary, Chunlong. Chunlong, has that batch of meteoric iron ammunition been delivered? Sir, it arrived last night, and the research team from the Mu Military Industry Group has also reached Shangzhan City. The middle-aged secretary replied respectfully. How are Yanting and his team preparing? Rest assured, sir. This mission is personally overseen by young Master Yanting, and he is fully confident. Mu Qinshuan frowned in thought, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. For some reason, I can't shake a sense of unease about this hunting mission in Shangzhan City. After all, it's facing two beast kings. His gaze fell on the communicator on his desk. After hesitating for a moment, he finally pressed the communication button. Reporting to the minister, this is the Military Industry Department calling. The voice of a staff member from the 9th District Supervisory Department came through the communicator. The Military Industry Department? Wang Jianqing frowned slightly, while Wang Shuzhen, standing beside him, showed an expectant expression, as if she had already guessed the identity of the caller. Put it through. Jianqing, my brother. It's Mu Qinshuan. A familiar voice came through, causing Wang Jianqing to tense up as memories surged back. Those memories of Wang Shuzhen and Du Lei, the falling out between two old friends, and the pain of becoming estranged from his daughter all became vividly clear in that moment. Godfather! Wang Shuzhen suddenly exclaimed into the communicator. Zhener. Mu Qinshuan's voice was filled with surprise. Brother Qinshuan, Zhener has returned, Wang Jianqing said, his voice choked with emotion. It was my fault back then. Let's not dwell on the past. It's good that you and your daughter have reconciled, Mu Qinshuan said with a chuckle. However, I still support Zhener being with that boy Du Lei. Wang Shuzhen's eyes filled with tears at his words. Godfather, Du Lei. He was captured by the rebels. What? What happened? Wang Jianqing handed a few pills to his daughter. Go. Give one to each of Su Zhong and the others. Once Wang Shuzhen had closed the door behind her, he began to recount the full story to his old friend how Du Lei had been imprisoned in the mines by the cabinet and later abducted by the rebels. I warned you repeatedly before, there's something off about that Wu family boy. Mu Qianxuan's voice came through the communicator, followed by a sigh. Forget it. Let's not dwell on this. You and Zhon'er don't need to worry. I'll have the Sacred War District think of a solution on my end. After a brief pause, he continued. By the way, Jianqing, I have a somewhat difficult request. Brother Qianxuan, just say the word. Wang Jianqing responded immediately. Here's the thing. The Yenting Defense Division has set up a Beast King level hunting ground, and I was hoping you could help relay a signal privately so I can monitor the battle in real time. Wang Jianqing frowned upon hearing this, sinking into thought. Seeing his hesitation, Mu Qianxuan tentatively asked, Jianqing, does this involve classified information? Brother Qianxuan, it does indeed involve classified matters, extremely classified matters. In fact, Wang Jianqing replied after a moment of contemplation, as though making a firm decision. And it's something that concerns you as well. I hope you can handle it with utmost discretion. Oh, if it's a secret that involves me, then I'm even more curious. Rest assured, they'll keep it confidential. Wang Jianqing took a deep breath. Do you remember the two test tube babies Du Lei raised? Of course I remember. Mu Qianxuan's tone suddenly lightened. I personally selected the boy the year the clinic opened, and the girl was adopted by him later. The boy should be graduating at 18 now. A few months ago, Zhon'er even mentioned that he was an outstanding student and wanted me to arrange a good regiment for him. But recently, I haven't been able to reach her or Du Lei. Don't bring that up, Wang Jianqing sighed. That boy was assigned by Wu Dagui to a struggling, unofficial women's regiment upon graduation. What? That scoundrel! Mu Qianxuan exclaimed, furious. Which unit is he in? What's the situation now? Wang Jianqing gestured for calm. Brother Qianxuan, let me explain. That boy is now the commander of an unofficial women's field regiment in the Fuxing district, and he's an extraordinary genius. The weapons and ammunition technology he's developed far surpass those of the major military corporations. That unit, which was initially powerless in combat, achieved a sweeping victory in the Blackwater River battle a month ago, with 0 casualties. Their combat ranking jumped from over 300,000 to the top 100,000. And in the Qingchuan Ruins battle half a month ago, your Sacred War District's Iron Blood Brigade only triumphed because of them. That boy not only created weapons and ammunition capable of inflicting fatal damage on time beasts, but also developed aircraft that even the Sky Eye system cannot detect. Although the Women's Field Battalion's weapons and equipment appeared outdated, their ammunition was far more powerful than the Federation's Mithril particle shells and even surpassed the newly developed meteoric iron ammunition. This was fully demonstrated during the Battle of the Qingchuan Ruins. They not only managed to kill dozens of level 5 chronobeasts, but also injured a stealth wing queen. Notably, the injured stealth wing queen is now one of the 2 beast kings in the Holy War Military District's hunting grounds. Wang Jianqing meticulously laid out all the details about Du Fei to Mu Qianxuan, the process of deleting Du Fei's data from the Sky Eye system, the reasons for covering for him, and Du Fei's current exact location. Mu Qianxuan drew in a sharp breath, momentarily speechless with shock. Knowing Wang Jianqing as well as he did, Mu was certain that this information was absolutely true. So, you're saying Du Fei is currently in the hunting grounds of the Holy War Military District? Mu Qianxuan asked, working to calm himself. That's correct. Wang Jianqing confirmed solemnly. The advanced technology Du Fei possesses must not fall into the hands of other major players within the Federation. Otherwise, he will face extreme danger. After careful consideration, I believe only your Mu Defense Industries can provide him with protection. All right. Mu Qianxuan's excited voice came through the communicator. Jianqing, I completely understand. Brother Qianxuan, there's no need to forward the hunting ground signals, correct? No need. Good. Be sure to delete the record of this communication. Don't worry, Jianqing, I know what to do. Take care. The moment the communication ended, Mu Qianxuan, in his office at the Defense Division, trembled with excitement. This is a gold mine. Mu Defense Industries is bound to rise to the top. Chunlong, contact Yenting immediately. Yes, sir. Chunlong picked up the communicator, only to be met with a harsh, grating noise. Sir, the signal is heavily disrupted. We can't connect to the command center at Dayu Mountain. Mu Qianxuan frowned, then decisively waved his hand. Prepare the car. We're heading back to Holy War City immediately. Yes, sir. Inside the Iron Blood Brigade command room, the screen of the detection device displayed a clear and frozen image of 2 beast kings. Chu Zhangxiong and Dong Jia looked visibly shocked. If they're like this, then... Chu Zhangxiong frowned. It won't be easy to take them down one by one. Dong Jia chimed in. Chu Zhangxiong nodded in agreement. As a seasoned beast hunting expert, even he was encountering such a rare situation for the first time. After a quick analysis, he swiftly realized the gravity of the problem. Two beast kings complementing each other, sharing energy and coordinating seamlessly, Chu Zhengxiong muttered, clicking his tongue. Commander Chu is absolutely right. Their combined attacks under such coordination are truly formidable, Du Fei agreed. Sitting to the side, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying avoided commenting on the Beast King's condition due to the presence of others. They turned their faces away, appearing slightly awkward. If only the commander were present, they might have been more willing to join the analysis and discussion. Brother Du, Chu Zhengxiang said gravely, turning to Du Fei. Mu Yanting is determined to stick to his tactics, and we can't count on the 3 advanced corps. Since the Beast Horde's target is Holy War City, our next move should be, we'd better relocate our position now, Du Fei said, pointing to a blank spot on the detector screen. We need to move here and set up defenses immediately. To the west of Dayu Mountain. The terrain there is perfect for both offense and defense, an ideal location. Chu Zhengxiang and Dong Jie agreed in unison. This position, situated between Dayu Mountain and Holy War City, would allow them to block the Beast Horde outside the city even if it crossed the mountain, buying time for other corps to retreat and provide reinforcements. Contact Command Center at Defense Bunker Number 1 immediately and request permission to relocate. Chu Zhengxiong ordered without hesitation. Dong Jie quickly operated the communicator, but only static interference came through. The signal's being jammed. We can't get through. It seems the situation at Dayu Mountain is worse than we thought. We'll have to act first and report later. If anything goes wrong, they'll take full responsibility. Brother Du, go ahead and give the orders. Chu Zhengxiong said decisively. Du Fei nodded, glanced at the detector, and began issuing a series of commands through his headset. Gonting. Commander, Gonting here. Plot the quickest route to coordinates 762,303 within 5 minutes. Understood. Sun Shaoqian. Yes, Commander. How many rounds of bombing can the current airdropped munitions sustain? 40 drones from the Iron Blood Brigade and 10 from Yuznov for nearly 20 rounds of bombing. Good. Hand over all ammunition to the Iron Blood Brigade and return to base to await further orders. Understood. Shortly after, Gonting reported back. Commander, the shortest route has been mapped out. Ready to move any time. Du Fei checked the time and turned to Chu Zhengxiang and Dong Jie. We'll depart for the west of Dayu Mountain in 10 minutes. Both men nodded in agreement. Du Fei then led Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying back to the Women's Field Battalion camp to prepare. 10 minutes later, a single order rang out. Move out. Head to coordinates 762,303 immediately. Boom, 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 boom. The number 1 and number 2 Land King combat vehicles of the Women's Field Battalion were the first to set off, with the Iron Blood Brigade's convoy following closely behind. Under the astonished gazes of numerous surrounding military units, the two teams quickly departed from the west side of Outpost 39, disappearing into the distance. Inside the command center of Air Defense Bunker Number 1 in Dayu Mountain, Mu Yanting and his elite team were intensely focused on the screens of the detection devices. These men and women, commanders from the Holy War Garrison Division, were his most trusted officers, their faces tense yet filled with excitement. The screens displayed dense clusters of red dots moving slowly, on the verge of entering the encirclement of the advanced forces of the Tomahawk, Steel Fang, and Sharp Arrow Corps. Several female officers were so anxious and exhilarated that their breathing quickened, anticipating the critical moment. Wait, why did the Beast Horde stop? A deputy suddenly asked in confusion. At that moment, all the screens in the command center began flickering, displaying static and chaotic lines. General, all signals in the command center are severely disrupted. A communications officer reported just as a thunderous explosion echoed from the bunker entrance. Amid the guards' agonized screams, a blinding flash of electricity streaked through the air, and several guards fell to the ground. Immediately after, the entire bunker shook violently, with dust and debris cascading down as everyone was thrown to the ground by the sudden impact. Another deafening explosion followed, and the bunker trembled once more. A massive boulder dislodged from the ceiling, hurtling straight toward Mu Yanting. In the nick of time, a formidable female officer lunged forward, pulling him out of harm's way. A beast's earth-shattering roar echoed through the bunker, and everyone instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Quick, cover the general. Get him into the tunnel. Evacuate. Amid the relentless impacts, Mu Yanting was hurriedly escorted out by his team. Meanwhile, stationed at the foot of Dayu Mountain, the Steel Fang Corps witnessed an astonishing sight. A massive, stealth-winged beast, 20 to 30 meters long and covered in spiked scales, suddenly appeared halfway up the mountain. On its back clung an enormous, crackling thunderlight beast. The two Beast Kings were furiously attacking the bunker. It's the Stealth Wing Queen and the Thunderlight Beast, the Steel Fang Corps commander exclaimed, just as the Stealth Wing Queen vanished into the air. At the same time, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant beast horde, and countless ferocious creatures surged toward Dayu Mountain like a tidal wave. Beast tide incoming. Everyone, prepare for battle. Call the Tomahawk Corps. Call the Sharp Arrow Corps. Request reinforcements. Hold the line no matter what. Hold the line. Roar, roar, roar. The deafening roars of the beast horde shook the valley, surging toward Dayu Mountain like a flood bursting through a dam. The Steel Fang Corps quickly shifted into combat mode. Tank cannons swiveled into position. Armored vehicles moved into place. Laser weapons charged up, and artillery systems locked onto their targets. As a high-ranking military unit, the commanders only allowed themselves a fleeting moment of unease before regaining their composure. At the countdown of 3, 2, 1, the frontline observation post reported that the beasts had entered firing range. Fire at will. With that command, all 4 divisions and multiple positions of the Steel Fang Corps erupted simultaneously. Streaks of laser beams and the thunderous booms of artillery resounded in unison. A relentless barrage of ammunition rained down on the beasts like a torrential downpour. The battlefield was illuminated by the flashes of explosions, and the echoes of detonations reverberated through the valley. Thus began the Battle of Dayu Mountain. Reinforcements will arrive soon. The beast horde must not break through the Dayu Mountain defense line. The Steel Fang Corps commander, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately issued orders to hold the line at all costs. Soldiers at the frontline positions gritted their teeth and launched a desperate resistance. At that moment, Mu Yanting emerged from the tunnel leading to the command center at the foot of the mountain, flanked by guards and officers. His face was smeared with dust, and his expression was grim. The Steel Fang Corps commander spotted him and immediately shouted, "Protect the general!" The special forces, already on standby, swiftly formed a protective circle around Mu Yanting with insulated shields. Mu Yanting gestured for them to stand down and push through the crowd. Staring at the vast, dark mass of the beast horde in the distance, he murmured to himself, "The Holy War City. Their target is the Holy War City." Memories of Du Fei's analysis of the beast horde's movements from the previous night flooded his mind, stirring a mix of emotions. He had believed it highly unlikely that the Beast King could employ human-like diversionary tactics. With 3 elite military corps already stationed, he had hoped to annihilate the horde in one decisive strike. Yet now, the extremely unlikely scenario he had dismissed was unfolding before his eyes. For the first time in his career as the highest commander of the defense zone, Mu Yanting felt a chill down his spine. "Zhu Daho, what's the situation?" Mu Yanting turned to the Steel Fang Corps commander for an update. "General, it's not looking good," Zhu Dahu replied, standing at attention and saluting. 2 Beast Kings attacked the command center and then swiftly disappeared. It seems they triggered some kind of signal that has driven the horde into a frenzy. The pressure on the frontline positions is immense. We've already requested reinforcements from the Tomahawk and Arrow Corps. If support doesn't arrive in time, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer. General, I suggest we prepare for a retreat in advance, reported Zhu Dahu, the commander of the Steel Fang Legion, in a swift tone. Upon hearing this, Mu Yanting immediately issued an order. "Contact the Battle Axe and Sharp Arrow Legions. I'll speak with them personally." With that, he strode toward the command center, constructed with insulated materials. At the forward positions of Dayu Mountain, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos. Explosions shattered distant mountaintops, filling the ravines with thick smoke, while flames erupted through the dense forests. Dozens of massive level 5 chronobeasts let out earth-shaking roars, their spines glowing with piercing blue light. Under the effects of their battle frenzy, they charged the Steel Fang Legion's positions with unrelenting ferocity, undeterred by the relentless barrage of artillery fire. Meanwhile, on the eastern and northern fronts, the Sharp Arrow and Battle Axe Legions were caught off guard. A beast horde that had been moving toward Outpost 39 suddenly shifted direction, surging westward toward Dayu Mountain. Just as the creatures were about to enter the encirclement, this unexpected turn of events left everyone scrambling to adjust. Report. The Dayu Mountain Command Center is under attack. Situation critical. Report. Emergency support request received from the Steel Fang Legion. Report. The situation has changed. General Mu has issued urgent instructions. A flurry of urgent reports spurred both legions into immediate action. "This battle makes no sense," the Battle Axe Legion's commander muttered with a frown before decisively issuing orders. "Deploy 6 reinforced divisions from the perimeter to provide immediate support to Dayu Mountain. The 2 forward mobile divisions are to move out at once and rendezvous with the Steel Fang Legion from the right flank. Deploy all unmanned bombers now." On the eastern front, the commander of the Sharp Arrow Legion, staring intently at the detection screens, gave similar orders. "Advance the entire line toward Dayu Mountain at full speed. Use artillery fire to pin down the rear beast horde. Deploy all unmanned bombers and hit them hard. Draw the beasts toward us." At coordinates 762,303, the Women's Field Regiment and the Ironblood Brigade had already reached the western side of Dayu Mountain, working urgently to fortify their defenses. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying took their positions atop Land King vehicles number 1 and number 2, ready to act at a moment's notice. Du Fei, Chu Zhengxiang, and Dong Jie stood in the temporary command post, watching the smoke rise from the eastern side of Daiyu Mountain. Gan Ting, what's the current status of the Steel Fang Legion's position? Du Fei asked through his headset. Reporting to the commander, the Steel Fang Legion is living up to its reputation as a top-tier unit. Their forward positions are delivering tremendous firepower, but their ammunition consumption is enormous. For now, they've managed to hold off the level 1 and level 2 beasts in the front ranks, but the rear is packed with level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts. It feels like the Horde is deliberately trying to deplete their ammo. Once the higher-level chrono beasts launch their assault, I'm afraid they won't last long. Understood, Du Fei replied. Brother Du, when are we linking up with the Steel Fang Legion? Chu Zhengxiong asked. Du Fei rubbed his temples, contemplating for a moment before responding. The battle has just begun. They can hold out for now. We need to use this time to make some preparations. Got it. Chu Zhengxiong nodded solemnly, his brows furrowed as he said, Brother Du, we must ensure old Mu's safety. Understood. Du Fei raised his head, pondered for a moment, then pressed the communication button on his headset. Sun Shaoqian, what's the current location of the two Beast Kings? Reporting to the commander, the two Beast Kings seem to have disappeared into the valley directly south. Predator Unit 2 is currently conducting a search. Sun Xiaoqian's clear voice came through the headset. The valley to the south? Du Fei's brows knitted tightly. He decisively ordered, pull back for now. Assign Predator Unit 2 to escort the unmanned bomber and prepare for combat. Understood. Ganting, from now on, Predator Unit 1 will focus on protecting the Steel Fang Corps' command center and ensuring their safety. Simultaneously, plan an evacuation route in advance. Understood. Ganting responded crisply. Du Fei then used his headset to check the readiness of other units. How's everyone's preparation coming along? Reporting to the commander, Land King Tank Unit 1 is ready and standing by. Lu Ruobing reported loudly. Reporting to the commander, Land King Tank Unit 2 is ready and standing by. Xiaoying followed up immediately. Reporting to the commander, all 10 infantry tracked combat vehicles are in position and ready to act at any time. Infantry Commander Qin Minghan replied. Reporting to Commander Du, the Iron Blood Brigade's entire arsenal is in place. Drones, tanks, armor-tracked vehicles, artillery systems all ready and awaiting orders. Dong Jie's voice was filled with determination. Good. Du Fei gazed at the distant mountains where explosions roared, taking a deep breath as the image of the Eternal Eye flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, 3 heavily armed military vehicles were speeding towards Sacred War City at an astonishing pace. Inside one of the vehicles, Secretary Qinlong reported nervously, Sir, we've entered the hunting ground. The battle has begun. The situation has changed. Young Master Yin Ting is currently at the Steel Fang Corps' command center, and the situation is extremely dire. What about the Women's Field Corps and the Iron Blood Brigade? Mu Qinshuan asked in a deep voice. The two corps are together, but young Master Yin Ting has stationed them on the outer perimeter. Qinlong replied with a bitter smile. Mu Qiangxin's brows furrowed deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively ordered, contact that kid Chu Zhengxiong immediately. Yes, sir. Commander, the Ministry of Military Industry is calling. Dong Jie's voice suddenly broke the silence in the command center. Chu Zhengxiong immediately picked up the communicator. This is Chu Zhengxiong speaking. Zhengxiong, it's Qinlong. Brother Long, what's going on? We've reached the outskirts of the hunting ground. The minister wants to talk to you. Hearing that the old man wanted to speak, Chu Zhengxiong paused for a moment. Soon, the steady voice of Mu Qinshuan came through the communicator. Zhengxiong, what's your current position? Sir, you're not planning to personally visit the Iron Blood Brigade's front line, are you? I am, Mu Qinshuan replied succinctly. Chu Zhengxiong turned to Du Fei and lowered his voice. The old man from the Mu family is on his way. What do you think? Du Fei frowned slightly and gave a small nod. He vividly remembered the information he had learned during that dinner meeting. The Mu family military-industrial group was founded single-handedly by Mu Qinshuan. Although Mu Qinshuan served as the minister of the military industry in District 9, he struggled to overcome the limitation of his family's enterprise, which could only produce conventional weapons. This company played a crucial role in Du Fei's plans, directly impacting the future development of the Women's Field Battalion. Coordinates 762,303, Chu Zhengxiong reported over the communicator. Understood. They'll be there shortly. About 10 minutes later, 3 military vehicles arrived at the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Accompanied by Qinlong and his security detail, Mu Qinshuan strode purposefully towards the command center. Chu Zhengxiong, Dong Jie, and Du Fei stepped forward to greet him. Sir, with all this artillery fire, why have you come to the front line yourself? Chu Zhengxiong asked. Mu Qinshuan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze locking onto Du Fei. You must be Du Lei's son, Du Fei? You knew my father? Du Fei asked, surprised. Not just knew him, your father was my student, Mu Qianxuan replied with a meaningful smile. This unexpected revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. Young man, come with me. We have a lot to discuss. Meanwhile, the situation on the Steelfang core front line was growing increasingly dire. The relentless roars of LV5 chrono beasts echoed through the beast horde, as if signaling commands. The horde became even more frenzied, some leaping and thrashing, others forming wave-like formations. Large numbers of LV3 and LV4 chrono beasts surged from the rear, launching a fierce assault on Dayu Mountain. The front line was under immense pressure. At this critical moment, a rumbling sound filled the sky as hundreds of bombing drones arrived, just-in-time reinforcements from the battle axe and arrow corps. A barrage of bombs rained down on the beast horde, triggering a series of massive explosions. The scene was spectacular, but these conventional bombs were primarily effective against the mutant beasts. Apart from the mutated beasts and low-tier chrono beasts that were injured or killed by the explosions, the LV3 and LV4 chrono beasts sustained only minor injuries. This, however, enraged the entire beast horde, intensifying their assault as they surged toward the front line like an unstoppable tide. Meteorite shells target the LV5 chrono beasts. Pulse laser cannons, Mithril particle guns, get ready. Fire! The frontline commander's voice echoed through the communicator. Reinforcements quickly moved into position. The Arrow Corps launched a full-scale offensive on the rear of the beast horde, while two divisions of the Battle Axe Corps flanked from the right to provide fire support for the Steelfang Corps. Meanwhile, 6 reinforced divisions from the Holy Crusade Army's outer zone arrived at the Great Valley Mountain stronghold, instantly forming a dense web of firepower over the battlefield. Under this relentless bombardment, several LV3 and LV4 chrono beasts fell, and even a few LV5 chrono beasts were obliterated on the spot. General, reinforcements have arrived, reported Zhu Dahu, commander of the Steelfang Corps, with excitement. Excellent. Mu Yanting, eyes fixed on the scanner, gave the order. Increase firepower across the board and suppress the horde completely. Just as Zhu Dahu was about to relay the command, the sky suddenly darkened. Hundreds of LV3 and LV4 stealth-winged beasts appeared out of nowhere, blotting out the sky. Like flashes of lightning, they dove toward the bombing drones, triggering a series of explosions in the sky. Burning fragments of the drones rained down. Moments later, thunderclaps boomed across the air as thick bolts of lightning struck down in rapid succession. This is bad, it's the Thunderlight beasts. The commanders of the 3 corps exclaimed in unison. The stealthy attacks from the fused Beast Kings unleashed chaotic lightning strikes, leaving no predictable pattern. Before the heavy weapon emplacements could activate their insulation shields, they were devastated. The rampaging electricity crippled weapon systems one after another. Reporting to the general, the front line is on the verge of collapse. Urgent reports from various commanders poured in. Zhu Dahu's expression turned grim. General, we should cover your retreat. Mu Yanting clenched his teeth. Retreat is not an option. We must hold our ground. General, there's a call from the rear. A communications officer handed over the device. Who is it? I told you to retreat. A commanding voice came through the communicator. Mu Yanting froze for a moment. Father. The signal from the Iron Blood Brigade came through the communication channel, catching Mu Yanting off guard. What surprised him even more was that the old man, Mu Qianxuan, had personally arrived in the hunting mission area. Retreat immediately. Defy has already mapped out the route. Mu Qianxuan's voice carried an undeniable authority. Defy? Before Mu Yanting could process this, Chu Jingxiong's voice came through the communicator. Old Mu, coordinates 762,303. Move to this position quickly. The route has been sent. There are things to discuss once you're safe. With that, the communication was cut off. General, we've received the route plan by the External Women's Field Battalion of the Fuxing Military District, the communications officer promptly reported. Zhu Dahu, the commander of the Steelfang Corps, urged anxiously, General, the old man has spoken. We must retreat now. Mu Yanting stared at the scanner and decisively ordered, Infantry, move uphill and secure the high ground to intercept the beast horde. Armored units, tanks, and anti-aircraft artillery, retreat along the mountain base to the rear. Yes, sir. Zhu Dahu responded immediately. Several reinforced luxury military vehicles quickly pulled up to the command center. As Mu Yanting led the officers out of the command center, a chilling screech suddenly echoed overhead. Over a dozen LV3 and LV4 stealth-winged beasts dove down like lightning, their appearance draining the color from the faces of several female officers nearby. Stealth-winged beasts incoming. Full alert. Engage. Special forces and security personnel immediately raised their weapons and fired into the sky, but ordinary bullets had little effect on the massive creatures. 2 LV4 stealth-winged beasts ignored the hail of gunfire and charged directly at Mu Yanting and his group. Protect the general. Zhu Dahu roared. The special forces and guards quickly formed a human shield, surrounding Mu Yanting in the center. Just as the two beasts were about to strike, two streams of lethal fire erupted midair, taking them down on the spot. Moments later, more firepower rained down, striking the remaining stealth-winged beasts one after another. The creatures let out harrowing screams as their blood and flesh splattered, their massive bodies crashing to the ground. The earth trembled under the impact. My God, what kind of weapon is that? Looks like a stealth aircraft. The power is unbelievable. Everyone present stared at the sky in shock and awe. Mu Yanting's gaze fell on the mangled corpses of the stealth-winged beasts not far away, his mind racing. What kind of mysterious weapon could so effortlessly take down high-level stealth-winged beasts? And which military unit did it belong to? At that moment, a message came through the public channel of the hunting mission. Attention, all legions. Attention, all legions. The announcement from the scientific research team of the Mu Military Industry Group suddenly echoed across all communication channels. This groundbreaking news instantly captured the attention of every legion participating in the hunting grounds mission. After nearly a century of research, we have finally achieved a breakthrough in Mithril technology. We have successfully mastered the refining and smelting process of Mithril and developed powerful Mithril-based ammunition. Additionally, we have created a series of advanced combat vehicles, drones, and other secret weapons. With approval from the Federal 9th District's Military Industry Department, these cutting-edge weapons will undergo live testing during this Beast King-level hunting grounds mission. Upon successful validation, we will commence mass production, ushering in a new era of beast hunting for all legions. The announcement played on repeat, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Mu Yanting stood frozen, disbelief written all over his face. How is this possible? He murmured to himself. Just a couple of days ago, the old man was still worried about the company's poor performance. How could this happen so suddenly? General, Zhu Dahu was the first to react, immediately issuing orders. Quick, cover the general's retreat. Before Mu Yanting could fully process what was happening, several female officers swiftly escorted him into a vehicle. The news spread like a bombshell, causing an uproar among all the legions. Elite groups like the Tomahawk and Arrow legions, as well as all official military units and even the auxiliary armed organizations in the outer regions, were abuzz with heated discussions about this astonishing breakthrough. Mithril technology? This is a challenge the Federation has been trying to overcome for years. First it was meteoric iron ammunition, and now Mithril weaponry. We'd better start gathering intel from the Mu Military Industry Group right away. While the shockwaves rippled through various factions, a luxurious vehicle rolled to a stop at a camp belonging to an armed organization in the outer hunting grounds. The car door opened, and a young woman dressed in a black, tight-fitting leather skirt gracefully stepped out. Two armed female bodyguards followed closely behind. The woman, in her early 20s, had a tall, striking figure, her long legs accentuated by sheer black stockings, exuding an irresistible allure. She was none other than the infamous Black Phoenix, a powerful figure in the black market. Her influence was unparalleled in the black market situated at the intersection of the Holy War, North Cold, and Revival Bay cities. Sister Phoenix, did you hear the message on the public channel just now? A tall woman leaning on a crutch asked. She looked to be in her early 20s, dressed in a camouflage outfit, her delicate features exuding a wild charm. Her chest pushed against the neckline of her top, faintly revealing a spade-shaped tattoo below her collarbone. This woman, named Lawn, was the same beauty who had previously sold Nirvana meteorite to defy. At the moment, her thigh was wrapped in bandages, clearly the result of a gunshot wound. A trace of doubt flickered in Black Phoenix's eyes. I heard it. The fact that Mu's military group managed to develop mithril ammunition is indeed surprising. As a black market operator, she not only had access to insider information but also shared a long-standing connection with Chen Long, the secretary of the Ministry of Military Industry. She was well-versed in the details of Mu's military group. This sudden breakthrough in scientific research presented a lucrative opportunity. If this mithril ammunition truly had unique lethality against the time beasts, its market potential would be immense. She began calculating, silently leveraging her connections with the Ministry of Military Industry. Smuggling this ammunition could bring in a huge profit. Sister Phoenix, if this ammunition is cheaper than meteorite-based rounds, could you help us get some? Lon asked, her gaze fixed on Black Phoenix. You're planning to deal with the time beast in the crater? Black Phoenix raised an eyebrow. Exactly. There's a level 6 time beast entrenched there, and we can't start mining until it's eliminated. We could trade Nirvana meteorite for the ammunition. All right, they'll get in touch with Uncle Chen and check the prices. If it's feasible, they'll get you a batch. Black Phoenix gestured toward 2 trucks behind her. In the meantime, use these supplies. The 109th and 121st Divisions from the Revival Military Zone shouldn't be able to track you here. Stay put and recover. They'll come to pick you up after the hunting mission is over. Thank you, Sister Phoenix. Don't be silly, girl. No need to be so formal with me. Meanwhile, the battlefield was becoming increasingly dire. The heavy weaponry positions of the Steel Fang, Battle Axe, and Sharp Arrow Elite Corps had all been struck by lightning attacks. Although they swiftly deployed insulation shields, two Beast Kings had already completed their assault and vanished into the clouds. After hundreds of drones were destroyed, dozens of level 5-time beasts, now unthreatened, emitted blinding blue lights from their spines as they roared in unison, charging toward the base of Dayu Mountain. The Steel Fang Corps was forced to abandon their heavy weaponry positions. Infantry retreated while fighting, and armored and tank units followed orders to move up the mountain. The 5 reinforced luxury military vehicles carrying Mu Yanting and a group of commanders sped along the rugged mountain road. The wheels bounced over the uneven terrain, causing the vehicles to jolt and sway. As they passed through a canyon, they suddenly encountered a massive horde of beasts. Leading the pack were over a dozen LV-3 and LV-4 chronobeasts, followed by hundreds of mutated creatures. Originally heading to intercept the armored units at the mountain base, the beast horde immediately changed course upon spotting the military convoy. Letting out deafening roars, they charged at the vehicles like rabid dogs. Deputy Zhou, step on it. Lose them. Mu Yanting commanded sharply. Yes, General, the deputy responded, slamming down on the accelerator. Machine guns, open fire. The machine guns mounted on all 5 vehicles roared to life, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the beast horde. While many mutated beasts fell under the relentless fire, the chronobeasts pressed on undeterred. The gap between the pursuing beasts and the convoy narrowed rapidly, and the situation grew increasingly dire. The vehicles raced along the treacherous mountain road, jostling violently with every bump. Inside, the female commanders clung tightly to Mu Yanting, their bodies swaying with the turbulence. They gritted their teeth, enduring the discomfort brought by the relentless jolting. Faster! Mu Yanting barked, his brows furrowed in tension. General, if we go any faster, we'll risk overturning. Deputy Zhou shouted back, his face pale with fear. At that moment, the Iron Blood Brigade's stronghold came into view. Behind them, the beast horde roared as they closed in on the convoy. Du Fei, Chu Zhengxiong, and Mu Qinshuan stood outside the command post, observing the unfolding battle through binoculars. Old man, Yanting's in a tight spot. Should we fire the cannons? Chu Zhengxiong asked. Not yet. Let the boy learn a lesson, Mu Qinshuan replied calmly. In this critical moment, Du Fei gave a mental command. Activate Eternal Eye. A system notification sounded, announcing the activation of the Eternal Eye. It enveloped a 10-kilometer radius and enabled the extraction of 20 of the time gained from hunting chronobeasts within the field. Gonting, eliminate the horde. Du Fei ordered through the headset. In the next instant, cannon fire erupted above the convoy. A volley of artillery shells screamed through the air, slamming into the beast horde. Explosions thundered, and the chronobeasts let out harrowing screams as their bodies were torn apart. Limbs and gore flew in all directions. Over half the mutated beasts were killed or injured, and the survivors scattered in panic. Incredible! The power of the Mithril shells is truly extraordinary. Mu Qinshuan and Chunlong exclaimed in admiration. The system continuously reported the time gained from killing chronobeasts, calculating the portion extracted by the Eternal Eye. Meanwhile, the monitoring department of District 9 received an anomaly report from the Sky Eye system, indicating a 10-kilometer signal blackout around the Holy War City hunting grounds. That's odd, Wang Jianqing muttered, frowning. Check if there's an issue with the Sky Eye system. Understood. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions echoed through the air as the beast horde scattered in chaos. 5 armored luxury military vehicles drove straight into the Iron Blood Brigade's encampment and came to a steady halt in front of the command center. Mu Yanting stepped out of the vehicle with the assistance of several female officers. His face was pale, and his expression brimmed with guilt. The other adjutants and officers followed suit, each looking visibly shaken. Old Mu, are you all right? Chu Zhengxiong hurried forward to greet him. Thank you all for your hard work, commanders. It must have been a harrowing journey, Chu Zhengxiong said as he took Mu Yanting from the female officers. Thank you, Commander Chu. We're fine, one of the female officers replied, forcing a smile, though her face was still pale. At that moment, Du Fei and Mu Qinshuan arrived together. Mu Yanting noticed the apparent camaraderie between them, which piqued his curiosity. However, given the urgency of the situation, he suppressed his questions. Father, why are you here on the battlefield? And what's with the research news on the public channel? Mu Qinshuan asked directly. Mu Qinshuan didn't answer right away. Instead, he pointed at Du Fei and smiled. I'm here entirely because of this young man. Seeing his son's puzzled expression, he added, do you know who his father is? His father? His father is Du Lei. What? Mu Yanting's eyes widened in shock. He's Lige's son? That's right. Mu Qinshuan laughed heartily. Surprised? Overcome with emotion, Mu Yanting grabbed Du Fei's hand, his voice trembling. You, young man, why didn't you tell me sooner? Du Fei felt a surge of complex emotions as he watched Mu Yanting's reaction. Through Mu Qiangxin's explanation, he finally learned about the deep connection between his father and the Mu family, how his father was not only Mu Qiangxin's student, but also a sworn brother-in-arms with Mu Yanting during their younger days in the same military corps. Just then, an urgent report crackled through the earpiece. Gan Ting's voice was tense, reporting to the commander. The Steel Fang Corps infantry can't hold the line anymore. They're retreating toward the mountaintop. Understood, Du Fei responded promptly and turned to Mu Qianxuan. Old master, the beast horde will breach Daiyu Mountain soon. It's time to act. All right, well, proceed with your plan. Mu Qianxuan nodded, and then addressed Mu Yanting. Come with me. There are some things you need to understand. With that, he headed toward the Iron Blood Brigade's ammunition depot. This way, young Master Yanting, please. Chen Long, usually composed, now had a glint of excitement in his eyes as he pulled Mu Yanting to follow. Gunfire erupted on the mountaintop, and flames roared through the air. A dense swarm of beasts had already taken the high ground, forcing the Steel Fang Corps infantry to retreat down the slope while fighting back. The situation spiraled out of control in an instant. Predators 1 and 2, provide escort. Bombing drones, prepare for action. Move out. Du Fei commanded decisively. The battlefield suddenly erupted with a deafening hum. 40 drones from the Iron Blood Brigade and 10 from the Women's Field Battalion, fully loaded with aerial bombs, surged forward like a swarm of steel bees toward the mountain slopes ahead. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian each controlled Predator 1 and Predator 2, acting as sharp blades guarding the left and right flanks of the drone swarm. The drones roared as they flew over the Steel Fang infantry, unleashing a torrential rain of Mithril bombs. Explosions echoed continuously, merging into a cacophony across the wilderness. Among the beast horde, agonized howls rang out as flesh and stone were blasted apart. System notifications flashed repeatedly. Killed LV-4 Chronobeast, gained 6,910 hours, 20 extracted by the Eternal Eye, 5,528 hours deposited into the Women's Field Battalion storage card. Killed LV-5 Chronobeast, gained 56,326 hours, 45,061 hours credited after extraction. The numbers in the Eternal Eye's time bank fluctuated rapidly, and Du Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. The bombardment suppressed the beast horde's advance, allowing the Steel Fang infantry to retreat in an orderly manner toward the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Meanwhile, the Steel Fang's armored units, tanks, and anti-aircraft artillery had maneuvered to the base of the mountain. However, over a dozen LV-5 Chronobeasts spotted them. Their roars incited a frenzy among the beasts on the slopes, and a dense tide of creatures surged toward the mobile units. Steel Fang mobile unit needs support. Predator 1 and 2, deploy the Land Kings. Du Fei decisively commanded. Understood. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying responded in unison. The 2 Land King tanks roared to life, speeding toward the battlefield. Qin Minghan, deploy 10 infantry tracked vehicles. Iron Blood Brigade tanks and armored vehicles, move out. Du Fei continued issuing orders. Artillery, prepare to fire. Target the LV-5 Chronobeasts and the densely packed Height-Ear beasts. Fire. The Iron Blood Brigade's artillery unleashed a relentless barrage, tearing the mountainside apart. Height-Ear Chronobeasts fell one after another, and the LV-5 beasts suffered heavy casualties. Under the direction of Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, the Land Kings led the armored units forward in a steel onslaught. Machine guns, automatic rifles, and Gatling guns created an impenetrable web of fire, suppressing the beasts pouring down the mountain. The beast horde began to crumble, enabling the Steel Fang mobile unit to retreat safely to the Iron Blood Brigade's position. With ammunition replenished, the drones launched a second wave of bombardment. Explosions and the beasts' anguished cries echoed through the valley once again. Simultaneously, the machine guns on Predators 1 and 2 continuously fired, taking down every stealth-winged beast attempting to ambush them. Those are female soldiers. Zhu Dahu, the commander of the Steel Fang Legion, exclaimed in shock. The auxiliary female field battalion of the Revival Military Districten affiliated regiment invited by the Iron Blood Brigade was launching a fierce offensive. The vehicles they operated were astonishingly powerful. The 2 leading tanks were able to ram into the massive Guanyin beasts, sending them flying. Even more remarkable was the devastating effect of their weapons and ammunition on the Guanyin beasts, which were evidently equipped with the latest secret silver munitions developed by the Mu Armament Corporation. The battlefield was ablaze on all fronts. To the east and north of Daiyu Mountain, the Tomahawk and Sharp Arrow legions were also engaged in intense combat. Through unmanned reconnaissance drones, they not only observed the fierce battle erupting here, but also witnessed the mysterious 1 and 2 Predator units taking down the invisible winged beasts. My God, what kind of secret weapon is that? 2 completely invisible aircraft. It's unbelievable. Not only can they detect the invisible winged beasts, but they can also take them down preemptively. The commanders of the Tomahawk and Sharp Arrow legions whispered among themselves in astonishment. The incredible combat prowess displayed by the female field battalion even made them suspect this unit was a specially invited beast-hunting strike team from the Mu Armament Corporation. As the battle reached a fever pitch, an urgent alarm suddenly blared in the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King combat vehicle. Report to the commander. 2 Beast Kings have appeared. Gonting, staring at the enormous red indicators on the Predator drone's control screen, immediately reported. Lock on. If you can take them down, do it. Du Fei's steady command came through the headset. Understood. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian responded in unison, promptly beginning to lock onto their targets. At that moment, a massive invisible winged queen suddenly materialized in midair, carrying a thunder beast on its back. The winged queen opened its mucus-covered maw and let out an earth-shaking roar toward Shenzhen City, as if issuing a direct challenge to humanity. With the Beast King's roar, the entire Dayu Mountains beast horde erupted into chaos. The mountains echoed with deafening howls, and the skies filled with swarms of invisible winged beasts. Beast King sighted. Stay alert. The 3 main legions quickly raised their insulated shields and entered maximum alert mode. All the surrounding units and armed forces looked to the skies, stunned at the sight of the Beast King for the first time. Meanwhile, at the Iron Blood Brigade's position, Mu Qianxuan, Mu Yanting, and Chen Long, who had just stepped out of the ammunition depot, froze in shock as they caught sight of the 2 conjoined Beast Kings in the sky. Their faces turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Before anyone could react, the 2 Beast Kings vanished into the void in an instant. The sky changed dramatically, with lightning dancing wildly like silver serpents through the clouds. Thunderbolts struck the Iron Blood Brigade's positions one after another. Despite the rapid deployment of large insulation shields, several artillery pieces were still reduced to scrap metal under the relentless electrical assault. At that moment, swarms of LV-3 and LV-4 stealth-winged beasts let out piercing screeches and dove toward the drone fleet. Meanwhile, the beasts on the mountain slopes roared as they charged downhill, creating a terrifying momentum. Open fire. Full firepower. With the command issued, all the firepower points of the Iron Blood Brigade, the Women's Field Regiment, and the Steel Fang Corps erupted simultaneously. Tanks, armored vehicles, and combat vehicles unleashed a torrential barrage of fire, targeting the stealth-winged beasts in the sky and the charging beast horde on the ground. At the same time, a lock-on alert sounded on Gonting and Sun Shaoqian's control panels. Target locked. They quickly pressed the launch buttons, and 2 Predator stealth drones each fired 16 micromissiles, tracking the Beast Kings from different angles. Amid the deafening explosions, 2 blood-curdling roars echoed from the clouds. In an instant, the LV-5 chronobeasts within the horde seemed to receive some sort of signal and let out howling cries toward the heavens. All the attacking chronobeasts and mutated beasts retreated at once, quickly withdrawing to the foothills. We hit them. Commanders Mu Qianxuan, Mu Yanting, and Chen Long were thrilled, exhilarated by the power of such a mysterious weapon. Predators 1 and 2 continued to pursue the 2 Beast Kings, though the signals on the control screens flickered intermittently. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian kept their eyes locked on the screens until the targets completely disappeared, only then relaxing slightly. Report to the commander. The 2 Beast Kings have incredibly strong defenses. They managed to escape with only minor injuries. Their disappearance coordinates matched the previous ones and have been recorded. At the Iron Blood Brigade's command center, Du Fei received the coordinates from Gonting and pointed to a valley on the detection monitor. The Beast Kings disappeared in this area both this time and last time. The expressions of Chu Zhengxiong and the others grew grim. That valley lies on the southern slope of the Dayu Mountains and is a major radiation hotspot, Chu Zhengxiong explained. The area is perpetually shrouded in toxic mists, and the radiation levels there are dozens of times higher than the outside world. Even with anti-radiation injections and protective suits, entering the area would result in lethal exposure, and anyone who comes out alive wouldn't last more than a week. Mu Yanting added, the beasts absorb radiation to grow stronger, so the injuries of those 2 Beast Kings will likely heal quickly. Given the current situation, hunting them down will be incredibly difficult, and even the safety of Sacred War City could be at risk. Mu Qianxuan frowned deeply, his tone heavy as he said, if it really comes to that, then we're in trouble. Hold on, let me think of a solution. Through his headset, Du Fei asked Gonting, check if the tracked vehicle can make it into that valley. Understood. After a brief moment, Gonting responded, the slope isn't too steep. The tracked vehicle should be able to get in. Good. Du Fei quickly sketched a simple diagram on paper and handed it to Mu Yanting. Get a tracked vehicle and have the research team modify it according to this diagram. Mu Yanting took the diagram, his brows furrowing slightly. You want to modify the tracked vehicle into some kind of tank? Chu Zhengxiong, Mu Qianxuan, and Chen Long also gathered around, their faces equally filled with curiosity. Exactly. Du Fei nodded and continued. Work on the modifications overnight. They'll send you the detailed design and parameters shortly. Brother Du, what's this thing supposed to do? Chu Zhengxiong couldn't help but ask. It will eliminate radiation, Du Fei replied bluntly. The statement landed like a bombshell. The four of them stared at Du Fei in disbelief. After all, radiation had always been an insurmountable challenge for humanity. Even with massive investments from the Federation and other major powers, the most they had achieved were anti-radiation injections far from completely eradicating radiation. Faced with their skeptical gazes, Du Fei simply smiled faintly. Just do as I say. Seeing Du Fei's serious expression, Mu Yanting immediately contacted the research team from the Mu Military Industrial Group. As night fell, the Dayu mountain region was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Green glimmers dotted the landscape, and low growls of beasts echoed occasionally. The beast horde had temporarily retreated to the foothills, seemingly waiting for some kind of signal. The tomahawks, sharp arrows, steel fangs, Iron Blood Brigade, and 6 reinforced divisions were spread across various positions, ready for action. In this prolonged standoff, no one dared to let their guard down for even a moment. Inside the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle, Gonting and Sun Shaoqian had just set Predator 1 and Predator 2 to autonomous guard mode. They were now quietly studying high-definition images of the two Beast Kings on the screen. Look at their posture. These two Beast Kings seem inseparable, Gonting remarked, staring at the screen. Don't they ever get tired? Sun Shaoqian asked curiously. Ting, do you think if they stay like this long enough, they might fuse together? That's impossible. They can't just stay still forever. Gonting trailed off, her face suddenly turning red. What's wrong with you? Why would you ask me that? Ahem, what are you two looking at? Startled, they turned around sharply to find Du Fei standing behind them, his eyes fixed on the screen. Neither of them had noticed when he entered. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian instantly flushed with embarrassment, completely at a loss for words. Captain, you? Why are you here? Sun Shaoqian snapped out of her daze, her voice trembling slightly. Du Fei's gaze landed on the screen. This was taken this afternoon? Yes, Sun Shaoqian explained softly. I was curious, so... Captain, it was Ting who asked me to take it. Gonting quickly interjected. Both of their faces flushed, and they looked down like guilty schoolchildren. Neither of them had expected the captain to visit so suddenly in the middle of the night. Not bad. This one's pretty clear. Du Fei nodded in approval. Zoom in a bit. Let me take a closer look. Hearing the praise, the two women looked up simultaneously, surprise flashing in their eyes. Sun Shaoqian hurriedly moved the mouse, and as the image enlarged, her breathing noticeably quickened. Beside her, Gonting also appeared uneasy, feeling unusually shy about analyzing the image alongside the captain. Not here. Du Fei cleared his throat. Captain, then where do you want to look? Sun Shaoqian's voice was barely audible. Move it up, right here. Yes, hold it there. Du Fei leaned forward, placing his hand over Sun Shaoqian's to adjust the cursor himself. The unexpected physical contact nearly made Sun Shaoqian faint. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding! Intimacy level 100. The abnormal value made Du Fei's heart skip a beat. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her slightly open neckline, revealing an unexpected sight. He quickly averted his gaze, focusing back on the image on the screen. He began counting carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Thunder Beast had a total of 12 thick tendrils on its back and head. Each tendril ended in a bulbous tip, glowing with flickering blue electrical light. After finishing his inspection, Du Fei released Sun Shaoqian's hand and smiled. Good work. Not at all. The two of them replied in unison. The system chimed again. Ding. Intimacy level 20. Ding. Intimacy level 50. There might be a tough battle tomorrow. Get some rest tonight, Du Fei said before turning to leave. I can't sleep, hee. Sun Shaoqian squinted her eyes, looking as happy as a little goose. She raised the hand Du Fei had touched and waved it in front of Gonting. I'm never washing this hand again. Look at you, all smug. Gonting rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help sneaking a glance at that hand, a tinge of envy rising in her heart. The night was heavy and somber. Soldiers stationed at the front lines remained on high alert. Although the beast horde had not yet launched an attack, no one dared to relax for even a moment. At the camp of the Women's Field Battalion, most of the female soldiers were already fast asleep. However, the commanders, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, found it hard to rest due to the tense situation. They lay in their tent, chatting quietly. Xia Ying, out of habit, rested her long legs on Lu Ruobing's abdomen, only to be pushed away. What's wrong? Can't I just lean on you a little? Stop it. My monthly visitor is here. As the two exchanged teasing remarks, faint sounds came from outside the tent. Heave-a-ho roar. Huh. That sounds like the commander, Lu Ruobing said. exchanging a glance with Xiaoying. Curiosity got the better of them, and they crawled out of the tent to investigate. After passing a few large trees, they stumbled upon a sight that made it hard to keep a straight face. Du Fei was wielding his silver serpent blade, awkwardly leaping and slashing at the bushes with no discernible pattern. This peculiar scene was the result of his plan. If they wanted to successfully take down two Beast Kings, they first had to deal with the Thunder Beast's electric antennae. Thanks to his intelligent combat suit, capable of absorbing any form of energy, Du Fei was the only one who could engage the beast in close combat. However, with no combat techniques in the tech database, he had resigned himself to improvising his own training. Watching his clumsy and uncoordinated movements, the two women couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing them, Du Fei turned around and spotted their amused faces. "Commander, what are you doing?" Lu Ruobing asked. "Practicing combat skills," Du Fei replied calmly, which only made the two laugh harder. "Commander, you call that combat?" Xiaoying said, clutching her chest as she tried to catch her breath. "How about letting me, a true expert, give you some pointers?" Du Fei's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered that Xiaoying was skilled in martial arts. Just as Lu Ruobing was about to say something, she abruptly bent over, clutching her stomach, and whispered to Xiaoying, "It's too heavy." Xiaoying immediately understood and nodded. "Go on, take care of it first." "Commander, I need to head back for a bit," Lu Ruobing said. "All right," Du Fei replied. After Lu Ruobing left, Xiaoying took off her jacket, revealing only a fitted undershirt. She tucked the hem into her waistband and broke off a tree branch to use as a makeshift weapon. Taking on the stance of a coach, she said, "Let's start with close-range stabbing techniques." She decided to begin with simple moves that were easier to grasp, skipping more advanced techniques like neck holds, choke locks, arm twists, or back throws that required extensive practice. Seeing Xiaoying's serious demeanor, Du Fei clicked his tongue. Xiaoying began to explain the key points of close combat assassination in detail, her voice clear and focused. The speed of attack must be fast, the judgment of direction must be accurate, the force must be ruthless, and the movements must be seamless. Her expression was stern. In real combat, there will always be casualties on both sides. Enemies, in their desperation to survive, often resort to vicious, lethal moves. Showing mercy to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. To survive and win, the key lies in your courage, intelligence, and combat experience. She went on to elaborate, close combat assassination emphasizes a combination of defense and offense. You need to have an awareness of attacking while defending. When facing a formidable opponent, stay calm. You must defend effectively, evade skillfully, and seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. Under Xiaoying's patient guidance, Du Fei quickly grasped the essentials. He recalled that during his time at the Advanced Command Academy, he had been exposed to similar knowledge, though his focus back then had been more on tactical command and weapon manufacturing. Watch closely. This is the complete close combat assassination technique. Holding a tree branch, Xiaoying began her demonstration. Her movements were sharp and efficient, her dodges and strikes flowing seamlessly like water. Du Fei watched intently, her graceful figure and fluid movements leaving a deep impression on him. Before long, Du Fei found his rhythm and began practicing. Thanks to his systematic training background, his learning speed was astonishing. This assassination technique was practical, with simple and direct moves, devoid of unnecessary flair. Within half an hour, he had completely mastered it. "You already memorized it this quickly?" Xiaoying stepped back in surprise. "Show me a full demonstration." Du Fei nodded and began performing the sequence on his own. His movements alternated between stillness and bursts of speed, his silver snake dagger flashing as he executed precise strikes, deflecting side attacks, horizontal slashes, upward cuts, outward parries with spins, triple thrusts, and sudden lunging stabs. Every move was lightning fast and thunderously powerful. Xiaoying watched, breathless and wide-eyed. This was nothing like a beginner, it was the level of a seasoned expert. His execution of the moves was even more fluid and impeccable than hers, with superior speed and strength. With one powerful slash, Du Fei brought down a tree so thick it would take two people to encircle it. He sheathed his silver snake dagger and exhaled excitedly. "Captain, your aptitude is incredible," Xiaoying exclaimed in admiration. "Close combat assassination is straightforward and easy to learn. It's not that hard," Du Fei replied, his eyes lingering on her figure. "Shall we move on to something else?" Seeing his eagerness to learn, Xiaoying nodded. "All right." Around 5 a.m., Xiaoying hobbled back to the camp. "Ingbao, is it already dawn?" Lu Ruobing asked as she watched Xiaoying struggle to climb into the tent. "Did you manage to teach the commander?" "The commander taught me instead," Xiaoying replied, clutching her stomach, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "What does that mean?" "I don't want to talk about it." Meanwhile, in the command tent, Du Fei was in high spirits as he reviewed the latest data on the system interface. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Unit, Auxiliary Women's Field Battalion. Reputation, 76,180. Intimacy, 6,592. Physique, Basic Enhancement 10. The system interface displayed 3 levels of enhancement: Basic, Advanced, and Super, along with a friendly reminder. As energy is consumed, the upper limit of physique expands. Currently, enhancement can increase by 10 points. Upon the next expansion of the physique limit, enhancement can increase by 20 points. Within each stage, the enhancement increase after each limit expansion equals the cumulative previous enhancement points. In the inventory were Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Material Refining Agent 80 bottles, Silver Serpent Dagger 1. Wow, the intimacy value increased so much. Dufay stared at the number, which had skyrocketed from under 500 to 6,592, both surprised and delighted. The knight's gains were nothing short of striking gold. Looking ahead, Dufay began organizing his thoughts. For the Women's Field Battalion to truly become formidable, the current manpower was far from sufficient. As an independent entity, they were far too insignificant in the face of the massive Federation. Moreover, the battalion's advanced technology would inevitably attract attention sooner or later. Take Wang Jianqing's deletion of the Sky Eye data. For example, it was only a matter of time before the Federation's monitoring department uncovered it. Fortunately, the emergence of the Mu military-industrial group provided a cover. While the advanced technology remained under the radar, they could quickly accumulate time points by selling Mithril-based ammunition and weaponry. Later, they could expand into projects like rehabilitation centers. As for the core technologies, whether it was Mithril extraction, refining, or the operation of various equipment, all required rare material refining agents and energy crystals, which were firmly under Dufay's control. The immediate priority was to extract the elemental controllers from the 2 Beast Kings. With sufficient Nirvana meteorite, they could craft a set of intelligent battlesuits for each of the 108 absolutely loyal female soldiers in the battalion. With this safeguard in place, they would finally have the leverage to negotiate, even against the Federation. As his thoughts wandered, Dufay found himself contemplating Wu Deguy's movements, the safety of his father and sister, the rebel organization, and even the mysterious young woman Lan, who might just be Xia Ying's sister. So much to do. Gotta take it step by step? Dufay muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the data interface in front of him. The system's display of reputation points and intimacy points immediately caught his attention. Without hesitation, he opened the technology library, and the previously marked page automatically loaded before his eyes. A series of technological items appeared in sequence. Eagle Falcon Unmanned Combat Drone Blueprint, 5,000 reputation points. Dragon Thistle Cruiser Blueprint, 100,000 reputation points. Destroyer Tracked Combat Vehicle Blueprint, 5,000 reputation points. C-Class Intelligent Guard Robot Blueprint, 80,000 reputation points. B-Class Intelligent Guard Robot Blueprint, 150,000 reputation points. A-Class Intelligent Guard Robot Blueprint, 300,000 reputation points. Human-like Intelligent Guard Robot Female Finished Product, 3,000 intimacy points. Climate Improvement Device Blueprint, 3,000 intimacy points. Aerial Fortress Core, 200,000 intimacy points. Dufay quickly checked his current reputation points, 76,180. I'll redeem the upgraded drone and combat vehicle blueprints first, he decided internally. The points he had were just enough to exchange for these 2 pieces of equipment. Moments later, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 5,000 reputation points to successfully redeem an Eagle Falcon Unmanned Combat Drone Blueprint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 5,000 reputation points to successfully redeem a Destroyer Tracked Combat Vehicle Blueprint. With his reputation points reduced to 66,180, the detailed information for the 2 blueprints flooded into Dufay's mind. The specifications of the Eagle Falcon Unmanned Combat Drone were astonishing. 8 meters in length, 16 meters in triangular wingspan, a cruising altitude of 1622 kilometers, and a cruising speed of 5.56.5 Mach, with a maximum speed reaching 7.5 Mach. It was equipped with various weapon systems, comprehensive detection capabilities, and advanced AI programming, capable of performing continuous reconnaissance, alert detection, air defense suppression, and other diverse tasks. The primary materials included Mithril or Vibranium, paired with an energy crystal power system. The Destroyer Tracked Combat Vehicle was equally impressive, 8.6 meters in length, 4.8 meters in width, and 2.6 meters in height, with room for 3 operators and 10 combat personnel. It boasted a maximum land speed of 160 km/h and a water speed of 80 km/h, along with an incredible 70 climbing capability. It came equipped with a remote control turret, dual fire control systems, a remote-controlled machine gun station, and comprehensive optical, infrared, and thermal imaging systems. The AR helmet display interface made operation more intuitive, and its weapon systems included an automatic cannon for embedded rounds, anti-tank missiles, and multi-barrel rocket launchers. Awesome! Dufay couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to the earlier Predator drone and Land King combat vehicle, the performance upgrades of these two new pieces of equipment were absolutely mind-blowing. Aside from being slightly slower, the brand new destroyer-tracked combat vehicle has reached top-tier standards in terms of weaponry and overall configuration. The most impressive feature is its newly added amphibious capability. The upgraded Eagle Falcon unmanned combat drone not only retains its stealth functionality but also resolves the signal interference issue that had troubled Dufay for a long time. With the support of the Mu Military Industrial Group, the production of these two pieces of equipment became exceptionally convenient. Dufay decided to entrust all equipment manufacturing tasks, including the intelligent laser defense system, to the Mu Group, leaving himself only responsible for supplying energy crystal stones. This arrangement undoubtedly freed up more time for him to handle other matters. While reviewing the tech library, Dufay couldn't help but frown. Although the equipment's performance was outstanding, the costs were exorbitant. Even the most basic class mechanical armed guard required 80,000 reputation points, and the construction of the camp necessitated these guards. Higher level class and A-class guards were even more expensive. At this moment, his reputation points weren't even sufficient for the lowest tier mechanical guards. This made Dufay realize that reputation points were even more crucial than intimacy points, especially considering the future production of Mithril ammunition, where each bottle of the rare material smelting agent would consume 200 points of reputation. The reputation points currently earned through the Women's Field Regiment and the Ironblood Brigade were far from enough. He needed to find a way to quickly increase his reputation points. As Dufay was lost in thought, Gonting's voice came through his headset. Reporting to the commander, General Mu is calling. He requests your presence at the command center. Understood, Dufay responded, then asked, any activity in that valley? No activity for now. The two Beast Kings haven't left, Gonting replied. From now on, Predator 1 and Predator 2 are to strictly monitor that valley. If the two Beast Kings attempt to leave, take them down immediately. In short, make sure they are confined to that valley. Yes, Commander. A few minutes later, Dufay arrived at the command post of the Iron Blood Brigade. At the entrance of the shelter, two guards immediately straightened up and loudly announced, Commander Du is here. They saluted in unison. Dufay gave a slight nod and stepped inside. The command post was bustling with activity. In addition to familiar faces like Mu Qianxuan, Mu Yanting, and Chu Zhengxiang, the room was crowded with commanders from other corps. It was clear that this place had been upgraded to serve as a temporary command center for the Holy War Defense Forces. Upon seeing Dufay, Mu Yanting beamed and stood up. Come, let me introduce you all. This is Commander Dufay of the Women's Field Regiment under the Revival Military District and a special advisor to the Mu Military Industry Group. As soon as he spoke, the dozen or so commanders present all turned their attention to Dufay, their eyes reflecting surprise. Although they had heard some information from General Mu beforehand, seeing such a young special advisor in person still caught them off guard. After a brief moment of astonishment, a middle-aged commander wearing an eye patch stepped forward first. He saluted Dufay and extended his hand. Fan Jinhai of the Battle Axe Corps. Commander Du, you're truly accomplished at such a young age. You're too kind, General Fan, Dufay replied with a polite smile, shaking his hand. Following this, the other commanders came forward to exchange greetings. Officers like Ding Xiaowei of the Arrow Corps, Zhu Dahu of the Steel Fang Corps, and the two secretaries, Yao Li and Bai Jie, as well as Zhong Liang of the Seals Independent Division, Hua Jianjun of the Lynx Independent Division, and He Tianpeng of the Yellow Finch Independent Division, all took turns introducing themselves to Dufay. Dufay handled the interactions with ease, speaking courteously with each commander. He was well aware that these were Mu family loyalists, completely devoted to Mu Yanting as their supreme commander. Summoning these corps leaders in the middle of the night served two purposes: to introduce Dufay to them and to discuss the upcoming battle plans. Although Mu Yanting did not elaborate on Dufay's specific ties to the Mu family or the military-industrial group, these seasoned commanders could read between the lines. From the attitude of the Mu family towards Dufay, combined with the recent success of the Women's Field Regiment and Dufay's role as a special advisor, they could deduce that this young commander was closely connected to the Mu Military Industry Group's latest secret silver weaponry. After all, the main assault units in this mission, equipped with advanced secret silver particle weapons, laser weapons, and other cutting-edge gear, relied entirely on the Mu Military Industry Group's innovations, procured through Mu Yanting's efforts with the Federation. The expensive meteoric iron ammunition was funded by the Mu family for all the military corps, a mere glimpse of the substantial investments the Mu family had made in them. In fact, aside from the Federation, the Mu family had poured massive resources into these corps. This bond of loyalty made the corps unwaveringly devoted to the Mu family, sincerely hoping to witness the rise of the Mu Military Industrial Group. Just yesterday, the Mu Military Industrial Group officially announced via public channels that they had mastered the technology for refining and smelting Mithril. This news thrilled the corps commanders present. They were well aware that once the Mu Military Industrial Group began production, they would have priority access to mithril ammunition and advanced weaponry. Although the leaders of these corps had more or less surmised some secret connection between Du Fei and the Mu military-industrial group, as shrewd individuals, they chose to remain discreet. After all, this was a critical secret, and exposing it would benefit no one. Thus, despite Du Fei's surprisingly young age, the senior commanders present did not underestimate him. After a brief introductory ceremony, Mu Yanting went straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation for this hunting ground mission has become exceedingly dire. Two highly intelligent beast kings have chosen to launch a direct attack on Holy War City, completely beyond our expectations. What's more troubling is that they are in a fused state. Although they were injured yesterday by the Women's Field Corps' secret weapon, they've now retreated to the southern slopes of the Dayu Mountains near the radiation source to recover and will soon regain their strength. If we can't come up with an effective plan to hunt them down, Holy War City will be in grave danger. Does anyone have any good suggestions? The conference room fell into a heavy silence as the corps commanders exchanged uneasy glances. The current situation was indeed a headache. While they were equipped with mithril particle shells and some meteoric iron ammunition, sufficient to handle LV-5 chrono beasts and ordinary beast hordes, hunting down two fused beast kings was an entirely different challenge. These beast kings not only shared energy and had significantly enhanced abilities, but were also elusive and unpredictable. Even if the Women's Field Corps' secret weapon could wound them, they would quickly recover once they retreated to the radiation source. Minutes passed, and the commanders shook their heads, unable to devise a solution. At that moment, Mu Yanting and Du Fei exchanged a subtle glance, a faint, nearly imperceptible smile flickering between them. All right, since no one has a viable plan for now, Mu Yanting said as he scanned the room, making a solemn announcement. To ensure the safety of Holy War City and the success of this mission, I hereby declare that, effective immediately, command of this hunting ground mission is fully entrusted to Commander Du Fei. This sudden appointment stunned the elite corps commanders. They looked at each other in shock, especially the leaders of the three Ace Corps battle axe, Sharp Arrow, and Steel Fang, who scrutinized the young new commander with doubt in their eyes. This appointment takes effect immediately, Mu Yanting emphasized firmly. Given the urgency of the situation, Commander Du Fei will now reassign combat tasks to each corps. With that, he nodded to Du Fei. Though still puzzled, the commanders understood that orders were orders. They quickly adjusted their attitudes and focused their attention on Du Fei. Little did they know, this appointment had been prearranged between Du Fei and Mu Yanting and was a crucial step in Du Fei's subsequent plans. Du Fei calmly rose to his feet, seamlessly transitioning into his role as chief commander, and began issuing orders. The upcoming battle mission is of critical importance, not only determining the safety of Holy War City and the outcome of the hunting ground task, but also directly impacting the rankings of the various legions on the Sky Eye leaderboard. In the meeting room, all the commanders' eyes were fixed on Du Fei. Du Fei, composed and steady, pointed to a location on the detection device South Slope Radiation Source Valley, the focal point of this mission. He laid out the battle plan concisely. The four main legions would each take one of the north, south, east, and west fronts, advancing in unison toward the Radiation Source Valley. The Iron Blood Brigade and the Women's Field Battalion, equipped with the latest mithril weapons from Mu's military industries, would act as the vanguard, integrated into the legions to hunt the time beasts. Meanwhile, the other forces would focus on eliminating and dispersing the mutant beast hordes. Du Fei then issued specific orders. Battle Axe Legion, coordinate with Iron Blood Brigade Team 1 and part of the Women's Field Battalion. You are responsible for the northern front, advancing southward from the northern side of Dayu Mountain to a position 3 kilometers north of the radiation source. Yes. Battle Axe Commander Fan Jinhai, his single eye fixed ahead, responded in a deep voice. Arrow Legion, team up with Iron Blood Brigade Team 2 and part of the Women's Field Battalion to secure the eastern front. Advance southwestward from the eastern side of Dayu Mountain to a position 3 kilometers east of the radiation source. Yes. Arrow Commander Ding Xiaowei promptly replied. Steelfang Legion, combine with Iron Blood Brigade Team 3 and part of the Women's Field Battalion to hold the western front. Advance southeast from your current position to a location 3 kilometers west of the radiation source. Yes. Steelfang Commander Zhu Dahu answered firmly. The 6 independent division SEALs, Wildcats, and Yellow Sparrows will work with Iron Blood Brigade Team 4 to defend the southern front. Set up defenses 3 kilometers south of the radiation source to intercept any beasts attempting to flee south. Yes. The 6 division commanders responded in unison. The straightforward deployment visibly eased the tension among the commanders. With the Iron Blood Brigade and Women's Field Battalion tasked with handling the time beasts, the other forces could concentrate on clearing out regular mutant BS, a relatively simple task for these elite units. Du Fei glanced at the time. It was 6:25 a.m. You have 2.5 hours to deploy. The full assault begins at 9 o'clock sharp. At that moment, Battle Axe Commander Fan Jinhai voiced the question on everyone's mind. Commander Du, how will the 2 Beast Kings be dealt with? Du Fei smiled and assured them. no need to worry. The two Beast Kings are already confined within the radiation source by a secret weapon. They pose no threat. You just focus on advancing. When it's time to close the net, my women's field battalion will handle their elimination. How do we hunt them? Fan Jinhai asked with a furrowed brow, his tone heavy with concern. In the brightly lit command center, military officers of various ranks sat around the conference table, deep in thought as they wrestled with this critical question. The two Beast Kings are highly intelligent. If they sense the annihilation of the beast horde or detect any danger, they will undoubtedly retreat into the radiation zone and refuse to come out, Fan Jinhai analyzed. Ding Xiaowei and Zhu Dahu spoke almost simultaneously. Are you saying we need to enter the radiation valley ourselves to hunt them down? Exactly, Du Fei said, taking a deep breath, his expression grave. This is our only option now. When the time comes, leave the two Beast Kings to my female field battalion. The rest of you only need to focus on completing your other combat tasks. The room fell silent. The commanders exchanged stunned glances, their shock plain on their faces. Some couldn't help but wonder silently. Could anyone even survive entering the radiation zone? Did this female field battalion possess some kind of specialized anti-radiation equipment? Or were they simply a fearless suicide squad? What was even more troubling was that, even if survival in the radiation zone was possible, the terrifying electrical currents unleashed by the Thunder Beasts alone would be enough to repel any approach. Despite their doubts, no one raised further questions. Every officer present hoped for the success of this mission. The mere willingness to venture into the radiation zone was already a heroic act. Mu Qianquan, Mu Yanting, and Chu Zhengxiong shared similar doubts, but their attention was drawn more to the mysterious recovery vehicle that Du Fei had commissioned from the Mu Group's military technology division. If this vehicle could truly neutralize radiation as Du Fei claimed, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking advancement for humanity. Chu Zhengxiong, in particular, was deeply invested in this technology, as his severely damaged kidneys had left him with a sense of guilt toward his wives. All right, everyone, return to your posts and begin preparations. Meeting adjourned, Du Fei declared. The corps commanders rose from their seats, and the 3 army generals, along with the 6 independent brigade commanders, each shook hands with Du Fei before departing. Soon, only Mu Qianquan, Mu Yanting, Chu Zhengxiong, and Du Fei remained in the conference room. At that moment, Qianlong burst in hurriedly and reported to Mu Qianquan, Minister, "We've just received some bad news. Several major military-industrial giants and mining corporations within the Federation have imposed sanctions on us. They've announced a halt in supplying Nirvana meteorite materials to the Mu Group, along with a ban on providing the technology for manufacturing meteorite-based weaponry and ammunition. Multiple suppliers and buyers have already declared the termination of their partnerships with us. This is likely a direct response to our public announcement yesterday, which seems to have infringed upon the interests of certain high-ranking officials within the Federation." Qianlong finished reporting the received information. Mu Qianquan frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Where did the sanction order originate from?" "From Time City, the central base city of the greater region," Qianlong replied straightforwardly. This news caused the brows of Mu Qianquan, Mu Yanting, and Chu Zhengxiong to furrow deeply. They all understood the significance of Time City in the Federation of Time and Light's 4 major regions: Time, Galaxy, Cycle, and Epoch. Time City is one of the most powerful centers. The entire Federation's territory, excluding the unclaimed alien zones and wastelands, is governed by these 4 regions. The 9th District, where they were located, was merely a small subregion among over 100 autonomous zones under the Time region. Recently, the major military-industrial giants of the Federation had launched meteoric iron ammunition, which, despite its high price, was constantly in short supply on the market. Just yesterday, the Mu Military-Industrial Group announced that it had mastered the technology for refining and smelting mithril and successfully developed a mithril weapon series comparable to meteoric iron weaponry. This announcement immediately impacted the sales of meteoric iron ammunition from those military-industrial giants. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the headquarters of these giants were mostly located in Time City, serving as crucial financial tools for the local upper echelons. Although Mu Qianquan had anticipated resistance to the mithril weapons from these giants, he had not expected the sanctions to come so swiftly merely after an official announcement. Even before production and sales had begun, they faced suppression from the higher-ups of the greater region. Those regional authorities are going too far. Do they even want us to survive anymore? Mu Yanting slammed the table in anger. Qianlong shook his head. It's all driven by profit, but these higher-ups indeed lack restraint and are overstepping their bounds. Mu Qianquan paced back and forth, his gaze resolute. Ignore them. After production starts, supplying the 9th District's military corps alone will suffice. He stopped in his tracks and continued. Even with just the orders from the military corps of the 6 base cities in this region, it's enough to revive the Mu Military-Industrial Group. No matter how overbearing those higher-ups are, what can they do? He turned to Qianlong, his tone serious. Compile a list of all the groups and enterprises in this region that are imposing sanctions on us. and placed them all on the unfriendly list. If they behave themselves, so be it. But if they dare to act recklessly, I won't hesitate to turn those groups into public property. Understood. Chun Long hesitated for a moment before adding, Minister, if it really comes to that, we'll need to prepare for the backing forces behind those groups. Mu Qianxuan's expression turned solemn. We're not at that point yet. This is just a warning to make their backers understand that, small as the 9th District may be, the military-industrial department has always been the Mu family's domain. Understood. Chun Long nodded firmly. Standing to the side, Mu Yanting and Chu Zhengxiang exchanged a knowing glance and remained silent. They both understood that the Mu military-industrial group embodied the lifelong dedication of the old master. Now that there's finally a chance to turn things around, the outside world seems determined to crush this glimmer of hope, something that old Master Mu could not tolerate. The command center fell into a heavy silence, with everyone's gaze instinctively fixed on Du Fei, their eyes filled with earnest expectation. At this critical juncture for the Mu military-industrial group, all hopes for the future rested on his shoulders. When Du Fei responded with a wry smile and a nod, Mu Qianxuan and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. However, none of them realized that behind Du Fei's bitter smile was a faint chill creeping through his heart. The saying, plans never keep up with changes, felt particularly poignant at this moment. Nirvana meteors were already rare, and now, with major military corporations across the Federation developing meteoric iron-based weaponry, this precious material had become even harder to acquire. Du Fei had calculated before. Crafting a single suit of active Vibranium smart armor required approximately 1 kilogram of Nirvana meteorite. To equip all the female soldiers in the Women's Field Battalion with such gear, over 100 kilograms of raw material would be needed. He had originally pinned his hopes on obtaining these materials through the Mu military-industrial group, but the sudden sanctions from the Federation's higher-ups had dashed those hopes. This unexpected turn forced Du Fei to rethink his strategy. Did you bring the samples of meteoric iron ammunition? Du Fei turned to ask Chen Long. They're here, Chen Long replied with a wave, signaling 2 guards to carry in a wooden crate. Du Fei opened the crate, revealing a neatly arranged collection of various ammunition samples, 200 standard bullets, 200 machine gun rounds, and a dozen grenades, autocannon shells, and anti-aircraft shells of different models. The tips of all the ammunition had a distinct dark black Huayao result of being crafted from a combination of Beast King's blood and Nirvana meteorite. Even the explosives within the shells were made from this unique material. Picking up a standard bullet, Du Fei turned to Mu Yanting and asked, how much does one of these bullets sell for? 600 hours, Mu Yanting replied with certainty. A single ordinary meteorite bullet takes 600 hours? Then what about this high-caliber shell? Du Fei asked, frowning. 9,000 hours? That expensive? Mu Yanting explained, these munitions are made from Nirvana meteorite. Although the content of Nirvana meteorite in the bullet heads is low, as it's mainly alloyed with other metals, according to the military-industrial group standards, 1 gram of Nirvana meteorite is required for every 15 bullets. At the minimum market price, 1 gram of Nirvana meteorite costs 10,000 hours. So, a single bullet priced at 600 hours matches the cost of 1 gram of meteorite for 15 bullets. Du Fei's eyes lit up. So the pricing of meteorite ammunition is based on the content of Nirvana meteorite? Exactly. However, Nirvana meteorite is under federal control. The military-industrial group can apply for it at half the price and make a 50% profit after turning it into weapons. Du Fei quickly calculated in his head. Spending 9,000 hours to extract 1 gram of Nirvana meteorite from 15 bullets wasn't a bad deal. By this ratio, spending 9 million hours to purchase 15,000 meteorite bullets would effectively yield 1 kilogram of Nirvana meteorite. Even with sanctions on the Mu military-industrial group, as long as there was enough time to place orders with other groups, obtaining Nirvana meteorite was still feasible. Understanding this, Du Fei began planning the operations for the hunting ground mission. He pulled out a thick stack of blueprints, which detailed the designs and specifications of the Falcon unmanned combat aircraft, the destroyer-tracked combat vehicle, and the intelligent laser defense system. Sir, these are my latest equipment designs. Please have the research team produce prototypes, Du Fei said, handing the blueprints to Mu Qianxuan. Excitement flashed in the eyes of Mu Qianxuan, Mu Yanting, and Chu Zhengxiang. How many prototypes do you need? Mu Qianxuan asked. 10 drones, 10 combat vehicles, and 5 sets of defense systems, both exposed and concealed types, Du Fei replied, considering cost factors and not requesting excessive quantities. These prototypes would be tested by the Women's Field Battalion and ultimately become their assets. As for the production, sales, and profit distribution of Mithril ammunition, those discussions were deferred until after the hunting ground mission. Mu Qianxuan immediately instructed Chun Long to notify the research team to start production as requested. Du Fei also asked Mu Yanting to arrange for the meteorite ammunition to be sent to the ammunition depot for testing. Soon, the Women's Field Battalion and the Iron Blood Brigade received their orders and were assigned as vanguard units to different corps. At the Women's Field Battalion camp, Lu Ruobing Xia Ing about her recovery, only to receive a blushing glare in return. Lu Ruobing then promptly began assigning tasks according to Du Fei's instructions. Qin Minghan would lead 5 tracked combat vehicles and 10 drones to join the 1st Regiment of the Ironblood Brigade in supporting the Tomahawk Corps. Xiaoying, with her Land King No. 2, would lead 5 combat vehicles to join the 2nd Regiment in aiding the Arrow Corps, and Lu Ruobing, with her Land King No. 1, would remain with the Steel Fang Corps, acting as Du Fei's mobile command center. With orders issued, the roar of engines filled the air as the entire force mobilized, heading towards their respective destinations. There was still an hour left before the final assault. Du Fei strode quickly into the ammunition depot, the air thick with the scent of metal and gunpowder. Report, Commander. The test results for the Nirvana meteorite content in the meteoric iron bullets are in. A female engineer stood at attention and saluted crisply, her voice clear and resolute. What's the content? According to your instructions, based on 150 bullets, we've extracted less than 3 grams of Nirvana meteorite in total. Less than 3 grams? Du Fei frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the neatly arranged samples of meteoric iron ammunition on the table. The result was shocking. According to the official statement from the military-industrial group, every 15 bullets should contain 1 gram of Nirvana meteorite, meaning 150 bullets should yield 10 grams. The actual amount, however, was less than 3 grams, a staggering discrepancy. Du Fei quickly did the math. To obtain 1 kilogram of Nirvana meteorite, nearly 50,000 bullets would be required, equating to almost 30 million hours of effort, not to mention the additional consumption of rare material smelting agents. The cost-to-benefit ratio was simply too low. It seemed he had no choice but to explore alternative avenues. His thoughts turned to the black market and the image of the seductive and enigmatic Black Phoenix, as well as Lon, a member of the rebel organization, came to mind. Once the 2 Beast Kings were dealt with, he would have to negotiate with them. Meanwhile, dark clouds loomed heavily over Mount Dayu. At the mountain's base, groups of restless beasts paced back and forth, their deep growls echoing intermittently. They seemed to sense the imminent threat but dared not act on their own, awaiting the command of their Beast King. At 8:59 a.m., inside the control room of Land King Tank No. 1. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The North Line Tomahawk Corps is ready and standing by. The East Line Arrow Corps is ready and standing by. The West Line Steel Fang Corps is ready and standing by. The South Line United Front has completed deployment and is standing by. Amid the flurry of reports over the communication channel, Du Fei issued a decisive order. Attention, all corps. Initiate artillery bombardment on Mount Dayu. Artillery units prepare. The final assault countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Fire. At his command, a barrage of artillery fire rained down from all directions. Anti-aircraft guns, howitzers, and micromissiles streaked through the sky, painting trails of fire as they precisely targeted the entire mountainous region. Explosions roared continuously, the ground trembling violently as Mount Dayu was engulfed in a sea of flames in an instant. Earth and rock, along with grass and trees, were blasted apart, scattering in all directions. Thick smoke and the acrid stench of gunpowder blanketed the battlefield. Boom! The sudden onslaught of artillery fire erupted, blanketing the area in a barrage of destruction. Herds of beasts scattered in panic, their anguished cries echoing relentlessly through the valleys of Dayu Mountain. As the intense bombardment subsided, orders to advance were immediately issued to all fronts. The eastern, northern, and western lines simultaneously pushed toward the central zone, with gunfire erupting from all directions. The full-scale assault on Dayu Mountain had officially begun. On the perimeter, auxiliary forces observed the massive battle unfold. Soldiers from the Iron Blood Brigade and the female warriors of the Women's Field Regiment took the lead as the vanguard, tasked with hunting down the time beasts. Under their command, the various battalions swiftly cleared out the scattered mutant beast hordes. The No. 1 Land King combat vehicle advanced rapidly southeastward, closely guarded by the Steel Fang Corps. System notifications continuously popped up. LV-3 Time Beast killed. Gained 5,208 hours, Eternal Eye Extraction 20. LV-5 Time Beast killed. Gained 61,389 hours, Eternal Eye Extraction 20. LV-4 Time Beast killed. Gained 6,985 hours, Eternal Eye Extraction 20. LV-2 Time Beast killed. Gained 3,502 hours, Eternal Eye Extraction 20. The numbers in the Eternal Eye Time Vault flickered incessantly in Du Fei's mind, filling him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, in the 9th District's Department of Surveillance, Secretary Su Zhong hurried into the office. Minister, the battle at the Sacred War City hunting grounds has reignited. That 10-kilometer-wide fog zone is moving southeastward. Wang Jianqing frowned upon hearing this. Quick, transfer the visuals. The laser screen lit up, displaying the chaotic battlefield of Dayu Mountain. On the western slopes, a dense, 10-kilometer-wide white fog was rapidly drifting southeast. Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong focused intently on analyzing the fog's origin, while Wang Shuzhen's eyes scanned every corner of the perimeter. Suddenly, her body trembled violently, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Dulé. Dad. It's Dulé. I see him. In the outskirts of the sacred war city hunting grounds, she had finally found the figure she had longed for day and night. The artillery roared through the Dayu mountain, mingling with the panicked screams and chaotic retreat of the beast horde. On the screen, it was clearly displayed that 2 elite corps from the eastern and northern fronts were launching a fierce assault on the mountain, while the foggy region to the west was also advancing in sync. Together, the three forces formed a distinct encirclement, tightening steadily toward the south. As Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong were intently analyzing the foggy region, Wang Shuzhen's sudden exclamation startled them both. Dulé? Where is he? Wang Jianqing immediately turned and asked. Father, I think I saw him over there. Wang Shuzhen's voice trembled as she pointed to a corner of the screen. Command room. Switch the feed to the area around point 39 immediately. Su Zhong decisively ordered through the communicator. The screen quickly shifted to the surrounding area of point 39. The region was filled with camps from unofficial military groups and armed organizations. The footage jumped rapidly between different encampments, and in less than 2 minutes, Su Zhong suddenly pointed toward the southeastern foothills of point 39. Minister, look at that camp. It was a camp without any military designation, seemingly belonging to a scavenger armed group. The footage revealed a dozen battered armored vehicles, one of which, with a large pod affixed to its roof, appeared especially damaged and deformed. Around the vehicles gathered a group of female soldiers in mismatched attire, many of them injured, suggesting they had just endured a brutal battle. Several female soldiers were cautiously lifting a stretcher from one of the armored vehicles. A middle-aged man with a blood-soaked bandage around his shoulder stepped forward to assist, followed by a teenage girl, likely around 15 or 16, carrying a medical kit. It's Dulé and his daughter. Wang Shuzhen excitedly recognized the middle-aged man's back. Minister, those are the rebels from the Don base. Su Zhong exclaimed in shock. Just as Wang Jianqing was about to respond, the screen suddenly flashed white and went blank. Report. The foggy region has abruptly expanded, growing from its original 10-kilometer radius to over 100 kilometers. The command room urgently reported. The laser screen switched to display the entire area of Sacred War City. Half of Dayu Mountain, a third of Sacred War City, and point 39 were now shrouded in white mist, completely cutting off the surveillance system's visibility over the hunting grounds. This phenomenon is highly unusual. Wang Jianqing frowned deeply. The Central Command will notice this soon, and will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. Father, Dulé is injured. Can we ask Godfather to rescue him? Wang Shuzhen anxiously looked at her father. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Wang Jianqing gestured for Su Zhong to leave, then picked up the communicator to connect to Mu Qianquan, the Minister of Military Industry. Meanwhile, the battle at Dayu Mountain grew increasingly intense. The encirclement formed by the three fronts was steadily advancing toward the southern foothills, where the radiation source valley lay. Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King tracked combat vehicle, Defy heard the system's notification. Eternal I time storage has reached 10 million hours. Field range expanded to a radius of 100 kilometers. Watching the numbers on the time storage display climb wildly, Defy excitedly commanded Lu Ruobing. Head to the central position. Prepare the machine gunslets. Take out those 2 level 5 chronobeasts first. Understood. Lu Ruobing responded, though she couldn't help but feel puzzled by the man's unrelenting excitement. Outside the hunting ground, 2 well-equipped military divisions had formed a siege around Outpost 39. Dozens of drones hovered back and forth over the target area, while the ground was densely packed with tanks, tracked vehicles, artillery, and infantry. The 109th and 121st Divisions of the Revival Military District, with a combined force of tens of thousands, were deployed in full strength. At a vantage point on a hilltop, 2 commanders stood side by side. One of them, with a large belly, a short, thick neck, and a bald head gleaming under the sunlight, was Yuan Shiji, commander of the 109th Division. The other, thin and sharp-eyed, with a pencil mustache, was Duan Qishan, commander of the 121st Division. Brother Yuan, the scale of this hunting ground operation by the Holy War Military District is quite significant this time. Looks like it's a full-scale assault, Duan Qishan remarked as he observed the battle raging toward Dayu Mountain through a high-powered telescope. Heh? Yuan Shiji sneered, his face showing clear disdain. The scale may be big, but look at the outskirts. They're crawling with those lowly scavengers, like ants drawn to the smell of blood. True enough, Duan Qishan agreed, stroking his mustache. These filthy groups shouldn't even exist, especially those rebels. The Dawn base has already infiltrated 2 battalions into the hunting ground, which might complicate the cleanup. He glanced at Yuan Shiji. After all, This is the Holy War Military District's territory. What's the higher-ups' stance on this? Yuan Shiji replied arrogantly, the higher-ups are still negotiating with the Holy War District. The rebels have taken refuge in the hunting ground, they won't dare to slack off. Rest assured, Commander Duan. The main battlefield is to the south, and the western side leads to the sea beyond Holy War City. All we need to do is secure the northeast. They want to escape us. Well said. Duan Shishan nodded repeatedly in agreement. At the foot of the mountains southeast of Outpost 39, a temporary camp bustled with activity. Lon, dressed in short camouflage attire, rested against a tree, a bandage wrapped around one leg and a crutch lying nearby. Seeing a few female soldiers approaching, Lon asked, Chiotong, is Aunt May injured? Aunt May is fine. It's Ma Qingdong from Tima Base who's hurt, Chiotong replied. He led reinforcements to help Aunt May break through, but Tima Base lost 2 battalions, and Ma Qingdong was injured. Aunt May brought him here for treatment. What's his condition now? Shouldn't be too serious. The father from the father-daughter pair Aunt May rescued from the mine is a doctor and is treating him. A male doctor? Lon frowned slightly. You'll have to ask Aunt May about that, I'm not sure, Chiotong said with a smile, shaking her head. Come on. Aunt May wants us to discuss the transfer plans. Leaning on her crutch, Lon stood up, supported by several female soldiers as they headed toward the camp tent. They arrived in front of a relatively large tent. At that moment, a dignified middle-aged man walked out of the tent, followed by a teenage girl of about 15 or 16. All right, he's fine now, the man said. This father and daughter were none other than Du Lei and Du Xiaoya. Lon, Chiotong, and the other female soldiers looked at the man, whose rugged demeanor exuded strength, and were somewhat surprised. Was this really the doctor? They had expected someone more scholarly in appearance. Before they could gather their thoughts and prepare to enter, voices came from inside the tent. Brother Ma, Dr. Du just said you're fine now. You just need a little rest, and then you can return to your base, a woman's voice said. Inside the tent, Ma Qingdong, lying on a stretcher, looked at Mei Yi with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Mei, are you in such a hurry to send me away? Lon and Chiotong peeked inside and saw only Mei Yi and Ma Qingdong, the leader of the Tima base. Brother Ma, don't misunderstand, Mei Yi explained. I am deeply grateful to you for saving my life, but you also know the strict rules of Dawn Base. Men are not allowed here. We only shelter women. Then, what about Dr. Du? Isn't he a man too? He's a doctor. He can stay. But don't you already have female medical staff? Mei Yi's tone turned firm. Female medical staff don't compare to him. His medical skills are exceptional. In any case, I don't want to explain this any further. Fine. Ma Qingdong sighed, then continued. Mei, don't you understand my feelings at all? I understand. But if you bring this up again, I'll have your people take you away immediately. Mei, why do you always keep your distance from me? Why do you push me away and treat me so coldly? Ma Qingdong gazed at her with a sorrowful expression. Mei Yi's face remained emotionless, her voice icy. Brother Ma, I've told you before I only see you as an older brother. Let me say this one last time. I don't want to hear about this again, or we won't even be friends anymore. Ma Qingdong panicked. Mei, have you forgotten? Back in school, we were always seatmates. Your name has Mei, and mine has Ma. Even the teacher said we were childhood sweethearts. Have you felt nothing for all the care I've shown you all these years? I've felt it, but haven't I treated you well too? Mei waved her hand impatiently. I've told you many times we're just like siblings. This kind of talk is making me really annoyed. Ma Qingdong struggled to prop himself up, his eyes flickering with an unwilling light. Am I not good enough in your eyes? Just tell me, and am willing to change. Willing to do anything? Aunt Mei shook her head gently, her tone calm yet firm. Brother Ma, you're the leader of the Tima base, an outstanding man. But don't you understand? I truly don't have that kind of feeling for you. She paused for a moment. To be honest, I already have someone in my heart. What? Ma Qingdong was taken aback. Which base is he from? Who is he? Aunt Mei's gaze suddenly became distant. He's someone unforgettable with just one look. Outside the tent, Lon, Chiotong, and other female soldiers overheard the conversation and widened their eyes in astonishment. Aunt Mei, who had always been indifferent toward men, was now saying such things? Impossible. Ma Qingdong pressed urgently. You haven't even been in contact with other men. Tell me, who is he? It's true, I haven't interacted with other men, Aunt Mei said softly. I only met him recently. Even though he's just an ordinary man, there's something uniquely compelling about him. I like him, and I can't help myself. Ma Qingdong struggled to stand up from the stretcher, refusing Aunt Mei's outstretched hand. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. I've loved you for decades, yet I can't compare to a man you just met. Women's hearts. They're truly unfathomable. He staggered out of the tent and happened to run into Dr. Du Lei, who had just finished washing his hands. Holding back his sorrow, Ma Qingdong thanked Du Lei before leading the soldiers of Tima base away. As the roar of the armored vehicles faded into the distance, Aunt May turned to the female soldiers outside the tent and said helplessly, "Girls, have you heard enough? Come in." Lan and Xiaodong exchanged a smile and stepped into the tent. For them, this was actually good news. They had been worrying about how to bring up the idea of recruiting that regiment leader named Du Fei. Now that they knew Aunt May didn't truly dislike men, their plan seemed much more promising. "Ladies, I received a message from you a few days ago, claiming there's a women's battalion we could recruit. What's the situation?" Aunt Mai's gaze swept across Lan, Xiao Tong, and the other female soldiers as they entered the tent. Having been relentlessly hunted by the revival army recently, they had been moving from place to place with communication sporadic. Now, finally gathered together, it was the perfect time to go over the details. Lan and Xiao Tong exchanged an excited glance, clearly eager to discuss the topic. "Aunt May, we've already made a plan and we're just about to report it to you. We're aiming to bring them into our ranks," Lan said eagerly. "Exactly. If we can recruit this battalion, it would be a huge advantage for us." Xiao Tong chimed in, and the other female soldiers nodded in agreement. "Really?" Aunt Mai's eyes lit up with delight. "Tell me more. What kind of battalion is this?" Lan blinked and began explaining. "We don't know much about the battalion itself yet, but their leader left an unforgettable impression on us." She recounted her experience on the black market, where she initially planned to work with Black Phoenix to scam Du Fei but ended up being won over by him. She described their subsequent pleasant cooperation in vivid detail, her admiration for Du Fei evident as she embellished the story. Xiao Tong and the others eagerly chimed in to corroborate her account. When Lan finished, Aunt May shook her head with a smile. A 17 or 18-year-old boy, leading an unofficial women's field battalion, carrying over 10 million to purchase Nirvana meteorite, and bending 2 submachine gun barrels with his bare hands? That sounds completely absurd. Aunt May, everything we said is true. The female soldiers protested in unison, stomping their feet in frustration. Seeing their earnest reactions, Aunt May's expression grew serious. If their claims were true, the young man's physical abilities were extraordinary. Especially the part about bending gun barrels. This reminded her of an ancient legend about the creator. Such strength might indeed be capable of standing against the terrifying wordsmiths of the Federation's awakening organization. "Are you absolutely sure you're not exaggerating?" Aunt May asked solemnly. "Aunt May, if you don't believe us, once we're out of danger, you'll ask Sister Phoenix to arrange a meeting so you can see him for yourself," Lan offered. "All right," Aunt May nodded. "But after all this talk, you still haven't told me his name. What's he called?" "Du Fei," the female soldiers answered in unison. At that moment, Du Lei, seated by the entrance of the tent, froze. Du Xiaoyu, who was tending to his wounds, flinched slightly and murmured softly, "Dad, I think they're talking about my brother." Above the skies of Dayu Mountain, the deafening roar of gunfire echoed continuously as the battle reached a fever pitch. The ferocious beasts, now leaderless without their beast king, let out panicked howls and retreated chaotically, like headless flies. The all-out assault, which began at 9 a.m., lasted until 3 p.m. A grueling 6-hour battle turned the wilderness into a macabre scene littered with beast corpses, rivers of black beast blood flowing across the terrain. The encirclement by the eastern, western, and northern fronts tightened steadily, with the beast horde moving exactly as Du Fei had predicted. Most of them fled southward into the valley of the radiation source, while the rest scattered southward in panic. On the southern front, 6 independent divisions and the 4th Regiment of the Ironblood Brigade had already prepared for this moment. With overwhelming firepower, they annihilated the fleeing beast horde in less than an hour. By 5 p.m., the encirclement operation in the hunting grounds under the Sacred War Garrison Corps was nearing its conclusion, and victory was within sight. What an incredible battle! Unbelievably smooth. Those female soldiers and the Ironblood Brigade's Mithril ammunition are unstoppable. Did you hear the commander is only 18? Yes, and his command was impressively steady. The morale of over 200,000 soldiers soared as corps commanders reported their progress to headquarters. Reporting to the commander, the Northern Battle Axe Corps has reached 3 kilometers north of the radiation source valley. The Eastern Arrow Corps has reached 3 kilometers east of the valley. The Western Steel Fang Corps has reached 3 kilometers west of the valley. The Southern Joint Front has completed its blockade and will reach the southern side of the valley within 10 minutes. Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King battle tank, Du Fei received the reports through the communications channel. Taking a deep breath, he issued the command, "All fronts, establish tight defensive positions at your current locations and hold." No sooner had his words fallen than a series of explosions erupted from the direction of the radiation source, followed by earth-shaking beastly roars. The corps commanders, binoculars in hand, quickly observed the situation. Through the mist and haze above the valley, 2 tongues of fire darted back and forth, with LV-3 and LV-4 stealth-winged beasts falling one after another, their death cries piercing the air. Amid the flickering lightning within the mist, the silhouettes of two fused beast kings emerged. The thunder beast clung to the massive back of a stealth-winged beast, roaring wildly as it unleashed bolts of lightning in an attempt to break free from the valley. However, dozens of micromissiles whistled through the air, exploding in rapid succession. Amid the deafening blasts, the two beast kings let out agonized screams as they were forced back into the depths of the valley. This mysterious weapon is truly formidable. The commanders of the major corps watched the astonishing scene on the battlefield, their hearts filled with awe. Under the relentless suppression of the predators, the two beast kings were repeatedly forced to retreat. If it weren't for Commander Dew's brilliant strategy, the battle would not have gone so smoothly. Excited voices came through the communication channel. Commander, reporting in, Predator 1 has successfully taken down 46 stealth wing beasts, and the two beast kings have been repelled for the third time, Gaunting announced. Following her, Sun Shaoqian reported, Commander, Predator 2 has landed a critical hit on the Thunder Beast, but we have yet to separate them. Standing at the command station, Lu Ruobing instinctively touched her earpiece, her cheeks slightly flushed. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Du Fei. Feeling her gaze, Du Fei flinched slightly. Taking advantage of the fact that the female communication officers around them weren't paying attention, he discreetly pinched Lu Ruobing's curvaceous waist. You. Lu Ruobing's body trembled slightly as she bit her lip and, blushing, playfully waved her fist at him. Clearing his throat, Du Fei quickly regained his composure. Recall all soldiers from the front lines and inspect the anesthetic equipment. Once the recovery vehicles are in position, we'll proceed with tonight's operation. Understood. Lu Ruobing nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the independent control room, Gaunting and Sun Shaoqian responded in unison, Yes, sir. Predator 1 and Predator 2 will rotate to reload ammunition and continue maintaining a tight blockade. Shaoqian, you're going too far, Gaunting said. Hee, aren't you curious? Sun Shaoqian teased, looking at Gaunting with a sly grin. Oh, I get it. You're afraid once it's taken out, there'll be nothing left to see. Nonsense. I'm not curious at all. You're getting more mischievous by the day. Gaunting protested, her face turning red, which only elicited a burst of laughter. At the same time, behind the western front lines, Qianlong reported to Mu Qianxuan, Minister Wang Jianqing from the Department of Supervision is calling. Mu Qianxuan took the communicator and stepped aside. A few minutes of conversation revealed a shocking piece of news. Du Lei might be in the hunting ground area, and the Sky Eye system was malfunctioning. The entire hunting ground region had fallen out of surveillance. As soon as he put down the communicator, a confidential officer approached Mu Yanting to report, General, the cabinet is calling. The cabinet? This unexpected news left both Mu Qianxuan and his father momentarily stunned. Keep the line open, Mu Yanting instructed the communications officer, his tone steady and resolute. As the commander of the military district, he understood the critical importance of the rewards and subsidies issued by the cabinet to each military district. Even in the tense times of war, communications from the cabinet could not be ignored. The communications officer promptly connected the call and respectfully handed the device to Mu Yanting. This is Mu Yanting of the Holy War Defense Military District, he said in a deep voice. I am Zhao Tianqing, the newly appointed speaker of the cabinet. A voice filled with arrogance replied through the communicator. This revelation left both Mu Yanting and his son, Mu Qianxuan, momentarily stunned. Zhao Tianqing had become the speaker of the cabinet? Their thoughts drifted back to events years ago. Mu Qianxuan, Wang Jianqing, and Zhao Tianqing had once served together in the same elite corps. Although Mu Qianxuan's relationship with Zhao Tianqing wasn't as close as his bond with Wang Jianqing, they were still comrades who had fought for their lives alongside each other. Wang Jianqing, now the Minister of Oversight, had not only saved Zhao Tianqing's life on the battlefield, but had also supported him in his ascent to the cabinet. Old Zhao, it's me, Mu Qianxuan. Congratulations. Uncle Zhao, congratulations. The father and son both offered their warm congratulations. However, Zhao Tianqing's response was unexpected. Heh, so Minister Mu is here as well? Let's keep personal matters aside during official business. Today, I am here to inform your Holy War Defense Military District of an important matter, he said, his tone strictly formal, devoid of any past familiarity. At that moment, a sharp, high-pitched voice broke through the communicator, sending a chill through the room. Uncle Zhao, there's no need to waste time talking to them. Just order them to cooperate. I only need Du Lei Olivier must be captured. As for those vixens, make sure every last one of them is executed. The father and son exchanged wary glances. That voice was all too familiar. Wu Dagui. In an instant, the situation became clear. Zhao Tianqing's current position as Speaker of the Cabinet was likely secured with the support of the Wu family. The Cabinet has received intelligence that a rebel organization is operating in the hunting grounds of your Holy War Defense Military District. You are to cooperate fully with the 109th and 121st Divisions of the Revival Military District in conducting a thorough sweep. Any rebel members discovered must be handed over to the two divisions for processing, Zhao Tianxing ordered firmly. Mu Qianxuan's brows furrowed as he exchanged a meaningful glance with his son. Mu Yanting caught on immediately and responded cautiously, Mr. Speaker, the Holy War Military District will fully comply with the Cabinet's directives. However, given the current critical stage of the war, the hunting grounds are predominantly occupied by Allied forces we've invited. We will need to conduct an initial investigation into the rebel activity. Once confirmed, we will transfer all findings and individuals to the 109th and 121st Divisions as instructed. Fine then, Zhao Tianxing grunted before abruptly cutting off the communication. Let's go. We need to discuss this with Du Fei, Mu Qianxuan decided without hesitation. Understood. Mu Yanting nodded and turned to the security officer. Prepare the vehicle. We're heading to the Western Front. Yes, sir. The security officer immediately sprang into action, setting their course for the Western Front, where the Women's Field Battalion was stationed. Wow, this is the recovery vehicle. It's amazing, just like a tracked combat tank. A group of female soldiers gathered around an enlarged and widened tracked vehicle, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Does this mean we can now eliminate radiation anytime, anywhere? That's right. Even if we get injured on the battlefield, there's nothing to fear. The commander really thought of everything. Dreamhan, apply more Mithril coating. This is our life-saving treasure. The efficiency of Mu Industries was truly impressive. In less than a day, they had modified this special vehicle according to Du Fei's specifications. The interior featured a massive tank surrounded by a complex network of pipes and equipped with a main unit that appeared to be for purification and circulation. However, the design of the recovery vehicle left the researchers thoroughly puzzled. To them, it looked more like a mobile luxury bath. Even with the addition of anti-radiation disinfectant to the tank, the drainage alone seemed like a major challenge. What baffled them even more was the mysterious main unit. Apart from a peculiar slot, there were no visible circuits or structures to speak of. These mysteries sparked a flurry of private discussions among the team. At that moment, Qin Minghan was leading a group of female engineers, carefully applying liquid mithril to the surface of the vehicle. Their faces beamed with joy as they efficiently carried out this crucial task. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying stood beside Du Fei, unable to hide their own excitement. Before long, the entire recovery vehicle was transformed, exuding a captivating dark silver sheen. Reporting to the commander, mission accomplished. Qin Minghan led the team of engineers to stand in formation and salute Du Fei in unison. Excellent, Du Fei remarked with a smile, praising each of them for their outstanding performance. The female soldiers clenched their fists in excitement, their eyes brimming with pride. A system notification chimed in. Ding. Intimacy 20. Ding. Intimacy 5. Ding. Intimacy 5. Ding. Intimacy 5. Hearing the continuous notifications, Du Fei's mood soared. He strode toward the recovery vehicle, ready to begin testing and finally address the long-standing issue of improving his physical condition. Du Fei stepped into the rehabilitation vehicle. The interior space was thoughtfully divided into 3 sections. The front area, which housed the driver's cabin and a changing room, took up 1/3 of the space. The rear featured a spacious rubber rehabilitation pool, capable of accommodating 10 people at once. After thoroughly inspecting the installation of all the equipment, Du Fei activated the main console. He accessed the tech repository and exchanged 100 reputation points for an energy crystal the size of a walnut, placing it into the main console's energy slot. With a faint hum, the crystal emitted a brilliant blue glow, and the main system began operating. From the outlets at the bottom and walls of the pool, white mist began to flow, and within a minute, a stream of azure rehabilitation liquid started pouring out. Before long, the entire rubber pool was filled with the vibrant blue liquid, with a flow rate that even surpassed the pool in the camp's living area. Du Fei couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the manufacturing prowess of the Mu Military Industrial Group. Removing his excess gear, Du Fei lay down in the pool, still clothed, and closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body. While the principle was the same, soaking in the rehabilitation pool inside the vehicle offered a uniquely different experience. Soon, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Physical Constitution 1. The sound repeated continuously until the message, physical enhancement has reached its limit. Further enhancement requires consumption appeared. The system interface updated accordingly. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion. Auxiliary Women's Field Battalion. Reputation points, 77,230. Intimacy points, 7,108. Physical Constitution, Beginner Enhancement 20. Beginner Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. Friendly reminder, upon expanding the next physical limit, 20 points of enhancement can be added. Items, Universal Toolbox 1, rare material smelting agent 80 bottles, silver serpent dagger 1. Reaching the 20 beginner enhancement level, Du Fei felt invigorated, as though his entire body brimmed with energy. Driven by curiosity, he removed his clothes to examine the changes. What he saw left him astonished. Evenly distributed muscles subtly bulged, veins stood out clearly, and his physique showcased perfectly defined lines, exuding a heroic and imposing aura. Wow, this feels like a complete transformation, Du Fei muttered to himself, lightly pounding his chest and abdomen with his fists, marveling at the newfound firmness. However, he soon chuckled wryly. His pants had become noticeably tight. If 20 enhancement was already this dramatic, what would happen in the future? With that thought, his mind turned to Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. If their physical constitutions couldn't be similarly enhanced, they might struggle to keep up in the future. It seemed he needed to pay closer attention to the tech repository and explore ways to strengthen their constitutions. After dressing and stepping out of the rehabilitation pool, Du Fei's body instantly dried. Observing the intense radiation in the surroundings, he promptly exchanged for 50 elemental storage containers in preparation for the upcoming mission to the radiation source valley. Just then, Lu Ruobing's voice came through his earpiece. "Commander, Minister Mu and General Mu have arrived." "Understood. I'll be there right away." Du Fei responded quickly and left the rehabilitation vehicle. As Du Fei stepped out of the recovery vehicle, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying hurriedly approached him. Their eyes met, and both saw a look of surprise on the other's face. The transformation in their commander was striking. His energy was revitalized, his demeanor confident, and he exuded an unprecedented aura of determination. Even his posture seemed more upright and commanding. After confirming that the recovery vehicle had passed all tests and was ready for use, Du Fei checked his watch and gave orders to the 2 female officers. "Organize the soldiers to undergo radiation neutralization in batches. Be ready to move into the valley in 1 hour." "Yes, Commander." Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying responded in unison. As the female soldiers began boarding the recovery vehicle one by one, Du Fei left the Women's Field Regiment camp and headed straight for the command center. Inside the command center of the Steelfang Regiment on the western front, Mu Qianquan and Mu Yanting were already waiting. Chu Zhangxiang, Chen Long, and Zhu Dahe were also present. "Commander Du has arrived." The guard's announcement was heard as Du Fei strode in. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mu Qianquan signaled for his son. Yanting briefed Du Fei on the situation. Mu Yanting straightened and said seriously, "Minister Wang Jianqing from the surveillance department has relayed some information. Your father and sister have been spotted in the hunting grounds area. Based on our analysis, they may have entered the hunting grounds while being pursued by Wu Daguai's forces." "What? Are you certain about this?" Du Fei's brows furrowed deeply. "Yes, it's confirmed," Mu Yanting replied with a nod, continuing, "However, the Sky Eye system is currently malfunctioning, and the entire hunting grounds area has fallen out of surveillance. Fortunately, Minister Wang managed to locate coordinates. They seem to be in a camp belonging to an armed group southeast of Outpost 39. Additionally, the cabinet has just issued an order stating that this armed group is a rebel faction from the Dawn base. They've directed us to cooperate with the 109th and 121st Divisions of the Revival Military District to conduct a thorough sweep." In the privacy of this setting, Mu Yanting laid out the entire situation without reservation. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei looked up and asked, "General Mu, what evidence is there to suggest that this armed group is actually a rebel faction?" This question prompted a quick exchange of glances between Mu Qianquan and Mu Yanting, who immediately grasped Du Fei's intention. As Mu Qianxin's prized protege and a brother-like figure to Mu Yanting, Du Lei, despite being branded as a fugitive by the cabinet, along with his daughter, would face a far graver accusation if linked to a rebel faction. Thankfully, for now, the initiative remained in their hands. Mu Yanting turned to Chu Zhangxiang, Chen Long, and Zhu Dahu and said, "The cabinet's intelligence claims that rebels have infiltrated our Holy War Defense Army's hunting grounds, but this hasn't been verified. I believe it's unlikely that there are rebels in our territory. What do you think?" The 3 exchanged knowing looks and responded in agreement. "I concur with the general's assessment. Our Holy War Military District has always maintained tight security. There's no way rebels could infiltrate our area. I believe this region is entirely occupied by Allied forces. The cabinet's information may be inaccurate." Mu Yanting nodded in satisfaction and then pointed to a location on the detector display, saying to Du Fei, "Your father and sister should be in this area." Du Fei calmly analyzed the situation and then laid out his plan to Mu Yanting. "First, seal off this area, then conduct a thorough search of each outpost." A sharp glint flashed in Mu Yanting's eyes. With the surveillance system out of reach now, it does make things more convenient. "No." Du Fei firmly shook his head. "We need to bring back every single member of that organization." His tone was resolute as he elaborated. "That organization once saved both my father and my sister. For that alone, we owe them our help. Besides, that woman called Lan might very well be Xia Ying's sister, and she's also part of their group." Du Fei's gaze grew thoughtful as he recalled the earlier deal with Lan. I've always wanted to uncover the source of their Nirvana meteorite. Now that we have the Eternal Eye, we don't need to hold back. He reflected on the group's combat prowess displayed during their previous battles. They fight with the same determination as the legendary women's guerrilla unit from back in the day. If they meet the criteria, I wouldn't even mind incorporating them into our ranks. Mu Yanting was momentarily stunned. He was well aware of the cabinet's intelligence reports, which had identified this group as rebels. The original mission was simply to rescue Du Lei and his daughter, but following Du Fei's plan would mean further entanglement with these supposed rebels. At that moment, Mu Qinshuan broke the silence. Yanting, let's proceed as Du Fei suggested. Who can definitively prove that this group is rebellious? Let's bring them in first and sort it out later. All right, Mu Yanting agreed, nodding. He immediately connected to the communications channel of the Eastern Line Aero Corps. His voice was steady and commanding. Ding Xiaowei, there's an urgent mission. Deploy 2 divisions immediately to discreetly seal off the coordinates southeast of Point 39, at 563-81. Locate the outpost where a man named Du Lei is stationed and safely transfer everyone there to the Western Front. Yes, General. Aero Corps Commander Ding Xiaowei responded decisively. As Mu Yanting finished his arrangements, Du Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. His father and sister's issues were temporarily resolved. Now it was time to focus on the critical moment of the hunting mission. He briefly explained to everyone the plan for the Women's Field Battalion to venture into the Radiated Valley, but deliberately left out the details of hunting the 2 Beast Kings and extracting the elemental controls. After hearing his explanation, the group looked serious, convinced that Du Fei and the Women's Field Battalion were risking their lives for the success of the mission. Seems like you're pretty confident, kid, Mu Qinshuan said, his gaze sharp as he looked at Du Fei. Yes, Du Fei replied with a firm nod. All right, then he'll personally see you off. Mu Qinshuan declared solemnly. My Holy War Defense Army Division commanders will also see you off. Mu Yanting added without hesitation. Chu Zhengxiong didn't say a word but gave Du Fei a heavy pat on the shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. He secretly planned that once the mission succeeded, he would make sure everyone knew that this young commander was personally invited by his Iron Blood Brigade. An hour later, at the Women's Field Battalion camp, 50 female soldiers who had just stepped out of recovery vehicles stood tall and spirited in formation. 20 of them were each equipped with a tranquilizer gun. Everyone, including Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring, was fully prepared and ready to go. Report to the commander, the route into the valley has been fully mapped. Gan Ting reported clearly to Du Fei. Understood. Du Fei responded briefly through his headset. By dusk, as the sky darkened, the commanders of the 4 major fronts raised their high-powered binoculars, closely monitoring the movement in the camp. Du Fei's name had already spread far and wide, and the fact that this young commander was about to lead an all-female unit deep into the Radiated Valley left everyone in awe. In the north, War Axe Army Commander Fan Jinhai, and in the east, Sharp Arrow Army Commander Ding Xiaowei both looked on with admiration. The commanders of 6 independent divisions in the south gave a distant thumbs-up in respect. Meanwhile, the 2 stunning secretaries, Yao Li and Bai Jie, couldn't take their eyes off Du Fei, their faces full of concern. Suddenly, the battlefield echoed with waves of victory chants. Hearing these inspiring shouts, the female soldiers gripped their rifles tightly, feeling proud to serve under such a commander. In front of the convoy, Mu Qinshuan spoke earnestly. Take care of yourself, kid. Brother Du. If it gets too much, retreat and come back. Chu Zhengxiong advised. Old Chu's right. You better be careful, kid. Mu Yanting added with concern. Commander Du, stay safe. Steel Fang Army Commander Zhu Dahu said gravely. Looking at the worried expressions of everyone around him and glancing at the medical teams and rows of stretchers on standby, Du Fei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The scene made it seem as though they expected him to crawl back. Everyone, board the vehicles. Yes. Destination. Radiated Valley, 3 kilometers ahead. Move out. With that command, 10 bombing drones ascended into the sky. Land King vehicles number 1 and number 2 led the way, followed by 10 tracked combat vehicles, with an ammunition container truck and recovery vehicle bringing up the rear. Under countless watchful eyes, the convoy advanced toward the valley. In less than 10 minutes, the convoy reached the edge of the valley. Before them lay a misty, hazy landscape. Fortunately, Gan Ting's planned route had a gentle slope, suitable for the tracked vehicles to traverse. Activate night vision systems? Yes. As the convoy entered the valley, it was immediately engulfed by dense fog. The 2 Land King vehicles led the way, moving forward cautiously. The surroundings were rugged with jagged rocks and overgrown shrubs. Inside the control room, Du Fei remained calm, but the other female soldiers soon felt the effects of radiation. Some experienced dizziness, while others began to vomit. Frowning, Du Fei was just about to order a stop for recovery treatment when a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the valley, followed by violent tremors in the ground. Commander, 2 level 5 Guanyin beasts have appeared ahead, leading a horde of beasts directly toward us. The communications officer reported urgently, her eyes fixed on the detection device. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.